Some have labeled me a coward, merely hiding behind smoke bombs. Others have accused me of having a lack of decorum and using underhanded tactics. Some claim I only engage in sneak attacks. To that, I must concede. They are all correct. Would you prefer a cautious victory, achieved through stealth, or an impulsive defeat in the name of justice? Beneath the setting sun, a delicate little girl, adorned with a singular tuft of hair, gazes up at the sky at a 45-degree angle as the background music in her mind softly begins to play. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it is to be invincible. Banged at a pair of brooms crashed down before Akali, the sudden noise startling the tuft atop her head into a quiver. Before her, a monstrous abyss gaped wide, its crimson tongue flicking about, sharp teeth clacking menacingly. Akali, how many times have I warned you against using those smoke bombs? The young Qingyun Jue roared, spitting words that splattered onto Akali's face. Yet, she dared not wipe them away, remaining as still as a quail, her tuft quaking in fear. How terrifying her homeroom teacher is truly frightening. All crows are black, and all homeroom teachers are equally fearsome. Akali curled up, trembling as she hugged her head, her body shaking in sync with her tuft. Noticing he might have frightened her, Jue awkwardly scratched his nose. Ahem. This young Qingyun, reminiscent of Irika from the future, cleared his throat, realizing that although Akali was a troublesome child, she was generally well-behaved, and such a harsh approach was unwarranted. Well, Akali, Jue resumed with a gentle smile, did you not promise your teacher? It is quite disrespectful to break a promise. At his words, Akali felt a tinge of embarrassment. Despite her usual antics, she held promises in high regard, given that her homemade smoke bombs were dusty and left a significant mess. She had indeed promised Jue not to use them again. However, there was a system task at hand. Unable to resist, Akali glanced at the mission. Enter the second year of ninja school phase task initiated. Please defeat all formidable opponents before graduating to become the champion of the school. Step 1. Defeat the strongest in your class, Uchiha High, and claim your first victory. Reward. Balanced ninja scythe technique. Received. True to her name, Akali traversed the ninja realm, acquiring the skills of the hero Akali from her former lives game. Not only did she possess the abilities of Shadow Blade Akali, but also those of the other Akali, inheriting the full repertoire of both mother and daughter. Yet, there lay a conundrum that in the game, a character's skills were distinct from basic attacks, in reality. However, a person does not merely possess a handful of moves. Akali could unleash her skills, whether from Shadow Blade or the other Akali, executing them with finesse. Even if her body could not withstand the chaotic dance of Illusion Cherry Blossom and Inner Outer Dance, she was still capable of casting spells. This leads us to a crucial question. Akali possessed only the ultimate skills and 6 basic attack motions, divided between the 2 Akalis. One from Shadow Blade left swipe, and critical hit, and the other from the other Akali left scythe, right shuriken, and critical hit. Passive moves were not counted. Thus, all of Akali's techniques were lethal to the current students of ninja school. Many memories from her past life had faded, yet Akali was aware she was not a trained assassin or military expert. Her college elective, Tai Chi, was never completed due to lack of time, and she had forgotten most of it. Hence, Akali could not fight. She needed a technique to serve as her regular combat method. The answer was clear to triumph. Over the illustrious Uchiha, she must leverage her strengths to counteract her weaknesses. Both Akalis were shadow ninjas, embodying the essence of Shadow Blade. Akali thrived in darkness, and her innate adaptability, which she first experienced when using the smoke bomb, resonated deeply within her. When enveloped in shadow and shrouded by smoke, she felt as if cradled in her mother's embrace, warm and comforting. I move with the shadows, coming and going as they do. I'm sorry I was wrong, Akali declared loudly, her defiant tuft bowing at a 90-degree angle. Setting aside everything else, Akali had embraced the spirit of humility, adeptly adapting to her surroundings. To stand tall when reprimanded and to acknowledge one's mistakes with vigor was evidently pleasing to Jue. That's more like it. Jue reached out, ruffling Akali's little head, her mischievous tuft bobbing as if trying to escape his grasp. Don't touch my head, it'll stop growing. Finally breaking free from Haye's hand, Akali complained. Yet she stealthily observed Haye's expression upon seeing a smile upon his face. She felt a wave of relief wash over her. Nice! She had passed this trial. Haye resembled Akali's previous homeroom teacher, the kind of educator who gave 200 to his students, instilling in Akali a sense of dread mixed with respect. Now that you sincerely acknowledge your mistake, go and clean up the traces of your smoke bombs. Haye said with a smile. I'm not a devil, just tidy up the playground. Akali was taken aback, her tuft drooping in defeat as her lively eyes dimmed. Forgive her, she retracted her earlier statement. A good teacher and a smiling tiger need not be mutually exclusive. One could be both a nurturing mentor and a sly predator. Haye, Akali replied weakly. After school, though reluctant, Akali dutifully made her way to the playground. What have I done to deserve this? Gazing at the large purple stains on the ground, she sighed, realizing her financial woes were the root of her troubles. Her homemade smoke bombs, laden with dye, left substantial marks after each use. Though she was shielded by shadows, the individual, concealed within the smoke, would undoubtedly emerge looking like a violet ghost. The Uchiha clan won't make me pay for their clothes, will they? Akali pondered, tilting her head uncertainly. Rumor had it that each piece of Uchiha clan attire was handcrafted by skilled artisans, worth a small fortune enough for Akali to sustain herself for an entire month. Please don't. With her hands clasped together, she fervently wished for the garments to remain unscathed. Sigh. The tuft atop her head shook in agreement. Life is tough, and the tuft sighed. Akali worked diligently to tidy the playground, where passers-by came and went, yet none disturbed her. Clearly, Haye had informed everyone, as the students who typically lingered after school to practice had all returned home today. However, Akali sensed that the number of glances and whispers directed her way had notably increased. Word of her victory over Uchiha High had evidently spread. So this is the purpose of the system? Akali's gaze flickered as she contemplated this, her head bowed in thought. System, a term familiar to all. The ordinary become extraordinary with a system, while the great become even greater. A system is a miraculous force that transforms decay into wonder. However, while systems predominantly function well, they are not immune to failure. When a system falters, it can be perilous. It is a stark reality that for someone like Akali, who requires the system's assistance, resistance is often futile. Therefore, Akali's stance is unmistakable, vigilant, observant, and cautious, yet she must utilize it, for in this ruthless world of ninjas, strength is the ultimate truth, especially since this world is but a variant of the water shadow ninja she has seen in her past life. With the only commonalities being the term ninja and a few names, Akali possesses no narrative foresight. Beyond the surface of the spirited water shadow ninja anime, the realm of ninjas is profoundly brutal. Akali needs strength. Finally, it is almost over. Akali lifted her head, her previous serious contemplation seeming but a fleeting illusion. With a face marked by the restlessness and weariness typical of her age, she rolled her eyes, her small mouth slightly agape, embodying a look of utter exhaustion. The little tufts of hair atop her head drooped. Moments later, she forcefully tossed the broom and dustpan onto the ground. How dare you, Hayano, insult me? I am the shadow fist of balance. How can I stoop to such menial tasks? She declared, a 6-year-old girl with delicate features, her words a blend of fierce and adorable. Yet, despite her vehement complaints, her actions contradicted her words as she swiftly returned the broom and dustpan to their rightful place, adjusting their position with an obsessive precision until they were perfectly aligned, nodding in satisfaction before marching away, as if she had just saved the world. Indeed, in the shadows, the concealed Hayano Chunin nodded in approval. He had not anticipated that Akali would patiently clean the playground, having assumed her impulsive nature would lead her to abandon the task halfway. Even if she had persisted, he expected it would take ages, during which he would need to escort her back. However, Akali did not leave unfinished. She completed the task quickly, saving him from the anticipated re-education of her. It appeared that Akali was both brave and accountable, a promising trait in a student. At this moment, Akali finally exhaled a sigh of relief as the smoke and fine sand in her palms ceased to drift in a fixed direction and began to disperse naturally. Thanks to videos she had watched in her past life, Akali learned that the new version of her W ability would naturally spread towards enemies, serving as a means of locating foes. Upon arriving in this ninja world, She had also experimented with her own techniques to see if they shared this characteristic. And indeed they did. While sweeping the dust, she unconsciously noted that the rising dust consistently drifted in a specific direction, initially attributing it to the wind. She later realized it was her smoke bombs sensing the presence of individuals. Of course, smoke bombs cannot perceive humans. It is Akali's chakra that does. Her smoke bombs are unique, a type of ninjutsu, with all smoke infused with her chakra. Because she is a shadow ninja, her chakra possesses distinct characteristics. And it is due to her prior knowledge of ninjas from the water shadow that she can perceive these nuances. The smoke bombs had not been released for long. And within the ashes remained traces of subtle chakra, the minuscule dust nearly invisible to the naked eye, detectable only by Akali. This enabled Akali to sense the presence of someone in the shadows. Who could it be? An Uchiha? A passerby? Heiano Chunin? Or perhaps a student from the Ninja Academy? Akali pondered continuously, mourning her uncertain future. With only a basic understanding of this ninja realm, she was acutely aware of its depths. Having seen the Water Shadow Ninja in numerous fan interpretations, as an orphan without the nine tails, a soul from another realm, lacking any descendants to fight for her, devoid of inexplicable admirers or detractors, and with deceased parents, she was utterly unremarkable. For an ordinary ninja to survive in this world is exceedingly challenging. Thus, she must engage in some form of disguise. It is indeed advantageous to amass wealth quietly, but the issue lies in the system's refusal to allow her to remain inconspicuous. This is a small step for the system, yet a significant leap for the host. Please continue to strive, become the dominant force at the Ninja Academy, and make your name known in Konoha. Reward, Ninjutsu. Chi and Shield. Incomplete. Description, a passive skill of the Twilight Eye, the foremost of the three balances, which grants a shield after releasing a skill. A life-saving skill. Akali sighed, making it even more impossible to refuse. When skills from League of Legends manifest in reality, they undergo a process of rationalization, becoming more realistic or reverting to their original forms, rather than merely existing as game skills. Thus, the Chi and Shield skill would not simply grant a shield post-skill release as described in the game text. Rather, it would involve using chakra to create a shield. Given that ninjas are typically frail yet high in offense, a protective skill is undeniably precious. Akali. Just as Akali was deep in thought, a voice echoed from afar. She looked up to see Uchiha HK, his tuft of hair forming a question mark. Why was he here again? Observing closely, she noted that HK's hair and clothes were still damp, clearly having just bathed and changed without drying off. Uchiha HK rushed to Akali's side. Akali, I refuse to accept this. If you dare, let us fight again without smoke bombs. At this, Akali couldn't help but chuckle. Young man, do you understand the meaning of a decisive victory? What does it mean to win once and then flee? I've already triumphed. Why would I want to battle you again? However, as her mind raced, Akali decided to acquiesce. Fine. I accept your challenge. No smoke bombs. Really? Uchiha HK paused, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he assumed a combat stance, eager to engage. Wait, I still have something to say. Akali quickly raised her hand to stop him. What is wrong with today's youth? Have they never seen someone take a breath between words? If I were to speak slowly, would you rush into attack? Consider that a sneak attack. Fortunately, Uchiha's demeanor tends to be either profound or single-minded, and HK clearly fell into the latter category. But what? Uchiha HK asked, perplexed. Think about it. Using smoke bombs is a legitimate ninja tactic. If you demand I refrain from using my smoke bombs, you are effectively nullifying my legitimate means, which would render this an unfair duel, Akali asserted hastily. I suppose that makes sense. Uchiha HK's limited intellect struggled to process this. Right? You see it too, don't you? Akali pressed on. In an unfair duel, even if you win, you would be ridiculed. People would say that the esteemed Uchiha could only achieve victory through such means. Wouldn't that be a disgrace to the Uchiha name? Unfairness, ridicule, and the dishonor of the Uchiha. HK struggled to connect the dots. No, I cannot allow the Uchiha name to be tarnished. At the mention of the Uchiha, he became incensed. Tell me, how can we make this fair? Please give me some money. Akali extended a delicate, fair hand, her smile resembling that of a mischievous fox. Her system was not merely limited to issuing tasks. It also allowed for monetary investments and lotteries. Wealth equated to power. You are offering me money? Uchiha asked, bewildered. Indeed, I require funds, Akali replied with a beaming smile. Unlike you affluent shinobi, I am but a humble ninja living in poverty. If you provide me with money, I shall forego using smoke bombs, and we shall engage in a fair battle. Regardless of whether you emerge victorious or I suffer defeat, you will have proven your worth, and I will have gained a benefit, a true win-win situation. As is well known, a win-win means I win twice. Ah, I see, Uchiha Hua exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. It was indeed a mutually beneficial approach. Never mind. A moment of contemplation crossed Uchiha Hua's face, his expression betraying a hint of arrogance and disdain. It seemed he was thinking, I only regarded you with a modicum of respect due to your evident strength, yet you are no different from those commoners, reeking of coin. Very well, allow me, Uchiha Hua, to offer some assistance to a fellow student. Who could resist being generous when I, Uchiha Hua, am usually amiable and eager to help? He shook his head, reflecting, speak, how much do you need? After a moment's thought, Akali proposed an extravagant sum, 1,000 ryo? In the realm of ninjas, 1 ryo roughly equated to 0.6 renminbi, making 1,000 ryo approximately 600 yuan, a considerable fortune for several 5- or 6-year-old children. 1,000 ryo? Uchiha Hua echoed incredulously. Is that too much? Perhaps I should ask for a bit more? Akali contemplated. In an instant, 10 100 ryo bills were flung onto Akali's face. Ah, this. She fell silent, realizing that Uchiha Hua's loud inquiry was not one of disbelief regarding the amount, but rather a challenge to her perceived lack of respect. Clearly, as Akali shifted her gaze from the enticing bills, Uchiha Hua's look seemed to convey, I initially thought you were just like those commoners. But it appears you only seek a trivial sum. It seems you wish to engage me in a fair fight, and the money is merely an excuse. Women, I misjudged you. Akali gritted her teeth, pondering the absurdity of children today, carrying such wealth without fear of robbery. Well, their family is the police station. I suppose they truly have nothing to fear. She sighed internally, shedding tears of poverty as she envisioned her future. In her imagined future, Akali had achieved greatness, becoming the renowned Shadow Fist, known throughout the ninja world, only for Uchiha Hua to pass by and scoff. Shadow Fist? Just 1,000 ryo, nothing more. You have no idea. I expected her to demand a much larger sum. Yet what was it? 1,000 ryo. Such an insult, how laughable. Thus, Akali transformed like the Wind Girl, who, upon declaring 998, became the Storm of Fury, while Akali converted from the Shadow Fist to 1,000, adding a mysterious numeral to the world. What? What did you just say? Uchiha Hua leaned closer, having not heard Akali's prior remark. Oh, it was nothing, dear, Akali replied, her smile warming as she swiftly collected the 1,000 ryo from Uchiha Hua. Since that is settled, let us begin the battle. Despite the remnants of dye upon his face from earlier skirmishes with Akali, Uchiha Hua was brimming with excitement. Wait, hold on. Akali called out again. What is it now? You have taken the money. What more could there be? Uchiha Hua queried, somewhat displeased, having expected Akali to be straightforward, yet finding her indecisiveness irksome. How could you say that? It could lead to misunderstandings. Akali rolled her eyes inwardly, but maintained her warm smile. Dear, I merely wish to point out that we fought only once this afternoon, and I have been sweeping all day. You are still injured and have yet to recover. We are not in a complete state, thus it cannot be deemed a fair contest. And what of it? Uchiha Hua shrugged dismissively. Everyone is in poor condition. Isn't that a form of fairness? Surely you aren't afraid? He fixed his gaze intently on Akali. This little brat. Akali cursed inwardly, yet continued her explanation. Not at all, dear. Consider this. The school is nearly empty. If we duel now, who will witness our struggle? It would be better to wait until tomorrow, when we are both fully recovered, and under the watchful eyes of our teachers and classmates, you can triumph over me in a fair manner. Otherwise, should you defeat me here, it would matter not to me, but in the memories of our teachers and classmates. You would still be regarded as the one who was bested by me. This would tarnish the reputation of the Uchiha clan, and you would be unable to prove your true worth. That makes sense. Uchiha Hua nodded, enlightened. He regarded Akali with newfound respect, well thought out. In that case, let us postpone until tomorrow. At that time, I shall defeat you with honor. Uchiha Hua strode away with pride, and Akali sighed, feeling drained. The children of the ninja world were far too difficult to deceive. Moreover, she had not anticipated this little brat to be so wealthy. Clearly, a well-crafted plan was in order. At the entrance of the ninja academy, a delicate, youthful figure pondered thoughtfully. A plan for sustainable harvesting of the unsuspecting. Simultaneously, Akali resolved to return and study the newly acquired ninja scythe techniques. contemplating how best to defeat Uchiha Hua the following day. Akali devised her strategy. The first encounter without smoke bombs would cost 1,000 Ryo, while the next, employing the scythe without smoke bombs, would require 2,000 Ryo. Each additional condition would add another 1,000 Ryo, surely enough to accumulate sufficient funds for a lottery. It was indeed a pity. Akali's system resembled that of a mobile game. With a dual lottery system, one free, the other requiring investment. The free system was self-explanatory, while the paid lottery function required 10,000 for one attempt and 100,000 for 11 attempts. Presently, Akali's meager stipend was disbursed annually, only accessible upon becoming a ninja. Frankly, without the free lottery, she could scarcely afford a handful of kunai. Thus, Akali was in dire need of funds, especially in her current state of not yet being a ninja. Furthermore, given that she was destined to attract attention, a money-hungry prodigy would be far easier to manipulate than a righteous and proud genius. They remained oblivious to the fact that Akali's wealth could be transformed into strength. Every individual possesses weaknesses. Greed was the vulnerability Akali chose to reveal. La la la. Demasha ya 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 ya. Lulu, unleash your powers la 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 la. La la la. Spartan descent da 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 da. The weapon master challenges two at once. Humming a peculiar tune, Akali contentedly made her way to her doghouse. 1,000 taels, enough for her to indulge in several hearty meals. Cooking for oneself differs greatly from dining out. A head-sized cabbage costs a mere 5 or 6 taels, while a large radish hardly takes 10. Only the meat is somewhat pricier, around 20 to 30 taels per pound. With her self-taught skills from a previous life, Akali adeptly prepared braised rice, simmering a pot daily to last her throughout. By her calculations, 1,000 taels would suffice for over half a month, while others had treated her to half a month of meals for free. She felt a twinge of guilt knowing she would soon deliver a hefty beating to Uchiha Fire at school. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Akali's tuft of hair stood upright, transforming into a bold exclamation mark. As the saying goes, kindness for a grain of rice, enmity for a bushel. The more debts one accumulates, the less one need worry about trifles. How splendid! With a triumphant smile, Akali resolved to double her punishment of Uchiha Fire tomorrow, ensuring he would bring more money next time. Ah, delightful. Setting aside her fleeting guilt, she picked up a bowl the size of her face and began to prepare her meal, opting for a spicy Sichuan-style mapo tofu, deliberately omitting starch from the sauce and adding extra water. The fragrant broth, infused with ample Sichuan peppercorns, soaked into the rice, creating a mouth-watering dish. Swiftly finishing her dinner, Akali patted her round belly, satisfied as she contemplated the rewards of defeating Uchiha Fire, taking out the single-handed scythe she had won in a weekly lottery. She practiced her moves while reading, determined not to disgrace her two predecessors, both masters of the scythe. Time flew by in practice. The next day, armed with her scythe, kunai, and shurikens, Akali arrived at the ninja school. The morning's lesson was a politically charged indoctrination on the will of fire. Despite knowing it was propaganda, Akali listened intently, treating it merely as an exam subject. The Ninja Village, after all, was essentially a violent organization. Phrases like the will of fire, water, or stone were akin to jargon among bandits. Only those who could recite them were considered insiders. Wouldn't T1 need to establish their credentials before attempting to outsmart the likes of the Tiger of Wang? To thrive in Konoha, she understood the necessity of attentiveness. Before long, the morning slipped away, and as noon approached, the classroom air grew stifling despite the mild sun outside. Thanks to Uchiha Fire's boisterous announcements, the entire class, even students from other classes, knew that 2 students from Class 2 were set to duel at lunchtime. The front row, peddling snacks and bottled water, watched as eager onlookers grabbed their lunchboxes and joined the throng outside. Suddenly, Akali sensed something and turned around. A figure cloaked in a dark hood and sunglasses, obscuring half of their face, stood behind her. Uchiha Fire had enlisted teacher Turtle Island to referee. Oil woman Jue spoke seemingly without thought, but Akali quickly grasped his meaning. The Uchiha clan controlled Konoha's security forces, effectively rendering them their private army, and such a powerful family naturally attracted many seeking favor. Jue, wary of potential bias from teacher Turtle Island, feared that Akali might be injured if Uchiha Fire attacked without restraint. Rest assured, it will be fine. Akali reassured her friend with a smile. Do you doubt my strength? I am the Shadow Fist. With that, she held her head high, embodying confidence, while her tuft of hair split, hands on her hips in a display of pride. Jue relaxed, knowing Akali's true state was reflected in that peculiar tuft, her essence. Didn't you just claim to be the heart of fury? Jue quipped. Ah, is that so? Akali scratched her face, feeling slightly embarrassed. Amidst their banter, the playground came into view. The gathered crowd formed a large circle, parting like the Red Sea as Akali approached, revealing Uchiha Fire's figure. Huh, Akali, you finally arrived. Uchiha Fire exclaimed excitedly, his fist clenched in anticipation. As the crowd dispersed, the expansive playground was left with only Akali and Uchiha Fire. It must be noted that Uchiha Fire was far from weak. He was strong. He could perform a fire release and was skilled in throwing shurikens. Not to mention possessing commendable taijutsu for a junior ninja. Despite his apparent foolishness, he was, in fact, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. If not, Jiwei's insect techniques would not have been so well understood by Akali, who had learned about Konoha's many secret clans through her connection with him. Jiwei's mastery of insect techniques was impressive, yet Uchiha Fire was the strongest in Class 2, revealing much about their capabilities. From the hand seals, Teacher Turtle Island's voice rang out. Akali and Uchiha Fire raised their hands, fingers poised like swords. Exchanging glances, Akali wore a carefree smile, while Uchiha Fire's eyes glimmered with fierce determination. Begin. With the signal, Akali rolled backward. In her previous position, 3 kunai formed a slightly flawed but remarkably stable triangular formation, silently slicing through the air, aimed directly at her exposed throat. Launching kunai one by one was simple. Haphazardly tossing them like Naruto was easy too. But to simultaneously throw 3 kunai, ensuring they aligned perfectly in a triangular formation, with precision and speed, that was an entirely different challenge. If such an attack were executed by a seasoned genin or even a nin, it might be expected. Yet the one launching this assault was merely a 6-year-old student from the Ninja Academy. Such was the legacy of the ninja clan. The unparalleled prowess of the Uchiha. As Akali rolled, she effortlessly released a shuriken concealed within her movement, the action almost imperceptible, even to Teacher Turtle Island observing nearby. What swift movements! Teacher Turtle Island's expression shifted. Even he had not noticed her hand raise. Were today's students truly monsters? Simultaneously, he prepared to intervene, knowing Uchiha Fire would likely struggle to evade such a shuriken. This was my unique technique, the swift dance. The spiraling shuriken flew with lethal intent, drawing Uchiha Fire's attention as he focused on Akali's roll, completely unaware of the dark projectile launched alongside her. The shuriken soared upward, only revealing itself in Uchiha Fire's line of sight after skimming along the ground. Upon seeing the shuriken midair, Uchiha Fire felt a chill run down his spine. As he continued to press forward, he had no time to evade. The momentum of his advance made changing direction nearly impossible. Fortunately, despite his stubborn nature, he had a clever idea. He tripped himself over his own feet, leaning forward to adjust his center of gravity, desperately twisting his body to transform his forward tumble into a sideways fall. The quick wit of Uchiha took effect as the pitch-black shuriken whirled past him, the seconds of life and death seemingly elongating in his mind. He could even discern 3 fine claw marks upon the kunai, the glimmering surface reflecting his anxious visage. The sharp kunai grazed his cheek, drawing forth a trickle of blood, and Uchiha fell heavily, his shoulder hitting the ground with a cry of pain, the improper landing positioning all his weight upon it. At that moment, Akali had already traversed the energy ring of the hidden dragon seal. It was the mark left by Hayabusa's strike on Uchiha, an energy ring generated by the chakra imprint of the jutsu. The notion of a jutsu creating an energy field upon impact sounded fantastical, yet Akali understood it to be a secret technique governed by an inner logic. Skillfully gathering this layer of energy into her left hand, she balanced the single-handed scythe, extending a chakra chain linking the blade and the handle. With her left hand commanding the side's spin, Akali felt the pull of her body guiding her forward, propelled by the mark left on Uchiha by Hayabusa's attack. The acceleration of the energy ring combined with Hayabusa's advance propelled Akali towards Uchiha at breakneck speed. With a swift side kick, she knocked aside Uchiha's hastily raised arm, leaving him wide open as the scythe sliced upward. Amidst the gasps of the spectators, a black line gradually manifested from Uchiha's groin to his forehead, before he split cleanly in two. Bang! Before the screams could escalate, the severed halves of Uchiha transformed into 2 wooden substitutes. Indeed, a substitute technique. Akali nodded inwardly. having sensed something amiss when her kick had failed to send Uchiha Hua flying, as if she had struck a heavy object, confirming it was a substitute. Akali scanned her surroundings for Uchiha Hua's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hua, wincing from immense pain in his right shoulder, maintained his composure as he formed hand seals. In just over 2 seconds, he completed 6 seals, inhaling deeply before expelling an unstable orange-yellow fireball. Fire release, great fireball technique. The fireball in the air resembled a water balloon, the flowing liquid creating irregular protrusions on its smooth surface. Yet, this powerful C-rank jutsu was unleashed by a mere 6-year-old child. Indeed, it is his fire release that allows him to suppress Jue. Akali mused, glancing at the visibly anxious Chunin from Turtle Island, a light chuckle escaping her lips. Drawing upon her chakra in abundance, she infused it into her single-handed scythe in her arm, before suddenly hurling the scythe forward. Ultimate technique, Scarlet Leaf. The spinning scythe collided with the great fireball, the already unstable sphere losing its balance and exploding into a shower of flames. Akali's scythe melted within the fireball. However, it was not yet over. Akali produced 5 kunai, launching them with both hands. My style, Cold Shadow. In that moment, the once confident great fireball was shattered, its chakra depleted and her stamina dwindling. As she beheld the approaching points of cold light, Uchiha Hua was reminded of the terror he had experienced that day amidst the smoke bomb, when Akali had ruthlessly dominated him. As the kunai loomed larger before him, Uchiha Hua felt utterly devoid of energy to evade, dread accumulating within him. Fortunately, a figure clad in a Chunin vest stepped in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. The Chunin from Turtle Island deflected each of the 5 kunai, feeling a slight numbness in his palms, astonished by the encounter. It was evident that Uchiha Hua still had some flaws, whether in his shuriken throwing or jutsu execution. He fell slightly short. Yet Akali was different. Her mastery of unique weaponry and the display of her physical prowess throughout the battle was astonishing. Their clash seemed to transcend the level expected of mere students, almost akin to that of 2 Chunins. Astonished, the Chunin from Turtle Island nonetheless declared Akali the victor. Although he secretly favored Uchiha Hua, he believed that had Uchiha Hua executed his great fireball with greater proficiency, it would not have been shattered by Akali's scythe, and thus, the rightful victor should have been Uchiha Hua. As a mere Chunin, he could not comprehend the intricacies of Akali's scythe. With the seal of reconciliation, Akali and Uchiha Hua stepped forward, returning to their senses. However, Uchiha Hua, still slightly pale, joined his seal with Akali's. Next time, I will definitely defeat you, he declared, his determination evident. It was clear he shared the same sentiments as the Chunin from Turtle Island, contemplating how he would increase his training upon returning home. I'll be waiting for you. But next time, you must bring the money for my scythe. Uchiha Hua followed Akali's gaze to the wooden-handled scythe, now reduced to a pockmarked blade, clearly unusable. Tell me how much? Uchiha Hua boasted, having recognized his shortcomings in battle and willing to invest to rectify them. This price. Akali extended 3 fingers. In the ninja world, well-crafted shuriken cost 200 ryo, kunai 600 ryo, explosive tags 2,000 ryo, and a standard ninja blade around 3,000 ryo. Akali's scythe, with a wooden handle and iron head, featured intricate designs allowing her to activate mechanisms with chakra, enabling the blade to detach and be controlled by a fine chain. Thus, while the scythe was skillfully designed, it was not exorbitantly priced. Akali quoted 2,000 ryo for the scythe, 1,000 ryo for the absence of the smoke bomb, totaling 3,000 ryo. 4,000? Good. We shall meet again in a week. Uchiha Hua declared, taking his leave, leaving Akali behind to bask in the accolades of victory. However, internally, Akali seethed. For Uchiha Hua evidently believed the scythe cost 3,000 ryo, plus 1,000 ryo for the smoke bomb, totaling 4,000 ryo. His casual acceptance of the price indicated he held little regard for it. Damn it, I've been duped by this wealthy brat again. That's nearly the equivalent of a D-rank mission's reward. Akali lamented, tears of poverty streaming down her face. Having exhausted his chakra, Uchiha Hua left to recuperate. Akali, having utilized 2 Q and 1 E, found her skills primarily focused on physical throws, with chakra expenditure relatively manageable, though her stamina was waning. Now, she felt immensely hungry, her stomach growling audibly. Yet, Akali is so cool. I declare you, Akali. Can you teach me that move, Akali? Having defeated Uchiha Hua, She seemed to have garnered a swarm of admirers, as the first and second graders, mere 5 or 6 years old, encircled her. Notably, Akali, being shorter among the crowd of little ones, found herself unable to escape as they crowded around her, her voice drowned out, leaving her bewildered in their midst. Even more alarming was the attention from the older girls, drawn by her nimble form and cute demeanor, who squeezed into the throng, cuddling Akali like a doll, pinching her cheeks and tousling her hair. Amidst the cacophony of thousands of voices, Akali felt her vision blurring, nearly succumbing to the chaos. She felt as though she might suffocate from the overwhelming attention. At last, amidst the delightful and adorable sounds of Akali, after having her errant hair tugged countless times, she could no longer endure it. With a puff of smoke from a smoke bomb, purple mist enveloped the area. Amidst the shrieks of the crowd, Akali managed to slip away, guided by the dispersing fog. How terrifying! Her eyes were dazed as she climbed onto the rooftop of the Ninja Academy, her hair in disarray, resting her head on her knees. She couldn't even recall what had transpired earlier, as if her memories were fragmented. Her stomach grumbled loudly, prompting another sigh from Akali. A horde of students was gathered in the classroom, eager to see the rare creature that had defeated the Uchiha clan, leaving Akali too afraid to return. She was starving. Looking up to the sky, Akali lamented, that insufferable sure way, utterly inconsiderate. She didn't help her escape, and now didn't he even bother to look for her. If only someone would help her retrieve her lunch. Alas, the next time we meet, I shall strip you of your position as the balance envoy. No amount of money will suffice. As she grumbled, a flash of gold caught her eye. Akali snapped to attention, turning to see a boy with golden hair and blue eyes, somewhat effeminate in appearance, sitting less than 5 meters away. Furrowing her brows, Akali thought that despite her hunger and the dwindling chakra, she should have reacted when someone got so close, especially a peer who appeared even younger than herself. Who are you? Akali asked, her frown deepening. Hello, senior. I'm Namikaze Minato from class 1 of the first year, he replied, scratching his head with a silly grin. Despite his somewhat foolish demeanor, his handsome features made it difficult not to like him. However, Akali remained unimpressed by this youthful charm, unless he were to dress as a girl. Have you been here all this time? She inquired. Yes. I really enjoy the feeling of overlooking Konoha from up here. It makes me deeply aware of how vast this village is, and that all the people here are my family, which alleviates my loneliness. Is that so? Another child of war? I see, Akali sighed softly. You seem quite carefree, she observed, withdrawing her gaze and mimicking Minato's view of the sprawling Konoha village. Having arrived in this unfamiliar world, her memories of her past life regarding family and self were hazy. Her usual playful demeanor and relentless pursuit of strength served as a facade to mask her lonely heart. At least Minato had a place to honor his deceased parents, while Akali could barely remember the faces of her own family, rendering any tribute impossible. When will the bright moon shine upon me again? She murmured inwardly, drawing her knees close and resting her chin upon them, gazing blankly at the village before her. Konoha was prosperous, its environment exquisite, with a perpetual spring-like charm. Yet, no matter how splendid it was not her home. Her true home was 1,000 times better than Konoha. Minato, seated nearby, had witnessed Akali's battle against Uchiha Itachi and found her agile movements and heroic spirit impressive. But as Akali fell silent, an inexplicable sense of solitude emanated from her, as if she might vanish from this world at any moment. Senior, would you like to share a meal? Driven by a sudden impulse, Minato offered his lunchbox, containing 6 rice balls. He had overheard Akali's earlier comments and assumed she must be famished. Akali, feeling lethargic and lacking enthusiasm, found herself devoid of energy. It is said that when one is utterly exhausted, hunger becomes a distant thought. However, after her smoke bomb had restored some chakra, her hunger intensified, and Minato's offer sounded like heavenly music to her ears. Thank you, Minato. You're truly an angel. Akali's eyes sparkled, her hair seemingly revitalized as she snatched the lunchbox from Minato, shoving a rice ball into her mouth. Delicious. As the soft, sticky rice filled her mouth, her eyes squinted with pleasure, as though she were savoring a divine delicacy. In her extreme hunger, these ordinary rice balls transformed into a feast. Akali devoured them with abandon, consuming half of a rice ball in one bite, and before long, all 6 rice balls vanished into her small tummy. How satisfying, she exclaimed, patting her now full belly with contentment. Thank you, Minato, You saved my life." It was then that she noticed Minato gazing at her with a mix of indignation and despair, as if she had committed an unspeakable offense. What's wrong?" Akali asked, wiping her mouth and brushing off her clothes. "Is something the matter?" "You ate all my lunch." "Oh no." Akali froze. Time seemed to rewind, and indeed, Minato had suggested they share a meal. I'm terribly sorry," she exclaimed, bowing deeply, her cute face reflecting the determination of one venturing into perilous territory. "I'll go back to the classroom and grab my bento. Let us consider it a lunch exchange." With that, she leaped down the stairs. A moment later, disheveled and with faint lip prints on her face, Akali returned, presenting a still warm iron lunchbox to Minato. "Here, eat. I made it myself." It was a Sunday, and while the Ninja Academy was closed for the day, Akali had risen early. After completing her morning exercises, she took a long, cleansing bath. Meticulously preparing herself and donning her finest attire, her early skin from the shadow of the fist, a vibrant green that radiated vitality. Though one might say that luck does not favor the unprepared, Akali had indeed indulged in a bit of fortune, for luck can be quite effective. Her lottery system, which allowed both paid and free draws, operated weekly, and today was the day for her draws. With a sudden thud, a black travel bag landed before her. And as she unzipped the shiny silver zipper, a flash of light revealed 11 items on display. Balanced robe 1, a small tuft of Ari's tail fur 3, a small tuft of monkey fur 1, a pebble from Yueying 1, standard kunai from the balanced sect 2, standard shuriken from the balanced sect 1, a regular smoke bomb 1, and a shuriken from Qingyun 1. She had received a set of pajamas, several furs, a smoke bomb, and even a shuriken from Qingyun. Quite a haul. Akali eagerly assessed her bounty. Unlike the free pool, which only yielded mundane items and weapons, the paid pool offered skills, runes, equipment, skins, and even the techniques and spells of Valorant heroes. Each item was capable of significantly enhancing Akali's abilities. Thus, she found herself in dire need of funds. Yet she was keenly frugal. The expenses of a ninja were substantial, making the free pool her sanctuary for resourcefulness. Clothing, weaponry, and consumable smoke bombs could be obtained without expenditure, and the quality of these items was superb, allowing Akali to occasionally sell surplus items. In stark contrast to weapons were the various trifles she collected, such as Ari's tail fur and Yueying's pebble. "Oh, I implore you to refrain from claiming the small stones painstakingly gathered by the little sparrow. What if one day the adversaries find themselves without such stones? What will they do when stranded at sea, unable to replenish their supply? And as for the fur of the Monkey King, let us spare the child. The Monkey King of Valoran does not seek enlightenment, nor does he require a shaved head. However, a bit more of Ari's tail fur would certainly be welcome. Considering she possesses 9 tails, thus an abundance of fur. Ari's 9 tails indeed provide plentiful fur, but what I truly desire is a fluffy foxtail scarf. If one were to inquire about what Akali yearns for most from the current free pool, apart from weapons, it would undoubtedly be Ari's fur. Upon first obtaining it, Akali fondly played with a small tuft she extracted from the lottery warehouse. The sheen, the texture, the fragrance, an unforgettable experience. Thus, Akali harbored a modest ambition to acquire more of Ari's fur to craft a scarf, a blanket, garments, and hats. Wearing attire fashioned from Ari's tail fur equates to wearing clothing made by my beloved, using her own fur. Touching Ari's fur, in a roundabout way, is akin to touching Ari herself, something unthinkable in a past life. Should this knowledge spread, countless would be envious and filled with resentment. Akali laments, as this is not her former life. Otherwise, a single tuft of Ari's fur would fetch a handsome sum. She has experienced the delightful scent of it. The original fragrance, simply enchanting. Ahem, I digress. Though the free pool often yields trivial items like the stones of the rock sparrow, it occasionally bestows treasures, such as Qingyun's shuriken. Qingyun's shuriken, infused with his lightning, boasts exceptional quality and remarkable energy adaptability. The shuriken Akali previously wielded during her falcon dance was indeed Qingyun's. Currently, she possesses only 2 of such shurikens. Aside from them, she has a kunai from the outcast's thorn and an unusual broken bow. Once her recent acquisitions were organized, her robe placed in the wardrobe, the rock sparrow's stones stored in a glass jar, and the other items left undisturbed in the system's lottery warehouse, Akali changed her attire and stepped outside. The system cannot actively dispense items, but it maintains a lottery gift warehouse where items one can be stored until they reach a certain limit, greatly benefiting Akali. She proceeded towards the Hokage building. Today marks the day for distributing this year's compensation funds. It seems Konoha has an orphanage, albeit a modest one that does not frequently accept orphans. The responsibility of compensating Konoha's orphans primarily falls upon the Hokage's arrangements. After all, children in the ninja world mature quickly. They can enter the ninja academy at the age of 5 and do not require prolonged care. Should one fail to pass the assessment to enter the ninja academy at 5, well, without the ability to become a ninja, they lack power, and without power, they possess no voice. The village merely needs to ensure they own nothing. Who would concern themselves with the opinions of ordinary folk? Upon arriving at the Hokage building, Akali noticed several long lines formed outside, with numerous tents distributing the compensation funds. To prevent young children from squandering their money or being deceived, the funds for orphans without relatives are distributed in portions each year. Based on Akali's experience, waiting in line here typically takes half the day. Those ahead likely arrived in the early hours, essentially waiting for quite some time. Although Akali could have arrived later, freeing up half a day for training. She did not wish to do so today. She needed time to contemplate. Currently, she has approximately 50,000. And the compensation funds she is about to receive total 40,000, which, when combined, could amount to around 100,000. 100,000 could allow for a lottery draw, a 10 consecutive draw, which is far superior to a single draw. The dilemma lies in the fact that spending this 100,000 would leave Akali in dire straits. Unless, of course, she were to graduate this year. Akali had learned that the pathway to early graduation had opened, albeit without much fanfare. She understood precisely what this implied. Dark clouds of war loom ahead. Should she exhaust her 100,000, her only option would be to graduate early as a ninja to earn a living. Otherwise, she might starve. However, early graduation necessitates completing system tasks to obtain chi and a shield. Yet, the highest grade currently comprises the 10-year-olds, including Sh Tree, a descendant of the Senju clan, one of the 2 founding families of the village, renowned for their prowess. If she were to deplete her 100,000, there would be no turning back. What if the bloodline from her past life were to resurface, leading her to squander resources on lottery draws? To be candid, Akali's current abilities are somewhat meager. After accounting for 2 are abilities, she lacks confidence in defeating Sh Tree. The intelligence provided by Jue has indicated that the Senju clan possesses an innate abundance of chakra, a rich heritage of ninjutsu, and numerous esteemed mentors surrounding them, individuals of unparalleled caliber in the ninja world. Yet, if she delays, this year she may evade Sh Tree, only to encounter Sh Moku or Sh Jin in the following year. What then? Would she merely endure? Hide away? Such a notion is implausible. As the specter of war draws near, Konoha will undoubtedly expedite the graduation of ninjas to serve as cannon fodder, leaving Akali, who has squandered her early development time, in a precarious position. Thus, she must act swiftly. If only she could accumulate additional funds to provide some buffer. Akali sighed inwardly, burying herself in the study of the balanced ninja scythe technique. Due to the unsuitability of excessive physical training for young children, Akali has focused on acquiring knowledge supplemented by moderate practice. The balanced ninja scythe technique is undoubtedly a scroll worthy of thorough exploration. It encompasses not only the scythe techniques, but also strategies for pairing with kunai, various skills, and energy applications, truly versatile in nature. Most crucially, it includes the annotations and insights from 2 previous Akalis. As the saying goes, a genuine transmission requires but a single phrase, while a false one necessitates countless tomes. The annotations from the 2 scythe masters have greatly aided Akali. Previously, she wielded only her ultimate move without a basic attack, struggling to control her techniques. Initially, Akali felt as though she were confined within a 2-dimensional realm akin to DNF, where her skills executed fixed motions and angles, leaving her mind unable to guide her body. However, upon acquiring the balanced ninja scythe technique and the elucidations from her 2 predecessors, she experienced a profound awakening. Their insights stirred her physical instincts, allowing her body's understanding to flow into her mind, transforming her experience from a rigid, 2-dimensional framework into a high-freedom, 3-dimensional realm reminiscent of the glory found within a professional gaming narrative. Her skills became fluid and no longer rigid. She could now exercise true control, no longer merely following the motions dictated by her abilities. This newfound mastery enabled her to triumph over Uchiha High. At that moment, while Akali diligently absorbed the scroll, a group of Umbu gathered around a towering figure beneath a distant eave. The 3rd Hokage, in his 40s, stood at the pinnacle of his abilities, his physique remaining robust, towering over the throngs with a height exceeding 1.70 meters. Indeed, it was the Hokage himself, who, according to reports from Turtle Island, spoke of Akali's remarkable speed, agility, and impressive prowess in shuriken throwing and taijutsu, as well as the immense potential of her unique weapon. The reporting Umbu paused momentarily. According to my humble opinion, based on the intelligence from Turtle Island, this student named Akali exhibits the makings of a promising Umbu candidate. Oh, is your assessment of her truly so high, Moonlight? The third Hokage inquired, casting a surprised glance at the elite shinobi from the Moonlight clan. Indeed, the Umbu, codenamed Moonlight, nodded affirmatively. As a professional assassin, I sense a similar aura within that child, perhaps even more exceptional than my own. The third Hokage fell silent for a moment. Understood. Let us proceed according to the original plan. Moreover, ensure her records are meticulously examined and verified. Understood. The Umbu before the third Hokage vanished, leaving him alone atop the eave, his gaze piercing through the layers of obstruction to observe Akali, who stood patiently in line. After a while, Akali suddenly heard a commotion that grew increasingly intense. She looked up and saw children emerging from the tents, their faces alight with excitement, a feeling that spread like wildfire as they departed. Straining to listen, Akali finally comprehended the source of their exhilaration. The third Hokage has arrived? A frown creased her brow as she instinctively pondered the purpose of his visit. Was it a political spectacle? Had he grown weary of his secretary and decided to take a stroll? Perhaps someone in front required his personal attention? Surely, he could not have come specifically to see her. Dismissing the notion, Akali shook her head. Regardless, it mattered little to her. What was important was the money she had received. The only comfort for Akali was the noticeable acceleration of her line as the third Hokage's presence hastened the process. Soon, it was her turn. As she approached the expansive tent, she lifted the curtain and stepped inside. At first glance, Akali did not focus on the hat emblazoned with the symbol of fire on the table or on the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat upright behind it. Instead, her gaze darted to the corners of the tent, where the ANBU operatives lurked in the shadows. Then, as she raised her head slightly, she sought to locate the hidden figures above her, but Akali quickly reined in her instinctive reaction. The balance of the three shinobi was crucial, a significant aspect being the shadow ninja. Although the forbidden power of the shadows was wielded by Kaguya, it was well understood that the balanced ninjas were indeed shadow ninjas, their language rich with references to darkness and twilight. Simply put, Akali was inherently more attuned to the things cloaked in shadow, which explained her friendship with Shimi. She could always sense Shimi and Appo's subtle presence. However, today, her instinct nearly led to trouble. What kind of ninja academy student possessed such keen observational skills? Even under routine vigilance, the ANBU operatives guarding the Hokage were keenly aware of her presence. Akali subdued her sharpness and approached the third Hokage's desk with an unperturbed expression, unaware that her initial movements had been meticulously noted by him. Interesting. The third Hokage revealed a hint of amusement in his smile, adjusting his posture as he took a comfortable puff from his pipe. "What is your name, young one?" he inquired with a genial tone. "Good day, Hokage-sama. My name is Akali, and I am a second-year student in Class 2 at the Ninja Academy." Akali exhibited a demeanor of utmost decorum. It is quite natural for a child to feel either excited or timid in the presence of such a distinguished figure, and she was not worried about her posture being inappropriate. "Oh, Akali, are you the one who defeated Uchiha High?" The third Hokage feigned surprise. Akali was genuinely puzzled. She was unaware of the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. How could the battle between two students at the Ninja Academy reach the ears of the Hokage? If there was no other Akali at the academy, then the Hokage must indeed be referring to her. With caution, she replied, her errant hair seeming to sense the gravity of the moment as it settled down, creating a narrow opening in her thick bangs for her to observe carefully. "Ha." The third Hokage erupted into hearty laughter. "The Ninja Academy certainly has no other Akali. I did not expect someone of your tender age to defeat a ninja from a major clan. You are truly remarkable." The third Hokage's casual tone struck Akali as slightly off, compelling her to play along. It was nothing special, just fairly impressive. Her calm demeanor faltered slightly under praise, and her hair sprang back up, filled with a newfound confidence. Ha, fairly impressive? You are not modest at all." The third Hokage laughed again, clearly entertained by Akali's innocent remarks. "Of course, I am destined to become the ruler of the Ninja Academy. Akali declared boldly, her youthful bravado shining through. Haha, the third Hokage chuckled a third time, genuinely finding this little girl amusing. What do you think it takes to become the ruler of the Ninja Academy? The third Hokage's seemingly casual inquiry was laced with an intensity in his eyes, suggesting he was earnestly seeking insight. Akali's spirits lifted. She recognized this familiar tactic, reminiscent of her former teacher's methods. Although it seemed like casual conversation, it was a way to glean information. Her mind raced, recalling the lessons learned about the will of fire, quickly organizing her thoughts into a coherent response. The respect and recognition of everyone. The resolve to sacrifice oneself to protect the Ninja Academy. The charisma that can change hearts, and a profound understanding of the will of fire. With a serious expression on her adorable face, Akali delivered her response. Upon hearing it, the third Hokage felt a surge of electric energy coursing through him, invigorating his spirit and filling him with pride. If a small girl from the Ninja Academy could articulate such profound thoughts, then the future of Konoha was indeed bright. Then, all of that was unnecessary. Akali's expression transformed dramatically as she took a step forward, her spirit soaring as she began to dance wildly, her slender waist twisting, her hands gesturing as she adopted a series of bizarre poses. In that moment, she was not alone in her performance. Akali, my favorite thing to do is to tell those full of themselves and defeating everyone naturally makes me the ruler of the Ninja Academy. The ruler of the Ninja Academy shall undoubtedly be me, Akali. As Akali concluded her exuberant declaration, the entire assembly, whether Hokage or ANBU, was left speechless in shock. Wow, this little girl is audacious. This thought simultaneously flickered through the minds of the ANBU operatives present. The third Hokage, initially excited, felt his enthusiasm cool as his smile faded, replaced by a deadly glare. He cast a sidelong glance at the ANBU member beside him, causing them to shudder in fear. Is this what you consider a promising candidate for an assassin? The ANBU operative felt the weight of embarrassment wash over him, the memory of his earlier words haunting him. I suppose those who are eccentric in demeanor can be effective assassins? Sighing deeply, the third Hokage resignedly rubbed his forehead, realizing he should have anticipated this. Konoha's geniuses have always been somewhat unconventional, and in truth, Akali's eccentricity was a blessing. Such individuals were unlikely to betray. Cough. Well then, Akali, here is your share. The third Hokage picked up the prepared pouch of money and lightly placed it before her, having grasped the essence of her character and deeming further conversation unnecessary. This. As the third Hokage extended the pouch towards her, Akali, shedding her previous exuberance, became bashful, her fingers fidgeting, her gaze averted, and her demeanor shy. What is the matter now? The third Hokage asked, exasperated. He was weary of witnessing Akali's antics. Her earlier performance was still vivid in his mind. Hokage-sama, do you think I will be able to become a good ninja in the future? On that day, when Uchiha's great fireball was launched, I was truly terrified. Akali's voice trembled, her eyes blinking like a frightened little deer, evoking immense pity. It must be said that when quiet, Akali was remarkably adorable, her beauty quite striking. At that moment, the third Hokage found himself deeply moved by her pitiable demeanor. Who could resist the sight of such a vulnerable little girl? After all, she was merely a child. The third sighed internally and spoke gently, in my eyes, you are already a remarkably strong ninja. To overcome Uchiha's fire, you are stronger than most genin. Is that so? Akali appeared on the verge of tears, wondering in the depths of her heart if she could truly be considered a ninja. Of course, my dear. You are indeed an exceptional ninja. The third's kind nod only intensified his desire for a granddaughter or daughter. Really? She asked, her eyes wide with hope. Indeed. He nodded once more, noticing Akali tremble, seemingly overwhelmed with emotion. Lowering her head, her delicate form quivered as she fought back tears, finally looking up with a flushed face, glistening tears at the corners of her eyes. Stealing a glance at the third, she swiftly lowered her head again, revealing her state through her flushed ears. After a moment, a voice as soft as a whisper emerged from her bowed head. Since I can be considered a ninja now, could Lord Hokage grant me the entire pension in one payment? Even a little would suffice. I need money and more training. So next time I face Uchiha's great fireball, I won't be afraid. The third felt a pang in his heart at her plea. This was the plight of a civilian ninja, lacking ancestral jutsu or means to acquire them. She could only rely on taijutsu. But unless one could attain the level of the third, Early-stage civilian ninjas were merely cannon fodder on the battlefield. Akali was fortunate to possess some legacy, yet she lacked ninjutsu. The plight of civilian ninjas was grave. Thus, he and Danzo were constantly contemplating ways to weaken the ninja clans. With a heavy sigh, the third was filled with a profound sense of duty. Under this sense of obligation, the once dreaded Akali now seemed endearing to him, making him feel she was someone he needed to protect, someone he had failed to safeguard. Naturally prompting thoughts of compensation. By the rules, that would be impossible. Is that so? Akali's expression dimmed. However, the third paused, causing Akali's eyes to widen with renewed hope. I can personally lend you this amount, but it would mean you are preemptively claiming your pension, and you cannot receive it again in the future. Additionally, it will incur interest. All right. Akali nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Lord Third, even a little is acceptable. With a smile, the third instructed his Umbu to retrieve the money. As Hokage, he naturally did not carry cash. Here, a total of 150,000 Ryo. You have 4 years. That's 40,000 per year, with 10,000 in interest. Not too much, right? Not at all. Akali exclaimed gratefully as she accepted the money. You've been a tremendous help, Lord Third. Quickly stowing the money away, the previous demeanor of vulnerability vanished without a trace, and Akali could finally abandon the facade of restraint. Thank you, Lord Third, she said with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling as she playfully blew a kiss. Her enchanting gaze twinkling. Love you. With that, Akali cheerfully departed, leaving behind a group of astonished Umbu and a third Hokage still in a state of disbelief. The current generation of girls. The onlookers fell silent. In that moment, Akali's reputation among the Umbu transformed. Terms like brave and daring could no longer adequately describe her. She deserved far more potent words. To dare to tease the Hokage, such audacity was unparalleled throughout history. The third chuckled softly, recalling the spirited Jiraiya of his youth. Since becoming the third Hokage, Akali was the only child who had interacted with him so freely, even daring to provoke him. What are you staring at? Back to work. He admonished the Umbu. As a figure of authority, he could never afford to appear too approachable, lest his subordinates overstep. Akali was a child. She could afford such liberties, but the Umbu could not. As the next person entered, the third peered through the tent's opening, catching a glimpse of Akali's bouncing figure. Akali, how intriguing, he mused with a soft sigh, continuing to distribute the pensions with a pleasant demeanor. Today, Akali had etched her strong personal style into the memories of all, forever defining her first impression. This was precisely the effect she sought. The third is truly a good man, Akali thought, delighting in her newfound wealth. What had just transpired was a spontaneous burst of creativity that yielded unexpected results. As a ninja living in the depths of the 5 major ninja villages, leaving such an impression on the highest leader was immensely significant. This moment could be described as capturing the emperor's heart. Drawing out 100,000 Ryo, though it stung a little, was necessary for the potential future conflicts and the mission of confronting the dominant ninja in the academy. My turn, time to draw cards. In the vast expanse of the universe, 12 spiritual essences illuminated, and 2 intricate magical circles suddenly suspended above. The circles converged, swirling, as a spectrum of colors descended. The results. With bated breath, Akali examined the items one by one. Tears of the Goddess 1, Akali's Cross Necklace 2, Reusable Potion 1, Skill Points 2, Poro Delicacy 1, Eternal Will Cookie 1, Critical Strike Gauntlet 1, Life Potion 1, Fragment of the Rune Greatsword 1. Tears of the Goddess. Akali held up a pendant adorned with the translucent ocean blue gem that sparkled with an alluring glow. As she hung the Tears of the Goddess around her neck, she felt her chakra connect with the external world, a surge of magical energy flooding into her body and transforming into chakra. Before long, the accumulated magic within the Tears of the Goddess was assimilated, entirely converted into chakra. The sensation was extraordinary. It was as if she had gained an external organ that stored chakra, which she could summon at will. Tears of the Goddess adds 240 chakra, can naturally accumulate 1 unit of chakra daily. Current extra storage 360. So, it would take a year to fully accumulate. Akali nodded. Finding the Tears of the Goddess effective, it inherently provided 240 units of chakra and could additionally store 360 units, accumulating naturally each day, meaning the sooner she drew it, the better. Currently, Akali's chakra was around 300 units, roughly equivalent to a proficient level 3 ninja. With the 240 from the Tears of the Goddess, her chakra surged directly to proficient level 4. However, the issue remained that Akali truly did not need chakra at the moment, as she possessed no ninjutsu. To be honest, a future potential of the Tears of the Goddess was less valuable to her than an ordinary red crystal at this time. With the life-boosting power of the red crystal, Akali firmly believed she could unleash 2 devastating attacks. Alas, one cannot simply draw what one desires. Concealing the Tear of the Goddess beneath her garments, Akali surveyed her other belongings. The cross-chain she possessed was distinct from the scythe. It was a weapon of considerable length, resembling a double-edged trident, albeit with one prong removed and the shaft significantly shortened. She stowed away the cross-chain, a weapon reserved for the ninja's moment of unparalleled prowess, which she deemed unnecessary at present. 2 potions and 2 biscuits aside, Akali planned to experiment with them at a later date. She had examined the fragments of the rune greatsword, which were remnants of Riven's broken blade. Uncertain of their purpose, she pondered whether one day they might coalesce into a complete rune greatsword. The critical strike gauntlets she donned instantly enveloped her in a unique energy, rendering her body remarkably agile. In reality, critical hits were non-existent. Only weak point attacks prevailed, making an increase in agility a logical enhancement for striking vulnerabilities. Ultimately, only 2 skill points remained. Akali devoted them to her techniques, the Scarlet Leaf and the Cold Shadow, experiencing a profound epiphany. At their initial level, both skills merely involved hurling weapons imbued with a modicum of energy, while the second level undoubtedly amplified their energy capacity. Previously, the swift dance triggered passives due to the use of Kenin's shurikens, akin to chakra-infused metal from the ninja realm, capable of channeling substantial chakra. However, should the Cold Shadow or Scarlet Leaf strike an opponent, they would not activate the mark. The second level significantly enhanced energy utilization, allowing Akali's Q to now reliably trigger the Dragon Seal mark. With a deeper understanding of energy, Akali felt she could now adeptly control the use of her Azure Seal, the old version of Akali's passive. In the original game, the Azure Seal comprised 2 attacks, the first restoring health and the second delivering magical damage. Outside the confines of the game, the Azure Seal had transformed into a genuine mark, which could be condensed within her body, serving as a temporary medical ninjutsu for healing or as a powerful attack method akin to the might of a fist. Theoretically, Akali could enhance the Dragon Seal with the Azure Seal, potentially augmenting various attacks. However, her control was limited. Nonetheless, she was now ready to commence her trials. After organizing her findings from the lottery, Akali withdrew another 100,000. The previous lottery's impact on her strength had been insufficiently pronounced, prompting her to wager once more. Grateful for the 15,000 granted by the 3rd generation, she resolved to make another draw, confident that she would retain some funds after spending another 100,000. Familiar scenes flashed before her eyes as 11 new items materialized. Healing Pearl 1, Red Crystal 1, Demon Dance Costume 1, True Sight Guardian 2, Enigmatic Boots 1. Summoner Spell Purification 1, Akali's Single-Handed Side 1, Holy Silver Crossbow Bolt 1, Health Potion 1, Eternal Will Cream Biscuit 1. Purification. Akali was astonished. Though she was aware that the premium pool contained summoner spells, she had not anticipated actually drawing one. Purification removes all control and debuff effects from the user, and significantly increases resistance to similar effects for the next 3 minutes. Cooldown, 7 days. What a treasure she had stumbled upon. Akali was overjoyed, her hair leaping joyfully as if dancing. Since entering the ninja world, she had remained ever wary of the mysterious illusions. In her previous life, encounters with illusions had often proved fatal before mastering the hypnotic eye. Sensory confusion, perception manipulation, visual deception, and disguise barriers. Illusions were the arch-nemesis of an assassin like her. What terrified an assassin the most? A sudden confrontation with an opponent wielding a weapon larger than theirs? No, the true fear lay in being ensnared unexpectedly. As for the opponent, a 020 assassin never considered whether their adversary was 600 or 060. The mere knowledge of their identity sufficed. Although a 7-day cooldown felt lengthy, it would grant her an additional life-saving skill at a critical moment, a vital advantage. Furthermore, this lottery had yielded the red crystal, which Akali coveted most. The fist-sized red crystal, cradled in her hand, immediately imparted a sense of empowerment. She felt confident that she could now meet the physical demands of 2 ultimate abilities. The dilemma arose, however, for such a substantial crystal proved cumbersome to carry. Her gaze wandered to the other items from the lottery, gradually focusing on the healing pearl. Could this red crystal and healing pearl be combined to form a crystal bracer? Combine red crystal with healing pearl to create crystal bracer. Please pay the synthesis fee, 10,000 liang. Ah, this. Akali fished out her wallet, her trembling hands counting her meager savings. 3,000 liang. Even after the Uchiha Fires challenge, she would only have 7,000. And she needed to use some for daily expenses. A penny could thwart even the greatest of heroes, and Akali found herself in quite the predicament. First, she allocated her skill points to the cold shadow technique, then tentatively placed 2 true sight guardians inside her sleeping quarters and at the entrance. Indeed, the true sight guardians proved effective for surveillance, though she needed to maintain a certain distance to connect with their vision. Finally donning the enigmatic boots, Akali rejoiced at no longer enduring the oddity of finger-revealing ninja footwear. She laid the holy silver crossbow bolts, health potion, biscuits, and various weapons won from previous lotteries upon the table, contemplating her next steps toward earning gold. Clearly, she would need to pursue her earlier ideas. The following day, fully equipped and adorned in her emerald original attire, Akali ventured to the academy, her outfit decidedly less provocative than the original. Mysterious Senior, prepare to face my challenge, she declared to the pale-eyed, white-robed student before her. Hinata Mysterious, the strongest of the 3rd year. Akali planned to establish a balanced sect within the academy, akin to a university club, collecting membership fees while teaching shurikens and single-handed sais, occasionally selling items accumulated from previous lotteries. Yet first, she needed to cement her reputation. Thus, she approached. I refuse. To her utter astonishment, Hinata Mysterious cast a cold glance her way before dismissively turning away. Wait, why? Akali was taken aback. How could a disciple from such an esteemed family reject a challenge? Moreover, Hinata specialized in physical techniques and possessed the Byakugan. Due to the ease with which the Byakugan awakened, combined with Hinata's soft fist technique, Hinata ninjas were nearly invincible within the realm of low-ranking shinobi with limited abilities. Why would he refuse? Defeating Akali would equal vanquishing Uchiha Fire, a feat that would bring glory to his clan. I've told you, I'm not interested. Leave me be. Hinata Mysterious replied coldly. His frigid, pure white gaze regarded Akali with palpable disdain, as if her very presence were a blight on his vision. But why? Akali believed this was their first interaction. Watching Hinata Mysterious depart, she felt a pang of frustration. She couldn't and oppose. He just attack him, could she? If he had declined, should she challenge a 4th-year student instead? But would the system acknowledge that? Akali found herself in a frenzy. Mysterious cousin, why rush off so hastily? A repugnant croaking voice pierced the air, and Akali found it utterly distasteful. Each affected intonation dripped with unpleasant malice. Akali had anticipated that Hinata Shinki, much like his previous aloof demeanor, would disregard such a sound, but to her surprise, he came to a halt. She keenly observed the tremor in his clenched fist hidden beneath his voluminous robes, as if he were suppressing something. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fist tighter, and then relaxed, finally turning to face her. Young Master Kuchi, Hinata Shinki addressed him with deference. Ha ha ha, I thought you would simply walk away, ignoring me. The owner of the grating voice, Hinata Kuchi, approached, flanked by 2 of his sycophants. His greasy hand slapped down onto Hinata Shinki's shoulder, smearing unsightly stains across his pristine white attire. I dare not, young Master Kuchi, Hinata Shinki replied, his evident cleanliness disrupted by the unwarranted desecration. His body trembling, yet too timid to interrupt Kuchi's actions. Dare not. So, you mean to say you do want to? Kuchi's loathsome croak echoed again. His malicious eyes narrowed, and a sinister smile curled upon his lips, as his words slithered out like a venomous snake, sending chills down one's spine. He patted Hinata Shinki's face, spreading the last of the filth evenly across his features. Filled with rage, Shinki gritted his teeth, yet remained powerless against Kuchi's whims. Speak, do you wish it or not? Kuchi inquired once more. I dare not, young Master Kuchi. Hinata Shinki's eyes fluttered shut momentarily, forcing the words out through clenched teeth, his trembling hand a testament to his mounting fury. Heh! Kuchi stepped back, scrutinizing Hinata Shinki as if seeking to unveil secrets hidden within his visage. You wish to kill me. Kuchi's voice dripped with icy malice. Hinata Shinki quivered at the accusation. Ah, I hit the nail on the head. Kuchi erupted in laughter. You harbor murderous intent towards me, He gestured with his hands. It seems you are in need of discipline. Do you wish for my father to teach you a lesson again? Upon witnessing that nightmarish gesture, Hinata Shinki shuddered anew, fear glimmering in his eyes. Yet he resolutely clenched his jaw, maintaining a stoic facade. Harboring murderous intent against the main family is a grievous taboo. For even the fiercest caged bird must await its time. Should the branch family be resolute in their intent to kill, they might resort to myriad methods, poisoning, underhanded tactics on the battlefield, or worse. Thus, when the branch family's intent to kill surfaces, it must be quelled decisively, with sufficient punishment meted out. In the original narrative, the Hinata family was relatively lenient towards the others, often chastising them together. Previously, Hinata Shinki had once harbored murderous intent towards Kuchi. However, now I shall grant you an opportunity. Kuchi's face broke into a grin, and Hinata Shinki instinctively felt a flicker of hope, only to suppress it vehemently. Go. Accept that young lady's challenge. She has defeated Uchiha High, and if you can best her, it would naturally mean you have triumphed over Uchiha High. The Hinata name will surely rise in prominence. Defeating her will put this matter to rest. Just a friendly reminder, do not lose. Hinata Shinki closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, all traces of emotion had vanished from his white irises. He regarded Akali, gradually adopting a poised stance. Hinata Shinki, I seek your guidance. Witnessing the resolute determination radiating from Hinata Shinki, Akali inhaled deeply. Completing her system task was paramount. Thus, even though Hinata Kuchi's coercion of Hinata Shinki filled her with discontent, she resolved to engage in this duel. At that moment, Akali finally comprehended the meaning behind Hinata Shinki's earlier gaze. He envied her unrestrained freedom and wished to remain oblivious to it. Uncertain of Hinata Shinki's reluctance to resist, she presumed he harbored unspoken burdens. Suppressing her emotions, Akali was resolute. Giving her all was a mark of respect for Hinata Shinki. With her right hand gripping a kunai and her left hand clutching a scythe, she lowered her stance, positioning the kunai horizontally across her chest, while the scythe rested against her arm. Akali, I seek your guidance. In a secluded area of the Ninja Academy, two ninjas prepared to engage in a battle that would test their dignity. In the next moment, the veins around Hinata Shinki's eyes bulged. A sensation of being scrutinized enveloping Akali. Hinata Shinki's left hand formed a fist, while his right palm rested at his waist, his body leaning forward as he took quick, purposeful strides towards Akali. Boom! A purple smoke bomb detonated, enveloping the area in a dense shroud. While this smoke might confuse others, the assembled members, all possessing Byakugan, were unfazed. Useless. Hinata Shinki growled, charging into the smoke without hesitation, his palm slicing through the air towards Akali. Is it truly useless? Akali chuckled lightly, her wrist twisting to release another smoke bomb. I flow with the essence, Kasa. The double-layered smoke obscured Hinata Shinki's vision significantly, the mist infused with a thin layer of chakra, blocking his sight effectively. In that instant, Hinata Shinki's vision was momentarily clouded by the suddenly thickened smoke. 1 second, or perhaps half a second. Upon losing sight of Akali, Hinata Shinki intensified the output of his Byakugan, his eyes shining brightly amidst the fog, like high-powered searchlights piercing through the haze. Yet at that moment, Akali had already crept behind him. When had she moved? So swift. Hinata Shinki's eyes widened in shock as Akali's right hand twisted the kunai, thrusting it directly towards his vulnerable back with lethal precision. This was Akali's embodiment of countless arduous repetitions, each movement distilled to its essence, a simple yet deadly strike from her kunai. What just happened? Fully focused, Hinata Shinki could not react to the imminent strike. Outside the smoke, the other members of the Hinata family, with their Byakugan's clarity compromised, could only see Akali flickering like a phantom, suddenly appearing behind Hinata Shinki. Hinata Shinki had been so easily approached. The Hinata trio gasped, yet Hinata Shinki's peril was far from over. As danger loomed, Hinata Shinki remained composed, swiftly deducing the lack of room for evasion and making a cold, rational decision. His body leaned slightly forward, his left arm bending in an unnatural angle, defying human anatomy. As he positioned it behind him to block Akali's kunai, slicing through the air with a shriek, blood splattered as Akali's kunai, along with her right wrist, was firmly grasped in Hinata Shinki's hand, the sharp blade piercing through his palm and drawing crimson lines across his back. Yet, he paid no heed to the pain. Seizing Akali's wrist, twisting his body to the right, and delivering a fierce elbow strike towards her head, Akali was inadvertently tilted leftward by Hinata Shinki's movement. If all went as expected, The elbow's destination would be the crown of her head. In brutal Muay Thai, elbow strikes were favored for their innate weaponry, the acromion. The unique shape of the elbow, coupled with the lack of soft tissue, endowed the strike with both blunt force and cutting precision, serving as an effective tool for survival long before the invention of fire and spears. A ferocious downward elbow strike can sever the spine of a wolf with brutal precision. The elbow strikes like a blade, wielding the potential to inflict damage akin to that of a sword, cleaving through the skin of the opponent. Within mere seconds of their encounter, blood is drawn. In response to the pain, Hinata Shinki unleashes his full strength. If such an iron elbow were to land upon the head of a 6-year-old, whose skull is still developing, it would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the impact. While the exaggeration of a head bursting like a watermelon may be fanciful, the possibility of creating a depression is entirely feasible. In this critical moment, Akali's feet seem rooted to the ground, drawing power from the earth. With a sudden thrust of her kunai, she forces Hinata Shinki to loosen his grip slightly due to the pain, allowing Akali to swiftly retract her right hand, adjusting her stance to block his returning iron elbow with her arm. A dull thud resonates as her arm is pushed aside, yet the iron elbow continues its relentless trajectory, striking her right shoulder. Akali feels the disadvantage of her height as Hinata Shinki unleashes the full force of his downward elbow strike. She senses a heaviness in her right side, her body teetering on the brink of collapse, as if her arm and shoulder might fracture. However, the struggle is not yet over. Hinata Shinki, like a machine impervious to pain, disregards his own condition, intent on unleashing his fury upon Akali. He pivots, preparing to deliver a retaliatory kick. As he rolls backward, his shuriken is launched, and the swift movements of Hawk Dance coupled with the hidden dragon passive ability activate, promising a decisive blow capable of ending Hinata Shinki. Regrettably, this is not a fight to the death, although Hinata Shinki has approached it as such. The backward roll of Hawk Dance lands at Hinata Shinki's feet, and as Akali evades his kick, she seizes the moment when he is off balance and charges back in a second Hawk Dance, landing a kick to the kneecap of his standing leg. The sound of impact reverberates as his body loses balance, causing Hinata Shinki to drop to one knee before collapsing face first onto the ground. Propping himself up with his right arm, Hinata Shinki desperately tries to stabilize his position, yet at that moment, a single-handed sickle is pressed against his neck. Embedded in the earth before him, the soil flies up and splatters against his face, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of bitterness. He is lost. In less than a minute of engagement, having scarcely exchanged a few blows, he finds himself sprawled on the ground, nursing a dislocated arm. On the other side, Akali rises only after ensuring Hinata Shinki has surrendered and will not resist further. Despite the pain radiating from her bruised shoulder, she harbors some resentment. The decisive thrust aimed at his back was not intended to penetrate, but rather, it was Hinata Shinki who recklessly met her kunai mid-thrust. After all, as an assassin, how could Akali allow her opponent to react in time, let alone seize her wrist? Hinata Shinki's unyielding iron elbow had compelled Akali to retaliate fiercely. Fortunately, reason returned just in time, and the shuriken from Hawk Dance lodged itself into the ground. As the smoke dissipates, Hinata Yukichi approaches, clapping his hands in admiration. "Excellent, excellent. Truly impressive," he exclaims, though his eyes betray a sense of displeasure. He did not expect his cousin, Shinki, to be defeated by a mere girl. To Hinata Yukichi, Hinata Shinki had always been the quintessential other's child. Their families had witnessed a schism in the past, resulting in a complex kinship. Being of similar ages, comparisons had been inevitable. Anyone who has experienced such dynamics understands the weight of being the other's child, enduring silent criticism and comparisons in one's youth. However, for Hinata Yukichi, the potential for retribution loomed large. Hinata Yukichi's disdain for Hinata Shinki ran deep, yet it was particularly galling to witness him, the prodigal son, succumbing to a little girl after but a few exchanges. Where could he possibly place his pride? Was he truly outperformed by a second-grade student of merely 6 years? No, Hinata Yukichi could not accept such a reality. "You've truly brought shame upon the Hinata clan." Advancing towards Hinata Shinki, he completely disregards Akali, fixing his gaze upon his cousin with a grim expression. "I say, are you not the genius of gentle fist techniques? The rising star, second only to the brothers of the Hinata clan? How could you allow yourself to lose? How dare you? If word gets out that a genius from the Hinata clan was bested by a commoner, where shall we hide our faces?" Hinata Yukichi steps closer, applying pressure as Hinata Shinki, arms crossed and teeth clenched, is forced to retreat step by step. The proud Hinata Shinki refuses to seek excuses for his defeat. He locks eyes with Yukichi defiantly. A loss is a loss, without justification. She is simply stronger than I. Huh? Yukichi scoffs coldly, his white eyes glinting with indifference and malice. No, you cannot afford to lose. You may fail, for even Uchiha High has tasted defeat, but you cannot fall so swiftly. There is a vast difference between a protracted struggle and being swiftly vanquished. The former preserves the clan's honor and showcases our spirit, while the latter does not. I command you to fight again, as your duty to our clan demands. Hinata Yukichi and Appo's icy stare bore into Hinata Shinki, yearning to witness more of his cousin and Appo's disgraceful posture, stripping him of his status as merely the other child in their comparisons. This was not nearly sufficient. The command of the clan, is it? I understand. Hinata Shinki gritted his teeth. The clan's orders are absolute. Setting aside the unjust nature of the command, Hinata Yukichi's directive is, in this instance, rather reasonable. Even if he were to voice his grievances within the clan, in the name of Hinata's political correctness, others would merely say that he must comply, enduring only a measure of physical hardship. After all, it is not they who suffer. Moreover, the most critical factor is that Hinata Yukichi is the son of the elder of the Hinata clan. Today's events cannot simply conclude. Hinata Shinki realizes that one side must ultimately fall for this to end. Yukichi has long held a grudge against him, always finding fault during their time in the clan. In the past, Hinata Shinki had chosen to avoid confrontation, but today provides a legitimate excuse. There is no escape. Very well, let the battle continue. Hinata Shinki casts a glance at Akali. It just so happens that his earlier emotional outburst had been too impulsive, resulting in a rapid defeat that left him somewhat discontented. His father had once advised him to transform misfortune into fortune, for in the environment of the Hinata clan, one would eventually crumble without such resilience. Though he now possesses only one functioning hand, he is determined to fight once more. A cool breeze caresses him, soothing the tumultuous emotions and restlessness following the battle. The sounds of children playing in the distance gradually fade from Hinata Shinki's ears. Taking a deep breath to steady his focus, he finds himself entering a peculiar state of mind. The pain in his left hand diminishes, the sharp pangs giving way to a numbness in his mind, leaving only his opponent in his sight. Though he now wields but a single hand, his state is markedly improved. Hinata Shinki and Appo's left hand hangs limply, devoid of strength, while his right hand is poised at his waist, forming an unusual gesture of gentle fist technique. The soft motion of his left hand goes unheeded, as if it no longer existed. He can do this. A fierce determination ignites in Hinata Shinki and Appo's eyes. His feet explode with chakra as he propels himself off the ground, launching a strike with even greater ferocity than before. Akali and Appo's expression turns serious. The change in Hinata Shinki compels her to suppress all emotions, slipping into a battle-ready stance. His eyes convey an unmistakable message. Let us engage once more. If you respect me, do not hold back. TSK. Akali grinds her back teeth in frustration and retrieves a wooden kunai crafted for practice. I shall unleash my technique, Cold Shadow. 5 kunai soar forth with the speed of meteors, meticulously angled to restrict Hinata Shinki and Appo's evasion options. Byakugan. In that fleeting moment, as the black and white gaze illuminated the surroundings, Hinata Shinji found the world before him seemingly frozen in time. He possessed sufficient acuity to discern the gaps between the shurikens. He found it. With a peculiar sidelong angle and a body twisted like a master of jujitsu, Hinata Shinji evaded 4 shurikens, while the last one struck his deliberately positioned left arm with the force of a heavy blow. His form halted for just an instant. Yet the mere presence of a shuriken and the pain that had long since dulled were insufficient to deter him. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Hinata Shinji pressed forward, while Akali advanced to meet him. The mark of the rebounding dragon seal was firmly gripped in her hand. The wooden shuriken had consumed a considerable amount of chakra, but that mattered little. Akali, propelled by speed, spun her side's wooden handle, their 2 swift silhouettes intertwining. Thud. 2 sounds resonated. One was the dull thud of wood striking flesh, while the other was the crisp sound of a palm connecting with skin. Thud. Hinata Shinji fell, a vivid red mark visible on his neck, a testament to Akali's counterattack with the side's wooden handle. Drip. Blood fell from Akali's right hand. Her arm and the right side of her body rendered numb beneath Hinata Shinji and Appo's assault. This time, she wielded the scythe upside down, gripping the blade. When the extended wooden handle struck Hinata Shinji and Appo's neck, the recoil caused her to lose grip on the blade, resulting in a gash. Moreover, a bright red palm print marred Akali's smooth, fair forearm, a consequence of ruptured capillaries beneath the skin. Hinata Shinji did not hold back. His palm struck Akali's forearm with significant force. His right hand was cut by the scythe, causing great pain. His left arm received a blow, equally painful. Yet, Akali made no complaints. She silently began to bandage her wounds. She was not well versed in the intricacies of the Hinata clan, but she understood that, in this context, Hinata Shinji's predicament was partly her burden. What right did she have to complain? Furthermore, in a master-servant dynamic, even if Akali wished to assist, her ability was limited. Oh, has he fallen? Hinata Shinji? Hinata Shinji? The harsh croak of Hinata Koichi echoed as he stumbled towards Akali, his dusty shoes grinding against Hinata Shinji's form. As if testing whether Hinata Shinji was truly unconscious or merely feigning, Koichi kicked and ground until the white of Shinji's garments was thoroughly soiled, confirming the latter's genuine state of collapse. TSK, how dull. Hinata Koichi lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Is that it? I wanted to witness more explosive confrontations. Though somewhat unsatisfied, he relished the sight of Hinata Shinji's disheveled state, secretly delighted that no one could compare him to the fallen child of another household. Time to depart. Hinata Koichi beckoned his two lackeys, casting no glance at Akali, indifferent to Hinata Shinji, and began to saunter away. At that moment, he finally sensed the icy gaze directed at him from behind. What are you staring at? Show respect to young Master Koichi. Before Koichi could speak, his two Hinata lackeys barked out, as if emboldened by their numbers. Akali paid them no mind, dismissing them as mere curs. Oh, it seems you have something to say to me? Hinata Koichi pushed past his lackeys to regard Akali with an air of superiority. To him, today had been a flawless display of his authority, effectively utilizing his status and rhetoric to compel others to act, a perfect embodiment of his father's teachings. As for Akali, he deemed her insignificant, merely a commoner. Even if she possessed some strength now, could she truly prevail once all became ninjas? Taijutsu? Against those with inherited ninjutsu. She wouldn't even stand a chance. No, I have no words for trash. There is no necessity to converse with refuse, especially that which reeks yet refuses to reside in its bin, instead polluting the air as it wanders. Akali stated, focused on wrapping the bandage around her wounded right hand, her demeanor suggesting she had no interest in Hinata Koichi. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you wish for your demise? How dare you insult the Hinata clan? The two Hinata lackeys leapt forward, eager to retaliate against Akali, who cast a disdainful glance their way. I never mentioned the Hinata. Please, trash, do not take it personally. Huh, a sharp-tongued little girl. Hinata Koichi felt a surge of anger. When had he, a member of the main clan, ever been insulted by a commoner? Witnessing Hinata Shinji's misfortune rekindled the flames of resentment within him. Yet he recalled his father and Appo's teachings and attempted to feign indifference. No worries, you can be arrogant now that you've won. Your skills are impressive. Perhaps you might assist in guarding the tent entrance in the future. I hope you maintain this fierceness when the village assigns you to protect me. As he spoke, Hinata Koichi felt a sense of relief. What did it matter how strong she was? When the ninja wars erupted, he would be in the village enjoying himself while she fought outside, 2 worlds apart. Foolish. Akali would never coddle those who were self-righteous. The most fervent anger often ignites from the simplest slurs. As the late-born son of the Hinata elder, Koichi was inherently lacking. With a deluded Byakugan and his activation a mere struggle, his weakness compelled him to adopt a fierce facade, employing his father's so-called methods to console himself. Yet today, perhaps it was the long-standing frustration over his own inadequacies or the dissatisfaction with another's victory that fueled a storm of emotions within him. Akali's nonchalant gaze and mere choice of elegant words successfully reignited the embers of resentment in Hinata Koichi. His expression darkened, shadows gathering upon his face. Sensing the shift, his 2 observant lackeys quickly noted their master's agitation. Scoundrel, looking for a fight. Hinata Ikaru and Hinata Shu charged forward, intent on attacking Akali. Enough, Hinata Koichi bellowed. Do you wish to humiliate yourselves further? Return. If Hinata Shinji could not triumph, what makes you think you 2 worthless fools can? Ikaru and Shu retreated, sheepishly. Hinata Koichi forcibly suppressed his displeasure, adopting a disdainful elder's posture. Youthful exuberance, is it? She's still young. There's no need to hold it against her. Yet, the more Koichi suppressed his anger, the more it roared within him, a fire that demanded release. Just not at this moment. One must be magnanimous. Hinata Koichi remarked coldly, his tone dripping with condescension. He cast one final, penetrating glance at Akali, having made his decision. Farewell, until we meet again. Hinata Koichi croaked with a voice as grating as a duck's quack, gradually departing amidst the fawning of his two lackeys. Akali finished bandaging her right hand and lifted the unconscious Hinata Shinji, carrying him towards the medical room. Akali was seething with anger, unable to express her frustrations while Hinata Koichi was present. She understood that her efforts to assist once in the Grand Hinata estate would merely result in Hinata Kamikaze facing tenfold torment. The events of today had forged a lasting enmity, as hinted by Koichi's final remarks. Yet, Akali remained undaunted. The journey of personal growth inevitably entails various setbacks. To navigate through life is to encounter a myriad of extraordinary situations, far beyond the imagination of any novelist. This loathsome Hinata was merely one of many challenges. If Akali wished to survive in this harsh world of ninjas, she would face countless trials ahead, regardless of her abilities. Regrettably, Serene days were numbered. It would be wise to consult Shimi and ascertain the true nature of the Hinata clan. However, Akali was unprepared for the rapid retaliation that Koichi would unleash. There is a saying, taking a step back only intensifies one's anger. Clearly, Koichi deemed Akali too young, believing it prudent to strike early. In the original narrative, even Kushina faced adversity from classmates due to mere verbal disputes, and Akali was no exception, especially when confronted by the omniscient scouts of the Hinata. So, you dare to bully our extraordinary cousin? 3 imposing Hinata genin surrounded Akali, in a secluded area of the woods where her cries for help would go unheard. Glancing towards the right side of the human barricade, Akali felt an unsettling familiarity emanating from 3 eager, malevolent gazes. Clearly, these individuals were not there to defend Hinata Kamikaze. This was Koichi's so-called retaliation. With her amber eyes narrowing and her distinctive hair standing on end, Akali entered a state of alert. She grasped her hair, anchoring it firmly. "What do you want?" she inquired coolly, dismissing the 3 adversaries before her. "You broke our cousin and Appo's arm, so we intend to break yours in return." The leading Hinata genin sneered. "Fear not. Our methods will be gentle, ensuring you suffer no lasting consequences." Akali sighed. The Hinata clan was proficient in pressure points, and she could not risk allowing these 3 to impose their will upon her. Fighting was her only option. "Are you not concerned about the security forces?" she finally asked. "Security forces? Ha ha ha." The trio of Hinata laughed mockingly. Seizing the moment, Akali unleashed 2 precious smoke bombs without hesitation. Outnumbered and outmatched, even a powerful figure like Ultraman would falter against 3 foes. How much more so for the currently vulnerable Akali? In a 1-to-6 scenario, taking down 1 would be a stunning achievement, 2 would be miraculous, an exceeding that was beyond imagination. If this were a novel, she would wish for a stroke of luck. As the smoke enveloped her, Akali's mind shifted into battle mode. She feigned a leftward dash, then executed an unexpected roll to the right, evading her pursuers. Meanwhile, Hatake Tsukumo had completed his day's work and was heading home from the Umbu base. Once, the Hatake clan had been a formidable lineage, transitioning from samurai to ninjas, thriving during the village's establishment. However, the unexpected demise of the legendary first Hokage had ignited the First Ninja War. Little did anyone anticipate that the ferocity of the ninja wars would eclipse that of the Warring States era. Countless clans, with their centuries of heritage, faced annihilation due to their habitual reliance on collective action. The brutal ninja wars gradually led to the decline of the Hatake clan. With their ancestral home uninhabited, they relinquished their prime location in the village center, relocating to the outskirts, thus acquiring funds for survival and nurturing a new generation, including Tsukumo. As Tsukumo descended from the Umbu base atop Hokage Rock, he followed a direct path home. However, as he approached this familiar route today, a distinct scent of blood reached his nostrils. Freshly broken branches, kunai still stained with blood, and sporadic sounds of combat indicated that a battle was underway ahead. Damn it! What is the barrier team doing? Haven't they detected the chakra fluctuations here? Even if they missed it, the root should have caught wind of it. Tsukumo cursed under his breath, quickening his pace. Regrettably, the Umbu's internal control was far inferior to that of the root, and the third Hokage trusted the latter more. As he leaped through the trees, Tsukumo arrived at a vantage point. Peering through the foliage below, he finally understood why a battle had raged unnoticed for some time. The combatants were engaged in hand-to-hand conflict, and the sight that met his eyes widened them in disbelief. 6 Hinata, all with their Byakugan activated, including 3 ninjas, were struggling to subdue a young girl who danced around them with remarkable agility. They appeared to be ensnared, desperately attempting to encircle her while sustaining injuries. What was happening? Tsukumo felt a surge of curiosity as he observed. Below, the Hinata ninjas remained oblivious to Tsukumo's presence. Their Byakugan could only maintain a limited 360-degree field of vision, unable to process information beyond that. As the conflict continued, the 6 Hinata found themselves trapped in a situation they could not escape. Akali was far too nimble and powerful. Her kunai struck with lethal precision, and her unpredictable movements left them scrambling. The dual smoke bombs, while insufficient to completely obscure vision, provided Akali a fleeting moment to escape. Utilizing the dense woods to her advantage, she outmaneuvered her 6 opponents. Hinata Kuchi felt a pang of regret. He had always remembered his father's admonition not to intervene in every situation, yet today he had acted rashly. Consumed by anger, he yearned to see Akali suffer. Enlisting 3 branch family members under the guise of defending Hinata Kamikaze, he had concealed himself, believing success was assured. To his dismay, Akali had turned the tables, forcing him to intervene. Though he could claim it was an accident, the prolonged engagement left him perplexed. How could a mere second-year student possess such strength? The only solace lay in the fact that Akali's stamina was not infinite. Having acclimated to the terrain, she was being progressively cornered, the encirclement tightening. Akali was formidable. Capturing her would require considerable effort, and Kuchi resolved to ensure she was thoroughly incapacitated. Simultaneously, aware of the shrinking circle, Akali recognized her dwindling stamina and the imminent threat to her life. She was left with no choice but to employ her final gambit. Somewhat vexed, Akali declared, "You have yet to fully comprehend the village, yet you are poised to engage in such perilous actions. Hinata, I offer you one final opportunity to depart. Today's events need not reach their ultimate conclusion." As Shikamaru hesitated, ready to strike, Hinata Kuchi shouted, urging the others to hasten their pace. "Is that so? Then I must express my apologies." Akari, while wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, swiftly consumed a piece of eternal wool essence cookie, shifting her stance as she awaited the gradual approach of the 6 Hinata members. The outer chaos was more than her body could currently withstand. Without the capability to retaliate post-attack, she had but one chance to carve a path through them. The effects of the cookie began to take hold as Akari gathered her chakra, advancing rather than retreating. "All brilliance shall burst forth in an instant. I shall not show mercy," she murmured. In the next moment, Akari's form was enveloped in chakra, vanishing abruptly. The Hinata members gasped, within their Byakugan's field of vision. Akari's speed was astonishing, her swift movements barely discernible, as she lunged forward with her kunai like a fleeting comet. "Not good. Stop her quickly." The 5 members of the branch family were alarmed, fearing for Hinata Kuchi's safety. Yet, they were unable to protect him. Akari was too swift. At such a short distance, intercepting her would require ninjas of Might Guy or Kakashi and Appo's caliber. The issue was, those 2 had yet to be born. Resolute, the 5 Hinata members resolved to act as shields one after another. However, Akari's target encompassed several of them. In midair, 5 shurikens were launched, repelling 2 individuals, while Akari pierced through to attack the remaining 3. 2 of the Hinata's lower ninjas retained considerable combat capability, desperately attempting to block Akari's advance. Without engaging in a prolonged struggle, Akari's initial lunge aimed to dismantle their defenses. She evaded a strike with a backflip, embedding a shuriken into the foot of one Hinata ninja, then leapt back to create distance. "You are all already dead," Akari stated coldly, advancing once more. The second phase began as Akari's chakra enveloped her entirely, transforming her into a fleeting phantom, a swift and deadly strike. A kunai and a scythe, both infused with chakra, expanded in her left hand, culminating in a colossal scythe aimed directly at the 6 before her. In a straight line, 6 heads awaited Akari's harvest. No one could resist the allure of claiming 6 lives. Unyielding, Akari pressed forward, while Shikamaru, captivated by her dazzling assault, begrudgingly attempted to intervene. Several branch family members were of little concern to him. His primary worry was the main family. Akari became a blur, halting in her tracks. In the same instant, The energy encompassing her dissipated, revealing the toll of her technique. Blood began to spurt from her skin, which was fracturing inch by inch, transforming her into a veritable bloodied figure. Yet, even in such dire straits, Akali stood defiantly, swallowing the remaining eternal cookie, while the previously consumed red elixir began to take effect. Turning her gaze back, she sought to ascertain the state of the Hinata members. Her final strike seemed both successful and yet elusive, the speed too great for her to recall clearly. Tilting her head in confusion, she pondered why Hinata Kuchi appeared only slightly bloodied, seemingly unharmed, while the others lay sprawled on the ground. Dizziness from blood loss clouded her thoughts, and her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of white hair. Turning slightly, more blood gushed forth as she beheld the tall, white-haired man standing beside Hinata Kuchi. "Who are you?" Akali inquired. "Shikamaru," the man replied. With a thud, Akali collapsed to the ground. In the fleeting darkness of her consciousness, her final thought was, "Hinata Kuchi. It seems you truly survived. Damn, I haven't even retrieved the red crystal healing orb from my bag." Konoha was in chaos. The noble, rare, panda-like Hinata main family had nearly faced a fatal incident, and within the village no less. Had it not been for Shikamaru passing by, the main family member would undoubtedly have perished on the spot. As the Umbu restored the specifics of the situation, the informed members disclosed the events, turning the Hinata family into a source of ridicule within Konoha. 6 against 1, nearly being countered by 6. Was this a game? Did they not understand the meaning of respecting the strong? The barefoot fear not the shod, a person without family or ties, a solitary figure. How could they not kill you? Worst case, their life would be the price. Furious, the Hinata clan raged, but Konoha was not solely under their dominion. Various circumstances unfolded, creating a relatively favorable public opinion for Akali. Yet, those who understood recognized that this incident was primarily an issue for the Hinata, who would ultimately pay the price. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, Shikamaru was reporting to the third Hokage. The third was exceedingly irate. He had just been distributing compensation to the families affected, and the news of his amiable meeting with a ninja school student had spread. He had not hidden it. All of Konoha should know that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, held high hopes for that individual. To see someone he had just praised now lying bloodied in the hospital was a slap in the face. Moreover, he had personally extended a loan of 150,000 to Akali, expecting her to repay 160,000. If she were to die today, his money would be for naught. And she was a prodigy who had created an A-rank ninjutsu at the age of 6. When had Konoha ever produced such talent? With this in mind, the third Hokage could not help but ask once more, "Shikamaru, are you absolutely certain?" "Indeed, my assessment remains unchanged. That was at least an A-rank advancing ninjutsu, and it was remarkably complete. When I arrived, that child named Akali had clearly executed 2 phases." Shikamaru, unbothered by the third's repeated inquiries, earnestly recounted the scene he had witnessed. In essence, that lethal advance was akin to an art form, simple, deadly, and incisive. At that moment, the man who would later be known as White Fang found inspiration in Akari's technique, feeling as though he too should fight in such a manner. "Let us go? I wish to visit the hospital once more." The third could no longer remain seated. Yesterday, Akali had indeed provided a remarkable impression. Today, having learned the full story, he gained a deeper understanding of her character. Often light-hearted, yet resolute in the face of danger to her comrades. Was this not the embodiment of the will of fire? Konoha needed individuals like her. It seemed that Moonlight's judgment had not been erroneous. Perhaps it was time to recall him, as his transparent ninjutsu was also quite useful. The third's thoughts meandered as he made his way to the Konoha hospital. Just as he was about to exit, Shikamaru suddenly called out to him, "Hokage-sama, the Hinata clan is in an uproar. How do you propose we address this?" Recalling the Hinata, the third's expression soured, particularly at the thought of the recent documentation. If the Hinata dared to ambush a ninja school student today, would they not find the audacity to target me tomorrow? The third's tone was heavy as he glanced at Shikamaru. "Shikamaru, you shall go. You called me for this purpose, did you not?" Kakashi Hitaki, with a sheepish grin, exclaimed, "What an astute leader we have in the Hokage. Now go forth and execute the task with finesse." The third Hokage shot Kakashi a disapproving glare before vanishing in a flash towards the Konoha hospital. "Indeed, I shall make it splendid." Kakashi chuckled, though a chilling glint flickered in his eyes as he recalled the last 2 swift advances. The Hyuga clan had truly overstepped this time. without delving into the Hyuga elder's furious outburst or how White Fang managed to calm him down. The third Hokage arrived at the hospital for the third time. His previous visits had been during critical moments, but now the situation seemed more stable. "Tsunade, how is she?" he inquired, gazing at Akali, whose pale visage was swathed like a mummy. "She has been stabilized, but it will take some time for her to recover," Tsunade replied, her expression weary. "Haha, truly. You are the medical genius of Konoha, my most esteemed apprentice. Impressive." The third Hokage showered her with praise. "Come now, isn't your most esteemed apprentice the notorious Orochimaru?" Tsunade retorted, rolling her eyes. "Ah, well, they are all exceptional." The third Hokage chuckled awkwardly, his spirits buoyed despite Tsunade's jabs. "Now let us discuss the specifics." His jovial demeanor faded, replaced by a serious countenance as Tsunade began detailing Akari's condition. Initially, Kakashi had burst into Tsunade's office with a bloodied Akari, and upon assessing her injuries, Tsunade had deemed her beyond saving. However, Kakashi insisted that Akari still had a pulse, prompting Tsunade to investigate further. To her astonishment, despite her severe injuries and continuous bleeding, Akari possessed a remarkable life force within her, striving to mend her wounds. Yet, this life force was barely sustaining her. Unable to facilitate healing, Tsunade promptly transformed her office into an emergency treatment room, staunching Akari's wounds while harnessing the vitality within her to aid in healing. The subsequent procedures were straightforward, sealing the wounds, meticulously untangling Akari's disrupted chakra pathways, and finally restoring her balance. However, even after these measures, Akari remained in peril, as her life force was dwindling, and her body was gravely injured. At this critical juncture, Tsunade experienced an epiphany, not entirely serendipitous, as her necklace had begun to resonate. After stepping away from the treatment, she approached Akari's ninja gear, where her first Hokage chakra crystal necklace unexpectedly levitated, guiding her to a specific direction. Curious, Tsunade followed the necklace's pull to Akari's equipment pouch, revealing a small vial of red liquid and a slightly larger vial of green liquid. Additionally, there were exquisite red and green crystals. Upon encountering the red crystal, Tsunade and Appo's necklace adhered to it, refusing to detach. Intrigued, she touched the red crystal, and a surge of pure life energy coursed into her body, enlightening her about the source of Akari's vitality. It became evident that the red crystal could supply substantial life energy, suggesting that the potions might also be related. After a brief examination, Tsunade resolved to test the green orb and subsequently placed both items into Akari's bandaged hands, completing the interrupted actions of Akari. Administering the red potion resulted in an immediate improvement in Akari's condition, signifying her successful recovery. However, Tsunade chose not to disclose the details of the potions and crystals to the third Hokage. While their properties were remarkable, Konoha had no shortage of resources, and revealing such information could incite ulterior motives among the villagers. Moreover, Tsunade harbored her own ambitions, desiring to experiment with the potion's creation while also hoping to win Akari's favor upon her awakening. Unconsciously, Tsunade felt it was inappropriate to divulge everything. Thus, she merely conveyed that Akari possessed an extraordinary vitality, speculating whether she might be a descendant of the Senju clan, which had dissolved during the village's founding. "Ah, I see." The third Hokage understood. If she were indeed a descendant of the Senju, it made perfect sense. During the early days of Konoha, the first Hokage envisioned a village devoid of barriers, where all were akin to family, prompting the dissolution of many ninja clans, starting with the Senju. Ideally, if both the Senju and Uchiha clans had disbanded together, other clans would have followed suit. Unfortunately, the Uchiha clan resisted, leading others to imitate them, reluctant to dissolve. Nonetheless, the Senju's disbandment had become irrevocable, and the clan integrated into Konoha, infusing the village with their superior bloodline, establishing Konoha as a cradle for prodigies. If Akari is indeed such a prodigy, it would elucidate everything. How long until she awakens? The third Hokage inquired. Tsunade pondered for a moment. Not long, perhaps a day or two at most, but no more than 3. Very well. The third Hokage nodded, casting one last glance at Akari before departing, his brow furrowed. Ensure that I am notified immediately upon her waking. Although she appears carefree, such an ordeal could profoundly alter her disposition. We must reinforce the will of fire education. Brainwashing must commence early. With that thought, the third Hokage huffed and turned towards the Hyuga clan. Intent on assessing Kakashi's severity, If he found it lacking, he would personally summon Danzo. As the third Hokage left, Tsunade also exited, leaving behind the intact green vial and remnants of the red liquid. She was eager to conduct a component analysis. Yet, unbeknownst to both, Akari would not wait 3 days, or even 1, but instead awakened that very night. Tsunade had estimated Akari's recovery time based on the effects of the healing orb and the red crystal, unaware that not everyone could wield their powers. The nurses who had assisted Akari earlier had failed to notice the unique properties of the red crystal. Only Tsunade, possessing the first Hokage chakra crystal necklace, recognized the mutual attraction of their potent life forces. In the dead of night, Akari stirred, awakening to a wave of pain coursing through her body. A nurse dozed at a small table beside her, while she herself was swathed like a mummy. Clutched in her hands were the red crystal and healing orb, emanating a steady warmth. Akali recollected the events, realizing that she had intended to retrieve something from her ninja tool pouch. However, she had lost consciousness due to excessive blood loss, her thoughts muddled, and was momentarily interrupted by the white-haired man. Ultimately, she failed to grasp the red crystal in time. So, who placed the red crystal and healing gem into her hands? Moreover, it appeared she was in an opulent hospital room, not a cell. And the figures nearby were not security personnel but nurses. It seemed that Akali's greatest fears had not come to fruition. Reflecting on the past, it appeared her actions had been thwarted by someone, possibly a certain Kakashi Hitaki. Such formidable strength. As Akali regained consciousness, more details flooded back. It seemed a bolt of lightning had surged alongside her in the charge, preemptively removing her targets. It was likely she had forged an enmity with Hinata. She hoped such helpless moments would not repeat. In the dead of night, Akali activated her system, her mind stirring, and retrieved the last biscuit, savoring it as she chewed and swallowed. Enduring will biscuit. A consumable biscuit that restores a total of 10 of lost health and mana over 30 minutes. Heroes lacking mana will restore 12 of lost health. Conveniently, Akali had no mana. She only possessed energy chakra. The biscuit's effects were gradual. Unlike in games where one might instantly recover, the healing properties of the small red potion and biscuit were not as potent. Yet, this very fact allowed Akali to survive. The biscuit's slow efficacy, paired with the healing from the potion, provided her a significant reprieve, and after 30 minutes, she finally emerged from her grievous state. The technique known as Killing Dance was divided into 2 segments, akin to a high-speed ninja technique. The first segment involved enveloping her body with chakra to enhance her physicality, forming an aerodynamic shield that reduced air resistance and provided protection. Once her body was fortified, the shield would solidify, enabling a super-fast thrust, which also comprised 2 stages, a stunning maneuver followed by a piercing strike. The outer chakra shield, under such velocity, would transform into an air fist, striking an opponent before Akali's kunai could reach them, causing brief knockback or disorientation. This was the moment of assassination. However, Akali's current physique could not bear the full execution of this technique. Thus, she could only manage the thrust, devoid of the stunning effect. Otherwise, she could have leapt to dispatch the 2 individuals protecting Hinata or severed them directly. Following the outer killing dance was the inner killing dance. Just as with the lotus's dual nature, if the outer form primarily relied on chakra to enhance physical thrusts, the inner form utilized an abundance of chakra, shifting the focus from the body to the chakra. The might of the inner killing dance could envelop a target like a chakra comet, intensifying the strain on the body while the chakra manifested into a tangible form, extending its power through her limbs towards the blade. The thrust during this execution would resemble a razor-sharp edge sweeping through. If the outer killing dance could still be considered an assassination, the inner variant was a ruthless slaughter. Many marksmen from the valley would surely understand this distinction. The damage inflicted by the killing dance was less severe than that of the lotus, but Akali's body was currently too frail. Consider the consequences of a 6-year-old Lee striving to open a door. Applying that pressure to Akali's situation elucidates her plight. As for the phantom cherry killing dance, it initiated an assassination from the shadows. In the stillness of midnight, if Akali's condition were to be quantified as a health bar, she had regained half of her vitality. She pondered the attitudes of Konoha, revealing her future path and the demeanor she should adopt moving forward. Just then, a sudden alarm echoed in her mind, reminiscent of a jungler and Appo's appearance in the valley, akin to a teammate's exclamation mark. Curiously, Akali connected to the vision of 2 true-seeing sentinels at her home, astonished to find 2 shadowy figures cloaked in black, donning masks. had entered her abode. Akali's mind raced. What business do they have in my home? She observed through the shared vision as the two rummaged through her belongings, scouring every nook and cranny without leaving a stone unturned. While their strength was uncertain, their search skills were undoubtedly formidable. Wherever they had searched, everything was meticulously rearranged, so much so that Akali could hardly believe anything had been disturbed. It was not identical, but rather indistinguishable. The two focused on books and scrolls, and Akali's heart raced as they rifled through her storage cabinet, passing by the broken bowl hanging on her wall. To her surprise, the merely glanced at her cabinet filled with miscellaneous items from her lottery endeavors and ignored the broken bowl, seemingly searching for some recorded information. Thus, was it a record of my killing dance they sought? Did they desire my techniques? Akali quickly conjectured, recalling instances from her past life where protagonists developed new techniques and villages sought to seize them. Upon finding nothing, the two departed, and Akali noted their heights and distinctive features for future reference. She remained cautious, understanding that with so many people in Konoha, the visit did not necessarily indicate an ill intent from the village. They could be agents of another lurking force. She simply needed to remember that Konoha was not a monolith and to remain vigilant regarding the identities of these two They operated in the light while she remained in the shadows, allowing Akali to feign ignorance while she investigated further. After the search concluded without success, it seemed they had not found what they sought. Tomorrow, she would act oblivious and observe Konoha's next moves. Resolute in her decision, she surrendered to the encroaching fatigue and drifted into slumber. Unbeknownst to her, at this moment within the Hyuga clan's territory, the confrontation between Konoha and the Hyuga had reached its climax. Hinata's ambush on Akali had proven inconsequential, as she was merely a powerless commoner. However, the pressing issue was that the ambush had failed, nearly resulting in a counterattack that could have been disastrous had it not been for Kakashi and Appo's presence. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the girl they had targeted had revealed her innate talent. This time, Konoha was genuinely enraged. Was Konoha's wrath so easily born? Even the once arrogant Uchiha Madara was not summarily executed by the first Hokage. With the pressure mounting upon the Hyuga, they were compelled to provide an explanation, which was inevitably directed toward the clan's elder, Hyuga Shikaku. Surrendering, the Hyuga clan, seasoned in these matters over millennia, was adept at navigating such tribulations. I hereby announce the removal of Hyuga Shikaku from his position as clan elder, and he shall no longer be employed. Furthermore, I revoke Hinata's status as the elder's heir, relegating the next generation born from the main house to the branch family, allowing the other 4 houses to ascend in status, with plans to seek out exceptional talent from the branch family to replenish the main house. With a thud, Hyuga Shikaku collapsed, drenched in sweat and ice cold, stumbling to the ground. Elder Danzo, is this outcome satisfactory to the village? The Hyuga clan slightly bowed, and from behind the screen, the composed Danzo emerged. Not enough. Danzo spoke coolly. I understand. I will select a member from the main family to enter route on a chosen date. The Hyuga clan's expression stiffened. But they could only acquiesce. Would it not have been better to act thus from the beginning? Tobarama's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he departed, leaving behind the Hinata clan's grounds enveloped in silence. She has awakened. The nurse on duty chimed in a bright voice. The recently roused Akali appeared somewhat dazed, but her confusion quickly dissipated. The door to the hospital room swung open, and a striking young kunoichi entered, her sharp phoenix eyes and radiant golden locks framing her fair and lovely visage. However, Akali's attention was primarily drawn to the prominent features adorning her chest. For startup JPG, Akali silently marveled. Tsunade is still youthful, not yet at her peak, with a bust size of 36E and a measurement of 100 centimeters. Though I'm unaware of the significance of 100 centimeters, it is said that Tsunade will later reach 106. How is it? Noticing Akali's gaze, Tsunade placed one hand on her hip, and upon observing Akali's involuntary admiration, a smirk of pride appeared on her lips. Male stares can sometimes be too lascivious, something Tsunade has yet to fully accept, yet the envy and admiration from her female counterpart undoubtedly pleased her. May I touch? Akali's eyes sparkled with innocence, akin to a child asking to pet an adorable kitten or puppy. Tsunade paused for a moment, taken aback by the question. No. Tsunade's expression darkened, and with a sharp flick, struck Akali's smooth forehead, producing a resounding crack. Ow! Akali yelped, Tsunade's formidable strength reminiscent of a well-known artifact from her past life. She felt certain her forehead must have swelled. Tears flowed involuntarily from the pain, creating a comical yet pitiable sight as she rubbed her forehead with her bandaged hand. Her small face a mixture of sorrow and humor. "If you want to let me, then why hit me?" Akali mumbled, her voice quivering as she tenderly massaged her forehead. "Truly in pain. You wicked woman. With your indecent chest. One day, you'll have your own." Tsunade rolled her eyes, not in the least amused. Recalling Akali's rather boisterous nature, which had been hinted at in the previous 3 generations. "Why would your own be as fragrant as someone else's?" Akali muttered under her breath. Tsunade emitted a threatening sound, raising her right hand as if to flick her again. "I'm sorry." Akali quickly conceded. A wise girl doesn't provoke trouble. Remembering this woman well. Akali lowered her head, her thoughts running wild with how she might outsmart Tsunade in the future, fully immersed in her daydreams. Oblivious to the increasingly dangerous glint in Tsunade's eyes. Tsunade observed the tuft of hair atop Akali's head, which now seemed to express emotions in accordance with Akali's fanciful imaginings. Tsunade's gaze shifted back to Akali's expression, and a realization dawned upon her. What is the little one plotting now? Tsunade grasped the errant tuft of hair, which had been restless since earlier. "Shall I pluck it? It's merely a tuft after all." Tsunade spoke with a smile, her expression deceptively amiable while chillingly terrifying. As her delicate hand began to exert pressure. "Stop. That's my cute spot." Akali begged with tearful eyes. The agonized scream echoed throughout the Konoha hospital. Thud. Smack. Akali cradled her head, peeking at Tsunade with a pitiful expression, while Tsunade leaned back in resignation, gazing at Akali with a weary sigh. "How should I put this? I'm exhausted. I haven't done anything to you." Tsunade lamented, observing the melodramatic antics of this middle schooler. With a sigh, she composed herself, retrieving a reusable potion from a green bottle and tossing it to Akali. "Drink your medicine first." Glancing at the potion in her hand, Akali's expression shifted slightly. She now understood who had placed the red crystal and healing pearl in her possession. The red crystal and healing pearl were not meant to be kept at home, but carried on her person. She had intended to test them outside. But her encounter with the foolish Hinata Ichi had exposed everything. After some contemplation, Akali bit through the bandage on her right hand, setting down the healing pearl, and raised the reusable potion to her lips. She dared not release the red crystal, fearing its life-giving properties would vanish should she do so. Not having an equipment bar is truly frustrating. Akali mused silently, feeling the restoration of her body begin anew. Raising her head, Akali regarded Tsunade with a calm demeanor, aware that Tsunade had something to convey. Observing Akali's newfound quietness, Tsunade raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Isn't she well behaved? You should know who I am, right?" Tsunade inquired. "I know." Akali nodded. "The Princess of Konoha, Tsunade Heim." "Good. Since you recognize me, I shan't waste words. You need not worry about your possessions. I haven't informed anyone. Konoha is vast, and I have no designs on you. However, I am quite intrigued by the red potion you drank and this green one. They possess remarkable healing properties. You must understand what such items could achieve on the battlefield." Akali nodded. She certainly understood, purchasing 2 bottles each time she returned to the village. Initially, she had always been equipped with 4 red potions. "Therefore, name your price," Tsunade declared grandly. "I won't force you. If you wish to sell them to me, you may. If you don't, it's fine, but I can't keep this a secret." Tsunade spread her hands, indicating that, personally, she sought nothing from Akali. However, the potions would greatly benefit the village, potentially saving countless lives. Tsunade was determined to acquire them, even if it required pressure. This was her responsibility to Konoha. "No need." Akali shook her head. "I'll give it to you. But I must clarify, I only have this green bottle for now." Akali understood all too well the toll of utilizing her abilities. Even with the assistance of the red crystal and healing pearl, it was still quite a feat for Tsunade to rescue her. Repaying her life debt and aligning with Konoha's most formidable healer, with her affluent status, would undoubtedly benefit Akali. Akali handed over the remaining half bottle of the reusable potion, which could naturally refill near a spring, though she was unaware of where such a spring might be located. To her, the reusable potion felt no different from ordinary red or blue potions. "Good girl, I knew I didn't misjudge you," Tsunade smiled broadly. Yet she did not immediately take the potion Akali offered. "I want to accept your gift without recompense. Name your price." "Anything you desire." You've called me the princess of Konoha. Half of Konoha belongs to my family, and I lack for nothing. Rich, utterly rich. Faced with such declarations of familial wealth, Akali could only think, wealthy lady, I'm hungry for a sumptuous meal. Yet she knew the value of what she offered was insufficient to earn such a feast. And moreover, she recognized that while Tsunade said she could have what she wanted, it didn't mean she could truly have whatever she wished. In her past life, Akali had watched a drama in which a line resonated. Mountains of gold and silver cannot compare to the mountains of human sentiment. If Akali were to make outrageous demands, she would not only annoy Tsunade but also risk receiving nothing in return. Conversely, if she were to remain within Tsunade's limits of acceptance, this could result in a fair transaction. In the end, Tsunade would still regard her as a princess, while Akali would remain a powerless commoner. Thus, the wisest choice would be to offer the potion at a price akin to a friendly discount. In doing so, Tsunade would not have received Akali's gift in vain, yet would still owe her a favor, fostering a connection between the two. Thus, Akali's price stands at a hefty 10,000 taels. Simply provide me with that amount. On one hand, this sum reflects the cost of a single draw, and on the other, it is indeed what she currently lacks. While Akali could demand more, it seems unnecessary. Even if Tsunade were indifferent, there would be no need to covet such a trifling sum. If she were in need of funds, she could earn them through honest means. After all, Tsunade is her savior. Is it not excessive to ask for more? Upon hearing this, Tsunade smiled, stating, even if it were 100,000 or 1,000,000, it would still be a trifling sum to me. No, thank you, Akali replied calmly, shaking her head. Very well. I can provide you with 10,000 taels right now, Tsunade said, putting away her reusable potion and producing a stack of money to hand to Akali. Gesturing towards Akali's improving complexion, let us discuss how to explain your injuries when the third Hokage arrives. Before long, after Tsunade had completed her explanation regarding the rapid recovery, Akali took the opportunity to synthesize a crystal wrist guard using the red crystal and healing orb, while Tsunade went to notify the third Hokage. The synthesis process was remarkably straightforward. The red crystal and healing orb vanished from her hands. The money disappeared from her pocket, and the next moment, a wrist guard materialized in its place. The efficiency of this process led Akali to suspect that the system might not have engaged in true synthesis, but merely returned the original items while delivering the new crystal wrist guard, effectively swindling her synthesis fee. Wearing the crystal wrist guard, she used the newly donned patient gown to cover her wrist, finally escaping the embarrassment of needing to hold the red crystal. With no equipment slots available, it was quite uncomfortable. She reattached the tear of the goddess around her neck from the nearby cabinet, donned her gloves, and thankfully, the tear went unnoticed, likely due to the necklace's protective qualities, allowing her to retrieve it without direct contact. Seated at the head of her bed, Akali awaited the arrival of the third Hokage. Yet, as she sat, she suddenly felt as though she were a technician waiting for a client, adjusting her demeanor for the arrival of an esteemed visitor, albeit one who indeed held significant stature. Shaking her head, Akali dismissed the thought. How distasteful. As if summoned by her musings, the door swung open, and Tsunade entered with the third Hokage in tow. Little Akali, how are you feeling? Tsunade inquired. Quite well, though I wonder how Hinata Kyuichi is faring, Akali replied, casting a cold glance at the third Hokage. Is it not your intent to wait until I recover to gift me to Hinata? She taunted. After all, he belongs to the noble clan of Hinata, a lineage of privilege, capable of consuming meals worth twice my worth. Certainly, I am not someone of my humble background who can afford to cross swords with such a family. Her voice trailed off, dripping with sarcasm. Seems there's a rift forming. The third Hokage's smile faltered, inwardly cursing. Rest assured, Konoha is a place for Konoha's people, not merely for the Hinata. They have received their just punishment this time, and Kyuichi has been expelled from the ninja academy. Konoha will not wrong any good person, nor will it spare any villain. His proclamation was filled with righteous indignation, and seeing him in such a state brought a modicum of comfort to Akali. Yet, she recognized that those who discuss ideals without addressing compensation are merely charlatans. Should this situation conclude without tangible reparations, Akali might remain silent outwardly, but she would certainly remember it internally. The third Hokage's demeanor indicated he held her in high regard, believing the village's genius had been hurt and deserved compensation. Akali nodded slightly, then raised her gaze, her bright eyes fixated on the third Hokage, eagerly awaiting his mention of monetary matters. The third Hokage, somewhat perplexed, continued with his prepared speech. Hinata has deeply recognized their mistakes, and I hope to convey their sincere apologies through you. What say you, Akali? Will you accept their apology? He gazed at her with concern. The matter of Hinata was of little consequence. What truly mattered was Akali's stance, for one must seize the genius quickly in Konoha, as it is the village's survival strategy. Do you not see that every formidable rogue ninja from Konoha always retains ties to the village? Even Tsunade and Jiraiya, having departed from Konoha for over 20 years, still return when faced with challenges. I do not accept it. There is no sincerity. Akali replied succinctly, without a hint of hesitation. The third Hokage was taken aback. In this era, people were fighting wars without monetary compensation. It was quite commendable that Akali could reach a peaceful resolution with such a significant clan as the Hinata. What more could she desire? I nearly lost my life. I, who have never skipped class, actually did so. Do you have any idea how immense the psychological pressure was when I decided to take a life? Akali turned her head defiantly, refusing to look at the third Hokage. More money. This statement, delivered with a determined lift of her chin, resonated with unwavering resolve. The third Hokage could only respond with a perplexed silence. Tsunade, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. The third Hokage shot her a glare filled with exasperation. Ahem. I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Tsunade said, maintaining a serious facade as she exited. As the door closed behind her, her laughter echoed down the hallway. The third Hokage rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Why did every interaction with Akali elevate his blood pressure? Oh, he recalled now, Akali's troublesome nature. No, whatever happens, happens. The third Hokage's expression darkened. If you believe you've recovered, do not linger here taking up space. Remember to come find me once you're discharged. As he turned to leave, a sigh of relief escaped him. It was fortunate that Akali had regained her lively spirit. This indicated that the ordeal was behind them. Let us celebrate. Konoha has gained yet another prodigy. With that, the third Hokage departed. As for reparations, that would be a gift from Hinata to Konoha, a gesture of goodwill towards him, the third Hokage. Hinata had not prepared compensation for Akali. They had not witnessed her final battle report, which had been sealed by the third Hokage. What could they infer from the descriptions offered by the three Hinata present? The scene was under the control of Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, Akali settled into her recovery at Konoha Hospital, knowing she could not leave immediately. That would be far too ostentatious. A week later, after Akali had grown tiresome in her pursuit of Tsunade, she was finally urged to vacate the hospital. Ultimately, she did receive some compensation, albeit meager. The third Hokage personally dispatched 10,000 taels to her, a token of personal recompense to ensure she nourished herself well during her recovery, while Tsunade delved into her research on reusable potions. The Hinata clan faced the third Hokage's reprimands, and various factions within the village were warned to remain silent. Everything seemed to settle back into tranquility. Yet, upon returning home, Akali could not forget the Umbu who had visited her that night. She speculated that the third Hokage's invitation to his office was likely connected to matters of technique. Tsunade had initially made this clear, and having forged a connection with her, Akali now possessed a wealth of knowledge. Truth be told, she was quite eager to learn that powerful medical ninjutsu. Knock, knock, knock. In the afternoon, just as Akali finished her preparations to head to the Hokage Tower, someone rapped on her door. Through the vigilant guard at her door, she discerned the visitor to be none other than Hinata Kamikaze. Kamikaze-senpai, please, do come in. No, I shall not enter. I am here to express my gratitude. You have taught Hinata Kyuichi a lesson, and for that, I am quite pleased. I initially intended to visit you at the hospital, but it seems you've discharged yourself early. I only discovered your whereabouts through Yamanaka Shimi. Seeing her in good health brought him relief. Wait. Akali hurriedly grasped Hinata's shinki, scrutinizing him closely. It had been a week since their last encounter, and the arrogance of the white-clad, white-eyed Hinata's shinki had vanished without a trace. Now, he appeared listless, his complexion dim, and his speech carried a hint of exhaustion. It was evident that he bore injuries, not solely from the confrontation with Akali. Come in, Akali asserted sternly, forcibly pulling Hinata's shinki into the room. He offered no resistance, instead appearing oddly relaxed. So, tell me, how are you faring? As they sat facing each other, Akali noticed the dulled sheen in his white eyes. Yet deep within them lay a sense of ease and release. There's nothing much to say. The elder has expressed disdain for me, and my clan has suffered significant losses, so they harbor no fondness for me. With the tacit approval of the clan leader, I chose to leave the Hinata clan. I suppose that makes me a free man now, Hinata Shinki replied with a smile, a hint of nonchalance in his demeanor. As a consequence of my departure, I am no longer permitted to practice gentle fist. Such is the extent of my punishment. Aside from the caged bird on my forehead, I might be considered the first liberated branch of the family. I must also extend my gratitude to the village. Had they not intervened, I might have succumbed to despair. Now, with the elder's downfall, the main family is feasting upon his demise. Despite his fall from grace, he remains a formidable figure to me. To shield me from further harm, the clan leader advised me to distance myself from Hinata, which I suppose is another form of freedom. Hinata Shinki spoke with remarkable ease, as if the loss of the two treasures vital to the survival of the Hinata clan, Gentle Fist and Byakugan, did not weigh upon him in the slightest. And what are your plans moving forward? Akali could not resist inquiring. I intend to withdraw from school, as I can no longer practice Gentle Fist, and the Hinata's ninjutsu doesn't suit me. I cannot acquire ninjutsu either. However, I possess chakra. So even if I turn to farming, I can be self-sufficient. Becoming a farmer might not be so bad after all. It's a fair exchange for the freedom I've gained, which is a privilege many branches can only dream of. Hinata Shinki viewed his situation with an open mind, resembling a wise monk who had attained enlightenment, seeing everything from a broader perspective. Yet Akali understood that such acceptance could not come so easily. Hinata Shinki had once been an exceptionally talented ninja, proud and eminent. How could he simply let go? Akali could distinctly sense that his hands trembled as he spoke. Akali fell silent, and to her surprise, Hinata Shinki turned to comfort her. It's all right, Akali. None of this is your fault. In fact, you have liberated me from the torment of the branch family. Otherwise, I would have remained at the mercy of Hinata Saki for an indefinite period. If this is fate, then I choose to accept it. His words flowed more freely, and he appeared increasingly at ease, embracing a life of simplicity as an acceptable choice. You and I are different, Akali. You still have a future ahead of you. You are destined to shine brightly. As for me, I will quietly cheer for you from afar. There's no need for you to worry about me. Akali was rendered speechless. The maturity and composure displayed by Hinata Shinki, a mere 7-year-old child, were astonishing. Was this truly the world of ninjas, where innocent children were hastened into such profound maturity? Wait, Akali felt compelled to do something for Hinata Shinki. Though he had endured oppression and torment, perhaps he could one day surpass the confines of the caged bird? Akali ignited the conflict within him and simultaneously stifled any potential he may have had. She retrieved the broken bow, a token she had once exchanged for 1,000 ryo. While she could not illuminate a clear path for Hinata Shinki, she hoped to bring him some solace. Placing the broken bow on the table, Akali spoke earnestly about a concept she herself barely understood. In ancient times, there existed a sect known as the Sect of Balance. Its disciples dedicated themselves to maintaining equilibrium in the world. Everything possesses its own balance. Life and death, good and evil, spirit and body, all are forms of balance. When equilibrium is lost, chaos ensues. The world, stripped of balance, descends into turmoil, and individuals, devoid of balance, gradually deteriorate. For instance, you, Hinata Shinki, when you suffer hardships in reality, your spirit must maintain an optimistic and spirited demeanor. This is the balance between body and spirit. As she spoke, Akali recalled the great poets of her previous life. Were they not exemplars of this very principle? The likes of Li Bai Du Fu and Su Shi, each faced exile and misfortune, yet their poetry grew ever more bold and magnificent. Hinata Shinki appeared contemplative. Akali pushed the broken bow toward him. Give it a try, draw it. Draw it. Hinata Shinki gazed at the broken bow lacking a string, puzzled. Nonetheless, he complied with Akali's request, lifting the remaining half of the bow. Suddenly, his expression shifted. When you wield a weapon, you bear the weight of ancestral traditions and the trust of countless archers, forging an unbreakable bond through sacred practice. A strange feminine voice echoed in his ears, though it was not the language of the ninja world. Astonishingly, Hinata Shinki comprehended it. The simple, unadorned room began to fade from view, replaced by a distant target, as the sensations and insights of a mysterious young girl flowed through his heart. Within the broken bow lay an experience, a memory of a childhood belonging to a disciple of the Sect of Balance. Akali had greatly benefited from this memory, granting her peace of mind upon her arrival in the ninja world. Observing Hinata Shinki, who clutched the broken bow with vacant eyes, As if he were twirling an invisible bowstring, Akali smiled with satisfaction. Before long, Hinata Shinki departed. The broken bow, no, it was no longer a broken bow, it had vanished. Merging with Hinata Shinki, the essence of the bow, composed largely of spiritual energy, dissipated, rendering the bow itself an ordinary material, which soon crumbled to dust. In the sect of balance, mastering a weapon necessitates two forms of training: mental discipline and practical skill, what is often referred to as the harmony of internal and external cultivation. The art of practical combat equips a warrior to face external adversaries. However, only through meditative practice can a warrior refine their mind and confront inner demons. Fearless, devoid of hatred or love, discarding distractions while retaining rationality, and calmly examining all aspects of oneself. Meditation brings about a tranquil mind, akin to a placid lake undisturbed by ripples. Hinata Shinki had acquired the techniques of balance. This was excellent, and Akali understood its significance. She no longer needed to worry about him. Henceforth, whether Hinata Shinki chose to withdraw from school, pursue farming, or alter his course, Akali had given him all the support she could offer. This was sufficient. Everything and everyone is true to their heart. This embodies Akali's ninja way, her balance. However, this incident served as a renewed reminder to Akali that her own strength needed to be expedited. Though the elder of the Hinata clan, whom she had yet to meet, had fallen from power, Hinata Shinki's words reminded her that even a starving camel is larger than a horse. As the instigator, Akali was likely to be despised by many. Moreover, she remained vigilant against the threats from the village, especially concerning the dark figures that had intruded into her room that night. Thus, the following morning, Akali made her way directly to the Hokage's office. Upon entering the spacious office, Akali noticed that the familiar presence of the ANBU had completely dissipated. Now, the room was occupied solely by herself and the third Hokage. To the right of the third Hokage lay a large, conspicuous scroll, the Book of Seals. Akali's pupils dilated. It was said that the Book of Seals encompassed all forbidden techniques of Konoha, an absolute secret, and she never expected to encounter it here today. Little Akali, please take a seat. The third Hokage kindly poured a cup of tea for Akali, his demeanor exceedingly gentle. Let us not beat around the bush any longer, shall we? I am certain you are eager to know the purpose of today's summons. Akali nodded emphatically, aware that the third had ulterior motives for her, which was a commonality in the adult world where exchanges of interests are the norm. Being someone who pursued strength, she did not shy away from potential benefits. If the price were right, she could indeed part with her secrets. Moreover, given her current youth and vulnerability, she had little leverage before Konoha and no grounds to refuse. Wouldn't you agree? All right, I shall be forthright. The third S expression turned solemn. The development of our Hidden Leaf Village, along with the flourishing of the ninja path, owes much to the selfless contributions of every ninja. For instance, the first and second Hokages devoted their lives to researching secret techniques, selflessly recording them in the Book of Seals, leaving an immeasurable legacy for future generations. Since then, countless ninjas have documented their own techniques, while others have achieved great deeds to earn merit in exchange for jutsu, making indelible contributions to the virtuous cycle of Konoha's ninja way. Akali thought to herself. As expected, Akali, would you be willing to record your secret technique in the Book of Seals? In return, the village shall reward you with 1 million ryo for completing an S-rank mission, and based on the rank of your technique, you may exchange it for 3 jutsu of the same level from the Book of Seals. Furthermore, should anyone wish to exchange for your technique in the future, you would receive a portion of the profits. Akali let out a soft sound, neither immediately rejecting nor accepting the offer, remaining as still as a statue, while she contemplated the 1 million ryo. Indeed, this was a reasonable reward. After all, each ninja's techniques are intimately tied to their lives, and without sufficient incentive, who would be willing to part with them? Furthermore, it was a well-structured system, if Akali was not mistaken. The techniques exchanged here would not be allowed to be disseminated outside, functioning as a repository of intellectual property, where unique techniques were akin to patents requiring authorization for use. However, 1 million ryo is insufficient. I must devise a way to negotiate for more. I refuse, Akali declared, her expression resolute, as if she had not even heard the third S conditions. Words she had rapidly formulated in her mind spilled forth. Those who imitate me shall perish. There is only one Akali, and only I can wield the technique of inner and outer chaos to perfection. Others attempting to learn it would only hinder themselves. Thus I must decline. Oh, the third was taken aback, intrigued by her novel reasoning. Are you certain? Your technique is classified as A rank, which is worth 1 million Ryo, along with the opportunity to exchange for 3 A-rank jutsu. You could use them to bolster your own abilities. Wait, how much? Akali was momentarily stunned. As if she had just comprehended the reward for the first time, her previous firmness wavering, a hint of hesitation crossing her face. 1 million Ryo. 3 jutsu of the same rank. The third confirmed. 1 million Ryo. That seems a bit excessive. Akali murmured, her characteristic tuft of hair becoming disheveled, revealing a human-like expression of inner turmoil as her previously resolute heart began to waver. No, this is a technique I painstakingly developed, akin to my dearest loved ones. 1 million is inadequate. I cannot sell it for a mere million. I refuse. Akali seemed to have convinced herself, puffing up her cheeks in disdain. Is 1 million insufficient? This poses a dilemma. The third appeared somewhat troubled as he set down his pipe, slowly exhaling a plume of smoke. However, the stipulated 1 million Ryo is already the highest tier, little Akali. This makes things quite challenging for us. I don't care. 1 million is far too little. It does not befit my inner and outer chaos. Akali declared with pride, turning away from the third, asserting her unwavering will. At that moment, Akali knew the stakes. While 1 million Ryo was a substantial amount, it was still insufficient. Thus, navigating how to express her demands and compel the third to raise his offer while maintaining the illusion that she was in control became a nuanced art. Akali feigned a semblance of fluster. Is it called inner and outer chaos? What a splendid name. It must be an extraordinarily powerful and exquisite technique. The third clapped his hands in approval, eliciting a faint smile from Akali. Yet, suddenly, the third let out a long sigh. Akali still turned away, perked up her ears, her tuft of hair tense with concern as her throat visibly tightened, revealing her own nervousness. The third observed all this with quiet amusement. However, in the ninja world, rules are not to be broken. The established 1 million Ryo is the ceiling. Even as Hokage, violating this rule would lead to repercussions. This is quite troublesome. The third's reasoning was quite robust. Perhaps we should reconsider. I see that, little Akali. You do not seem particularly inclined to part with your technique. I would not wish to pressure you. Konoha is a free, harmonious, and loving family that would not resort to coercion. The third sighed, appearing genuinely regretful about the lost opportunity, yet feeling compelled to withdraw. In that case, let us leave it at that. I shall summon the Umbu to escort you home, he said languidly, gazing out the window while discreetly monitoring Akali's reactions. Beside him, Akali held her proud little head high, her lips pressed tightly together, her neck trembling as she longed to glance at the third but stubbornly turned away. Reflecting, Akali realized that her previous life as a spy had imbued her with a penchant for theatrics, and her exaggerated demeanor was partly her true nature. Only by blending truth and deception could she effectively deceive others. Her acting skills had yet to reach a level capable of fooling the third. In this exchange, half was performance, while the other half revealed her genuine anxiety. Initially calm and poised to negotiate, she now found herself less composed, equally plagued by uncertainty. 1 million Ryo. 1 million Ryo. When might she ever earn such a sum? Yet, she resolved not to bow her head. Tears would surely follow. The path she chose, the decisions she made, and the faade she maintained. She must continue to uphold it, even through tears. Fortunately, the strategy Akali had devised was not flawed. However, the third sensed the moment was ripe to interject. Akali still did not turn her head, but her restless hands and the erratic movements of her tuft revealed her inner state. Your technique is indeed formidable. Should Konoha fail to record it today, it would be a substantial loss. The third lamented, his expression grave. In light of this, I shall bear the burden of criticism for misusing my authority. The third turned to face Akali, catching her furtive glance as she attempted to turn away. Little Akali, your technique involves 2 phases of advance, correct? In that case, I shall discreetly categorize these 2 advances as 2 A-rank jutsu. I will offer you 200,000 Ryo, along with 6 A-rank jutsu exchange opportunities. What do you think? Deal. The agreement was struck, and both Akali and the third beamed with joy, though the third's smile was decidedly more triumphant. 1 million Ryo? Merely the minimum for an S-rank mission. If the demands are modest, I could easily make 2 round trips within a week. Exchanging 1 week's worth for several years' worth of A-rank jutsu. even of superior quality that ordinary individuals could scarcely develop in a lifetime. Thus, there was no possibility of loss for me. The budget remains ample. Of course, Akali smiled brightly, feeling rather pleased with herself. She did not perceive any disadvantage. Her understanding of the ninja world and its upper echelon's wealth was limited, and she was unaware of the Third S financial framework. Amidst the disparity of information and the comparative strengths of both parties, transforming 1 million into 2 million felt like a considerable victory for Akali. Anything beyond that would be more than she could rightfully demand. One can only say that the previous display of stubbornness was quite commendable. This round, everyone is in the atmosphere. A win-win situation. Rest assured, the village will not neglect you. The third Hokage chuckled. What does it mean that the village will not neglect me? It sounds as though I am merely in it for that 1 million ryo. Akali declared with righteous indignation. Fully aware of her persona, and upon feeling happy, she resumed her act. The matter of money is of little consequence. I have no particular concept of wealth. What truly matters to me is making even the slightest contribution to the village. Excellent. The third praised. In that case, it seems we can save that 2 million ryo. I assure you, I will donate this amount to the orphanage, so they remember the benevolence of Akali. Wait. Hold on. Akali hastily caught the third's arm. Although money cannot be taken with us upon death, it is not omnipotent. Without it, one cannot accomplish much. I earned this money through my own efforts. Very well. The third chuckled softly. Then let us proceed. The third formed seals and unfurled the grand scroll of seals. Akali picked up a pen, pondering how to articulate her technique. The inner and outer kill frenzy. Contemplating ninjutsu, the once lively Akali fell silent, one hand resting on the paper, the other holding the pen, her delicate face adopting an air of seriousness. The third could not help but admire her silently. Unbeknownst to him, his fondness for Akali grew deeper. Perhaps this exemplifies the difference between genders. Men are lively and restless, like baboons. Women, however, are lively and spirited, and one cannot help but find this girl so cheerful, generous, and endearing, pure and unpretentious, with a sweet tongue. Akali's chakra possesses a unique power of yin release. While her skills seem to lack elemental affinity, they are not merely chakra, they also carry the essence of yin release. Thus, whether it be the shadow fist techniques such as Crimson Seal, Scarlet Leaf, or the Illusion Cherry Blossom Kill Frenzy, they all require the facilitation of yin release. There is, however, an exception, the inner and outer kill frenzy. The outer spike did not complete the full training of the shadow fist. She abandoned balance and the shadow fist itself. Hence, the inner and outer kill frenzy differs from the Illusion Cherry Blossom Kill Frenzy. While both techniques feature similar thrusts, the core energy flow diverges significantly. The inner and outer kill frenzy requires pure energy combined with a body honed through rigorous training, a testament to the talent of the outer spike. Even without balance, she can create techniques that rival the Illusion Cherry Blossom Kill Frenzy. After some contemplation, Akali began to write on the scroll. She outlined the creative concepts, intended scenarios, applicable variations, and potential combinations for the inner and outer kill frenzy, writing extensively until she was sure it would compel anyone to crave the training methods immediately before delving into the core substance. In the tranquil office of the Hokage, the only sounds were the rustling of Akali's writing. The inner and outer kill frenzy emphasizes thrusting first, energy second. If one cannot achieve perfection in thrusting or maintain a calm mind during the process, then no matter how fast one charges, it is all in vain. The training of thrusting techniques, the cultivation of a tranquil mind, how to harness energy to enhance the body, how chakra envelopes the surface, how to construct the aerodynamics of thrusting, and how to achieve chakra transformation, all these aspects flowed effortlessly from Akali's pen. From 9 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon, she diligently wrote until the inner and outer kill frenzy was complete. After reviewing her work for any omissions, she nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, the third Hokage had stood silently behind her for 4 hours. As Akali finished, he took a sip of hot tea, sighing contentedly. As a ninjutsu instructor, witnessing such exquisite and brilliant assassination techniques materialize from nothing is truly a supreme pleasure. Have you been writing for so long? Come, have some water and a bite to eat. The third's demeanor was exceedingly warm. He personally served tea and offered the boxed meal bought by his shadow clone to Akali. Starved, Akali began to eat heartily, while the third sipped his tea, pacing back and forth. He pondered how to assess the level of the inner and outer kill frenzy. It was certainly an A-level technique, but the question remained, could it be considered S-level? Although he had mentioned to Akali it was 2A, and the price was set accordingly, he felt the need to evaluate it himself. The criteria for determining S-level ninjutsu include difficulty, which can also speak to the technique's intricacy, and power, often. Power and difficulty are interdependent. Additionally, there is the standard of danger level. If the technique were to be leaked, what catastrophic consequences might ensue? For instance, the impure world reincarnation is a highly dangerous ninjutsu that must never be disclosed. The third quietly calculated the difficulty and power of the inner and outer kill frenzy. Notably, the 8 Gates technique is classified as A-level ninjutsu. Even though many fans of Naruto consider it S-level, it remains categorized as A-level, with Might Guy being the true S-level. Whether this is due to Konoha's limited understanding of the 8 Gates or the belief that it becomes more difficult with later gates, which most cannot open. The 8 Gates is indeed classified as A-level. So what constitutes S-level ninjutsu? Techniques such as reanimation, soul sealing, impure world reincarnation, self-reincarnation, Kirin, Might Guy, 8-headed serpent technique. 4-symbol seal, creation rebirth, summoning jutsu, in sealing, spiral shuriken, spirit transformation, water prison technique, flying thunder god technique, tailed beast bomb, white secret technique, red secret technique. The first Hokage's would release is excluded. Among these techniques, some are extremely difficult, some are fatal upon release, and others pose significant danger. Even the infamous mutual explosive tag is not considered S-level. In the third's view, while the inner and outer kill frenzy does possess a certain training difficulty, the two aspects of training, mental cultivation and physical training, are relatively achievable. Physical training can be accomplished over time, much like the 8 Gates, while chakra training has varying requirements for the inner and outer aspects. Additionally, it is worth noting that in the ranking of techniques, taijutsu often suffers an evaluation. Thus, separating the inner and outer kill frenzy might indeed be a wise approach. A spark of realization flashed in the third's eyes. Yes, this could indeed be considered two separate ninjutsu. If the inner and outer kill frenzy is regarded as an S-level assassination technique, it stretches the boundaries. However, if viewed as two A-level techniques, it becomes much more fitting. It seems he inadvertently made a prudent decision. Have you finished eating? The third inquired. I have, Akali replied. And what do you think? The Hokage's boxed meal is indeed more flavorful than the rest. Would you like to have it again next time? Akali did not hesitate to praise, perhaps due to her hunger, but the Hokage's meal was indeed delightful. Haha. The third laughed heartily. I hope you create several more ninjutsu, so we can enjoy them every day. Once you're done, come over and select 6 techniques. 6 A-level techniques. Akali set down her bowl, her eyes lighting up with anticipation. The third temporarily set aside the scroll of seals, gesturing as several scrolls appeared on the table. Choose from here. These are the catalogs for 5 elemental ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, secret techniques, and S-level ninjutsu. 1A is equivalent to 3 B-level techniques, and 3 A-levels equal 1 S-level. You may select 6 A-level ninjutsu. But before that, let's measure your chakra attributes. The third handed her a piece of white paper. How does this work? Akali pondered, examining the paper in her hands. Was this truly the legendary chakra testing paper? It appears to be a unique phenomenon within this world of ninjas, where the water shadow ninjas practice the art of water style. Clasping the object between her fingers, she channels her chakra. Oh, as Akali channels her chakra, the chakra test paper initially crumples, then suddenly tears in half from the center, prompting a gasp from Akali. Lightning and wind, is it? Quite impressive. The third Hokage nodded, taking away the scrolls of fire, earth, and water styles, leaving only the wind and lightning body techniques alongside the 5 scrolls of S-rank ninjutsu. No. Akali watched helplessly as the water style scroll vanished before her eyes. Having finally been granted the opportunity to engage with ninjutsu, she was disheartened to discover she lacked the water attribute, shattering her dream of becoming a water shadow. Although Akali had merely observed water shadow ninjas, she was well aware of the chakra attributes. Each ninjutsu corresponds to a specific attribute, and those without the corresponding attribute wield significantly diminished power. Moreover, to acquire a new attribute, one must engage in relentless training to achieve a transformation of that attribute's nature. This is typically a requirement for high-ranking ninjas, who must complete their attributes to gain access to more ninjutsu, thereby refining their combat systems and expanding their arsenal. It is indeed a pity that she cannot become a water shadow. Reflecting on her future path, she contemplated what ninjutsu she might need. I am here today. Feel free to ask me any questions and seize this opportunity. The third Hokage, oblivious to Akali's inner thoughts, smiled warmly. He was determined to support Hinata with firm assistance, providing as many rewards as possible while acting once again as a life mentor for guidance and development. It seems that Akali would be firmly held in his grasp in the future. This child might very well become a sharp blade rivaling Kakashi Hitaki. Akali began to ponder seriously. Wind style, lightning style, physical techniques, illusion techniques, secret arts, and the separate S-rank scrolls. What does she currently lack? Akali employed the process of elimination, first discarding an illusion technique, as she deemed it unnecessary. Her proficiency in dispelling illusions sufficed. She expressed an eagerness to peruse the S-rank ninjutsu scrolls. Without the availability of 3 additional A-rank techniques, Akali would have certainly refrained from examining the S-rank scrolls. Currently, her focus remained on supplementary methods. Yet possessing an S-rank exchange quota warranted a glance at the S-rank ninjutsu for the sake of broadening her horizons, a judicious choice indeed. The third Hokage presented the S-rank scrolls to Akali, who excitedly unrolled one to reveal the first technique. 5 elements great multi-strike technique, simultaneously employing the 5 elemental ninjutsu, fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind, to assail foes, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion with extensive range and formidable power. Requires exceptional mastery over all 5 elemental transformations, high completion in form and nature alterations, and a profound understanding of the interrelations of the 5 elements, alongside considerable chakra consumption. Creator, Hiruzen Sarutobi. How impressive! Akali exclaimed, glancing at the third Hokage, surprised by his seemingly unassuming appearance. The third Hokage smiled slightly. The prominently featured ninjutsu had elicited a multitude of astonished reactions, and Akali was neither the first nor the last. He felt a surge of satisfaction, basking in the astonishment he had inspired. Although initially taken aback by the great multi-strike technique, Akali swiftly cast aside this foreign ninjutsu and continued to peruse the others. Water release water severing wave. Water release hard vortex water blade. Water release water dragon bite explosion. Would release tree world descent. Would release flower tree world descent. Would release wooden man. Would release wooden dragon. Spiritualization technique. Flying thunder god technique. In sealing. Leaf dragon god. Leaf flow willow. Summoning Rashomon. Inner 4 symbol sealing. 8 trigrams sealing. The S-rank ninjutsu were not numerous, and as Akali scrutinized them one by one, she recognized their immense power, which was indeed worthy of their classification. However, many were beyond her current capabilities. She disregarded the water and wood release techniques, found spiritualization technique unsuitable, and deemed in sealing unnecessary at present. The other sealing techniques were not worth considering, and she felt that the 2 body techniques were rather impractical. Ultimately, 2 ninjutsu captured Akali's attention, the Flying Thunder God technique and Summoning Rashomon. To Akali, the Flying Thunder God bore similarities to her own hummingbird dance, both relying on marking a target with shuriken or kunai before teleporting. However, the Flying Thunder God allowed for instantaneous spatial movement, making it swifter than her technique. In her previous life, the Water Shadow Ninja also possessed a similar technique, known as Flying God Thunder. The revised version, due to the hummingbird dance, had earned her the nickname Flying God Thunder Maiden. Yet, the requirements for the Flying Thunder God were exceedingly high. Not hesitating, Akali promptly inquired of the third Hokage, the Flying Thunder God? The third pondered, I would advise against exchanging for the Flying Thunder God. This spatial technique, created by the second Hokage, is notoriously challenging. Following the second Hokage, no one in Konoha has successfully mastered it. The demands are excessively stringent, requiring extensive training. Given your limited quota, it would be prudent to wait until you are stronger before attempting to cultivate it. Akali nodded, aligning with this sentiment. Thus, Rashomon became exceedingly significant. It merely necessitated a contract and substantial chakra, rendering it one of the more accessible S-rank ninjutsu, its value lying in its rarity. Once she defeated S.H. Ju, she would reclaim her senior brother Shin's aura and shield, which could deflect minor attacks. Since there were no defensive ninjutsu for wind and lightning release, Rashomon would serve as a means of survival against larger techniques. Secretly noting Rashomon, while being mindful of her remaining 3 A-rank quotas, Akali continued her examination of the other scrolls. At present, her own skill set sufficed for close-range combat, yet she sought supplementary techniques, such as control ninjutsu, mid to long-range offensive ninjutsu, and small area of effect techniques. As Akali explored the wind and lightning release techniques, she discovered that while Konoha's offerings in these domains were not particularly advanced, they were sufficiently available. She quickly identified several suitable techniques: wind release shuriken B, wind release vacuum blade B, lightning release earthwalk C, and lightning release lightning shuriken C. Earthwalk, as widely known, was an esteemed control-based lightning release technique. Meanwhile, the wind release shuriken and lightning release shuriken were methods that augmented the power of ninja tools with elemental damage. The wind release shuriken involved infusing wind chakra into shuriken before casting them, causing rapid rotation that could effortlessly sever rock. In contrast, the lightning release shuriken infused lightning chakra into kunai, delivering a paralyzing effect upon impact. Given that Akali's combat arsenal heavily relied on throwing techniques, these two were exceptionally practical. The wind release vacuum blade operated similarly, allowing the infusion of wind chakra into kunai, transforming it into an elongated, sharp short sword, who wouldn't wish for their weapon to be longer. After gathering a few supplementary ninjutsu, Akali sought mid to long-range offensive techniques. Acknowledging her youth and inexperience, she decisively consulted the third Hokage. Mid to long-range wind and lightning release techniques? The third pondered for a moment before swiftly suggesting two techniques: lightning release pseudo-darkness and wind release compression damage. Akali noted these techniques in her small notebook. At this point, she had expended 1A, 1B, and 2C from her budget, warranting a glance at the remaining options. She opened the scrolls for body techniques and sealing techniques, perusing them simultaneously. First, upon encountering the sealing scrolls, she was astounded by the plethora of sealing techniques available. She realized that sealing techniques could encompass anything, from sealing fire and evil to sealing darkness. Anything could be sealed. Although intrigued, she found them ill-suited to her needs and reluctantly set them aside. However, she did discover two particularly interesting techniques: the A-rank mutual explosive tag and the A-rank multiple shadow clone technique. Akali was quite fascinated by the solid clones, though she refrained from pursuing multiple clones, opting instead to note the B-rank shadow clone technique beneath the A-rank multiple shadow clone technique. As for the mutual explosive tag, it involved affixing a single explosive tag to an enemy's vital point, then continuously summoning a multitude of explosive tags, triggering an infinite series of explosions, a perpetual cycle. Upon glimpsing the mutual explosive tag, Akali finally understood why such directories could only be viewed within the Hokage's office. Certain techniques were not solely about usage, but their very names carried significant implications. The mutual explosive tag, once affixed, initiated an endless loop, deemed a lethal technique. Should a battle ensue, if Konoha were to unleash several of these death-dealing tags, few would withstand the onslaught. Yet, it was somewhat embarrassing that Akali had yet to even handle an explosive tag, having only witnessed it demonstrated by a Nin instructor in class, which was rather awkward indeed. Setting aside the sealing technique scroll, Akali turned her attention to the body techniques, and her gaze immediately fell upon the C-rank Shadow Leaf Dance and the A-rank 8 Gates. Akali's discernment for body techniques surpassed that of ninjutsu. She regarded the Shadow Leaf Dance as an exceptional opening technique, nearly a universal starting move. Although she struggled to fully comprehend the 8 Gates, she could easily liken it to a desperate last resort akin to the Heavenly Demon Dispersal Method. Rashomon S. 8 Gates A, Pseudo-Darkness B, Compression Damage B, Vacuum Blade B, Shadow Clone B, Wind Release Shuriken B, Lightning Release Shuriken C, Shadow Leaf Dance C, Earthwalk C. Akali submitted her selected ninjutsu. Akali's selection of ninjutsu was complete, and the third Hokage glanced at it, a flicker of admiration and nostalgia dancing in his eyes. Back when the second Hokage was still alive, the ninjutsu exchange system in Konoha had just begun to take shape. In a bid to showcase his abilities, Danzo eagerly presented his self-developed wind release shuriken and vacuum blade, earning praise from the second Hokage. The third couldn't help but reminisce about those days. Danzo had boldly declared his intention to develop a comprehensive wind release system. Yet, although the vacuum blade system had indeed been created, he had failed to submit any enhancements. Now, unexpectedly, Akali had chosen precisely these two ninjutsu. His astonishment stemmed from Akali's discerning choice amidst a plethora of techniques. The third had only provided 2 options. "Are you not considering Jinjutsu?" he inquired. "No," Akali replied, shaking her head. "Jinjutsu is not my path." Haha, the third chuckled, pleasantly surprised by her rationality. "Very well. I shall set aside my role as your life mentor for now and enhance your training in other areas." He laid down his pipe, as if arriving at a decisive conclusion. "While Jinjutsu may be unnecessary for you, it is vital to at least understand it, especially for a prodigy like you. I shall grant you an additional quota for a B-rank ninjutsu. Choose wisely." The third scribbled a note, and Akali leaned to catch a glimpse. Lightning Release, Lightning Pillar D. Illusion, Naraku-S Vision D. Illusion, Mirage of the Dawn D. Illusion, This Place is Not DC. Wind Release, Gale Palm C. Indeed, the third affirmed, elaborating. The lightning pillar can emit a blinding flash, suitable for retreats. A few practical illusions will serve as a foundation for your training, while also providing supplementary techniques. As for the gale palm, he carelessly tossed a kunai into the air, bringing his hands together. With a thunderous roar, a violent gust erupted between his palms, propelling the kunai forward like a streak of darkness, embedding itself deep into the wooden beam. This technique is exceptionally suited for you, and it possesses additional applications that you must discover for yourself. Impressive, Akali exclaimed, genuinely awed. No wonder you are regarded as a master of ninjutsu. Having acquired such a wealth of techniques and anticipating the imminent arrival of 2 million Ryo, Akali felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Her perception of Konoha greatly improved. Truth be told, her relationship with Konoha and the Hokage remained amicable, with friends residing there. If possible, she wished to maintain this state indefinitely. Akali returned home, carrying not only the 2 million Ryo but also an assortment of ninjutsu scrolls she had exchanged for. The contract for the Rashomon was signed at the Hokage building. According to the third, not everyone could secure such a contract, yet Akali found the process remarkably smooth. The sole exception was the 8 gates technique. She only acquired the training methods for the first 2 gates. This was not simply due to the necessity of talent for its activation. Many who appeared gifted could only unlock the first 2 gates, while some seemingly dull individuals could progress further. Additionally, the 8 gates was fundamentally an S-rank ninjutsu, but it had been divided into segments, allowing most individuals to cap their potential at the first 2 gates, thus filtering out those unworthy of the investment. Once she received her scrolls, Akali was required to return them, as she held no rights to teach these techniques, save for her self-created ninjutsu. However, she had no intention of imparting these techniques to anyone. As she exited the Hokage building, a sudden thought struck her. It reminded her of the Fate series, specifically the Absolute Demonic Front, where Gudao had brought the treasures of the King of Heroes to Ishtar, only to find that a mere 30% of the budget sufficed to win her over. Could it be that I, too, am akin to Ishtar, easily swayed by a mere 30% of my budget? She mused. What would that make me? The most easily impressed woman in Konoha? Shaking her head, she dismissed the notion. Upon returning home, Akali bathed, burned incense, and changed her attire, shaking off the dizziness from selecting her ninjutsu and recentering herself. Once composed, she sat quietly on her bed, eagerly awaiting the forthcoming rewards. After such a bountiful harvest, it was time for a grand lottery. Ding! The clock struck 7, and Akali opened her eyes. The auspicious hour had arrived. Glancing at her bankbook, a mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes. She had deliberately opted for the bankbook rather than cash. The ninja world's banking system was far less advanced than in her previous life. Rather than a bank, it resembled a moneylender, lacking a convenient computer system to manage finances or the ability to transfer vast sums with a single click. How would the system manage to withdraw funds for the lottery? And what would it do with the bank side of the transaction? Would it resort to theft or alter everyone's memories? If Akali won the lottery and then requested the 2 million Ryo, would the bank comply? Akali found herself thoroughly intrigued. Let the lottery begin. I'll start with 100 draws. With a flourish, she embraced the luxury of extravagance. The mysterious magic circle began to spin, radiating golden light. And the system did not falter merely because Akali's funds resided in a bankbook. In no time, the lottery concluded. Short sword, long sword, cloth armor, skill point 1. Poro delicacy 2, Ari's tail fur, a large tuft. Everlasting wool cookies 2, rune greatsword fragment 1. Holy silver crossbow bolt 1. Keenan shuriken set, Akali's kunai set. Twilight Eyes Steel Blade, Skill Point 1, Magic Resistance Cloak, Cloth Armor, Critical Hit Gauntlets, Zed's Blade, Life Potion 2, Poro Delicacy. Ari's Tail Fur, a large tuft. 2, Kiana's Sheep Spirit Mask 1, Skill Point 1, Rune Greatsword Fragment 1, Yasuo's Practice Longsword, Yon's Broken Sword, Doran's Ring, Doran's Blade. Dark Seal, Equipment Slot 1, Ari's Tail Fur, a large tuft, Ari's Grievances, Ari's Glamorous Outfit, Ari's Killing Intent, Ari's Embarrassing Photograph, Ari's Nude Photo, Red Crystal, Skill Point 1. Steel Pauldrons, Agile Cloak. After completing 110 draws, Akali wore a perplexed expression. System, what on earth are you doing? This is outrageous. Just because you expressed your grievances about plucking Ari's fur, you've gone and stripped her of her clothing. How brazen. How extravagant. Is this acceptable? Absolutely not. From now on, no more plucking Ari's fur. Do you understand? Have some respect for the delicate. Yet, considering the photo you provided, I shall forgive you this time. Now, be a good system. Without checking the other rewards, the LSP spirit stirred within her, and Akali retrieved the photograph of Ari in a state of embarrassment. Wow, that tail is truly magnificent. Oh wait, that tail is so white. Akali found herself wiping non-existent drool from her mouth. In the photo, Ari covered her chest with one hand while shielding her tail with the other, 6 tails swirling around her to conceal her modesty. Her silver teeth gritted, cheeks flushed. She gazed at the camera with a look of mortification. The remaining 3 tails were obscured. Surely they were not bare? That would be inconceivable. They must be hidden behind her body. As for Ari's nude photo, it was a premium content available only to those who had voted. Akali meticulously organized this round of lottery, comprising a total of 110 draws. Aside from a few auxiliary items, she managed to procure nearly all the inexpensive foundational gear from the Rift, successfully acquiring the entire line of Doran's items. Moreover, an unexpected surprise awaited her. She drew an equipment slot. Although it could only hold a single piece of equipment, it proved to be exceedingly useful. The haul included 24 basic items from the Rift, 10 skill points, 10 sets of shurikens and kunai, 15 items related to Ari, 10 silver arrows, 10 fragments of rune greatswords, 10 poro delicacies, 10 healing potions, 5 special items, 5 eternal wool sandwiches, and 1 equipment slot. This accounted for all the items acquired in the lottery. While she was uncertain about the utility of the silver arrows and rune greatsword fragments, it was not uncommon to draw some less desirable items in a lottery. As long as there were useful items among them, that sufficed. After tallying her gains, Akali began to validate her hypotheses. Red Crystal Healing Orb 10, 000 coins Crystal Bracers, Cloth Armor Amplitude Tome 26, 500 coins Explorer's Arm Guards, Magic Resistance Cloak Amplitude Tome 11, 500 coins Emerald Barrier, Cloth Armor 40, 000 coins Watcher's Armor, Cloth Armor Blue Crystal 25, 000 coins Glacier Armor, Short Sword 40, 000 coins Recurve Bow, Short Sword 20, 000 coins Fury Dagger. The somewhat magical boots Magic Resistance, Cloak 35, 000 coins Magic Resistance Boots. After spending nearly 230, 000 coins, Akali completed a synthesis using foundational equipment, discovering that the system's equipment synthesis only permitted item combinations. Individual upgrades, such as upgrading a ruby to a burning orb, were not feasible. Additionally, the upgraded equipment was also constrained within certain limits. Akali calculated the conversion ratio of the value of lottery equipment to synthesis costs in coins and Ninja World currency, determining that 10,000 coins equated to 100 coins. Currently, the most expensive equipment she could upgrade was priced at 1,000 coins. However, the shoes had successfully been synthesized. She pondered whether it was due to the somewhat magical boots, or if shoes inherently counted as a lower tier in the system's calculations. Unsure of the answer, Akali recognized that after this grand lottery, she had attained formidable gear. With the magic resistance boots adorning her feet, the Watcher's armor enveloping her torso, and the Glacier armor, a small round pendant, hanging from her waist, she donned 2 Explorer's arm guards on her arms, 2 crit gauntlets, and 2 crystal bracers. The Fury Dagger was strapped to her thigh, while the Emerald Barrier was reduced in size to become a leg ring on her other thigh. Fortunately, the rune equipment could be resized to fit her body. Otherwise, Akali, with her petite frame, would have struggled to wear them. Finally, the negative cloak draped over her armor. concealing it, while the agile cloak was tied around her waist, transforming into a short skirt, and the recurved bow was slung over her back. With a Doran's ring in her left hand and a dark seal in her right. Grateful for this reality where equipment was not limited to just 6 slots. She could wear as much as she could manage. However, the Watcher's armor was rather cumbersome, prompting Akali to stow it in the equipment slot and don a piece of cloth armor instead. Feeling the enhancement envelop her, Akali sensed an exhilarating surge of power. With her 16 pieces of legendary gear, Akali felt ready to soar. The glacier armor shielded her from the elements, embodying perfection. The 10 skill points were distributed between her 2 Q abilities, and previously unreachable ultimate abilities could now be enhanced. It seemed the criteria for skill point allocation was based on levels 6 and 11 for ultimate upgrades. Ultimately, both of her chaotic slashes received an upgrade. After allocating all 13 skill points, her 2 Q abilities reached maximum level, her 2 R abilities attained level 2, and the remaining points were assigned to her unique techniques. The Flowing Shadow and the secret technique, Blossoming Cherry. Though Akali considered investing skill points into ninja techniques, she was unable to do so, perhaps a possibility for the future. Akali deliberately avoided the malevolent intent of Ari, and after completing another free draw, acquiring several smoke bombs, the system unexpectedly announced a maintenance period for the lottery system. Congratulations, host. You have completely transcended the frailty of the early stages. The lottery system can no longer keep pace with you and is undergoing an upgrade. During this maintenance, free draws will continue to operate normally, while all else remains unchanged. Please be patient. Subsequently, the system displayed Akali's current attributes. Name: Akali, Health, 1210, Chakra, 800, Attack Power, 80, Ability Power, 110, Armor, 95, Magic Resistance, 100, Movement Speed, Standard Max 110 meters second, not accounting for movement speed bonuses. Note 1. Attributes are for reference only. Real-world human bodies are not data-driven. Note 2. Approximately 10 minutes in League of Legends. Heroes at levels 7 to 8, with purchased gear attributes. Had she truly escaped the novice phase? Akali counted on her fingers, realizing that with the equipment enhancements, she had indeed become significantly stronger. Whether it be in terms of vitality, strength, agility, or chakra volume, all of which had seen substantial boosts. Furthermore, Akali possessed rune equipment, a distinct advantage not found in the ninja world. The armor and magic resistance granted by the runes created an additional layer of protection, augmenting her defenses beyond what a ninja could achieve relying solely on chakra. Moreover, the equipment itself provided defense, constituting a dual layer of protection. Reflecting on her journey, Akali felt that the Ch-nin instructors from the Ninja Academy were no longer her equals. Yet, she was curious about how her hero attributes would translate to those of a ninja. Would ability power equate to mastery of ninjutsu? Would armor correspond to physical strength? Having viewed Water Shadow Ninja in her past life, Akali recognized that the ninjas of this world were not entirely the same, although chakra remained a commonality. In Water Shadow Ninja, powerful individuals could be struck by a single blow that shattered rocks and trees, yet they would rise unharmed to continue fighting. Thus, even with armor and magic resistance, Akali would not underestimate the defensive capabilities of ninjas, and this was not a data-driven world. Humans possessed vital points, and a blade piercing the heart would indeed be fatal. Senju Hashirama, really? Can that thing kill? Uchiha Madara, indeed. Hashirama can recover from minor wounds. Hashirama is the strongest. As for how one could be deceived by a mere kunai, it was not a death sentence. Of course, Akali remained unaware that for some, being struck in the heart by a kunai would not be fatal. She was currently testing her newly acquired skills. The smoke bomb had undergone no significant changes, merely an increase in area and density. With both Q skills at maximum level, they now represented complete mastery. The Flowing Shadow and the secret technique, Crimson Leaf, were no longer confined to physical objects. She could condense chakra into weapons and was no longer limited to just 2 types of weapons. The same technique could be employed to launch other weaponry. The increased range and enhanced power allowed her to wield chakra more efficiently, significantly amplifying Akali and Appo's combat prowess. The Inner Kill and Illusionary Sakura Kill became even more formidable. And it was in this moment that Akali truly grasped the terrifying potential of Illusionary Sakura Kill. It epitomized the adage, few words carry great weight. Illusionary Sakura Kill. Akali expends a sakura blossom to move in the shadows and swiftly strike her target. Previously, with only a single point allocated to illusionary Sakura kill. It had been incomplete. Now, with 2 points, its full power, akin to the secret techniques of the balanced 3 shinobi, was finally revealed. What did it mean to be illusionary Sakura? What did it mean to move in the shadows? When illusionary Sakura kill is activated, Akali would meld into the shadows, leaving behind an illusionary Sakura clone constructed from Sakura blossoms, which would then launch a thrust at the ground. The illusionary Sakura clone would serve as a feint while Akali concealed herself in the shadow beneath the clone. When the enemy finally managed to intercept or destroy the illusionary Sakura clone, Akali would emerge from the shadows and deliver a lethal strike during their moment of relaxation. The Phantom Cherry Blossom Slaughter, at its first level, emphasizes the concept of illusion, a dazzling assault initiated by rapid phantoms combined with visual tricks. At the second level, it involves a dual attack with 1 main and 1 auxiliary force in perfect harmony, while at the third level, it forsakes pretense, slipping into shadows to execute a lethal strike. Remarkably, the third ultimate technique boasts 3 distinct modes of attack, transforming assassination into an art form. Unlike the chaotic killing techniques that lack variation, the second level of the latter merely amplifies force and optimizes the advance. However, Akali senses that the 3-stage ultimate will surely present new transformations. The Phantom Cherry Blossom Slaughter is indeed formidable, albeit Akali feels slightly disoriented in the shadows. In a secluded training ground of Konoha, Akali leans against a massive tree, so large that 5 of her could barely encircle it, exhaling bursts of colorful energy. The Phantom Cherry Blossom Slaughter is powerful, though Akali struggles with the disorientation of entering the shadows. The unique perspective shift creates a surreal world, entirely different from reality. And as she navigates the shadow beneath her phantom clone, she feels an unsettling tremor. Whether due to her grip or the inherent instability remains uncertain. It is akin to being thrust into a pitch-black trunk, the vehicle coming to abrupt stops, with bizarre shapes flashing before her eyes. And she cannot afford to close her eyes, compelled to observe the interplay between the external world and the shadows. The constant shifts in perspective render her dizzy, affecting both her body and mind. Deciding to adapt to the Phantom Cherry Blossom Slaughter through practice, Akali acknowledges that while her foundational attributes have improved, they are still insufficient. Mastery of this potent ninjutsu requires further honing. The 8 gates must be cultivated, the wind and lightning techniques need practice, her enhanced strength must be acclimatized, and illusions demand understanding through training. Initially, Akali aimed for a swift graduation to partake in missions, even considering joining the Umbu for further experience. However, her encounter with Hinata Keiichi unexpectedly bestowed upon her a substantial sum of money, alleviating her immediate financial concerns. The target of Rope Tree no longer looms over her. She can defeat him whenever she wishes. Akali resolves to remain at the Ninja Academy a while longer, delaying her ascension to full-fledged ninja status. Currently, her ultimate techniques and the newly acquired 5th-level Q can only be perfectly executed under system guidance. She aims to amend this predicament, striving for autonomy in skill usage. Wind Release, Gale Palm. My style, Cold Shadow. Secret Technique, Scarlet Leaf. Her personal secret techniques, a few C-rank ninjutsu, ninja sickle techniques, and physical skills flourish at the training grounds on the outskirts of Konoha, where Akali diligently practices during her temporary recuperation. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Wind Release, Gale Palm. The elemental ninjutsu interact in a complex dance of mutual reinforcement and counteraction. In the dynamic interplay between wind and fire, a stronger wind can ensnare and reverse flames, while a powerful fire can consume wind techniques, transforming them into fuel. The collision of Great Fireball and Gale Palm creates a magnificent conflagration, a spectacle of explosive brilliance. Shadow Leaf Dance. Akali's figure abruptly materializes before Uchiha Hai, delivering a fierce kick that connects with his chin. Uchiha Hai is propelled into the air, and with a casual flick, Akali ensnares him with a chain, a kunai poised at his throat. You've lost, Akali proclaims with a playful grin. Wait, that's a bit outrageous. Uchiha Hai protests, bewildered as he recovers from the chain's grip, his body sore from the encounter. In less than half a month, how have you grown so rapidly? I was only a hair's breadth behind you in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and shuriken throwing. Uchiha Hai cannot fathom the sudden leap in her abilities. Just the other day, she had faced off against the 4th grader Nara Suzuku. It's a secret. Akali winks mischievously. If you want to tell, so be it. Just remember, next time, Uchiha Hai will surely defeat you. With that, Uchiha Hai departs, having just returned from training. Akali reflects on how the esteemed clans seem indifferent to the Ninja Academy. And remember to bring money next time. She calls, waving her hand in friendly farewell. Who wouldn't he enjoy the prospect of a well-funded practice dummy? Uchiha Hai stumbles, his teeth gritting as he replies from the doorway, got it. With victories over the strongest fourth-grader Nara Suzuku and now Uchiha Hai, Akali feels elated. Her strength has indeed increased significantly. Her only remaining target is Rope Tree, and she anticipates mastering the Shadow Clone technique soon, freeing herself to train further. Your strength has grown remarkably, remarks Shimi Yin, approaching her with evident admiration. As Akali's longtime soul friend, he prides himself on understanding her better than anyone else. Initially, she had no physical prowess, relying on him to teach her rudimentary techniques. With only a few commendable shuriken throws and smoke bombs to her name. Now, her taijutsu is commendable, and she has acquired new ninjutsu and physical techniques. Ha! I am a genius, Akali exclaims, rummaging through her ninja tool pouch. Here, she opens her palm to reveal a small brown cookie resting delicately in her fair hand. What is this? Shimi Yin takes the cookie, and his expression shifts dramatically as he feels a surge of desire from the insects within him for this treat. Oh, it's a special food that promotes the growth of animal companions. Akali explains, having prepared it for him before her encounter with Hinata Keiichi. Promotes the growth of animal companions. Yin gasps, recognizing the significance. As an insect tamer, he is aware that their clan possesses various secret formulas to enhance their insects, which require more than just chakra for robust development. Yet, such cravings had never before been elicited in them. How do you use it? He inquires. Just eat it. Akali suggests. Try a bit, and let your insects have some too. Yin breaks off a piece of the cookie, and swarms of insects emerge from his sleeve, eagerly devouring the delicacy. As he senses their enhancement, he casts a deep look at Akali. How does it feel? I feel great, he replies, somewhat dazed, observing his hands. The Oil User clan's secret technique involves nurturing insects within their bodies. He is both the nest and the king of the insects. As the swarm grows stronger, he can immediately perceive the effects. The cookie is divided in two, each half consumed by the insects in his hands, and he notices that each insect that partakes appears slightly larger, their shells tougher and limbs more vigorous. This translates to a noticeable increase in Yin's own strength. Is there more? He cannot help but ask. Of course, Akali hands him a small pouch, ever generous toward her friends, and with no summoned beasts of her own to feed at the moment. Secret technique, infestation. Yin takes the pouch, struggling to release the underdeveloped insects within him. Reluctantly, the swarm flows into the bag, only to emerge joyfully, entirely unrecognizable from their previous reluctance. Akali finds the sight amusing. The insects resemble a stubborn husky, being dragged forward yet declaring, I don't want to eat. After pressing his head down and taking a bite, he began to eat with gusto, exclaiming how delicious it was. This was a manifestation of the fundamental rule of the world, truly delightful. If this were a fantastical realm in a previous life, one might wonder what level of strength Qingze would possess. Perhaps harmonization? Minutes later, the swarm of insects within Jue finally completed a rotation, the dark mass of insects surging back into his body. Fortunately, the location of the battle was rather remote, as this spectacle might have terrified many onlookers. Are you done? Akali inquired. Yes, I am, Jue replied, letting out a loud burp, his face flushed and his posture unsteady, appearing quite overwhelmed. I burped. The control over the parasitic insects is still rather crude. Some of them have overeaten. All right, that's enough talking. Akali chuckled at Jiwei's burping antics, thinking to herself that he should refrain from any more burps, lest people start to accuse the author of padding the word count. Wait a moment. Jiwei realized his condition was unsatisfactory, and with a swift hand gesture, he summoned a surge of chakra that quickly alleviated his discomfort. What did you do? Akali asked, astonished. They had excess energy, so I allowed them to reproduce. Coincidentally, my technique is also about to reach the next stage, Jiwei replied calmly, prompting Akali to click her tongue in amazement. Such is the art of insect manipulation. After a moment of silence, Jiwei noticed that Akali did not exhibit the typical disgust or fear that people often had towards the Aburame clan. Instead, she seemed merely impressed, akin to a casual admiration. Feeling a swell of gratitude, Jiwei picked up the bag that had been torn apart by the swarm and carefully placed it in his pocket. He then wrapped the remaining delicacies in a handkerchief. "I will keep this a secret," he declared earnestly, holding up the delicacies. He understood that Akali's willingness to share meant she regarded him as a friend, and mutual assistance among friends was normal. Yet he could not treat it as a matter of course. "Haha, there's no need to be so formal. Just keep it under wraps for now. Who knows? I might be able to procure more in the future," Akali mused, recalling her experiences with lottery draws and the possibility of obtaining more delicacies after upgrades. However, she was uncertain when these upgrades would conclude. Akali had noticed a decrease in her savings, and when she inquired, it was claimed that she had withdrawn the funds herself, which was quite puzzling. The truth behind this mystery eluded her for the moment, but she resolved to strengthen her capabilities and perhaps one day uncover the secrets of her financial conundrum. As Akali and Jue casually chatted on their way back to class, they spotted the unmistakable figure of Minato Namikaze with his golden hair. Akali quickened her pace to distance herself. The school had reported her condition as an injury sustained during training, and they had even organized a support group for her. Minato had been quite bothersome for Akali, who valued her freedom and independence. Regrettably, she was soon surrounded by her adoring fans, who had spotted her. Meanwhile, beneath the expansive ceiling, several figures clad in white with white eyes followed the route shinobi ahead, consisting of Hinata Ichi, Hinata Sh, and Hinata Aikir. That day, there had been 6 in total. Danzo's attempt to seize something had failed, and the other 3 Hinatas had been summoned by the 3rd Hokage to serve in the Umbu as eyes for the village. Although they had only managed to secure a branch family member, it was still a partial success. As they delved deeper into the dimly lit chamber, the sunlight gradually receded, and the chill of the underground enveloped them, almost as if they were stepping into another world. Hinata Ichi could not help but glance up at the azure sky above, still brilliant and beautiful, yet feeling as though it no longer belonged to him. "Alas, my son, it is my fault." His father's heart-wrenching image flashed in his mind, and Ichi clenched his fist. "No, father, you are not at fault. The only one to blame is my own ignorance." He reflected on his youthful arrogance that led to calamity, causing his father to endure losses and even losing his esteemed position as the elder of the clan, relegating him to the branch family. Because of this, he had become a member of the main family, and ultimately a castaway of the Hyuga clan. Hinata Ichi, with a nature that was ruthless and wicked, had harmed his kin, resulting in significant losses for the clan. Now, he was being sent to the root to atone for his misdeeds. The clan leader coldly proclaimed the clan's decision, and his father stood nearby, despondent. At the time, Ichi seethed with anger at the leader's coldness. Unaware of the sorrow his father felt, was entering the Umbu not a good thing? However, the root was unlike the Umbu. While Ichi could accept the notion of atoning for his sins, he soon began to grasp the true meaning of the root once he stepped inside. Yes, darkness, Hinata Ichi realized. Yet, the root possessed means to grow stronger, and they needed the Hyuga for reconnaissance. As a specialized Umbu training unit, the root had everything he needed to enhance his abilities. Having undergone upheaval, Hinata Ichi felt a newfound clarity. He would enter the root to strengthen himself and reclaim what his family had lost because of him. He was determined to reclaim his honor. A week later, Akali, now proficient in the shadow clone technique, decisively began her studies with it. The process of creating shadow clones divided her chakra, but thanks to her concealed reserves, she could first channel some chakra into her equipment before splitting the remaining chakra, retaining a significant amount for herself. The division of chakra for shadow clones would not hinder her training. During this period, Akali had completed her training in the Gale Palm technique and was now practicing Wind Release Shuriken and Lightning Release Shuriken alongside Wind Release Vacuum Blade. The Lightning Release Shuriken was manageable. She merely needed to alter the properties of the lightning chakra before throwing it. However, mastering the Wind Release Shuriken and the Wind Release Vacuum Blade proved to be quite challenging, as both required manipulation of both properties and forms, making it exceedingly difficult for Akali. In simpler terms, manipulating properties was akin to smelting iron or into wrought iron and steel, while form manipulation involved shaping that iron into weapons, deciding whether to create a steel pipe or a steel blade. The weight might remain the same, yet the impact would feel entirely different. It could be said that the release of any ninjutsu hinges on both form and property manipulation. Property dictates power, while form determines how that power is unleashed and amplified during the process. Setting aside the manipulation of properties for now, Akali found herself struggling with form manipulation. In essence, aside from her skill enhancements, Akali's control over chakra was not particularly strong. B-rank ninjutsu truly lives up to its reputation as a J-mean-level technique. It is incredibly difficult. Akali mused, executing another vacuum blade. With a slight parting of her lips, a gust of wind chakra was expelled, entwining around the shuriken in her hand. The chakra within the air currents strained to stretch and mold the wind around the shuriken into a sword-like form, but the air currents were too chaotic and erratic. No matter how Akali attempted to control them, the swirling winds around the shuriken moved like an unpredictable creature. The wind release. Vacuum blade is a technique that shapes a blade of chakra airflow expelled from the mouth, sustained by the hand wielding it through continuous chakra output. However, at present, Akali is unable to even master the first step. As she watches the vacuum blade dissipate once more, a realization dawns upon her. Perhaps it is not wise to continue practicing this way, but rather to enhance her foundational skills during this time. Yet, how does one truly practice chakra control? Akali racks her brain, recalling the methods she observed in her previous life from the Water Shadow Ninja regarding chakra control, only to sadly discover that those techniques do not suit her. Should she consult the third Hokage? Akali ponders uncertainly. Elder Danzo's vacuum series of wind release techniques are aptly named for their ability to create vacuums upon release. In my view, that void is the core of the vacuum wind release. Without establishing a vacuum, the blade can never be formed. A somewhat languid voice emanates from the woods, prompting Akali to look up and see a young man, around 17 or 18 years old, with his ponytail fashioned into a fishtail, lazily leaning against a tree. It is unclear whether he is a special jonin or a jonin. Akali's eyes flicker with recognition as she contemplates where she might have seen that peculiar hairstyle. Without needing to think further, he introduces himself. I am Narasa's elder brother, Nara Karaki. Nara Karaki jumps down from the tree and stands before Akali, his demeanor shifting from lazy to serious. My younger brother is much indebted to you. Oh, Akali raises an eyebrow in surprise at his words. So, after dealing with the little brother, the big brother comes? Well, Nara Karaki scratches the back of his head awkwardly. As much as I hate to admit it, it seems to be the case at present. I actually came to see what kind of person defeated my brother. And now you see, Akali retorts without reservation, not believing a word of what Nara Karaki claimed. If he merely wished to observe, shouldn't he have sought out the shadow clone at the ninja school? Why come specifically to find her? He must have some other motive for tracking her down. Nara Karaki falters. How about we have a spar? He proposes directly. You seem to be perplexed about how to train chakra control. I can teach you a couple of methods, but first, let us engage in a battle. I want to test the caliber of the person who bested my brother. Akali takes a step back, her face a mask of refusal. But Nara Karaki gives her no chance to hesitate and charges forward. As the battle commences, Akali swiftly discards all distractions, recalling her confrontation with Nara Suzuku. While Nara Suzuku possesses no remarkable attributes, his mastery of secret techniques at such a young age is indeed formidable. That is a shadow technique. It requires not only observation of the person, but also their shadow. Resolute, Akali prepares, and Nara Karaki is already upon her. Clang, clang, clang. Drawing her fury dagger, Akali feels her body come alive with sudden agility as she exchanges several blows with Nara Karaki. The fury dagger and kunai clash violently, sparks flying as blades grind against one another. Suddenly, Akali feels her body sink heavily. So heavy, Nara Karaki's height and physique grant him a positional advantage, allowing him to exert greater force. The age difference also enables him to overpower Akali, and though her gear mitigates the pressure, it does not eliminate it entirely. Thus, boom, smoke bombs from her secret technique, misty array, explode, the dense fog slightly impeding Nara Karaki's movements. Just as I suspected, unbeknownst to Akali, as she taps into familiar energy, Nara Karaki confirms the clan's speculations. The chakra fluctuations resemble those of shadow techniques. This is indeed in release. Nara Karaki rejoices. For the Nara clan's ancestors developed the shadow techniques, and their descendants have continuously refined them. Yet, no one has been able to innovate or reconstruct the system. The in-release ninjutsu has long been what the Nara clan sought, and now, he finally witnesses it. Boom! A substitution wood explodes as Akali's 5 cold shadow kunai are embedded into it. The commotion from the smoke behind her prompts Akali to grasp her scythe with a reverse grip and slash. Secret technique, scattering flowers. Clang! A dull thud resonates behind her, and as Akali executes a backflip, Shuriken fly from her hand, concealing her within the smoke. For the first time, Akali does not rely solely on the smoke to conceal herself. Instead, she controls the mist to shroud her presence while suppressing her own chakra signature. Although she anticipated that the smoke bomb would not remain as effective as in the Ninja Academy, the speed of its unraveling is astonishing. This individual can maintain perception within the smoke and even manipulate it to his advantage. Who exactly is he? As Akali takes command of the misty array, it settles, no longer serving as an ally to her foes. Her shuriken strikes Nara Karaki, yet she does not pursue. This caution allows her to avoid a trap. He hasn't followed. How unfortunate. Nara Karaki remains quietly in a corner of the mist, weaving a net of black shadows, adorned with a series of explosive tags. Of course, these explosive tags are merely training versions from the ninja school, designed to flash briefly. Nara sent him to verify Akali's in-release abilities, never intending to cause harm. As the leader of the Nara clan, Nara Karaki possesses the strength and composure necessary to keep this combat interaction at a friendly sparring level. Wind release, great breakthrough. Nara Karaki forms hand seals, unleashing a tempest that disperses the remaining smoke. The black fog gradually recedes, revealing Akali's figure as light pierces through the dissipating darkness. The interplay of light and shadow dazzles her eyes, causing Akali to squint slightly. An opportunity. Nara Karaki gestures with both hands, and a shadow suddenly extends from beneath him, creeping toward Akali's feet. As she adjusts to the shifting light, Nara Karaki's shadow binding technique successfully connects with the shadow beneath her. What is this? Feeling her body stiffen, Akali inquires in confusion. It's the shadow mimicry technique. Nara Karaki explains, once ensnared by this technique, all your movements will be under my control. He raises his hand as if demonstrating, and Akali follows suit, mirroring his motion. Is this the same technique that allowed Nara Suzaku to evade me? How powerful! Akali is taken aback, unaware that Nara Karaki himself is even more astonished. The energy consumption of shadow techniques is immense, and most can only be utilized for coordination with others. This is precisely why the Nara clan seeks alternative ninjutsu paths. Yet this significant consumption, coupled with its specialized function, grants the shadow mimicry technique formidable control. However, Nara Karaki feels as if he is not restraining a 6-year-old child, but rather grappling with a young bear. Akali's mercury-infused shoes prove a considerable challenge for him. Yet Nara Karaki's expression reveals none of his struggle. Suzaku told me your speed is remarkable, that he could barely catch you. Yet here I am, seizing the opportunity to capture you. Nara Karaki declares with a hint of pride. Akali bristles with annoyance, puffing up her cheeks as she points accusingly at Nara Karaki, resembling a vigilant little serpent poised to strike. Yet, in the next moment, her spirit deflates. She has indeed learned a lesson. In the future, she must be mindful of the sun's positioning when deploying smoke bombs, for it may grant her the chance to ensnare her adversaries. So, you have captured me with this technique and forced me to mimic your actions. What now? Akali attempted to move her limbs, the binding force unwavering. But what was the use? Neither of them could move. Yet, it was indeed useful. Nara Kuramaki's left hand descended, and Akali's left hand instinctively followed suit. It was then that Akali discovered Kuramaki had ninja tool pouches on both sides, specifically for utilizing in this technique as the situation warranted. No way, that's a bit unfair. Akali watched helplessly as her left hand grasped nothing but air, while Nara Kuramaki retrieved a set of shurikens. He brandished the shurikens in front of Akali, flaunting them with a sense of superiority. Realizing the peril she was in, Akali struggled violently, but Kuramaki offered no respite. He promptly raised his hand and launched a ring of shurikens. Akali's eyes widened in horror as the shuriken ring arched above her head. The sight of the explosive tags affixed to the shurikens filled her with a sense of dread. In that moment, she understood the meaning of sheer terror. Boom! The shuriken ring detonated, scattering countless shurikens with explosive tags. If caught in such a vast array of explosive tags, even the Hokage would struggle to emerge unscathed. The calm expression on Akali's face finally morphed into a flicker of anger. Without hesitation, she erupted with chakra, crouching low as chakra surged forth, enveloping her body. The energy filled the gaps between her cells, initiating the prelude to the dance of death and countering the shadow mimic technique. What immense power! Did I just catch a bear? Nara Kuramaki hastily intensified his control, but as Akali's chakra surged, her struggles grew increasingly vigorous. accompanied by an energy akin to the shadow mimic technique breaking free from its restraints. Kuramaki ignited the explosive tags and decisively relinquished his control. Anyone who has fished knows that sometimes, relentless pulling only causes the fish to panic and flee desperately. The tighter the line, the more likely it is to snap. Yet, occasionally, letting go allows the fish to rest, making it easier to reel them in. Kuramaki released his hold, and in the next instant, Akali's body sprang forth like an arrow released from a bow. How swift! Is this the technique mentioned in the intel? The third Hokage's secrecy was impeccable. At present, Akali remained closely guarded by the third, leaving Kuramaki with limited information, merely aware of the technique's existence. Without hesitation, Kuramaki lowered his hands to form seals and quickly retreated, preparing to enter the forest. However, Akali's sudden lunge was astonishingly fast, forcing Kuramaki to intercept. Kuramaki formed seals, causing shadows beneath his feet to erupt from the ground, transforming into countless tangible shadow tendrils that intertwined with the trees, creating a net to shield him. With the black net formed, Kuramaki continued his retreat into the woods. He understood that if his shadows were to ensnare Akali, it could only be through the complex terrain of the forest, aside from the earlier opportunity. Hunting. Pursuing Kuramaki, Akali raised her hand and hurled 2 icy shadows, 10 shurikens infused with chakra, piercing through the black net. As the dance of death collided with the net, accompanied by relentless slashes from her left-hand scythe and right-hand shuriken, the black net shattered instantaneously. Akali surged into the forest, just in time to see the hem of Kuramaki's garment vanish from her sight. She observed him disappear into a thicket, after which the leaves rustled momentarily before silence enveloped the area. Akali halted, gazing at the dense forest, its shadows deep and its branches lush, momentarily unsure how to search within the woods. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure. Shizhn. Akali flipped her wrist, conjuring another smoke bomb. As the smoke bomb detonated, a purplish-black mist spread in all directions. The fourth one, hidden behind a thick tree trunk, Kuramaki's eyes brightened. He had not noticed Akali's previous ring slash, nor did he have time to react to the dance of death. This smoke bomb marked the fourth use of her in-release ninjutsu. Kuramaki focused intently, yet he remained oblivious to the smoke curtain that had silently crept closer to him, completely unaware that the smoke spread was intentional. Just as Kuramaki realized the smoke was alarmingly near, Akali burst forth from the mist, enveloped in a brilliant white light. Shadow gathering technique, black net. In a moment of haste, Kuramaki attempted to employ the same tactic, conjuring another intercepting black net before him. However, this time, fortune did not favor him. Creak, boom. The hastily formed shadow net failed to stop Akali. She broke through, snapping the slender black threads as she charged forward, landing a mighty punch into Kuramaki's abdomen. Wow, my whole stomach is churning from that punch. Kuramaki's body bent backward, soaring through the air in a graceful arc. Swoosh. Akali's single-handed scythe followed suit, embedding itself into Kuramaki's face as he crashed to the ground. 5, 6, maybe 7. Clutching his stomach, Kuramaki struggled to count. The youth of today truly should not be underestimated. Feeling the cold shuriken at the nape of his neck, Kuramaki forced a smile. Though the shadow secret technique proved somewhat lacking in direct confrontation, and he had refrained from lethal techniques, he had taken the encounter seriously. He had not anticipated being bested before he could even utilize the shadow mimic technique amidst Akali's flurry of thrusts. Once Akali began her onslaught, the initiative in battle slipped from his grasp. Be honest. Akali frowned, pressing the shuriken slightly forward. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I surrender. Kuramaki raised his hands in defeat. You suddenly attack just to spar with me? Are you a masochist? Akali asked, puzzled. Kuramaki was at a loss for words. He had never anticipated ending up on the receiving end of a beating. Just consider me one. Kuramaki sighed. When I see such a lovely junior, I can't help but want to test your skills. Honestly, you're quite formidable. Do I need you to tell me that? Akali gripped her shuriken, flipping its blade edge, striking Kuramaki's head with the hilt, scattering his hair. Testing skills with explosive tags? That's a special explosive tag provided by the Ninja Academy. Kuramaki sheepishly produced a tag and handed it to Akali. Akali ignited the explosive tag and launched it. Pop! A small flash of fire flickered momentarily before vanishing. Akali's irritation dissipated slightly. After all, who would feel good being startled during their training? What was that method you mentioned earlier? Kuramaki replied, climb trees, walk on water. If you let me go, I can demonstrate for you. Akali sheathed her shuriken, her skeptical gaze still fixed on Kuramaki. Despite having absorbed the impact of her dance of death, he seemed remarkably composed, engaging in casual conversation, leaving her astounded. Soon, they arrived at a small stream beside the training ground, where Kuramaki demonstrated climbing trees and walking on water before taking his leave. Akali sensed that Kuramaki had ulterior motives for being there, but she could not fathom what they might be. With no reason to detain a fellow ninja from her village, she reluctantly allowed him to depart. As Kuramaki walked halfway down the path, he suddenly darted into a thicket. Within the dense undergrowth, a natural sanctuary, Kuramaki lifted his shirt, revealing a dark mass gathering around his abdomen, prominently displaying a small fist-shaped bruise. Wow! Kuramaki gasped, finally expelling the blood he had suppressed for so long. Terrifying, he mused, though he had thoroughly gleaned all of Akali's techniques, which should suffice as a completion of his clan's mission. What a hassle! Kuramaki sighed deeply, maintaining control and adhesion. Akali gathered chakra at the soles of her feet and slowly stepped onto the massive tree before her. After the battle with Nara Shimoku, she did not take a moment to rest, but immediately began her training. The intentions of Nara Shimoku remained unclear, yet Akali could not help but deduce that it was simply to engage her in combat, discarding all impossibilities. What remained must be the truth. She had reason to suspect that this individual aimed solely to challenge her. As for the reason behind this confrontation, intelligence. In the world of ninjas, information is paramount. With sufficient intelligence, even the weak can slay the strong. Except for the exalted Kage level. Possessing all the intelligence about them is futile. One can only rely on sheer strength to prevail in direct encounters. The flawed false shadows of intelligence are exposed, leading to a certain demise. For instance, during the battle of Obito with Minato on the Night of the Nine Tails, as Obito's disciple, he was intimately familiar with Minato, and yet he was still swiftly defeated. Conversely, individuals like Haiden, who appear formidable, can be easily dismantled once their intelligence is revealed, as Shikamaru demonstrated. Upon realizing that Nara Shimoku's objective was to obtain her intelligence, Akali's anxiety surged. She was not of the Kage level and naturally had her own shortcomings. Only some could discern and exploit them, while others lacked the means to do so. Thus, Akali understood that her only path forward was to grow stronger. She must render the intelligence Nara Shimoku could obtain obsolete. This was the undeniable truth. Testing the adhesion of her feet to the tree, Akali confidently lifted her other foot, placing it atop, before attempting to elevate herself. She swiftly traversed a few vertical steps up the tree trunk. Then, bang, she found herself sitting on the ground. Dazed, her eyes shimmering with tears, her expression a medley of emotions, her distinctive hair drooping. How vexing. Trembling, Akali retrieved a sharp little stone from beneath her. With a scowl, she gradually clenched her fingers, lightning chakra flashing between them, and the pesky stone was reduced to powder. Rubbing her backside in silence, she stood up. This technique was effective, albeit a bit hard on her rear. She would need to find a cushion first. It was certainly not due to a sour mood. After a considerable pause, Nara Shimoku finally returned to his clan to report. Recently, Nara Suzaku faced off against Akali and suffered defeat. However, being inherently perceptive, he keenly sensed the hidden in-release fluctuations within Akali's techniques. Upon reporting back to the Nara clan, the matter was taken quite seriously. As previously mentioned, the gifted ancestors of the Nara clan created techniques centered around shadow manipulation, with countless clan members subsequently exploring various branches of this art. Today, however, the potential of shadow techniques had been nearly exhausted. The myriad transformations already uncovered by predecessors rendered the Nara clan confined to auxiliary roles, necessitating the formation of the complementary trio of boar, deer, and butterfly. In more conventional scenarios, the relatively weaker Nara ninja would be utterly helpless against swift opponents when employing shadow binding techniques. It was not that complementarity was flawed, but which ninja clan would not desire a powerhouse like Uchiha Madara to dominate? Thus, it was vital to glean insights from other systems of in-release ninjutsu, broadening their arsenal and perspectives. Kunai, shuriken, single-handed sickles, smoke bombs. The elders of the Nara clan were taken aback by Nara Shimoku's report. Their in-release ninjutsu focused on manipulating shadows. What then were these kunai, shuriken, and sickles? Within the Nara secret techniques, there was a shadow imitation shuriken that infused chakra into chakra metal kunai. Could it be that Akali's release techniques were concealed within weapons? Nara Shimoku's encounter with Akali did not involve deep exchanges. Hence, he could not discern the hidden chakra seals within the techniques of Scarlet Leaf or my style of Cold Shadow. Insights only revealed through direct confrontation. Hayabusa had struck. Yet at that moment, Akali had not flown over, and Nara Shimoku was also preparing traps. The explosion of the energy ring and the smoke bomb obscured their perceptions. Thus awareness was hindered. The Nara elders began to murmur among themselves. Silence! Silence! The Nara clan leader struck the table, continuing to inquire about Nara Shimoku's impressions of the girl named Akali. How formidable do you find her? Very strong. Under normal circumstances, I should be able to win, but in a life-and-death struggle, I would undoubtedly perish. Recalling their brief clash, Nara Shimoku's expression grew grave. Of course, should such a confrontation occur, I would ensure she does not escape unscathed. It would likely be a mutual demise. After a moment's reflection, Nara Shimoku added, What? Impossible. By what means? The Nara elders debated, incredulous. Even the usually composed clan leader fell into silence. Nara Shimoku, an 18-year-old special jonin, proficient in the Nara Shadow secret techniques, was a rare talent not lacking in direct combat prowess, with a physique of extraordinary strength. The clan's past evaluations often labeled him a prodigy who had strayed from the path. Such an individual, facing a mere girl, claimed he could not survive because the shadows cannot seize her. Nara Shimoku chuckled bitterly, prompting a somber silence from the assembled Nara elders. This was precisely why they formed the boar, deer, and butterfly combination, rather than merely the deer and butterfly. The deer required the spiritual techniques of the boar for interference, enabling it to exert control and allow the butterfly to initiate attacks. Nara Shimoku's notion of mutual destruction evidently relied on his own methods, with shadow techniques serving merely as support. This was the genius that the third generation had desperately shielded. The clan leader remained silent, contemplating the predicament. Listen, everyone. The Nara clan leader spoke slowly. They could not afford to offend a talent like Akali as the Hyuga had done. The best course of action was to approach her tactfully and build rapport. Simultaneously, the Nara clan must prepare to explore the path taken by the third generation. The Nara shadow techniques lacked robust combatability. Their shortcomings could not persist indefinitely. The urgent priority was to clarify the intelligence surrounding Akali's techniques, as this would dictate their future stance. The Nara clan commenced their actions. The sharpest minds of Konoha began to turn rapidly, leveraging their strengths and designing strategies. Soon, news of Akali's additional secret techniques reached Danzo's ears through a certain channel tied to the Nara's roots. Akali? I recall she exchanged my wind-release shuriken and vacuum blade. Danzo stroked the scar on his chin, lost in thought. He knew she was a genius well guarded by the monkeys. However, with wind-release shuriken and vacuum blade in her possession, he might have the opportunity to approach her first. Half a month later, in a secluded training ground on the outskirts of Konoha, surrounded by trees, a delicate little girl was diligently practicing her breathing. After days of climbing trees and traversing water, Akali had finally completed her preliminary chakra control training and resumed her practice of several B-rank wind release techniques. As her chakra control improved, the results manifested almost instantly. Wind release, shuriken. The shuriken in her hand spun continuously as she exhaled, enveloping it in wind. With the added boost of wind release, the spinning speed of the shuriken increased, and 4 chakra-formed wind blades extended outward. With rapid rotation and the sharpness of the wind blades, Akali aimed the wind shuriken, extending to the length of her forearm, at the trees and hurled it forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The swiftly rotating wind shuriken was incredibly sharp, slicing through 3 large trees before exhausting its chakra, the colossal trunks crashing down with a resounding thud as Akali retrieved her shuriken. While it may have been achieved through the utilization of a shuriken resembling a chakra-infused metal, Akali felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Regardless of the reliance on Kenin's shuriken, she had acquired a formidable new offensive technique. In the future, as her chakra reserves increased and her mastery over jutsu improved, she might even transform the throwing of her kunai into a shuriken, launching energy-infused shuriken alongside wind-style techniques, resulting in a powerful fusion of both jutsu. Having made initial progress with the wind-style vacuum blade, Akali resumed her studies on it. She recalled what Nara Shikako had said about establishing a vacuum, yet she struggled to achieve it herself. The complexity of the vacuum blade was daunting, and even Akali contemplated skipping it to practice pseudo-darkness and oppression instead. Wind-style, vacuum blade. she mentally shouted, reinforcing her psychological readiness to execute the technique. Inhaling and exhaling, she channeled chakra into the kunai, creating a swirling flow reminiscent of wind-style shuriken. She sought to shape and elongate the blade, continuously feeding chakra into the kunai with her right hand. Stand firm, hold steady. Suddenly, the vacuum blade she was trying to constrain dispersed, marking her failure. A light chuckle resonated from nearby. Who is that? Akali turned swiftly to find a middle-aged man with a striking resemblance to his younger self, exuding an aura of cold handsomeness. Observing her with nostalgia. The vacuum blade is not established this way, he stated. It does not rely on self-imposed constraints, but rather on the vacuum itself. With a smile, Danzo inquired, "Do you know what a vacuum is?" Akali nodded, understanding its essence. "Very well, watch closely." Danzo produced a shuriken, and Akali's anticipation grew. Wind style, vacuum blade. As he formed hand seals and exhaled, chakra enveloped the kunai, morphing it into a long sword, with the tip connected to his right hand, which would provide a continuous output of chakra. Akali observed as a vacuum tube extended from the kunai's tip, stabilizing the blade completely. Now I see. Akali realized her earlier mistake. This is the true vacuum blade. Danzo casually swung the long sword a couple of times, demonstrating its stability. Even capable of cleaving through trees and rocks without dissipating. Wind is free, scattered, unbound, and cannot be restrained by man, yet it can restrain itself. The vacuum blade requires a vacuum that maintains lower pressure than the surrounding atmosphere. The vacuum autonomously draws in the surrounding air, effectively binding the wind. Establishing a vacuum and subsequently creating a cycle of wind around it is what completes the vacuum blade. Upon hearing Danzo's explanation, Akali comprehended the scientific nature of this ninjutsu. "Who are you?" She instinctively added a respectful tone. "I am the Hokage's advisor, Danzo, and the creator of this technique. In my youth, I lacked precision in its description, and upon hearing someone had altered my technique, I came to observe and elucidate." Danzo smiled faintly, embodying the demeanor of a wise sage. "Oh, I see." Akali nodded, finding herself in a scene reminiscent of tales where a master guides a novice. "And you?" She looked at Danzo expectantly. Without maintaining his aloof demeanor, Danzo urged her. "Show me a vacuum blade. Remember, you must create a vacuum. Conventional physical methods struggle to establish a vacuum, but with chakra, it should be manageable. Go ahead and demonstrate." "Yes," Akali responded, recalling Danzo's instructions. She took a deep breath, clearing her mind, contemplating how to form the vacuum. Then, she expelled a mass of air, wrapping, shaping, connecting, and opening a channel. The chakra conduit extended alongside the air mass to her right hand, facilitating a smooth extension of her chakra through the kunai. As the conduit extended over half the blade's length, she began to establish the vacuum. With the pressure centralizing, the previously chaotic form stabilized into a long sword. A gentle breeze swirled around the vacuum blade as Akali waved it, experiencing the remarkable sensation of wielding a light sword. "Well done, the vacuum blade has taken shape." Danzo praised her. "You possess great talent. However, this current vacuum blade lacks any lethality." Danzo enveloped his palm with chakra and struck the center of the vacuum blade. Akali instinctively moved the long sword aside, but it proved ineffective. So swift. She marveled inwardly as Danzo's palm cleanly sliced through the vacuum blade, causing it to dissipate effortlessly. Observe, Danzo extended his hand, revealing no traces of injury on his palm. "How can I manifest lethality?" Akali couldn't help but inquire. "For that, you must complete your training in nature transformation," Danzo replied with a subtle smile, handing her a fallen leaf. Nature transformation. Akali's eyes sparkled, realizing this would instruct her on mastering nature transformation. "What must I do?" There are various forms of nature transformation. Profound understanding varies by individual. However, the most widely recognized transformation of wind is sharpness. Danzo explained. "Place the leaf in your palm and use your chakra to slice it." Like so, Danzo opened his palm, and the leaf rested calmly there. A surge of chakra rippled, and the leaf was precisely cut along its center line. "Remarkable," Akali exclaimed, examining the leaf in her hand. "Practice diligently," Danzo advised with a smile before departing. "Some things require a bit of time to cultivate." In the mountains, time seemed to stand still, as if a dream had spanned a millennium. Since commencing her studies with shadow clones, Akali had lost track of the days. Now, as she embarked on the even more challenging journey of wind-style chakra nature transformation, her sense of time vanished entirely. Days slipped by unnoticed. Yet, the benefits of her training became increasingly apparent. With her innate talent, Akali swiftly completed the fundamentals of nature transformation. Mobilizing chakra, she transformed it into sharp, fine wind blades that sliced along the leaf's veins. In a flash of white light, a complete leaf was severed in two. Once more, she wielded the vacuum blade against a wooden post. With a soft slicing sound, the post was cleaved effortlessly, and Akali felt no strain. Even if nature transformation was merely at the level of cutting leaves, it was essential to remember that Akali possessed formidable strength. Applause erupted as Danzo once again appeared silently, a sight Akali had grown accustomed to. "Lord Danzo, you have returned." She turned, bowing respectfully. In the days that followed, Danzo had imparted much wisdom to Akali, and she had come to understand this seemingly stern man better. "Congratulations on successfully completing the training of the vacuum blade," Danzo remarked, his gaze reflecting astonishment at Akali's talent, as if he began to grasp why the third Hokage had been so protective of her. Akali's potential indeed warranted personal attention from the third. Yet, it remained uncertain how she would perform in actual combat. "Now I can rest easy. I will revise the description of the vacuum blade based on your training process, ensuring that future ninjas seeking to master it will find it more accessible." Tuanzo appeared wholeheartedly devoted to the interests of the Konoha ninjas, seemingly mentoring Akali not out of desire for her person, but rather to enhance the vacuum blade for the benefit of the village. "As a validation of your training, would you care to spar with me?" Tuanzo proposed enticingly. "As one of Konoha's elite, I can allow you to unleash your full potential and showcase your skills." He believed that the trust established over the days he had come to mentor would likely lead Akali to agree to the match. "Shall we engage in battle?" Akali's interest was piqued. Most of her past encounters had been one-sided victories, and her brief skirmish with Nara Shiriki had left her uncertain about her true combat prowess. Facing a top-tier warrior like Elder Tuanzo would not only serve as a personal test, but also broaden her horizons and experience. Very well, Akali resolved to accept the challenge. At that moment, the third Hokage, engrossed in his duties, suddenly sensed an unusual presence overhead, as if something dear to him was about to be taken away. Taking his premonition seriously, he paused his work and retrieved the crystal ball, though he could not discern the cause of his unease. "Tuanzo has been unusually quiet lately," he mused, finally recalling the source of his discomfort. On a whim, he directed the crystal ball towards Akali's location and, as expected, beheld a familiar visage, Tuanzo. The third Hokage clenched his teeth, realization dawning upon him. In recent days, his relentless work had kept him confined to the Hokage's office, leading him to wonder if Akali was truly as formidable as she appeared. He had noted her lack of inquiries regarding her jutsu, as each time he checked. She was diligently training, recently progressing from tree climbing and water walking to mastering the nature transformation of wind chakra. While he had been puzzled about who had imparted such knowledge to her, he had assumed it was merely a stroke of luck or serendipity on her part. Now, seeing Tuanzo, everything clicked into place. The sudden increase in his workload, the silence of Tuanzo, it all pointed to the fact that Tuanzo had been clandestinely engaging with Akali during the third's hours of labor. "Cursed Tuanzo, attempting to usurp my opportunity." The third Hokage seethed, rising from his seat and pacing in agitation, contemplating his next course of action. At that moment, Tuanzo, sensing something amiss, glanced upward with a subtle smirk. "Come now, make your move." Tuanzo smiled confidently. "Then here I come," Akali declared, already on the offensive. Fully equipped except for her recurved bow, she was in her prime state. With a flurry of attacks, she executed a series of strikes, launching smoke bombs and performing agile maneuvers, only to be met with Tuanzo's formidable chakra that disrupted her flow. Such power, Akali thought as she was effortlessly swept aside by the fierce wind, landing on a tree with a serious expression. Initially, her offensive had been countered with precision, her techniques thwarted by Tuanzo's deft maneuvers. She found it impossible to even close the distance. "A ninja must adopt the mindset of a ninja," Tuanzo critiqued, appreciating Akali's direct approach while simultaneously offering unrelenting feedback. "Never lose control of your body. Use your chakra to grip the ground firmly." "Understood," Akali replied. Once more, Tuanzo urged. Absorbing the lesson from being blown away, Akali adeptly grounded herself with chakra, executing her movements with newfound stability and speed. "Iryu, cold shadow," she exclaimed, launching a kunai imbued with her chakra, a true manifestation of cold shadow. "Excellent," Tuanzo exclaimed, his anticipation rising as he unleashed a barrage of wind bullets. Wind release, vacuum sphere. The two attacks collided, resulting in a fierce confrontation that sent both combatants reeling. However, Tawanzo remained firmly planted, while Akali, lacking such steadiness, was propelled backward, crashing to the ground in a roll. "What a formidable technique," Tawanzo remarked, feeling the tingling sensation in his palms and the sharp pain in his hands. The blood awakened his fighting spirit and piqued his curiosity about Akali's subsequent techniques. "Surely you possess more than this. Come again." Akali withdrew the small blade from her side, plunging it into the ground to forcefully halt her roll. At that moment, she collided directly with the scythe-wielding opponent, twisting her left hand slightly, rendering her unable to engage in fierce combat for a short while. Yet, Akali had not conceded defeat. Her most formidable assault was intercepted, but fortunately, she was not limited to a single fighting style. She performed a series of hand seals, releasing 2 wind-infused shurikens. Akali then produced a small storage scroll she had purchased, unsealing 2 one-handed scythes from the Shadow Fist technique. With a swift weapon switch, Akali advanced with the erratic footwork of the Phantom Cherry Blossom kill. The clash of the long-handled weapon against her kunai resonated, unleashing the secret art of the Kasa no Hikari. Akali utilized a smoke bomb to obscure her presence. This time, Danzo chose not to disperse the smoke. On one hand, the smoke bomb was heavier than the previous one. On the other, he had stated he was here to test her skills, thus opting for multiple countermeasures. Within the dark smoke, Akali silently maneuvered behind Danzo, slashing at his back with one of her scythes while, simultaneously, a scythe was hurled towards her from the front. The convergence of shadow clones and smoke bombs was intriguing. Danzo mused internally, calmly beginning his response. With a few quick movements, he subdued the shadow clone behind him, which looked bewildered as the scythe spun and expanded before it, crashing down upon its forehead. With a thud, the shadow clone dissipated, and Danzo vanished from his position, charging directly towards Akali's exposed trail. Alarmed at the sudden revelation from the shadow clone's memories, Akali realized the imminent danger. She quickly completed a series of hand seals, unleashing the Gale Palm technique, attempting to replicate the moment Danzo had sent her flying. The raging wind intercepted Danzo, while simultaneously, Akali produced another smoke bomb, layering her defenses. As the smoke billowed, Akali retreated behind the veil created by the Gale Palm. In the final second before vanishing into the smoke, she witnessed a startling scene. Danzo had sliced through the wind. Impressive, Akali thought, tightening her grip as she concealed herself. No matter the method, all would prove ineffective against him, and he possessed countless strategies to counter her techniques. Her once prided speed seemed ordinary in comparison. Was this truly the caliber of the top-tier warriors in the shinobi world? Truly deserving of the current extremes of Konoha, the shadows of the ninja? Completely concealed within the smoke, Akali's presence was entirely lost to Danzo. A smile crept upon his lips as he recognized that Akali indeed possessed a unique secret technique, a smoke bomb that even he could not see through held great potential. Let me offer you another lesson. While the smoke bomb effectively concealed one's form, a crucial question remained. Were you prepared to face area attacks? Why was the smoke bomb typically utilized for escape? Even if your smoke bomb is quite exceptional, choose wisely. Will you leave the smoke or endure its aftermath? Danzo mused, producing a kunai. The kunai was launched, and he executed hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. A flurry of shuriken rained down, as his wind techniques were difficult to control, leaving him with no choice but to use the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique favored by monkeys. The indiscriminate barrage of shuriken surged forth, and Danzo listened intently, soon hearing the clatter of weapons colliding. With a swift motion, the smoke stirred, and a glint of cold light approached him. He blocked it, forcing back the oncoming strike with a dual-handed defensive technique, and countered with the hummingbird dance, unleashing the lightning release, ground walk. He raised his hand for a twin icy shadow strike. In the next instant, a tempest erupted. Boom. Akali was once again struck by the force of the wind, yet she grasped the potential of the hidden dragon seal midair. The battered smoke dissipated, revealing a white line carved into the earth before Danzo, severing the ground's extension. While Danzo himself stood on the line, contemplating, blood dripping from his right hand. He had been injured previously, while utilizing Akali's lightning release shuriken technique to enhance his hummingbird dance. Danzo had been briefly incapacitated, and the scythe that had been flung toward him left him with no choice but to withstand the blow once more. As he opened the scarlet leaf technique, a peculiar energy began to spread from the scythe to his body, akin to a sealing technique's chakra imprint. Danzo could only restrain it with his sealing technique. Then, As he used the ground walk to intercept, the icy shadow approached. When he opened again, he inadvertently triggered the imprint. Had it not been for Danzo's adept sealing technique, the consequences for his hand would have been far more severe than mere bleeding. Was this the hidden marvel within Akali's techniques? Danzo pondered. The energy waves from the shuriken upon impact were truly a devious tactic. His eyes narrowed with a predatory glint as a wave of desire surged within him. He found this technique to be fascinating. Regrettably, after searching for so long, he had only encountered the self-imposed curse seal. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable tugging sensation, as if something were pulling him. Danzo looked up to see Akali sprinting toward him at an accelerated pace. What was it that drew her closer? Was there still an imprint laid upon me? Danzo chuckled, finding the situation amusing. Stop. Akali halted, gazing at Danzo in confusion. That's enough. I believe I have a sufficient understanding of your current abilities. There's no need for further conflict, Danzo declared, raising his hand. I'm still injured, after all. Oh, my apologies. Akali recoiled, contemplating whether Danzo would hold her accountable for using everything at her disposal, as he had suggested. It's fine. I've observed your strength. I believe you can be classified as a special jonin. However, your methods are somewhat lacking in depth. There are areas where you need improvement. Akali, after this battle, have you considered graduating early to delve into the world of ninjas? Danzo inquired. Even if the Ninja Academy allows for steady training, your current self requires more than mere training. Only through battle, relentless battle, can you truly progress. Graduating early? Akali's heart stirred. She had speculated about the system's upgrade through monetary investment and lottery draws, wondering if she needed to complete a phased task before graduating from the Ninja Academy to enter the next stage and restore the lottery system. Previously desiring to become the sword god of Shirley Pa, she now felt that her learning during combat was far more substantial through her battle with Danzo. Graduation? Akali began to seriously consider it. Perhaps she had lingered long enough at this stage. Isolating oneself for self-improvement was indeed unwise. Sensing Akali's intrigue, Danzo seized the moment. Your abilities are sufficient, yet your overall ninja qualities have yet to reach the level of a special jonin. Tracking, trap setting, infiltration, reconnaissance, disguise, camouflage, wilderness survival, code breaking and recognition, and information transmission all require systematic learning in a dedicated environment. These are not lessons the Ninja Academy can provide. Fortunately, I have access to an Umbu training facility, and I can facilitate your entry, even personally guide you. Danzo's gaze bore into Akali's. What do you think? I can help arrange your early graduation. Akali hesitated, seemingly on the verge of agreement. Danzo stood nearby, feeling a rare sense of tension. His heart burned with fervor. If Akali were to join the route, he would not only acquire forbidden techniques, but also gain a formidable ally, rivaling the likes of Konoha Shikaku. However, Akali's hesitation stemmed from her contemplation of graduation, not a desire to join Danzo's dark faction. The term dark faction made her wary. The two members of that faction had yet to be found, and Danzo's sudden declaration today was at odds with his usual demeanor, appearing somewhat forced and peculiar. As Akali pondered how to decline, a familiar laughter rang out. Ha! As Akali is still a student at the Ninja Academy, her early graduation is something I, as the principal, shall manage. Upon hearing this voice, Danzo's expression darkened, while Akali felt a wave of relief. Danzo sighed softly. He had sensed the third Hokage's watchful gaze earlier and had attempted to hasten his plans, but to no avail. In fact, ever since the third arrived, he had already failed. The third and Danzo exchanged glances, their eyes sparking with tension. Indeed, the graduation of a student from the Ninja Academy should indeed concern the principal. After a brief moment of mutual scrutiny, Danzo softened first. After all, the Hokage was always the Hokage. So, little Akali wishes to graduate early? No problem. Your strength is sufficient. We can arrange an assessment upon your return. However, little Akali, could you inform me why you are here during class? The third inquired. And what about the recently emerged Equilibrium sect at the Ninja Academy? Can you explain that to me? The mention of the Equilibrium sect caused Akali to pause, and she suddenly recalled something, breaking into a cold sweat. The Equilibrium sect was a concept she had contemplated during a financially challenging period, aspiring to establish a club that would generate funds through membership fees. Yet, plans often falter amid changing circumstances, and her idea never materialized. Recently, after mastering the shadow clone technique, she had begun utilizing it for her studies, rendering her initial plan impractical. To reduce fatigue, She allowed her clones to dissipate naturally each night as she fell asleep, causing the memories they returned with to feel dreamlike and elusive. Now, she recalled that her clone had taken on the role of a mischievous leader, engaging in various activities at school under the banner of the Equilibrium sect, which had gained considerable traction among the younger students and was now spreading to higher grades. Not long ago, a teacher had sought her out for a discussion. I can explain. Akali stammered, embarrassment flooding her. All right, I'm curious to hear your explanation. The third replied with a cold snort. Well, it's actually a mutual assistance study group where we learn various techniques together, practice throwing shuriken and kunai, and the fees collected are merely for activity expenses. You must believe me. And what about those activities under the banner of equilibrium? The third pressed further. Akali's mind continued to churn with memories, recalling her clone's complaints about finances and the notion of equilibrium as sharing resources. Well, she found herself at a loss for words, ultimately deciding to eliminate that troublesome clone upon her return. You may leave. Come tomorrow for your graduation assessment, the third declared, and Akali felt as if a great weight had been lifted. Having been dismissed, Akali departed, leaving only the third Hokage and Tuanzo, who silently observed her retreating figure. What do you think of her? The third asked, watching Akali's silhouette fade. Tuanzo answered without hesitation. She is remarkable. And the third turned to Tuanzo, searching for deeper insight. Tuanzo declared, I wish to take her as my disciple. It is time for me to have an apprentice. Is that so? The third mused, his expression turning serious. Even if that person is one I hold in high regard? Absolutely. Tuanzo appeared resolute. I need to think this over, the third replied, his gaze flickering as he contemplated. On one hand, he was a longtime friend, finally requesting something and expressing a desire for an apprentice. On the other, Akali was someone he greatly valued, and he was reluctant to let her go. This was indeed a complicated situation. Fun fact 1. The third and Tuanzo had never lost a contest against each other. Fun fact 2. Although Tuanzo had never won, he had never given up either. Akali was unaware of the dynamics between the third and Tuanzo, but she felt buoyed on her journey home. Having received guidance from a kind-hearted individual and gaining insight into her current abilities, she resolved to take the leap and graduate early. Eager to explore the vibrant world of shinobi. After the war, wouldn't it be delightful to hum a tune to process her reflections? Amused by the thought, she began to sing the melody of Bluebird as she walked through the forest. The serene surroundings were accompanied only by her clear voice, and the gentle breeze brushed against her back, stirring something within her. Joining her hands together, Akali executed the gale palm technique. This time, however, the fierce wind did not compress between her palms to strike forward. Instead, it enveloped her, accelerating her speed. Wrapped in the whirlwind, Akali moved with the grace of a swallow, having discovered a second application of the wind release, gale palm. 3 days later, Akali's graduation assessment was unsurprisingly postponed, becoming a topic of great excitement and speculation among the masses. Throughout the streets and alleys of Konoha, nearly everyone was aware of the impending early graduation of a 6-year-old student from the Ninja Academy, which would set a new record. In this era of limited communication, any tidbit of information could be remembered for ages, and Akali's situation quickly became the talk of the village. Everyone was buzzing about the name Akali. Simultaneously, the details of her graduation assessment began to circulate. Akali would face off against Jue, the acknowledged prodigy of Konoha, a descendant of the Senju clan, renowned as the first and second Hokage's lineage. This assessment was no longer merely about Akali's early graduation. It had transformed into a competition between Konoha's finest. Information about Akali surged overnight, abruptly thrusting her into the public eye. Though she was part of the same clan, Hinata, who had indirectly suffered from this situation, hoped for a chance to thwart Akali's rise. The proud Uchiha clan was eager to ensure that their disciple was not defeated by a mere novice. The distinction between being bested by a mere punch versus a devastating blow from a powerful opponent was significant. Nara sought to gather more intelligence, while Tuanzo was keen on Akali gaining fame and recognition, thus liberating her from the third's protective grasp. In the spirit of fair competition, Tuanzo believed he had left a favorable impression on Akali. As the anticipation reached its zenith over the next 3 days, all eyes were fixed on the upcoming duel. Early this morning, Akali arrived at the Ninja Academy, nearly losing herself amidst the cacophony of voices. It is worth noting that the Academy is eager for Akali to graduate swiftly, lest she usurp their positions and illegally develop armed organizations under the very nose of the Hokage. Once again, Akali stepped onto the expansive training grounds of the academy, only to find herself surrounded not by students, but by stern-faced ninjas. Among them stood Shinshu, a legendary senior whom she had often seen at school. Renowned as a true descendant of the second Hokage, basking in immense fame. Shinshu regarded Akali with a serious demeanor, determined not to falter. He had heard that this contest was perceived as a symbol of the Senju clan's decline within the village, with anyone having the audacity to challenge him. Though he no longer bore the Senju surname, Shinshu felt a compelling duty to uphold the clan's honor as its last male heir. The unexpected match stirred many hearts. Akali glanced toward the judge's platform, where the Hokage, his advisor, and two esteemed elders sat in a row, all eyes upon them. Surrounding the arena were individuals with distinctive features, a girl with white eyes, another with red, a buxom blonde, a soft-spoken youth with black hair, a lewd-looking white-haired figure, a pineapple-headed individual donning sunglasses, a dog in tow, and a stout ninja, representing the myriad of Konoha's clans. Yet, Akali knew that none had come to witness her, but rather to observe Shinshu. However, the atmosphere today felt peculiar. As Shinshu and Akali locked gazes, the referee, Kiki Sakumo, called for the formation of hand signs. Both competitors began their seals. The battle commenced. This clash was not merely a test for promotion as a ninja, but an opportunity to showcase their prowess to the village. Akali recalled the words of Danzo, who had come to inform her days prior. Not only must she win, but she must do so splendidly. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. My style, Kaze no Shinjutsu. Both Shinshu and Akali sprang into action simultaneously. A colossal head of mud rose beside Shinshu, emanating a blinding white light as it unleashed a barrage of mud bullets into the encroaching smoke. Akali concealed herself within the expanding mist, deftly evading the Earth Dragon bullets while stealthily closing the distance to Shinshu. Suddenly, her petite figure leapt from the smoke's edge, launching two wind-style shurikens that spiraled toward Shinshu, striking the mud dragon's head, resulting in a magnificent explosion of mud. The onlooking ninjas gasped in astonishment, witnessing two students from the academy engaging in a fierce exchange using B-rank ninjutsu. Was this what it meant to be a descendant of the Senju? Yet, questions arose regarding the source of Akali's B-rank techniques. The battle between Shinshu and Akali continued unabated. As the mud dragon dissipated, Akali pressed forward, raising her hand to release 5 icy projectiles, meticulously designed to restrict Shinshu's evasive maneuvers. Reluctantly, Shinshu resorted to defensive ninjutsu. However, just as the earthen wall rose, the icy projectile struck with explosive force, shattering the barrier as Shinshu emerged from the debris. Akali formed her hand seals. Lightning Release, Earth Walk. A surge of electricity spread toward Shinshu's feet, intent on ensnaring him. Yet, Shinshu stood unwavering, commencing his own seals. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. Having executed 4 seals, a massive water dragon bullet surged forth, every detail meticulously rendered, its eyes, whiskers, fangs, scales, and claws manifesting with exquisite clarity. Was he unleashing a water technique in a land devoid of water? Why was his water dragon bullet so swift? It could only be the handiwork of the second Hokage. Akali, with bated breath, listened intently as she beheld the roaring water dragon charging toward her. Shinshu had not conjured the water technique from thin air. Instead, he had utilized the moisture within the mud from the earlier Earth Dragon bullet to expedite the water dragon's arrival. Impressive. Akali marveled at Shinshu's skillful ninjutsu. At that moment, the colossal water dragon absorbed the electric energy from the ground, transforming into a lightning-infused water dragon bullet. There was no choice but to evade. Akali swiftly made her decision. Wind Release, Violent Wind Palm. A tempest enveloped her form as she accelerated, regrettably revealing her skills under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The lightning water dragon, with its menacing maagape, lunged at Akali, but she had already vanished, a streak of white surging toward Shinshu, a speed that left ordinary ninjas bewildered. Where did she go? There. So fast. The onlookers finally caught sight of Akali as she approached Shinshu with astonishing speed. Incredible. Is this truly the velocity of a Ninja Academy student? On the judge's platform, the two elders, unfamiliar with such speed, displayed expressions of shock, while both Danzo and the third Hokage nodded in acknowledgement. Below, Tsunade cast a smug glance at Orochimaru, exclaiming, "See? I told you Shinshu wouldn't win." Orochimaru remained silent, noting that Shinshu was not her sibling, but still. He pondered the unfolding events. Despite Shinshu's capabilities, he was clearly at a disadvantage. Realizing he could not match Akali's speed, Shinshu prepared to defend himself. After forming two seals and expending a considerable amount of chakra, a wall of water rose from the ground, intercepting Akali's thrust. Such a rapid technique. Akali observed the breach in the water wall slowly closing, her singular thought being that Shinshu's techniques were unbelievably swift. As they exchanged glances across the barrier, Shinshu, evidently unwilling to dispel his jutsu, furrowed his brow, contemplating how to counter Akali. Unbeknownst to him, Akali had discreetly drawn her kunai, leaping back to create distance for a decisive strike. Observing Akali's posture, Kiki Sakomo recalled a previous encounter, silently preparing to intervene. Wind release, vacuum blade. Inner, killing frenzy. With a white longsword in hand, Akali propelled herself forward, enveloped in chakra as she transformed into a colossal lance charging toward Shinshu. There was no stopping it. The moment Shinshu perceived the formation of the lance, he knew the outcome. Earth release, multiple earthen walls. Kiki Sakomo swiftly appeared before Shinshu, slamming a hand against the ground, causing 5 sturdy walls to rise. Boom. Akali pierced through 3 of the earthen walls before finally halting. The victor was clear. Phase task completed. Rewards have been issued. Next phase task initiated. Please become a ninja, make a name for yourself in Konoha, advance to Jonin, and become a renowned, powerful ninja in the village. Step 1. Become a ninja. Reward, lottery system updated. Not completed. Listening to the incessant notifications from the system, Akali slowly withdrew her hand from the remnants of the earthen wall, satisfied with the significant damage inflicted by the vacuum blade and the impact of the killing frenzy technique. Her choice to exchange for the vacuum blade had proven wise. The battle concluded. The victor, Akali, Kiki Sakomo announced, while Shinshu stood aside, gazing at the scene with a hint of disappointment. In the past, he had been the grandson of the Hokage, a descendant of the Senju, and Konoha's greatest prodigy, receiving all the accolades and applause that came his way. His singular ambition had always been to become Hokage. However, this time, Shinshu was defeated in front of others, making him realize the truth that within strength lies even greater strength, and that there are always higher peaks beyond the mountains. The small ninja school playground erupted in fervor as the ninjas of Konohagakure cheered for the birth of a new prodigy. The village of Konoha cherishes and welcomes geniuses, for each one of them ensures years of peace for the village. The 2 most exceptional ninjas have even single-handedly established the current structure of the ninja world. The 3rd Hokage observed silently, his emotions complex. He played a part in this event, as Shinshu, being the apparent descendant of the Senju clan, inherited all the prestige and political resources of the Senju. Although he was still young, he was already the frontrunner for the next Hokage. At times, the 3rd felt as though he were merely a steward for Shinshu, waiting for him to mature before returning Konoha to him, as if Konoha eternally belonged to the Senju, with him merely acting as a temporary custodian of the family legacy. Yet, the ninja world thrived on this dynamic. Unable to accept his role as a mere caretaker, the 3rd utilized Akali to undermine and diminish Shinshu's reputation, an open scheme by Danzo that the 3rd was more than willing to witness. It was akin to a ninja version of I called it. Danzo quipped, "Saratobi, I'll fetch the pot." To which the 3rd replied, "Go ahead, the pot I discarded." "Congratulations, little Akali." The process continued, and the 3rd personally tied a forehead protector around Akari's forehead. "From this day forth, you are a proud ninja of Konoha," he declared. "I hope you remain true to your original intentions and continue to contribute your strength to Konoha." Of course, there was also you, Shinshu. The 3rd produced another forehead protector. Observing Shinshu's somewhat dejected expression and comforted him. "Victory and defeat are common in battle. We see your excellence, and we believe you will surpass yourself tomorrow. Do not be discouraged by temporary setbacks. Do not abandon your path." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Shinshu, buoyed by the 3rd's words, set aside his disappointment and grinned with renewed vigor. "My goal is to become Hokage," he exclaimed. "Ha ha ha, splendid. I await the day you take my position." The 3rd laughed heartily, and the atmosphere was harmonious. As the event concluded, the ninjas who had come to watch dispersed, and the ninja school returned to its normal order, leaving only the 2 combatants on the field. "I will defeat you next time," Shinshu stated earnestly, gazing at Akali. "All right, I'll be waiting," Akali replied with a smile, confident that no one could surpass her pace of growth. "And me?" The rest will line up behind this master. Came the voice of Uchiha High, and just from his tone, Akari could envision his proud expression. Of course, as the guardian, you will be at the front. Akari responded with a sincere smile, aware that the ruckus at the ninja school was sustained by the wealth of the illustrious Uchiha clan. The leader of the Equilibrium sect was not one to be challenged lightly. To confront him again, one must overcome numerous trials and tribulations. Greetings, Senior Shinshu, said the usually aloof, bluffing Minato, his politeness evident, though his stance was unmistakably assertive. Master, you are truly remarkable. You even managed to defeat Senior Shinshu. A throng of younger students, only slightly shorter than Akari, surrounded her, while some older students observed in silence. At that moment, Akari's popularity in the ninja school reached an astonishing zenith. You all. Shinshu gazed at Akari being adored by the crowd, feeling somewhat dazed. He too enjoyed considerable popularity at the ninja school, but his was a lofty admiration, never having experienced such warm affection nor reciprocated it before. Was he perhaps too prideful? Shinshu pondered, casting a deep glance at Akari, who was striving to engage with the crowd, before turning away. Regardless, the process of becoming a ninja was tedious, involving more than just donning a forehead protector. One must take a photo for identification, register their information, establish a ninja number, and be assigned to a class. Only after all these steps could one officially be recognized as a ninja. Meanwhile, after completing her registration, Akari had no time to check her upgraded premium system, now boasting a tenfold increase, before being summoned by the third to the Hokage's office. Little Akari, I ask you, do you wish to join the Umbu? My direct Umbu. Umbu? But I'm too young, aren't I? Akari instinctively wanted to decline. Precisely because you are young, I hope you will join the Umbu, the third said earnestly, clearly having a comprehensive training plan for Akari. How so? Becoming a ninja at an age when you should be learning can indeed lead to rapid strength growth at first, but it may also be counterproductive. When knowledge should be acquired and the body should develop, one must focus on learning and allow their body to grow. Joining the Umbu is not about executing missions, but rather about entering the Umbu training department, where you will gain comprehensive knowledge. The third explained, omitting the fact that Akari's rising prominence attracted Danzo's covetous gaze, and entering the third's direct Umbu would naturally mean she would be regarded as his own. Training? How does that differ from Danzo's side? Akari inquired, puzzled. Of course, Danzo's Umbu is far darker and more ruthless, often filled with war orphans from other villages. My Umbu training primarily focuses on villagers. Ah, I see. Akari realized the grim nature of recruiting war orphans to serve as cannon fodder. The third elaborated, the Umbu training is akin to an advanced ninja academy, providing you with opportunities for progressive learning and filling in gaps, which is much more beneficial than performing menial D-rank tasks. Seeing Akari hesitate, the third decisively unveiled his trump card. The Umbu's remuneration, regardless of task completion, is a fixed monthly salary of 100,000, with only a 25 cut from mission earnings, the remainder divided among team members. Additionally, various allowances are provided. And when not on missions, you have complete freedom, with ninja tools reimbursable. Once you complete the Umbu training and become a full member, you will immediately be promoted to Chunin. The training period will count as becoming an Umbu, and the salary and allowances will continue to be provided. Deal. Akari promptly agreed. Indeed, she required a more advanced setting to hone her skills, and there was little difference between the roots and the Umbu for her. It could be said that Dreamer Danzo had perhaps become accustomed to painting grand visions without considering remuneration. Had he mentioned rewards earlier, join my roots and receive 1,000,000 as a signing bonus, he would have surely succeeded. Moonlight. The third beamed with joy. Akari's formidable strength meant that after a few more years of training, she could emerge as a capable ninja. His plans for Akari stretched far into the future. Lord Third. Umbu Moonlight appeared. Take her to the Umbu. Yes. The third was exceedingly eager to finalize the arrangement. For once she was within his domain, Danzo would not dare to interfere. Akari's graduation at 6, her victory over Shinshu, and her development of A-rank ninjutsu could not remain concealed. Only by entering the Umbu could the third manage information control. Wood excels among trees, and the wind will surely topple it. Akari had offended many of those whose influence the third had previously suppressed during his rise, remnants of old power that had yet to dissipate. This too served as a form of protection. Let us proceed. First, we shall go to your residence to collect some change of clothes, spoke the Umbu member, Moonlight. Akali returned home briefly to gather a few essentials, and Moonlight guided her towards the Umbu headquarters. As they traversed the paths of Konoha, they headed towards the majestic Hokage Rock, where the Umbu's base was surprisingly situated on the mountain behind it. It made sense, as the area above Hokage Rock, where the Hokage statues resided, was sacred and easily defensible, offering a panoramic view of the village, thus facilitating support and refuge within the Hokage Rock itself. Being a formidable secret force, this location was indeed appropriate. Name: Akali. Age: 6 years. Gender: female. Prepared Umbu codename: Qingyun Jue. Akali declared her premeditated Umbu codename, inspired by a sheep spirit mask she had drawn earlier, which summoned a Qingyun Jue wolf spirit to hunt and attack surrounding enemies, akin to a Qingyun Jue W. Contemplating her usage of the sheep spirit mask within the Umbu, she decided on the fitting codename. Your equipment. The Umbu's security was stringent, with the armory window entirely barred, save for a small slot for passing trays. From this narrow opening, Akali retrieved her Umbu attire, which included a ninja blade, reinforced armor, a mask, and a black cloak. With her information registered and her gear acquired, the final step awaited: tattooing. Akali gasped, taken aback by the sharp pain, having never been tattooed in her previous life. She was unprepared for the intensity of the experience. Fortunately, despite his advanced age, the tattoo artist's hands were steady. Soon, a striking red flame emblem graced the delicate, fair skin of her shoulder. Such fair skin. It's a shame not to have more ink, the artist mused. After completing the tattoo, he reflected on his years of experience, stating that if every person he tattooed was akin to a sheet of paper, Akali was the finest he had encountered in years. Wondering what she had consumed to grow so well. Next time, for sure. Akali chuckled awkwardly, dismissing the artist's comments about needing cupping marks on her beautiful back. The tattoo of the piercing thorn looked impressive, yet on her, it felt out of place. Wasn't the shadow fist attire more alluring? Clad in sleek white, with side fabric draping elegantly, her pristine back and shapely thighs would surely distract any adversary during an assassination. The Umbu emblem tattoo was indeed striking. This alone sufficed. Qingyun Jue. Let us move. Having donned her Umbu attire, Akali seamlessly integrated her armor into the Umbu's own, ensuring she could retrieve it later if needed. She brought along her recurved bow. Having previously used Faye's broken bow, she was skilled in archery, which might prove useful in Umbu missions. However, Akali hesitated, as ADC was not a flattering term, likening it to a bottom feeder. Even if she dominated the lower lane, unless she could demolish the second tower. The opposing top laner could easily dispatch her with a few blows, regardless of her ninja skills. Once fully equipped, the black hooded cloak enveloped her, and the mask obscured her features. Following Moonlight, the guiding Umbu, they soon departed the headquarters, arriving at a secluded base nestled within the woods. Here we are. Let us proceed. Moonlight led the way, with Akali closely trailing behind. I have come to transfer the latest recruit. Upon reaching the entrance, Moonlight presented the documentation. Very well. The gatekeeper Umbu conducted a thorough inspection, finding everything in order with the appropriate seals. But where is the recruit? Here. The petite Akali stepped forth from behind Moonlight. Such a small figure? Does she even reach 10 years of age? The gatekeeper instinctively glanced at Moonlight, questioning whether there had been a mistake. Had this not surpassed the minimum age record for Umbu? Cough. No, it is indeed her. Moonlight replied, slightly embarrassed, as he too found it absurd that the third Hokage would allow someone so young to join the Umbu. Is she even a girl? This isn't child's play. Do your guardians know? The gatekeeper expressed disbelief, tinged with jealousy at Akali's extraordinary achievement at such a tender age. Yet, it was true that the Umbu's workload was demanding, rarely accommodating children, let alone those still in their developmental stages. Silence. This is the decision of Lord Hokage. Moonlight's expression turned serious. Understood. We will comply with the orders. The gatekeeper replied emphatically. Open the door. Let us enter. There is a message from Lord Hokage, Moonlight asserted, relaying the third Hokage's directive to the training base commander regarding Akali. At once, the gatekeeper opened the door, allowing Akali and Moonlight to enter the Umbu training facility. Along the way, curious gazes were cast toward the petite Akali, yet the Umbu's strict discipline restrained them from speaking, leaving them to observe in silence. Upon reaching the supervisor's office, Moonlight instructed Akali to wait outside while he entered first. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, leaving Akali unaware of the details discussed within. A white-robed Umbu approached, saying nothing, and took Akali to a classroom for instruction. The lesson was on special bloodlines and unique clans of the ninja world. Unlike the vague content of ninja schools, the Umbu curriculum was rich with substance. To truly become part of the Umbu, one had to master 12 comprehensive courses. The first course covered intelligence concerning various bloodline clans, secret techniques, renowned shinobi of different villages, shadows, and unique tailed beasts of the ninja world, all of which were to be memorized from a booklet. The second course outlined the Umbu Code as a stringent military organization. Its rules of engagement and organizational discipline needed to be ingrained. The swordsmanship course mandated that regardless of the type of ninja one was, proficiency in close-quarters combat with a ninja blade was essential for Umbu members. The special techniques course prepared members for frontline combat, where circumstances could be dire, necessitating timely interventions. Basic sealing techniques, emergency medical ninjutsu, and how to manage poison. The Code Words course emphasized the need to comprehend mission briefs in coded language and the ability to decipher information from others to avoid being compromised on the battlefield. The Interrogation course was vital for any non-Yamanaka clan ninja, equipping them with methods to extract information when necessary, thus safeguarding themselves. Conversely, the Captured course instructed on the tactics for escaping when apprehended, maintaining composure under pressure, and safeguarding vital information until the end. The Wilderness Survival course was invaluable for those who wished to avoid unforeseen ailments that could jeopardize missions, teaching them to discern edible from inedible. Courses on disguise, infiltration, tracking, and trap setting and scouting were also included. If regular ninjas were warriors cloaked in the guise of shinobi, then the Umbu were the true embodiment of assassination tactics and specialized forces. Qingyun Jue. Attention! Umbu Code, Article 3. As an Umbu, one must possess the resolve that my conscience and weakness have been sold to Konoha. Excellent. Take your seats. Yes. Qingyun Jue. Attention. What must one be mindful of during disguise? The art of makeup is eternally more practical than transformation techniques. Excellent. Take a seat. Yes. Qingyun Jue. Here. Qingyun Jue. Yes. The somewhat exasperated Akali stood up again. What should one be cautious of when battling the Kagaya ninjas? Report. The Kagaya, without an awakened bone lineage, can be dealt with normally. But those with awakened bone lineages possess remarkably rigid bodies, able to extend bone spikes from every part, necessitating caution. Their bone blades are sharper than typical ninja tools, requiring careful counteraction. Akali continued, strive to engage in evasive maneuvers and utilize ninjutsu. Do not confront them head-on with taijutsu. Very well. Excellent. You may sit down. The instructor from the Umbu was quite pleased, though Akali was somewhat speechless, seemingly due to her tender age and the special attention from the third Hokage. Each instructor in the Umbu delighted in calling upon Akali to answer questions, leaving her with little opportunity to drift off during classes. Most of Akali's current studies revolved around theory, intelligence in the ninja world, codes, Umbu regulations, wilderness survival knowledge, and the arrangement and creation of traps, with occasional lessons on medical emergency techniques. Practical training primarily consisted of observation exercises, and Akali's current height only allowed her to wield a ninja sword, rendering her entirely clueless in swordsmanship classes. Fortunately, Akali had the childhood practice long sword of Yasuo, which enabled her to learn sword techniques within her mental space, something she initially thought would be of no use. Among the 3 special items drawn previously, Yasuo's childhood practice longsword, Qingyue's sheep spirit mask, and Yongin's broken blade. Yasuo's practice longsword was intended for honing sword skills. The sheep spirit mask could summon wolf spirits, while Yongin's broken blade was particularly unique, allowing one to enter the final duel between Yongin and Yasuo. Akali had ventured into it once. I entered, was defeated instantly, and there was nothing to say. Thus, after joining the Umbu, Akali led a life that could be described as orderly. She attended classes and training during the day, engaged in self-training at night, and replaced Yasuo in receiving guidance from Elder Suma during the evenings. Whenever fatigue set in, she would enter Yongin's broken blade to be struck by Yasuo a few times. An ultimate sleep aid. Other Umbu training programs seemed to have time constraints, requiring completion within a stipulated period before transitioning to active duty. However, Akali's situation was different. The third Hokage had placed her here seemingly to provide a tranquil environment for her growth, with funds continuously dispersed, which was quite comfortable. To be honest, Akali was genuinely grateful. Yet, she also understood that such an investment from the third Hokage was intended to yield returns in the future, a notion she grasped clearly, remaining neither excessively optimistic nor disheartened. Nevertheless, she was committed to fulfilling her responsibilities and would remember the kindness shown to her. Days passed, and before long, 3 months had elapsed since Akali joined the Umbu. Her strength steadily increased, and her savings grew to 1.03 million. Just as she was settling down to solidify her foundation, she received an unexpected mission. A mission? Akali gazed in surprise at the Umbu member, Moonlight, who had brought her to the base. Indeed, there is a mission. The Hokage wishes to summon you. What is going on? Akali inquired, as she had anticipated a peaceful stay of 1 or 2 years. I do not know. The Hokage will explain everything in due time. Moonlight shook her head, and Akali followed her out of the base, not to the Hokage building, but to an ancient yet understatedly luxurious courtyard. As they walked, Akali suddenly halted, spotting the emblem of the Senju clan. This was significant. Akali speculated about the identity of the person within, quickening her pace to catch up with Moonlight. Upon truly stepping through the courtyard gates, Akali was taken aback. Having spent these days in the Umbu training base, she had grown accustomed to the unique aura of the Konoha Umbu. Goodness, this small courtyard is guarded by at least a squad of Umbu. Before entering, Akali had not sensed the presence within the courtyard. She had only felt the Umbu outside. Once inside, she realized it was not that she had failed to perceive them, but rather that the individuals within were so formidable that only by approaching closely could she detect their presence. Moreover, having undergone sealing jutsu training, Akali sensed the existence of sealing techniques. What is happening? Akali thought nervously. The Umbu instructor had mentioned that sealing arts are mysterious and significant, often indicating serious matters. Moonlight led Akali into the central main house. Hokage-sama, Mito-sama, I have brought Akali from the Umbu. Inside, the third Hokage was conversing with an extraordinarily young and beautiful woman with red hair. The woman wore her hair in 2 buns, adorned with a purple diamond mark on her forehead and decorative talismans hanging from her hair, dressed in a moon-white qipao, exuding beauty and authority. Akali noted that even while conversing with this red-haired woman, the third Hokage could not act casually. He sat upright and spoke as if in the presence of an elder. Upon noticing Akali's entrance, the red-haired woman paused her conversation, her commanding gaze scrutinizing Akali. Humph. Akali tensed up entirely. Remove your mask. Let me see your face. The authoritative red-haired woman commanded, her tone imbued with a natural nobility that brooked no refusal. Instinctively, Akali raised her hand to remove her mask, but halfway through, she abruptly stopped herself. The second rule of the Umbu: always wear your mask and protect it, for it spares you from having to eliminate everyone to silence them and prevents your family from being killed because of you. Moreover, as a direct member of the Hokage's Umbu, how could Akali remove her mask simply at the behest of this unfamiliar woman? Good. The third Hokage nodded approvingly. It was commendable that Akali could maintain her composure in the presence of Mito-sama's aura. Well done, monkey. It seems your Umbu training has been effective. The red-haired woman praised. Ha ha, Mito-sama, you flatter me. Little Akali, do remove your mask. The third Hokage appeared quite pleased, instructing Akali to treat Mito-sama with the same respect she would show him. Yes. Akali obediently removed her mask. Of course, she complied. The third Hokage paid her 100,000 ryo a month, equivalent to 60,000 RMB, required her to do nothing but study, and she must heed the boss's words. Uzumaki Mito scrutinized Akali's face beneath the mask. Not bad, quite well behaved. When Akali remained quiet and composed, she truly appeared obedient, especially with her sparkling eyes, which immediately caught Mito's attention, giving a good first impression, though she wondered about the rest. Good. Mito-sama's approval is sufficient. The recognition from Uzumaki Mito greatly reassured the third Hokage. Little Akali, let me explain your mission. In simple terms, it is to become friends with my granddaughter. Uzumaki Mito stated directly. Granddaughter? Akali exclaimed in surprise, incredulously gazing at Mito. You mean this strong, confident young woman in her 20s is a grandmother? She had initially assumed the third Hokage's respectful demeanor was due to status, thinking this formidable woman might be a princess or queen, only to discover she was indeed a senior of the third Hokage. Of course, despite my appearance, I am already in my 60s. Uzumaki Mito chuckled, her previous aura of authority dissipating into warmth. She is undeniably a strikingly beautiful woman. Akali murmured, utterly astonished. Hee hee, young lady, you are quite the charmer. I now believe you can establish a good relationship with Kushina. Uzumaki Mido chuckled, clearly pleased with Akali's compliment. Who wouldn't relish being youthful and beautiful? Kushina? Akali queried, unfamiliar with the name. She is my granddaughter and also your task target this time. Akali nodded, quietly awaiting the tale of Uzumaki Watergate. But the next words from Uzumaki Watergate astonished her, causing her to raise her head in surprise. Due to certain circumstances, Kushina cannot interact with the village children for the time being, so we hope to find her a companion to alleviate her sorrow after my departure. Departure? Yes. I am dying. My time is drawing near. Uzumaki Watergate chuckled nonchalantly. Do not be deceived by my youthful appearance. It is all thanks to secret techniques. However, I can no longer maintain this secret technique. Uzumaki Watergate expressed with deep emotion that binding the Nine Tails for so many years has drained even the Uzumaki clan's formidable vitality. I should have died long ago. When that man pursued Uchiha Madara, I should have followed him. I simply did not wish to harm the many villagers of Konoha with my departure. As she spoke, Uzumaki Watergate felt a mix of sadness and frustration, feeling as though her own man had left her for another, as if she possessed no allure whatsoever. Who could kill a being with such vitality as the first Hokage? I can only assume he felt despondent after failing to defeat Uchiha Madara and prepared to reincarnate. Who would have thought Madara would slip away unscathed? I have confined myself in this small courtyard for too long. But there is still one person I cannot let go of. That is Kushina. I hope that after my death, you can comfort her and prevent her from sinking into overwhelming sorrow. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage nodded in agreement. Indeed. Understanding her duty, Akali inquired about the timeline. As for time, perhaps half a year. Uzumaki Watergate mused, a hint of resignation in her smile. If it extends any longer, I will not have enough strength left. Lady Watergate, it is my inadequacy. The third Hokage felt profound shame. In such a large ninja village, the transfer of the Jinchuriki required the Jinchuriki to take action themselves. Half a year. Akali gazed at the beautiful woman before her, her expression complex. Was it fate's cruelty that such a stunning figure had but 6 months remaining? Unavoidably, Akali felt a sense of loss akin to witnessing the fading of beauty, a sorrow that resonated with her heart. Oh, my dear child, do not fret for me. The coming days will require your utmost dedication. Uzumaki Watergate reassured with a smile. Summon Kushina, she commanded, and immediately, an Umbu ninja departed. Afterward, Uzumaki Watergate scrutinized Akali for a moment. You should change into some proper attire. You will be attending classes alongside Kushina these days. Consider it a privilege of friendship. Classes? Akali queried, a bit perplexed. You will know soon enough. Uzumaki Watergate replied mysteriously, as for how much you learn, that will depend on your own fortune. Akali made her way to the back hall, donning the garments prepared by the third Hokage, and quietly listened as he recounted tales. Henceforth, she would assume the role of a transfer student, entrusted by the third Hokage to Uzumaki Watergate for the study of sealing techniques, all while becoming a companion to Kushina and closely monitoring her circumstances. Returning to the front hall, she indeed encountered a spirited little girl with fiery red hair, reminiscent of Uzumaki Watergate, chattering excitedly around her. As Akali approached, Kushina's words were interrupted by Uzumaki Watergate, who instructed her to face Akali. With a cheerful wave, Akali introduced herself. Hello, my name is Akali. Hello. Kushina, nestled against Uzumaki Watergate, shyly responded, I am Uzumaki Kushina. Thus, under this sudden mission, Akali was left in the luxurious Senja mansion, embarking on the study of sealing techniques with Kushina. Do you think these two little girls can forge a genuine bond? Uzumaki Watergate mused aloud. I don't know, but I believe they are both good children, are they not? The third Hokage replied with a smile. Indeed. Since that day, Uzumaki Watergate had visibly aged day by day, as if her remaining vitality was gradually depleting, leaving her unable to sustain her youthful beauty any longer. Akali understood well what this meant for a woman who cherished beauty above all else. As time went on, Kushina and Akali grew increasingly familiar with one another, even as time was of the essence. Not only did Uzumaki Watergate need to conserve her strength, but Kushina's condition also needed to be maintained until the final day. The sealing of the Nine Tails was no trivial matter. This was also Akali's purpose for coming, to observe the future Jinchuriki while also ensuring her physical and mental well-being, thereby creating favorable conditions for the sealing of the Nine Tails. Had it not been for this individual, one might say Akali had merely fortuitously stumbled upon the opportunity. In the mornings, Akali attended brisk sealing technique classes with Kushina, serving as both a classmate and a study partner, encouraging Kushina's spirits in ways Uzumaki Watergate could not articulate. In the afternoons, while Uzumaki Watergate rested to conserve her energy, Akali sought to amuse Kushina, helping her release the weight of the demanding curriculum and the sorrow of impending loss, allowing her to take timely breaks. By nightfall, after resting, Uzumaki Watergate would resume her lessons until the late hours, imparting invaluable knowledge as one of the last masters of sealing techniques in Konoha and the world, a wisdom that could not be gleaned from cold, lifeless tomes. As the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kushina had no other Uzumaki clan members to rely upon. It was solely upon herself that she depended. Thus, she endeavored to absorb Uzumaki Watergate's teachings, even if only in a haphazard manner. This intense regimen of instruction even left Akali, who had previously endured the rigors of examination in her past life, astonished. Every moment was meticulously accounted for, with even leisure being squeezed into the schedule. Such a level of intensity led Akali to wonder if Kushina would be able to endure, as Akali, having lived two lives, possessed a physique far stronger than that of her peers, and found it challenging to keep up. To prevent Kushina from feeling the weight of comparison, Akali dedicated herself to her studies with even greater seriousness. Yet perhaps it was due to the continuous encouragement from a kindred spirit, or perhaps Akali's own competitive spirit ignited by their shared struggles, that Kushina ultimately persevered. Over the course of 6 months, Akali's performance was put to the test. Having long suspected the truth, she learned from the third Hokage about the matter of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The half-year flew by, and gradually, the lessons between Kushina and Akali came to a halt. By this time, Uzumaki Watergate had become frail. All her life energy concentrated in the sealing mark on her brow. Having aged to the point where even rising from bed was a struggle, her speech barely a whisper. "I am so sorry, Kushina and Akali." The elderly woman on the grand white bed spoke with great difficulty. "I was too hasty and placed too much pressure on you." Uzumaki Watergate tenderly caressed Kushina's small face, her heart aching as she looked upon the dark circles under both girls' eyes. "Look at you both. You've grown so thin." "Grandma, don't say that. Just focus on recovering your strength." Kushina grasped Uzumaki Watergate's hand, her eyes brimming with tears. Akali watched on, deeply moved. The words Uzumaki Watergate spoke today were likely her final farewell. Soon, she would enter her last slumber, extracting the final remnants of her strength to ensure a successful sealing. "Rest assured, Lady Watergate, I shall forever be Kushina's friend." Akali knelt beside Uzumaki Kushina, holding her hand with sincerity. "Thank you for your guidance over the past 6 months." During this time, Akali had amassed a wealth of knowledge about sealing techniques, as Uzumaki Minato had imparted the same teachings to both Kushina and Akali without reservation. "I'm glad you don't harbor any resentment," Minato said with a feeble smile. "Grandma." Kushina's tears flowed freely. During her most pressured moments of study, she had even harbored dark thoughts wishing for the old woman's demise. Now, reflecting on it, she felt overwhelming shame. "Kushina, do you remember the first thing I told you?" Minato gently wiped away the tears from Kushina's eyes. "Yes, Grandma, I remember," Kushina replied, her voice choked with emotion. "Recite it for me." "We are vessels for the tailed beasts, brought here. But before that, we must find love to fill it. That way, even as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, we can find happiness," Kushina said between sobs. And Minato smiled upon hearing her words. "Let me add a few final thoughts. Love is not solely romantic. There exists love among friends and family as well. Friends are the salve that helps you endure pain. Do not forsake them." "Yes, I will remember, Grandma Minato," Kushina affirmed. "All right, you may go now. Your brother Shinsuke and sister Tsunade are waiting," Minato said with a smile, ruffling Kushina's hair. Akali took Kushina, who was still crying, out of the room, as a somber Tsunade and her brother entered. Outside, the third Hokage, Danzo, and the 2 elders, among many other elderly figures that Akali could not name, were waiting. After a round of farewells, Akali and Kushina would never see Minato again. For the next 3 days, the Hokage and his aides guarded the area with ombu, forbidding anyone from approaching. During these 3 days, Akali tried various methods to lift Kushina's spirits: shopping, performing tricks, cooking delicious meals, showcasing secret techniques, and telling jokes, but nothing seemed to relieve her melancholy. Finally, an idea struck Akali. She decided to lead Kushina in the training they had learned together, and this action proved effective. Thus, Akali trained with Kushina for 3 days, and those final days passed swiftly. Outside the purple barrier enveloping the courtyard, Akali waited anxiously. This was the Four Purple Flames formation, a high-level barrier technique from Konoha, designed to prevent enemy invasion and potential accidents. After a long wait, the barrier dissipated, and the third Hokage and Danzo emerged. Akali saw a serene Minato, beautiful as ever, alongside a sleeping Kushina, her eyes stained with tears. How cunning, Grandma Minato. Akali felt a pang of sadness mixed with a bittersweet smile. The old woman had feigned frailty in their final days to gather strength, refusing to pass away in a weakened state. Akali imagined Minato, serious yet gentle, smiling playfully like a youthful girl. Yet, unbeknownst to Akali, Minato's passing signified a crucial turning point in the ninja world. The last strong figure of the previous century in Konoha had vanished, shattering the weapon capable of wielding the Nine Tails and unleashing the devastating Infinite Void Cannon. When news of Minato's death could no longer be concealed, it marked the commencement of the Second Shinobi World War. The quiet passage of 32 years in Konoha came to an end as time reached the 33rd year. Due to her prolonged stay in a highly classified unit, Akali had seemingly vanished without a trace for over half a year. During the new year, she remained by Kushina's side, neglecting to meet with friends. However, this absence allowed her to become quite familiar with the upper echelons of Konoha, including Shinsuke, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Throughout these days, Akali completed her training in the ninjutsu she had previously exchanged for, and, under the guidance of others, learned new techniques, particularly in nature transformation, which significantly enhanced the power of her released jutsu. Additionally, during this period of boredom, Akali accompanied Kushina to learn some medical ninjutsu from Tsunade and acquired some hair growth techniques from Jiraiya, even benefiting from Orochimaru's vast library. As time passed, Kushina gradually emerged from her sorrowful state, signaling that Akali's mission was nearing its conclusion. Soon, Akali celebrated her birthday, transitioning from 6 to 7 years old, and personally escorted Kushina to the Ninja Academy. In Konoha, the Hokage's word was law, and at the Ninja Academy, Akali's word held weight. Rest assured, Kushina, once you enroll in the Ninja Academy under my name, no one will dare bully you, Akali declared confidently, patting her modest chest. That's incredible, Kushina exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. She had not anticipated that Akali, who had accompanied her for nearly a year, would possess such influence at the academy. Of course, Akali puffed out her chest, her hair standing high as if to declare her supremacy. Minato, Minato, Akali shouted, reminiscent of a soldier calling out to their commanding officer. To prove her worth to Kushina, Akali commanded her followers to assemble. Soon, a group of students gathered before Kushina, and Akali boomed. All members, greet the Saint of Equilibrium. Greetings, Saint. Can't hear you. Greetings, Saint. Have you not eaten? Can't hear you, Saint. The resounding chorus echoed throughout the academy, and Akali nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the spirited response. Isn't the title of Saint too embarrassing? Though she said this, Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement as she covered her face, feeling a flush of warmth, more thrilled than anything else. She was enjoying this spirited display. Ahaha, from today onward, I am the Saint of Equilibrium, Kushina declared, hands on her hips, uttering words that she would later find embarrassing. However, in that moment, she felt that her ninja school life was quite enjoyable. Thus began the new ninja school life of the Saint of Equilibrium, Kushina. The only issue was that her right-hand man seemed intent on rebellion, attempting to defy authority, yet subordinates could not challenge their superiors. Kushina preferred the quiet and reliable oil woman Shimi over the naive and bumbling Minato. Little did Akali know about the happenings at the Ninja Academy. After completing her mission, she naturally returned to her own rhythm, quickly resuming her training with the Umbu. In the rigorous Umbu training program, Akali attempted to graduate several times but was sent back each time. Fortunately, upon re-entering the Umbu, it was not entirely closed off from the outside world. It seemed that the third Hokage was determined to keep Akali within the Umbu, demonstrating through actions that the Hokage was indeed the Hokage. The third Hokage proclaimed, "What I give you is yours, what I do not give, you cannot seize." In a fleeting moment, another year passed. The emergence of the Land of Rain was increasingly evident, while Konoha's eternal ally, the Sand Village, began to stir. The Cloud Village grew powerful, the Stone Village prospered, and the Land of Iron established its chakra warrior system. The small nations amidst the great powers began to falter, the Land of Grass wavered. The Takigakure still held combat potential, and the Kuni expanded significantly by eradicating the evil god sect. The realm of shinobi stands on the precipice of turmoil, as various small ninja factions have already sensed the changing winds long before the great nations could. In the shadows, the battles between wandering ninjas and these minor organizations have commenced. Only the village hidden in the mist, far across the ocean, remains undisturbed. Yet its covert operatives are already springing into action. The village resembles a bloodthirsty shark, prowling in the vast ocean, seeking the scent of blood. Numerous signs indicate that the once peaceful ninja world, which has enjoyed tranquility for over a decade, is transforming into a powder keg, waiting for a mere spark to ignite it. Though the timing of this spark remains uncertain, after fully absorbing the knowledge imparted during her training in the Dark Division, Akali has finally graduated and become an official member of this clandestine group, as they are in dire need of personnel. In the year marked as the 34th of Konoha, Akali, at the tender age of 8, has completed her training and attained the rank of CH Nin. Before she embarks on her assignment with the 5th Squad, and thanks to the rewards from her previous mission involving Kushina, along with her earnings from the year, she has managed to accumulate enough funds for 2 rounds of draws. Akali indulges in the long-awaited lottery. The results are as follows: Skill Points 2, Ninjutsu, Thunder Binding Seal, Secret Technique, Electric Blade, Giant Belt, Equipment Slot 1, Overgrowth, Water Walking. 100 Smoke Bombs, 100 Shurikens from Kennen, and 100 Kunai from Akali. Skill Points 2, Wind's Favor, Secret Technique, 1000 Birds, Hextech Revolver, Bilgewater Cutlass. A set of Everlasting Wool Sandwiches, a set of Scout Guards, 5 True Sight Guards, Sudden Impact, and a set of Poro Delicacies. The 1 million currency draw indeed yields superior rewards compared to the 10,000 currency option, granting an equipment slot, 3 practical talent runes, along with the revolver and cutlass, suggesting that the system deems Akali suitable for technological weaponry. With 4 skill points acquired, Akali invests them into Kennen's passive ability, 2 skills, and the passive ability of the Wind Sorceress. Wind's Favor is combined with Water Walking, and she gains the ability to absorb a fragment of the life force from fallen enemies to enhance her own through Overgrowth, along with Sudden Impact to increase her penetration after a charge. The system is preparing for Akali's upcoming journey. There is little to elaborate on. Whatever equipment can be donned will be worn, while those that cannot will be temporarily stored. Fortunately, the system's storage allows for items to be withdrawn without the possibility of returning them, thus serving as a spatial inventory as long as they remain untouched. The 4 skill points are allocated to the Secret Technique, 1000 Birds, and Electric Blade, designed to synergize with the Thunder Binding Seal. Kennen's Thunder Binding Seal is a remarkable asset, enabling Akali's lightning attacks to attach a layer of storm mark to her foes, which, when stacked to 3 layers, will detonate and cause disorientation. The Secret Technique, 1000 Birds, serves as an enhanced version of lightning shurikens, while the Electric Blade can be affixed to shurikens to actively detonate enemies marked by storm marks, additionally layering another storm mark upon them. After organizing her gear, Akali pushes open the door to her squad's changing room. What a cramped space. She muses. Why is the Dark Division so small? And it's filled with female ninjas. Suddenly, she recognizes a familiar face, the one who had struggled to graduate from the training division, now appearing before her. Is that you? How unexpected. Akali approaches. Nara Shikomi expresses his astonishment. This is a surprise. Let me introduce myself. I am Nara Shikomi. This strong man beside me is Akimichi Tihoku, and the other is Midori Hara. They are both very amiable individuals. Akali observes as Tihoku waves cheerfully, while Midori stands aloof, seemingly displeased by her presence. Midori? That surname does not bode well, Akali thinks fleetingly. With both butterfly and deer, why not form a trio with Boris? Nara Shikomi continues, allow me to present Akali, who graduated at 6, became a CH Nin at 8, developed an A-rank ninjutsu independently, and excelled in the training division with all the grades, a formidable and reliable ally. Akali smiles, eager to greet her future teammates, only to be met with a disdainful grunt. A physically frail female ninja, no matter how strong, can only amount to so much. In my opinion, women should not be ninjas. They ought to remain at home, tending to their families. With a loss like Rico, what mission are we embarking on? This weakling wouldn't even suffice to fill gaps. She would only become a victim. With that, Midori storms out. Hey, wait. Nara Shikomi rushes after him. The previously serene atmosphere of the changing room erupts into a cacophony of murmurs. What is going on? She just joined the Dark Division and is already facing such hostility. Akari seats. I apologize. Midori has been in a bad mood lately. T-Hoku explains cautiously, wearing a kind smile. Why should he vent his frustrations on me? Akari retorts, am I weaker than him? Suddenly, she realizes she too might be projecting her own frustrations onto others. Rubbing her face to ease the tension, she turns back to T-Hoku and inquires, what troubles him? Sighing deeply, T-Hoku responds, please do not hold it against Midori. He is a pitiful soul. He elaborates, revealing that Akari's entry into the Dark Division filled a vacancy left by Midori's girlfriend, Riko, a skilled and spirited female ninja who tragically perished during a mission. The cause of her demise? It was the inherent vulnerability of being a woman. Each month brings its own trials. And while the Dark Division typically suppresses such physical challenges with medication, Riko decided to forego it for a minor reconnaissance mission, one they had executed countless times before, which was to assess an additional defensive system beyond the border posts. As fate would have it, Riko's natural scent had betrayed their concealed position, leading to an encounter with the battle-hardened team from the mist. When Riko, unaccustomed to menstrual pain, fell ill during the skirmish, she became incapacitated, ultimately leading to her capture. By the time the team managed to summon reinforcements, Riko had already suffered unspeakable torment. Thus, Midori's fury stems from a desire to prevent Akari from facing a similar fate, as well as his own self-loathing for feeling powerless. However, the question remains, is a female ninja truly suited for the Dark Division? Akali cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Daotang-Bei, sensing his tacit agreement with the views of Levyuan, as he too was a teammate. What a sorrowful tale. She patted Xiao Daotang-Bei's ample belly and reassured him. But fret not, I shall not become like that. I am indeed quite formidable. At this juncture, Akali had already chosen to forgive Levyuan. After all, what other option was there? Witnessing someone being so ruthlessly betrayed was indeed tragic, and forgiveness was the only path forward. Joking aside, it was genuinely disheartening. Hui Yi was as savage and cruel as the legends foretold. Let's go out and have a look. Akali donned a dark cloak over her umbu attire, concealing her gear. With her ninja blade strapped to her back, and donned a sheep's spirit mask as she pulled Xiao Daotang-Bei along. Xiao Daotang-Bei led the duo to their squad's customary meeting point, where intense arguments erupted. No way, I refuse to undertake the mission with her. Get someone else. Refusal? On what grounds do you refuse? It is in order to have Akali join the 5th squad. I don't care, I simply cannot accept it. She is just a child, has she ever seen blood? She'll only be a burden. Oh really? Levyuan's adamant stance infuriated Nara Kurumi. You refuse, do you? Then I shall request that we abandon this mission. We need to resolve internal issues first. No, we cannot abandon this mission. To everyone's surprise, upon mention of abandoning the mission, Levyuan became agitated. Very well, Levyuan, you must choose. This mission or Akali's departure? Nara Kurumi inquired. Can't the three of us manage without her? Levyuan pleaded. Absolutely not. During peacetime, the umbu must operate at full capacity to minimize losses. Nara Kurumi replied coldly. Of course, if you have the influence to persuade the higher-ups to grant you a personal member, I have nothing further to say. Following this exchange, silence enveloped them. Listening intently, Akali understood that this mission was evidently pivotal. She turned to Xiao Daotang-Bei and asked, what is the mission about? The higher-ups suspect that the previous batch of intruders has not yet departed. It pertains to the thorough investigation of the last border incursion. Xiao Daotang-Bei explained. As the quarrel escalated, he approached to mediate, and the trio gradually moved away. Akali stood silently at the rear mountain's meeting point, attentively listening to the intermittent conversations. When suddenly the air was sliced by the sound of shuriken. Whoosh, whoosh, shuriken swirled ominously around Akali. Their trajectories were peculiar. Often aimed at her face, but veering away just as they approached, the nearest one merely embedding itself in a tree beside her, as if teasing her. No, it was indeed a playful taunt directed at Akali. Turning around, Akali met the gaze of several umbu members hurling shuriken. Have you come to see me for something, seniors? A squad of 4 umbu paid her no mind. The youngest umbu, huh? Ah, indeed very juvenile. I heard she's only 8. Is her sword even taller than mine? 8 years old and already in the umbu. I wonder which noble lady got her in here. A group of umbu stood before Akali, critiquing her with an audacity that completely disregarded her presence. Per 5th squad, Having just lost a teammate, and now they must babysit, she stands there all alone, clearly abandoned by her comrades. The 5th squad's leader was from the Nara clan, and he must be struggling to convince his teammates. I heard that the 5th squad's member met a gruesome end last mission. Damned Miss Ninja. I heard Lord Hokage has begun holding people accountable. I wonder what the outcome will be. Most likely nothing. They haven't captured a shred of evidence. The 4 Umbu in front of Akali continued their idle chatter. Seeing this, Akali scoffed, taking a step back to cross her arms, silently waiting for Nara Kurumi and the others to return. Let them say what they wished. Time would reveal all truths. What is happening here? Nara Kurumi's stern voice cut through the air as he surveyed the scene, his mask unable to conceal his gravity. I demand an explanation. Wei Yuan and Xiao Daotang Bei followed closely behind, clearly having come to a mutual understanding, as Wei Yuan refused to let go of the chance for vengeance for his beloved. Regardless, Akali was their new teammate, their little sister. The lead Umbu, with a dog-like face, felt somewhat awkward. Despite Nara Kurumi's youth, he had been in the Umbu for 5 or 6 years, and while he could scorn Akali, he could not afford to disrespect Nara Kurumi. In truth, the dog-faced Umbu had previously enjoyed fruitful collaborations with Nara Kurumi. They had come today believing the higher-ups had overstepped and were eager to assess Akali's capabilities. Was she worthy of being here? The dog-faced Umbu replied. She is indeed far too young, nay, a mere child. The surrounding Umbu nodded in agreement. Are you all dissatisfied with the higher-ups' decision? At this point, Nara Kurumi could barely contain his frustration. It was evident that the old chief was nearing retirement. The Umbu had enjoyed peace for so long that many had forgotten what it truly meant to be a part of the Umbu. No, that's not it. The dog-faced Umbu quickly retorted. At this moment, Nara Kurumi was unwilling to hear further justifications. He turned his gaze to Akali. You go. In the Umbu, strength reigns supreme. Show them what you can do. Upon hearing this, Akali's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she sprang into action. With a strike, she unleashed her killing move, inner and outer chaos. Boom! Dust erupted as Akali's chakra burst forth like a tempest, her swift feet leaving numerous imprints on the ground. Her petite figure darted about, evading capture, as she leveled her ninja blade firmly against the throat of the dog-faced Umbu. There were no rules stating that a thrust could not involve a ninja blade, was there? It was certainly not due to her short stature that wielding a small kunai was insufficient to threaten the larger adversary. Akali's thrust was executed with such speed that she commenced her movement almost simultaneously with Nara Kurumi's command, catching the dog-faced Umbu completely off guard. Holy cow! So fast! Such a fierce thrust! Gasps of astonishment filled the air, as the proximity had left everyone unprepared. It was only when Akali pressed her blade against the dog-faced Umbu's neck that he finally reacted. Nara Kurumi observed Akali's display of prowess with satisfaction, reveling in the astonishment of the other Umbu. This was precisely why he had insisted on Akali. He understood her strength, and among the current Umbu candidates, none possessed her caliber. Only with such power could they seek retribution. Nara Kurumi was reluctant to admit the harsh truth. Their small team had been extraordinarily fortunate to escape Hui Yi's pursuit that day. Now, do you comprehend? She is far from ordinary. Nara Kurumi remarked nonchalantly. My apologies. The approaching Umbu squad expressed, before dispersing. Having witnessed Akali's skill, Wei Yuan fell into silence, while Akali gazed at Nara Kurumi with curiosity. Is this how the Umbu operates? I had anticipated a more solemn and grave atmosphere. Nara Kurumi sighed. Perhaps the Umbu was once like that, but you must understand, we have enjoyed peace for over a decade now. The old chief is aging and gradually relinquishing power. He merely hopes for the Umbu to remain intact before his departure, when the young new chief takes over. And as we transition from peace to war, those unfit for this path will inevitably be filtered out, leaving behind the kind of Umbu you envision. Nara Kuruki spoke coldly. What about my predecessor? Akali inquired. I suppose that counts, Nara Kuruki replied with a wry smile. Romantic entanglements between team members are situations that need to be resolved swiftly. Inevitably, one person will exit the team. The last mission truly was an accident. I see, Akali acknowledged. But rest assured, we won't face any challenging tasks in the near future, Nara Kuruki assured her. Typically, the initial missions allow us ample time to acclimate. All right, now, let us commence with the task details. Nara Kuruki produced a scroll. Within the Umbu, only the captain has access to the mission details, which must be verbally relayed by the captain. This grants the captain considerable power, allowing them to obscure the true nature of the mission from the team, leading them to believe they are engaged in a different task, as long as the ultimate objective is achieved. Of course, Konoha generally avoids such tactics, as harming comrades is highly frowned upon. Mission rank, A rank. Content: conduct reconnaissance along the borders, collaborating with the border sentries to search the coastal areas and nearby seas, confirming the absence of hidden mist ninjas. If necessary, border troops may be mobilized to eliminate or expel any lurking mist ninjas. Nara Karuki recited this, and upon completion, he handed the mission scroll to Akito Tangbei, allowing everyone to peruse and pass it around. All right, prepare to set off. After a moment, as everyone finished reading the scroll, Nara Karuki declared, "Next, let us introduce ourselves by code names. I shall be Wood, Green Plains, Prairie. Akito Tangbei, Tang Tree. Akali, Qingyun Jue." Excellent. With a new team member, everyone must remember their code names. Nara Karuki scanned the group. "Let us depart." With a flurry of movement, the Umbu team members leapt into the trees, heading towards the special passage out of the village. In the depths of Konoha's roots, a root ninja suddenly appeared in a large, dimly lit office. "Lord Danzo, the ninja you were concerned about has left the village. Here are the mission details." Danzo took the scroll and exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't this the mission we previously uncovered?" "Indeed, Lord Danzo. That is the delegation the Mist intends to use for testing." Now, this becomes intriguing. Danzo mused over the mission scroll, a plan gradually forming in his mind. Danzo possessed a distinctive trait. The more unattainable something was, the more he desired it. This applied to the Hokage and Akali alike. Years ago, when he openly expressed his desire to take on a student, he was outright rejected by the third Hokage, a grudge he had long held. Back then, the third Hokage didn't even grant Akali the opportunity to choose. He locked her away in his umbu, then returned to his completely inaccessible Senju estate. Now, the third Hokage could no longer confine her. It was time to give her the opportunity to choose. Monkey. Danzo's eyes gleamed with contemplation. "Akali, now that you are part of the umbu, it is time you understood Konoha's weaknesses, the third Hokage's frailties, and the truth of the world. See clearly. Only my roots can save Konoha. Hiru, come here." Danzo summoned a subordinate. "Go, arrange matters accordingly." Danzo's schemes continued for 10 minutes. Yes, the root ninja accepted the command and departed. Danzo settled down, contemplating how to persuade Akali to willingly join the roots. Of course, he needed to clarify that this was not a petty act of defiance against Sarutobi. Absolutely not. It was for the future of Konoha. In the silent, uninhabited forest, Akali and her team were leaping swiftly through a sea of trees. The land of fire was abundant in trees, sturdy and lush, providing ample opportunity for combat and maneuvering. Consequently, the ninjas developed a technique known as ninja steps, allowing them to leap from thick branches as if they were frogs. However, today's expedition was notably different from the usual. What a delightful secret technique! Akito Tangbei exclaimed, reveling in the ease provided by the Akito clan's ninjutsu. The formidable Akito ninjas were often robust individuals, having to store chakra within their fat, and their stout physiques aided in the release of expansion techniques. Nevertheless, regardless of their strength, they remained heavy, which posed certain inconveniences, particularly during the umbu's high-intensity travel. Given the physical toll, Akito Tangbei often struggled during journeys. Yet today was entirely different. Wind at your back, allied units moving towards Akali will receive assistance from the wind. With her palms together in front, Akali moved ahead, and the three companions following her felt a gentle breeze, a force propelling them forward. In the game, wind at your back was a passive effect that required no activation. However, in Akali's case, it became a consciously activated buff. Indeed, I never expected she possessed such a skill. It's remarkably pleasant, Nara Karuki remarked. He then called out to Akali ahead. "Qingyun Jue, you are too good to us. We cannot do without you. Get lost. I don't need you smelly men. You can't even cook." Akali's disdainful voice wafted through the breeze to their ears. "Ha ha ha, that is not up to you." Nara Karuki laughed. "That is just how versatile Qingyun Jue is. I wonder who the fortunate one will be in the future. If only I were 10 years younger." Nara Karuki declared dramatically. "Goodness!" Nara Karuki suddenly exclaimed. As he was about to land on a branch, a sudden gust of wind from behind pushed him forward slightly, nearly causing him to slip and fall. "Ha ha!" Akito Tangbei mercilessly laughed at his childhood friend, Even the usually brooding green plains cracked a smile. These past few days had been tedious travel, and as they were embarking on their first mission together, the team members made a concerted effort to become acquainted, with Akali diligently showcasing her abilities. However, she soon regretted it. In simple terms, Nara Karuki was akin to a charming rogue, witty and smooth-talking yet reliable in critical moments. He would seize opportunities, allowing for moments of playful annoyance, but all under the control of a keen intellect, preventing any feelings of distaste. Every harmonious team requires a lubricant of sorts, and Nara Karuki evidently filled that role, albeit Akali found it somewhat challenging to navigate such personalities. "I'm sorry, Qingyun Jue. I was wrong," Nara Karuki pleaded. Throughout their journey, Nara Karuki's playful banter had resulted in strong retorts from Akali, yet he persisted in his antics, leading to a recurring spectacle within the team. Through their playful exchanges, Akali quickly bonded with her companions, transforming the atmosphere from one of tension to camaraderie, a shift she quietly admired. After all, the 17th rule of the Umbu states, the most perilous situation is not being surrounded, but rather having hostile teammates. White Fang would agree with this. Yet, 2 years ago, when they first clashed, Akali could never have imagined Nara Karuki would be this type of person. Of course, the secret technique that made their journey easier was also pivotal in fostering this playful camaraderie. As the sun rose and set, the team honed their synergy along the journey, exchanging information through laughter and cultivating a bond through their playful banter. By the time they approached the borders of the Land of Fire, they had transformed into a cohesive team, familiar to the outside observer. The group hurried along swiftly, thanks to Akali's secret techniques. What would typically take a week, they accomplished in just 5 days, and they did so with relative ease, requiring no rest. "All right, Captain, let us pause." Just as Nara Saruki was about to provoke Akali once more, Kuzunohara interjected. "Thank you, Captain. I feel much better now. There is no need to continue this. In the past few days, I have reflected, and it is clear that Qingyun Jue is indeed a formidable ninja, excelling in many aspects. Although I remain skeptical regarding her performance in actual combat, it seems that I cannot surpass the judgments of the esteemed higher-ups. Since they believe Qingyun Jue possesses the strength to fill our gaps, my duty is simply to comply." Kuzunohara stated earnestly, "We are nearing the coast, and we should prepare ourselves seriously." "Ah ha ha, is that so? That is good." Nara Saruki chuckled. Initially, he intended to amuse Kuzunohara, but over the course of these few days, he found himself captivated. If one were to switch identities and place themselves in Nara Saruki's shoes, with a cute and earnest little girl joining their team, how could one resist teasing her? Whether it was her pouting in anger or playfully punching his chest, it was all too endearing. Similarly, the joy of frolicking with companions could mask the sorrow of previous defeats and the loss of teammates. Nara Saruki was not a masochist. He would not allow himself to wallow in sorrow while experiencing happiness. However, it was not surprising that he had forgotten the previous calamity. Cough, all right. Since the prairie has mentioned this, our 5th squad shall now adopt a serious demeanor. Nara Saruki called out, "Qingyun Jue, here. Kuzunohara, here. Tangshu, here." He called out each name to rally everyone's spirits. "I will now discuss our upcoming tasks and points of caution." Nara Saruki assumed a serious tone. "There are suspicions that the mist ninja we encountered earlier may still be lurking, as the lack of sightings at sea indicates something amiss. Due to the fall of the Whirlpool country and the prolonged peace, the coastal border watch system has deteriorated and become lax, yet basic movements should not go unnoticed. The absence of sightings means they are likely still present along the coast, and their concealment warrants contemplation. We cannot dismiss the possibility of issues arising from our side. Next, we will maintain continuous contact with the coastal outposts to gather intelligence while also assessing their conditions. After which we will proceed to the second phase of our reconnaissance based on their reports. We will split into pairs. I will team with Qingyun Jue, while Kuzunohara partners with Tangshu. One group will operate overtly while the other covertly, ensuring we do not expose ourselves simultaneously. Understood? Nara Saruki commanded with gravitas. Understood. The group replied quietly, entering work mode. All right, let us move. We are 50 miles ahead, about to reach the frontline supply base, where we will acquire information on the outpost distribution. Yes, the squad divided into 2 groups, advancing in tandem. The atmosphere was disarrayed, lax, and casual, merely surviving the day. This was Akali's impression of the Konoha coastal base. The forward base was manned by over 300 ninjas, responsible for a significant stretch of coastal supply distribution and personnel rotations. as well as holding information on all outposts. Yet, to Akali, this base resembled a sieve. There were hardly any patrolling ninjas visible on the walls. The iron chains of the gate were rusty, and the majority of the station ninjas appeared aged. The guards at the entrance stood there in a relaxed manner, and the officer was directly asleep. Akali could sense no hidden sentries. These were not ninjas, but mere soldiers. Akali's brow furrowed deeper beneath her mask. Could they truly rely on these individuals for assistance? Hey, wake up! Nara Saruki tapped the table of the elderly guard. Who is it? It's the middle of the day. I'm trying to catch up on sleep. The old ninja woke groggily, rubbing his eyes, only to find the light around him dim. Moments later, two figures cloaked in black robes came into view. The ominous presence of their dark attire combined with the emotionless eyes behind their peculiar masks jolted the guard awake. Umbu. The elderly guard instantly regained his composure. His irritation at being disturbed by a nap evaporating, replaced by a singular thought. Why would the Umbu appear in this desolate, forgotten corner of the world? The Konoha ninjas here were often self-deprecatingly referred to as exiles. Quickly, open the door and let us in, Nara Saruki commanded. Fully aware of the Umbu's intimidating reputation among Konoha ninjas and intending to leverage that power. Yes, esteemed Umbu, please hold on. The elderly guard obediently prepared to open the door, ringing a bell to notify the inner guards of their arrival. However, as he did so, he paused. Esteemed Umbu. Could I trouble you for your identification? He said cautiously, wary of offending these two mysterious Umbu agents. Nara Saruki nodded subtly. At least there was some basic level of vigilance still intact. Of course, it is your prerogative, he replied, presenting his credentials. The guard took the documents through a small opening connecting the inside and outside. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by rapid footsteps and the sounds of rude shouting from within, the iron chain creaked, and the large gate swung open, revealing a rotund figure. It is indeed the esteemed Umbu. Please come in. I am curious about the purpose of your visit, and we will cooperate fully. The figure, with a physique that resembled a human cannonball, cast a surprised glance at the noticeably smaller Akali, yet the jovial smile on his face remained unchanged as he warmly ushered them inside. This base has significant problems. Akali sighed internally as she observed the rotund figure. She couldn't fathom how, despite Konoha's strict control over its ninjas, a character like this could exist at such a remote coastal outpost. What on earth has he consumed? Akali thought, instinctively feeling a twinge of contempt. You may call me Fat Cat. That's what everyone here refers to me as. I am merely fortunate to have earned the recognition to serve as the overseer of this base, and I strive to maintain its operations. He continued, do not be misled by the base's dilapidated state. We possess everything we need. The ninjas stationed here are merely out on temporary assignments and will return shortly. I am uncertain why you esteemed Umbu have come, but rest assured, our base is loyal and reliable, with a strong work ethic. We will not hinder any tasks from the village. Fat Cat led the way, his ample form swaying grotesquely as he boasted about the base. Yet, Akali remained skeptical of his words. The group finally arrived at Fat Cat's office, where a guard was stationed outside. With a wave of his hand, Fat Cat dismissed the guard, allowing Akali and Nara Saruki to enter. Shortly after, an array of sumptuous delicacies was served. Ha ha ha, esteemed Umbu, after your arduous journey, I have prepared a modest feast for you. Please enjoy. Rest assured, I understand the protocols. There are no surveillance measures in this room. I shall step out while you dine, and we can discuss matters afterward. Fat Cat grinned, preparing to exit. Wait, Nara Saruki called out to him. We are not in need, thank you. Given the logistical challenges you face, it would be best if these provisions were reserved for your men. Our mission does not currently require your assistance. We merely seek information. Let us discuss the task at hand. The corpulent man paused, his earlier apprehension now somewhat alleviated. It seemed the Umbu operatives were reasonable individuals. Upon seeing Akari's diminutive stature, he had initially feared she was a privileged scion experiencing Umbu life. He could ill afford to offend the village's dignitaries. With prolonged peace, the border outposts had suffered a decline in status, marked by personnel reductions and dwindling supplies. Offending a village notable could lead to further deprivation. I understand, esteemed sirs. Please, proceed, the man responded, his demeanor now more relaxed. Very well, Nara Kazuki began. I require intelligence on all coastal outposts, their locations, personnel, information, and any recent anomalies noted in your intelligence summaries. I wish to be apprised of everything. Certainly. No problem at all. The man promptly replied, proceeding to delineate the information on the border outposts, supplemented by documentary evidence. Akali and Nara Kazuki listened attentively, committing the details to memory. In the dead of night, Akali and Nara Kazuki emerged from the base, escorted by the corpulent man. Regardless of your endeavors, the troops are to be assembled immediately, and the base placed on high alert, ready for deployment. Understood? Nara Kazuki cautioned before departing. Affirmative, absolutely. Rest assured, esteemed sirs. Our base is entirely serviceable, the man responded, beads of perspiration forming on his brow as their illicit activities were exposed. Very well, that will suffice. Akali and Nara Kazuki departed the encampment to rendezvous with Akimichi Tabaku and Midorino Hara in the forest to consolidate the intelligence gathered. What is the situation with that corpulent man and this base? Akali inquired en route. Within the base, she sensed that Nara Kazuki possessed a degree of familiarity with its circumstances. Initially skeptical, the presence of the corpulent man had led her to suspect impropriety. However, his articulate and informed responses, often delivered without reference to written materials, belied her initial impression of a gluttonous and corrupt official. Do you believe his claim of having earned the base's acceptance is genuine? Nara Kazuki countered with a question. Indeed, Akali tentatively replied. Precisely, Nara Kazuki affirmed. The Leaf Village has prospered in recent years, yet this progress is largely confined to the village proper and its overall strength. With prolonged peace, border outposts such as this have become somewhat vestigial. While they possess a degree of importance, their utility is questionable. If you were in the Leaf's position, what would you do? Nara Kazuki posed the question, prompting Akali to consider the matter. I require the outpost's existence, but not necessarily its operational effectiveness. Therefore, I need only provide sufficient funding and personnel to maintain its presence. Precisely, Nara Kazuki exclaimed. However, one cannot expect labor without sustenance. A tacit understanding has thus emerged between the village and these outposts. What understanding? Akali queried. Autonomy, Nara Kazuki replied. Within permissible bounds, they are permitted to procure their own resources, whether through personal enterprise or cultivation. A ninja is capable of far more than an ordinary individual and, with diligence, will not starve. Consequently, the commander of such a base must possess the ability to sustain several hundred individuals. One incapable of providing for his subordinates cannot attain such a position. So, the corpulent man is capable? Akali surmised. Indeed. Therefore, refrain from judging by appearances, young Chizuru. Nara Kazuki jested, before adopting a more serious tone. In the world of shinobi, appearances are often deceiving. To judge an individual based solely on their visage is to invite potential calamity. Understood. Akali reflected inwardly, acknowledging her hubris stemming from her growing strength. Both her attitude and outward demeanor had become presumptuous, and harboring preconceived notions was a perilous habit. Does the village not fear losing control over the border troops, given such broad autonomy? Akali inquired, reverting to the matter at hand. The paucity of standing troops at the base suggested extensive external activity. Nara Kazuki responded with an enigmatic chuckle, followed by a peculiar gaze directed at Akali. What is it? Akali asked, puzzled. What do you believe these shinobi stationed here to be? Nara Kazuki countered, his tone ambiguous. What are they? Akali pondered. Cannon fodder, wartime expendables, peacetime sentinels, in essence, inconsequential to the village. Nara Kazuki declared, answering his own question before Akali could respond. Even should they defect en masse, they would merely serve as cannon fodder in the hidden mist. The village reserves its true talents for more critical roles. You, for instance, are of greater value to the village than 300 of those men combined. In the end, the world of shinobi is governed by the strong. Akali fell silent, acknowledging the harsh realities of their world. Despite her growing strength and knowledge of shinobi lore, she had received a valuable lesson in perspective. She had been aware of these truths, but had failed to fully internalize them. The world of shinobi is both real and cruel. I must adapt, Akali resolved. Come, let us rendezvous with Hara and Tabaku. Nara Kazuki nudged Akali's mask, interrupting her reverie. After a brief interval, the pair, having paused for conversation, arrived at the designated meeting point. Was your last instance of enuresis at the age of 9 or 11? Akimichi Tabaku inquired. The pagoda suppresses the river demon. Nara Kazuki responded nonsensically, confirming the password. What took you so long? Akimichi Tabaku asked, noting that the acquisition of information should not have required such an extended period. We conversed briefly, gaining some detailed intelligence. The base commander is a formidable individual. Come, gather around. Let us discuss our agenda for tomorrow. Nara Kazuki stated, unfurling a map. Umbu Rule of Conduct, Article 7. Cultivate the habit of thoroughly inspecting every portal before entry. When in doubt, dispatch the least capable member to test the waters. At the crack of dawn, Akali and Nara Kazuki set forth to scout the nearest outpost. Despite the Umbu Code's recommendation of employing the least skilled operative for intelligence gathering, such was not the Leaf's modus operandi. Akali's strength and Nara Kazuki's sagacity and resourcefulness made them the ideal choice. Paired deployment ensured that one team could provide support in the event of encirclement, while also mitigating the risk of complete annihilation by ambush. Presently, the pair arrived at the first coastal outpost, situated inland. Halt. Who goes there? The lanky Chunin on the watchtower demanded. Umbu, Nara Kazuki responded impassively, as both assessed the watchtower and its occupant. The watchtower bore the marks of age, its steel supports encrusted with rust, its wooden ladder near collapse. Beneath the tower stood a dilapidated wooden shack, its meager contents visible through uncurtained windows. The once vibrant attire of the ninja has faded, and the Qingmang vest appears tattered, reflecting a lack of spirit. Akali notices the absence of tools in the ninja's pouch, though she assumes there can't be many. The watchtower intended for a 4-member team is manned by only 2, leading Akali to question the effectiveness of this post. Can 2 truly maintain vigilance? From the wooden cabin beneath the tower emerges a weary ninja clad in a worn Qingmang vest, his face etched with exhaustion and his eyes tinged with the redness of sleeplessness. What Umbu? He retorts, bewildered. Are the ninjas of Konoha so ignorant of the Umbu? Certainly. We endure the biting winds in this desolate place day after day. Where have we encountered the lofty Umbu? The other replies sarcastically. Well, now you have. Nara Shumaki responds without anger. Rather, he plays along with the banter. Truth be told, it is Nara Shumaki whom Akali has come to understand best in recent days. Despite being from a prestigious clan and possessing talent, he shows neither arrogance nor disdain towards these lower-ranking ninjas, instead exhibiting genuine sympathy. With a discontented grunt, the man retorts. Speak then, what brings the esteemed Umbu here? And present your identification. Nara Shumaki hands over their credentials, including documents from the previous base. As he converses with the watchtower ninjas, Akali listens intently. To put it succinctly, there is a palpable resentment, particularly in contrast to Akali's youthful demeanor, which seems to strike a nerve with the downtrodden watchtower ninjas. Years of monotonous vigilance, meager supplies reducing their scale, and a position devoid of affection from either family or clan. One might understand a heightened alert if there were signs of trouble from the Mist Village. Yet there has been naught but silence for over a decade. Even convincing oneself of the importance of their task seems futile, rendering their roles almost superfluous. Akali witnesses firsthand the lives of these lower-ranking ninjas, their Qingmang ranks acquired through mere endurance. In a life devoid of hope and work stripped of meaning, their unwavering commitment may indeed embody the will of fire. Thank you for the information. It has been invaluable to us. Nara Shumaki bids farewell. Onward to the next. As they proceed, Nara Shumaki glances at the map, mentally charting the quickest route. This makes the 10th one. There are still 40 more to go. Thanks to your secret arts, we should complete this in a week. Indeed, these watchtowers are in disrepair. Akali reflects, considering the dilapidated structures they have encountered. It will only worsen, as the farther we are from the supply base, the more challenging resupply becomes, Nara Shumaki notes with an air of sympathy. But why is it so? Akali inquires, perplexed. The spirits of those individuals do not all seem like those who merely exist without purpose. Isn't there a jutsu exchange system in the village? These individuals guard the watchtowers due to a lack of potential or strength. However, Akali has observed many who do not fall into the category of the unmotivated. Surely, diligent individuals cannot be utterly lacking in promise? Let me ask you, which is more challenging, to go from 0 to 1, or from 1 to 2? Nara Shumaki counters. Understanding dawns on Akali. It is indeed easier to earn 100,000 from 1,000,000 than to generate something from nothing. The exchange of jutsu hinges on merit. Yet we live in a time of peace. Nara Shumaki sighs, lamenting that the meager education received in school is hardly sufficient to earn merit. Without inheritance, without guidance, and lacking initial capital, most will only master 1 or 2 techniques in their lifetime. Some may only learn the basic transformation technique. I propose that the village allow each ninja to purchase jutsu on credit upon graduation, enabling them to gradually repay while enhancing their combat abilities. Akali's expression shifts as she recognizes the similarity between Naruto-Shumaki's ideas and educational loans from her past life. Many indeed only lack that initial funding. Jutsu is monopolized by the elite, and while lower-ranking ninjas possess chakra, they cannot unleash techniques. Only during wartime are jutsu made widely available for the sake of cannon fodder. Thus, the upper echelons remain firmly entrenched, drawing exceptional talents into their ranks, solidifying the class structure within Konoha. Amidst their observations, today's dialogue, knowledge from her previous life, and her own reflections, Akali finds her thoughts in disarray, her mind clouded with tumultuous notions that elude her grasp. Yet, she becomes acutely aware that she must take action. She must cultivate her own significance in the world. Though still relatively weak, she needs to meet more people, broaden her understanding, and continually grow stronger. The system's current objective is to elevate Akali's fame, and she will undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the world one day. Let us proceed. Akali resolves, setting aside her contemplations. With great power comes great responsibility, and such matters are not for her to ponder at this moment. As Akali and Naruto continue their patrol along Konoha's coastal route, they engage with each watchtower, gradually painting a vivid picture of the Land of Fire's coastline in their minds. 7 days later. This should be the last one, Akali breathes, removing her suffocating mask against the pleasant sea breeze and wiping the perspiration from her brow. Indeed, it appears those individuals have departed, having somehow navigated past the coastal arrangements. Naruto replies, a mix of frustration and relief in his tone, though beneath it lies a deeper sense of dissatisfaction. He yearns to uncover those responsible and avenge his comrades, yet after days of searching, that feeling of having done his utmost weighs heavily on him. It's akin to a cycle of vengeance. After being bested once, he longs to retaliate. Such conflicting emotions highlight the inherent contradictions within human nature. Certainly, there are no hidden paths leading to the port of the Land of Waves, nor are there any in the Land of Waves itself. Even if they were to hide near the border of the Land of Whirlpool, it would be futile. Leaving only the angle between the Land of Soup as a possible refuge, Akali muses, feeling a sense of relief. However, fatigue sets in. Their mission not only involved contacting watchtowers to ascertain the situation, but also investigating reported anomalies, leaving them little time for rest. Throughout this journey, Akali's greatest gain has been the expansion of her experiences, a sign that this arduous path has not been traveled in vain. The Land of Soup has been actively hunting the cult of the evil god, making it difficult for them to conceal themselves. With another area of watchtowers nearby, it seems unlikely there will be any issues. Perhaps their mission is nearing its conclusion. Let us proceed to the final post, Akali declares, adjusting her state of mind. Regardless of the outcome, she is determined to give her all. With that, Akali and Naruto make their way to the coastal bay between the Land of Fire and the Land of Soup, arriving at the small cliff graveyard. It is said that this site witnessed the clash of the two pillars of the ninja world, where mountains crumbled and the earth shattered, forming a vast mound from the scattered debris, corresponding to another mountainous graveyard. This small hill, though diminutive, rises steeply above the sea, its rugged stones devoid of vegetation, presenting a formidable ascent, a place rarely trodden by human feet. Due to its unique geography, one need only gaze over the cliff to survey the vast ocean below. With numerous reefs formed from shattered rocks obstructing vessels, even ninjas find it challenging to land here, rendering it a daunting entry point. Moreover, with scant resources, it becomes even more difficult to conceal oneself, which is why neither Akali nor Naruto anticipated the presence of mist ninjas here. Soon enough, the pair arrives at the watchtower at the foot of the cliff graveyard. Surprisingly, this pairing of an elderly and a youthful individual was a rare sight in recent days, contrasting with the typically long-standing middle-aged groups. When Akali and her companion arrived, the two were still dining. The older ninja was the first to notice them, and he approached them amicably for a conversation. As they chatted, they proceeded into the wooden cabin, while Akali observed the final outpost. Unexpectedly, the younger ninja, Goro, who had been reluctant to come to the mountains, abruptly froze upon seeing the two dark-clad Umbu. Hastily setting down his bowl and awkwardly wiping his mouth before addressing the older ninja, his evident anxiety did not escape the keen eyes of Naruto and Akali, who both felt a jolt of awareness. Hey, eat a bit more, the older ninja urged, but by the time he extended the invitation, Goro had already dashed far away. That child, the older ninja chided with a smile. This outpost, due to the peculiar nature of the small cliff tomb, was only manned during the day because navigating the steep terrain at night posed significant risks, even for ninjas. By day, they would guard the mountains, and at night, they kept watch over the sea. At this moment, Goro was on his way to inspect the coastline. The older ninja felt a warmth in his heart. Initially, Goro had been quite unwilling to come here, yet after spending some time, he had shown understanding towards the old man's physical limitations and voluntarily took on the task of monitoring the sea. Life had become significantly easier for the older ninja since Goro's arrival. I apologize, the older ninja explained. Goro was sent here after offending someone in the village. He might be a bit frightened upon seeing you too. Is he another member of your outpost? Nara Karuki inquired with curiosity. Yes, he is a good boy. Goro understands my mobility issues and willingly took over my watch, which has made things much easier for me. The older ninja sighed. You mean Goro has been on duty up there all this time? Nara Karuki astutely grasped the crux of the matter. Yes, is there something wrong? The older ninja asked, somewhat puzzled. No, nothing at all. Please tell me more about the happenings here. Nara Karuki replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Akali's figure had already vanished without a trace behind Nara Karuki. With the young ninja having left the outpost, Akali stealthily followed, keeping pace with Goro as they ascended the mountain together. The terrain of the small cliff tomb was peculiar, resembling a heap of rubble. The chakra was difficult to grasp, necessitating careful navigation over the larger stones, all while being cautious not to slip, as the unstable ground posed a constant threat of landslides. Goro chose a path that had been deemed relatively safe after much trial and error, while Akali had to tread carefully beside him. Fortunately, her youth and lightweight nature allowed her to navigate the rocky ascent with relative ease. Akali followed Goro up the mountain, her instincts telling her that this was the place. Faster, even faster, Goro urged as he scrambled through the rocky forest, using both hands and feet. He was in a state of panic, fearing that the Umbu had arrived and that his tranquil life would be shattered, leading to his capture and punishment. Yet, Goro was unwilling to accept such a fate. His dreams remained unfulfilled, and he could not allow his life to end here. He had not yet avenged himself. The reason for Goro's banishment was simple. He had been caught learning ninjutsu secretly. However, the truth was that it was someone else who had clandestinely taught him. Yet he was accused of stealing knowledge. That person belonged to a minor ninja clan, and Goro had often clashed with him. Yet, when the individual extended an olive branch, Goro succumbed to temptation, only to regret it later. Subsequently, due to that individual's connections with a powerful Uchiha, and Goro's status as an orphan, he was dispatched here without a second thought, as it was impossible to prove the allegations against him. Even if someone suspected a conspiracy, who would care? Who would concern themselves with a mere pawn? As Goro climbed, reminiscing about the past, his anger began to simmer down. And he devised a plan. He would have the Mist Ninja eliminate the Umbu and erase all traces. If the Umbu possessed any secret scrolls, he would take them for himself. If the Mist Ninja needed to leave, he would offer to become a spy in exchange for a reward. The remote location meant that even if the Umbu went missing, it would take time for Konoha to respond. Once he secured his goals, he would retreat to the land of water, change his identity, and live as a wandering ninja. Resolute in his decision, Goro reached the mountain peak and waved a flag towards the mist camp at the foot of the mountain, signaling an urgent situation. Akali did not stop him, for there were others on the mountain. Kid, what's going on? A massive hand grasped Goro's flag-waving hand. A broad-shouldered man loomed behind him, and in comparison, the 15 or 16-year-old Goro resembled a mere child of 8 or 9 years. Wow, Goro exclaimed, startled, as he turned to see Mr. Oishi. Speak. Kagaya Oishi fixed a piercing gaze on Goro, having observed the two Umbu enter the outpost from his vantage point on the mountain. Now, witnessing Goro's frantic arrival and urgent flag-waving, it was evident that something was amiss. The Umbu have arrived. Goro steadied himself and recounted his fabricated story. They were here to avenge the fallen female Umbu, having discovered signs of logging in the distant woods and intended to conduct a search. A female Umbu? Did they truly say that? Kagaya Oishi exclaimed, astonished. Goro and Appo's words, though fabricated, were credible enough given the circumstances. In truth, this was the first time Goro had encountered the Mist team, who had threatened him earlier. However, Kagaya Oishi, whose mind was solely focused on combat, had evidently forgotten their prior remarks. Indeed, they are the vanguard and can call for reinforcements at any moment. With the two of them here, your ship is at risk of exposure. The only course of action now is to eliminate them to buy us time, Goro asserted. You were not discovered? Kagaya Oishi questioned. No, I claimed I was here for a mountain patrol. Goro shook his head. Kagaya Oishi, having observed Goro's movements closely, believed him, as he had not seen anyone following Goro. How infuriating. So close yet so far. Kagaya Oishi grumbled, striking a nearby boulder with a furious blow, shattering it into fragments. Yet his robust fingers bore no marks of injury. Though the mist resided far across the sea, they were far from oblivious to the continental dynamics. In fact, being outside the fray granted them a clearer perspective. A conflict was inevitable on land, and the mist sought their opportunity to engage, having already begun preparations. With Kagaya's team tasked with scouting the defenses of Konoha's outposts. However, sending the Kagaya clan to conduct reconnaissance was akin to asking a warrior to embroider. A show of brute force would have sufficed. Yet, the orders from above were absolute, and the Kagaya had no choice but to comply, knowing full well that such missions often ended in peril. Thus, they were assigned additional tasks to execute simultaneously. Surprisingly, their reconnaissance proved fruitful, as Konoha's vigilance had waned, allowing them to conduct their surveillance without resorting to open conflict. However, just as they were nearing the completion of their mission, the Mist team unexpectedly encountered a group of Konoha's Umbu, prompting the Kagaya team to seize the moment and take decisive action, capturing a female Umbu in the process. After enjoying a brief respite, Kagaya seized the opportunity to complete the remaining reconnaissance before returning to the ship bound for the city. Unfortunately, fate took a turn for the worse as they encountered a violent storm along the way, which hurled them here, leaving their vessel in ruins. The beleaguered Kagaya team found themselves huddled in a small ravine, repairing their ship. Fortunately, they had managed to capture Goro earlier. Otherwise, Kagaya's team would likely have been forced to flee in utter disarray. In the days that followed, the Kagaya team diligently worked on their repairs. It is not to say that a ninja could walk on water to return. No ninja possessed the stamina or chakra to traverse the vast sea, even if they were as physically renowned as Kagaya herself. Realizing their unfortunate predicament, they wished to avoid unnecessary complications, even venturing to the land of hot water for lumber. Just as they were nearing completion of their repairs, the Umbu appeared unexpectedly. Ashi, what happened? Kagaya quickly ascended the mountain, their expertise and physical prowess allowing them to navigate such terrain with relative ease. Brother, the Umbu from Konoha have arrived, Kagaya Ashi announced. The individual referred to as brother by Kagaya Ashi turned to Goro, who reiterated his previous words. A sense of unease crept over Kagaya Ashi, who sensed something amiss in Goro's words, yet could not pinpoint the issue. Cold sweat trickled down Goro's brow, his heart racing with an urgency that threatened to leap from his throat. A foreboding feeling began to pervade his mind. Unable to discern the cause of his trepidation, Kagaya Ashi's gaze lingered on the visibly anxious Goro, a bloodthirsty smile curling upon his lips. With a sickening thud, Goro stared in disbelief at the bone spike protruding from his chest, confusion swirling in his eyes as he looked at Kagaya Ashi, questioning, why? Haha. Kagaya Ashi withdrew the bone spike, savoring the blood that coated it. We, the Kagaya, exist solely for battle. Any issue is resolved through death. Goro's mind raced, but he knew that these savage warriors, consumed by their primal instincts, would hardly regard his thoughts. For the Kagaya, the resolution was simple. If something seemed amiss, it was simply to be exterminated. Brother, someone approaches. I can smell the fragrance of a woman. A Kagaya ninja at Ashi's side suddenly alerted him. Akali startled at the revelation. The scent of a mature woman wafted through the air, reminiscent of ripe peaches, an aroma one would never forget after experiencing it once. Indeed, I trust your keen sense, but where is this individual you speak of? Kagaya Ashi, adorned with his characteristic terrifying grin, scanned the rocky summit, excitement evident in his gaze as it swept over Akali's hiding place. Akali, though startled, summoned her innate composure as an assassin. She remained downwind, and if the scent was indeed physical, she would remain undetected. Furthermore, she was not particularly mature. Oh, such a delightful scent. It is pure and invigorating, mingled with hints of sulfur akin to a hot spring, reminiscent of a voluptuous innkeeper, full-bodied and alluring. Is that not the hot spring ninja over there? Kagaya's second-in-command, intoxicated by the aroma, suddenly turned to a location behind them and launched a shuriken. Thud. The transformation technique was dispelled, revealing a stunning hot spring ninja who sprang to her feet. Akali glanced at her, confirming that indeed, she was voluptuous and alluring. The hot spring ninja's expression soured as she brandished a kunai defensively, eyeing the 7-member Kagaya team warily. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke calmly, "Esteemed one, there exists no conflict between the hot spring ninjas and the mist. I am merely investigating the traces of deforestation within our borders to ascertain whether remnants of the evil god cult linger near the land of fire. It seems that is not the case. The mist's actions regarding a few inconsequential trees are of no concern to me. I shall not interfere. I will take my leave now." With that, the hot spring ninja cautiously regarded the Kagaya team, beginning to retreat slowly. 1 step, 2 steps. Though the Kagaya ninjas wore sinister smiles, they did not pursue. The hot spring ninja felt a momentary sense of relief as she continued to back away. 3 steps. 4 steps. Just as she was about to fully relax, she suddenly drew her kunai and slashed behind her. Clang. The sound rang out sharply as her quality kunai shattered into 2 pieces. A muffled grunt escaped her lips as blood droplets fell from the sky. The hot spring ninja leapt back, clutching her right arm as crimson streams flowed uncontrollably. It was over. A wave of despair washed over her. The bone dagger had not only severed her kunai but had also sliced through her protective arm. Had it not been for the guard, her right arm would likely have been lost. "Esteemed one, do you intend to provoke a war between the hot spring and mist with such underhanded tactics?" The hot spring ninja's voice was steely, though it was merely a fade. "Huh? Who claims this is a war between the hot spring and mist? If hot spring ninjas inexplicably perish within the land of fire, it will be Konoha's war with the hot spring." Kagaya Ashi's tone was cold and menacing. A chill crept through the hot spring ninja as the Kagaya ninjas closed in. Sighing, Akali rose from her concealed position. While she could escape, memories of the fate that befell her predecessor in the Umbu, Riko, weighed heavily on her heart, and she couldn't bear to abandon the hot spring ninja to her fate. "This burden, I refuse to bear on behalf of Konoha. Kagaya of the Mist, you ambush my Umbu and attempt to frame the hot spring ninjas, seeking to incite war?" Akali declared boldly. Standing at a mere 1 meter and 30 centimeters tall, Akali appeared diminutive, yet she stood undaunted before a group of towering muscle-bound men. The Umbu of Konoha. The hot spring ninja's expression brightened momentarily, only to falter upon seeing Akali's stature. Nevertheless, numbers were strength. And as she utilized the distraction to hastily tend to her wound, she pressed on. "Haha, how absurd. When has the Umbu of Konoha been graced by a child like you?" Kagaya Ashi snarled, signaling to the surrounding Kagaya ninjas, who divided into 2 teams, encircling Akali and the hot spring ninja. With the situation rapidly deteriorating, he sought to end the standoff. Akali gripped her kunai tightly, sensing the gravity of the situation. According to Nara Kurumi's intelligence, there were only 4 Kagaya members, yet here stood 8, indicating that the mist had split their forces. She had unwittingly stumbled into their lair. Retreat was imperative. Akali made her decision. Everyone knew that retreating first equated to gaining the upper hand. Boom. A thick smoke bomb erupted. Akali felt as though she embodied the very essence of the Umbu's creed. The directive for escape mandated the use of smoke bombs, and she had employed them frequently, whether for retreat or assault. Stay alert. The expanding smoke caused the Kagaya ninjas encircling Akali to momentarily withdraw, only for shurikens to rain down from all directions into the haze. Akali nimbly dodged within the smoke, striving to extend its reach further. Explosive tags. Disperse it. Kagaya Ashi commanded, launching several kunai adorned with explosive tags into the smoke, while the Kagaya ninjas began to weave hand seals. Now's my chance. Seizing the moment as the Kagaya's formation shifted, Akali released a barrage of 5 kunai, each shrieking through the air toward her adversaries, and propelled herself forward, chakra enveloping her as she charged ahead. "Stand aside, I will handle this." Kagaya Ashi, feeling the pressure of Akali's presence, pushed Kagaya Ashi aside, 2 bone daggers extending from his palms in preparation for her assault. Clang. Thud. A brief and swift sound echoed as the shockwave of chakra collided silently with Kagaya's formidable figure. Akali's kunai clashed against Kagaya's bony blade, sparking a fierce exchange. Leveraging her height, she recklessly surged into Kagaya's embrace. The indomitable Akali, dazed yet resolute, found Kagaya equally shaken by the audacious impact, nearly bringing him to the brink of nausea. With a sharp bite of her tongue to maintain clarity, she executed a spinning crescent slash within his hold. Kagaya was grievously wounded by the explosive arc, leaving him vulnerable. However, beneath the torn flesh lay a formidable layer of bone armor. With steely determination, Akali thrust her kunai towards Kagaya's lower regions, only to be repelled by the bone spikes extending from his body. As Kagaya attempted to ensnare her with his powerful grasp, Akali deftly crouched, slipping beneath him to emerge behind, executing a swift backflip while delivering a follow-up strike with her electric blade. Boom! The smoke bomb erupted once more, this time unleashing a concentrated technique, the Kasa no Jutsu. Within the veil of fog, Akali hastened towards the former location of the female ninja. She yearned to evade further confrontation with Kagaya. His defenses were impenetrable, and even her most forceful piercing strikes had failed to breach them. A dazzling sequence of combat ensued until the smoke bomb detonated again, finally capturing the attention of the Kagaya ninjas present. The mightiest and most imposing leader, Kagaya, was enveloped in smoke, leaving the situation uncertain, while the Wolf King found himself under siege, momentarily disconcerting even the savage Kagaya clan. Stay calm, I am unscathed. Keep an eye on the smoke bomb and do not let her escape. Kagaya's voice resonated through the chaos, instantly steadying the demeanor of his clan. Seizing the opportunity amidst their fluctuating emotions and distracted focus, Akali gathered her breath and charged forth once more, executing a rapid series of lethal thrusts. Akali unleashed her second stage of inner kill chaos, a brilliant white arc piercing the smoke. With a swift motion, her scythe mercilessly slashed across the neck of an unsuspecting Kagaya. Akali rapidly dashed to the front of the female hot spring ninja, lifting her and making her way out. A shining signal flare shot into the sky. Put me down, put me down. As they broke through the encirclement, the explosive speed of inner kill chaos drained away. The female hot spring ninja continued to pat Akali's head, her tall figure of 1.7 meters being carried by a petite 1.3 meter girl, leading to an extremely jarring experience that nearly made her vomit. Once Akali set the hot spring ninja down, they both sprinted together, not in the direction Akali had come from, but towards the vicinity of the hot spring village, with no opportunity to adjust their course for the moment. At that point, the deceived Kagaya ninja howled as they pursued the two, throwing an array of ninja tools their way. The hot spring ninja endured the pain in her arm and formed hand seals. Water release, spring mist technique. A significant amount of chakra was drawn, and given their seaside location, the air filled with the heavy scent of sulfur from the hot springs. The dense white mist not only obscured their figures, but also masked their scents. Clearly, the hot spring ninja had learned from experience, remembering that this group of Kagaya had a keen sense of smell. Big brother, they are getting away, Kagaya Oishi exclaimed. At the site where Akali's smoke bomb had detonated, Kagaya Oishi stood with a grim expression, stroking the deep gash across his chest and abdomen. That was close. My bone membrane was nearly severed. Kagaya Oishi's lips curled into a terrifying smile as he gazed into the thick mist, muttering, "You cannot escape." With a swish, Kagaya Oishi and Kagaya Oishi vanished from their location, rapidly pursuing forward. Turn. In the mist, Akali created two shadow clones that mimicked her and the hot spring ninja, leading her back towards the direction Akali had originally come from. She remembered the path that Goro had taken, which would allow for a swift descent. All right. Without hesitation, the hot spring ninja recognized Akali's true strength, which surpassed her delicate appearance, and decisively chose to follow Akali's lead. As they altered their route and moved to the side, the two shadow clones continued on the original path. However, the Kagaya ninjas, being elite members of the Mist Village, were extremely familiar with such mist techniques and accurately tracked them even in the dense fog. The advantage in numbers became evident as the Kagaya team split up in pursuit. Although Akali swiftly eliminated one ninja, that individual was merely a Kagaya who had not awakened their Shikatsumiyaku, thus not significantly impacting the overall team strength. Boom, boom, soon. The memories of the shadow clone being caught and destroyed flooded into Akali's mind, casting a serious expression upon her delicate face. The memories conveyed that Kagaya Oishi had been forcefully attacked, while Kagaya Oishi had not engaged in battle. Both were formidable adversaries. Cross-referencing her intelligence, Akali realized that the majority of the assault on Team 5 had come from Kagaya Oishi, while Kagaya Oishi had been absent at that time. Hurry, we need to go faster. Akali urged the hot spring ninja as they quickened their pace once more. Drink this. A red vial was handed over, and Akali herself consumed a bottle of life potion. After an earlier burst of energy, Akali still felt somewhat fatigued, especially after close combat. She had forced herself to unleash her internal energy, resulting in minor injuries, and had no choice but to use the life potion to restore her stamina and heal her wounds. a somewhat extravagant choice. This is amazing. The hot spring ninja was astonished by the effects of the red vial as pure life energy erupted within her, significantly alleviating the pain in her injured right arm. Use body flicker technique. Akali urged urgently. If their descent down the mountain could be likened to small, cautious steps, then Kaguya Oishi and Kaguya Oishi were akin to superheroes leaping down, relying on their hardened bodies to jump down effortlessly, utilizing the pure life energy surging within them. The two men executed the body flicker technique without concern for their legs' burdens, immediately increasing their speed and widening the gap that had been closing. In no time, amidst the rapid chase, the effects of the life potion began to wane, and the duo finally rushed down the peculiar small cliff grave. They're coming, Nara Shiriki whispered from the woods. Oh, both Nara Haruka and Akito Tubei focused intently on the pursuers behind Akali, their killing intent palpable. The old ninja at the outpost had dispatched messages and rushed to inform the other posts. In the ambush position within the woods, only 3 members of the Umbu remained. They needed to provide cover for their comrades while attempting to eliminate this batch of Kaguya ninjas right here. Previously, Akali had received notifications from her shadow clones, and she was aware of the ambush. At this moment, the distance between both parties had narrowed to less than 100 meters. With Akali and the hot spring ninja still facing a barrage of incoming ninja tools, the gap continuously diminishing. After all, one had yet to fully mature, while the other was not a martial arts specialist. Lightning release, earth walk. As the distance closed further, Akali was forced to turn and cast a technique, intending to engage while retreating. However, in the midst of the lightning-infused terrain, Kaguya Oishi and Kaguya Oishi did not flinch or evade, boldly stepping into the fray. What the hell? The hot spring ninja beside Akali exclaimed in disbelief. Were they immune? Boom, boom. 2 powerful punches landed, and Akali and the hot spring ninja hastily blocked, but were instead paralyzed by the electric discharge emanating from their assailants. The heavy fists sent them flying. Thud, thud. Kaguya Oishi and Kaguya Oishi stepped out of the lightning-infused earth, a similar sinister grin adorning their faces as they paused simultaneously. What a delightful shock, Kaguya Oishi remarked, stretching his somewhat numb limbs. Were it not for our ability to directly control our bones, we might have truly been incapacitated. Indeed, Kaguya Oishi nodded solemnly. In reality, when a person undergoes intense electrical stimulation, everything becomes disordered and consciousness may be lost. However, Kaguya's extraordinary talent allowed them to manipulate their bones, enabling them to force their paralyzed bodies into action. Of course, this did not imply that lightning had no effect on them. It was merely that Akali's lightning was somewhat weaker. Hiss. Akali rose, fortunate that when Kaguya Oishi's heavy punch had come, she had unleashed her energy and shielded herself at the moment of impact. Moreover, with her armor's magical resistance, the electric paralysis was not particularly pronounced, allowing her to stand. However, it was evident that her delicate arms beneath the protective armor were likely bruised and battered, even after the armor had mitigated some of the force. Unfortunately, the situation was not as favorable for the hot spring ninja, whose previously injured arm was clearly broken and who lay unconscious, unaware of when she would awaken. Akali crouched low, kunai in front and scythe behind, warily watching the two before her. Save her. Although Akali was still a distance from the ambush site, plans often change. Nara Shiriki did not wait for Akali to lead the way, but decisively chose to assist. Partial multiplication technique. Akito Tubei shouted angrily, his palm the size of a truck swatting at the 2 Kaguya, while Nara Shiriki's figure flickered, scooping up the unconscious hot spring ninja and dragging her backward. Akali followed suit, retreating. As they fell back, Akito Tubei let out a cry of pain when the massive hand retracted. His broad palm was riddled with bloody punctures from the spiky Kaguya. The group continued to flee, but to their surprise, the pursuing Kaguya Oishi and Kaguya Oishi showed no concern for potential traps and charged straight in. An opportunity. A glint flashed in Nara Shiriki's eyes as he formed hand seals. Shadow gathering technique. Black net. In the depths of the forest, countless black nets hung with explosive symbols aimed to ensnare the 2 individuals racing ahead. Utilizing a part of the multiplication technique, Feng Dun, Windblade, Qiu Dao Tang Bei, and Lavayuan coordinated their efforts. With a smirk, they unleashed their fingers like bullets. The previously relentless pursuit of Kaguya's formidable figure, Kaguya Dashi, came to an abrupt halt, transitioning from extreme motion to profound stillness. Standing their ground, their fingers continuously shot forth, repelling the hands attempting to subdue them into the net. as well as the wind blades seeking to force them down. The battered hands withdrew, the encroaching black net failing to capture its intended prey. Instead, the Kagaya team on the opposite side managed to regroup, shifting the tide of battle. However, Nara Karaki held no regrets for his decision to prioritize saving lives. He understood that ambush tactics against powerful foes are inherently uncertain and may be countered with sheer strength. To them, the two Kagaya ninjas ahead, with their exceptionally pure Shikatsumiyaku, represented formidable adversaries. Where are the reinforcements you called for? Akali inquired softly beside Nara Karaki. The nearest aid will take at least half an hour, Karaki replied quietly, having called for assistance as soon as Akali's shadow clone returned. However, reinforcements required time to converge from the nearby outpost. But I feel we can't hold out for that long. Akali voiced her concern. I feel the same, Karaki replied with a bitter smile. How many do you think you can hold off? Akali surveyed the remaining Kagaya behind Dashi. What do you intend to do? Karaki whispered. I can only say we should fight desperately. The three of us will aim to hold off those two strongest opponents. Very well, Akali nodded, rummaging through her ninja tool pouch to produce several red vials. Take one each for emergency healing. Then find an opportunity to give one to that medical ninja to assist me. She distributed the vials, handing over those designated for Lvyuan and the medical ninja to Chiu Daotang Bei, who nodded in agreement. Following their brief exchange, they stood ready, eyes fixed on the Kagaya ninjas before them. Finished with your little exchange? Kagaya Dashi crossed his arms, seemingly at ease. In truth, not only did Akali's team need to strategize, but the Kagaya ninjas, having pursued for so long, required a moment to breathe. This could be considered a tacit ceasefire. It's over. We've already devised a plan to eliminate you. Nara Karaki laughed unabashedly, refusing to show any signs of retreat. Is that so? Then come at us. Kagaya Dashi charged forth, his comrades following like a pack of wolves under their leader's command. On the opposing side stood two elite jonin awakened with bloodline powers. The earlier speaker, Kagaya Urshi, seemed to have awakened Shikatsumiyaku, while the others' abilities remained unclear, but they were all at least Chunin level. On Karaki's side, they had one jonin, two special jonin, and himself, a false Chunin, alongside an unknown ranked medical ninja on the ground, creating a stark disparity in strength. Nevertheless, with the wisdom of strategic placement akin to the ancient tale of Tianji's horse racing, victory was still within reach if arranged correctly. Having ascended to jonin rank, Nara Karaki confidently revealed his skills. As the Kagaya wolves surged toward him, he flung a shuriken before quickly forming hand seals. Shuriken, shadow clone technique. As a loyal follower of the third Hokage, it was no surprise that Nara could execute such a move. The shuriken multiplied, transforming 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and so forth, creating a dense barrage that forced the bloodthirsty wolves to retreat, disrupting their formation. Yet, among the chaos, two exceptions emerged. Kagaya Dashi and Kagaya Dashi wielded bone blades, relentlessly advancing. They merely needed to protect their vital senses, for the shuriken could not penetrate the bone membranes beneath their skin. However, amidst the storm of shuriken, Akali's cold shadow kunai and the flickering Chidori shuriken blended in, accompanied by two wind-release shuriken that drew attention. This Chidori was not the same as others. It was the Q skill of the tempestuous heart, Kennen, capable of launching a rapid shuriken imbued with lightning, a more advanced version of the lightning shuriken. I'll take care of this. Kagaya Dashi stepped forward to intercept Akali's kunai. When the wind-release shuriken approached, he skillfully inserted the bone rod of his palm into its center, redirecting it back. However, on the other side, Akali's concealed lightning blade and Chidori shuriken were not so easily evaded. The visible Chidori shuriken crackled with electricity, hurtling toward Kagaya Dashi, while the silent lightning blade slipped through the chaos toward Kagaya Dashi. The formidable Chidori shuriken grazed Kagaya Dashi's arm, while the lightning blade struck true. Akali, her petite form springing forth, formed hand seals. Secret technique, thunder binding seal. The storm mark latent within Kagaya Dashi erupted, layered by the Chidori shuriken and then the lightning blade. Akali activated her skill, the lightning blade igniting the storm mark within Kagaya Dashi, further intensifying the electric surge. Gah! Kagaya Dashi fell into a terrifying rigidity, the violent currents paralyzing even his robust form. While he had previously managed to maintain control through Shikatsumiyaku, his mind now blanked, leaving only instinctual self-defense. Akali seized the moment, activating her technique to unleash a chaotic onslaught, throwing her scythe while executing secret technique, Scarlet Leaf. The earlier strike that had hit Kagaya Dashi coalesced into a formidable energy scythe, empowered by the azure scarlet mark on her arm, aiming to sever Kagaya Dashi's head. The scythe struck, enveloped in the scarlet mark, and combined with the latent dragon mark and the chaotic assault, Akali charged toward Kagaya Dashi, delivering a decisive blow aimed at his neck. Alas, at the very last moment, Kagaya Dashi regained consciousness, raising his arms defensively. With a resounding crack, the mark erupted, colliding with the fierce strike, resulting in the shattering of both his forearms. With a single swing, Akali severed Kagaya Dashi's arms, refusing to engage further. The numerous records within the Umbu had taught her that the loss of limbs did not diminish a Kagaya's combat prowess. Indeed, as she rolled back, a shuriken from Hayabusa struck a flying bone spike. Casting a glance over her shoulder, Akali noted that Kagaya Dashi had already replaced his arms with 2 bone spears. With a silent gasp of astonishment, Akali abandoned Kagaya Dashi and Kagaya Dashi, charging directly toward the 5 Kagaya ninjas behind them. Shadow Mimicry Technique. Wind Release, Divine Wind. Fire Release, Fire Walk. The shadows on the ground pushed Kagaya Dashi back, while blazing fire pillars forced Kagaya Dashi to retreat. The control of hatred had to be steadfast. You two are our opponents, not them, Nara Karaki asserted earnestly. Oh, Chiu Dao Tengbei let out a resounding battle cry. Meanwhile, Akali had already plunged into the fray with the 5 ninjas. The first encounter was met with a smoke bomb exploding. In all honesty, anyone familiar with smoke bombs knows their efficacy during chaotic skirmishes, particularly when outnumbered. Akali's smoke bomb was specially crafted, producing dense and lingering smoke akin to a technique of darkness. Utilizing the smoke to conceal herself, Akali observed the 5 Kagaya ninjas before her. In the contest of steeds, where superior horses face inferior ones, Akali must swiftly eliminate the 5 adversaries before returning to aid her comrades. This is the sole glimmer of hope for the day. Yet, her chakra reserves are dwindling, perhaps only half remains, and she still needs to execute her technique, inner chaos, once more. Silently, she produces a specially crafted soldier's pill and swallows it, the bitter taste spreading across her palate as she waits for a slight recovery of her chakra, gradually forming a hand seal. At that moment, one of her opponents could no longer contain himself. Wind Release, Typhoon. A Kagaya ninja formed seals, employing the signature techniques of the Mist Village, mist concealment and silent killing. The elite of the mist are unafraid of the fog. They possess at least a modicum of understanding of silent killing techniques, though that does not imply they lack means to counter the dense mist. Like a tempest, a fierce wind swept away the fog, revealing Akali's silhouette. What met the eyes of the Kagaya was the completed hand seal in Akali's hands, emanating a chilling aura of destruction. Not good, scatter. The Kagaya's second son warned loudly, and the 5 Kagaya ninjas leapt in all directions, wishing fervently for the agility of frog legs. Yet, humans cannot outrun light. Swiftly, the currents of lightning from the lightning release, false dark technique enveloped the 5 of them. Boom! Akali's shadow clone dissipated as her chakra was exhausted, while she herself charged forth from the nearby woods. Swish, double kill. With inner chaos, Akali severed 2 heads in a single stroke. Perhaps the bones of the Kagaya clan are sturdier, but wielding her sharp blade, Akali felt no hesitation. 2 more from the mist fell, leaving Akali having dispatched 3 out of the 8. If you appear fearsome, you had better be fierce indeed, Akali remarked serenely, clearly. You are not. Lowering her body, she feigned a charge. Do not worry, it will only sting a little. Her confident words, coupled with her ferocious achievements, intimidated the remaining 3 Kagaya ninjas. The 3 survivors felt their resolve waver. The pressure had shifted to them. Little Stone, I will protect you. You cover me. We just need to hold on until Brother Big Rock and Big Brother deal with the enemy. The Kagaya's second son whispered. And you, Saburo, if you do not wish to end up like those on the ground, come protect Little Stone. The 3, Kagaya's second son, Kagaya Little Stone, and Kagaya Saburo, formed a defensive triangle, the second son no longer exhibiting the arrogance he had on the mountaintop. In their eyes, Akali had risen to the level of a formidable Kagaya warrior, akin to the Kagaya great man. Yet, the hardships Akali faced were known only to her. While a 6th level might suffice for venturing forth, an 8th or 9th level should typically denote a minor warrior capable of battle. However, her strength stemmed from techniques and equipment surpassing her level. Akali had fully utilized inner chaos twice today, her body now utterly fatigued, which explained why she never employed the more demanding illusionary cherry blossom technique. Pushing her body to its limits, she could manage 3 castings of inner chaos in one day. With the last being a mere fraction of its potential, she could not squander it on the 3 adversaries before her. Reflecting. Inner chaos was superior to Chidori, yet bore a heavier burden. While Sasuke, at 12, could unleash Chidori thrice a day, Akali was only 8. The upcoming battle would be challenging. Akali mused internally. The leader of the 3 Kaguya was evidently an awakened user of the bone bloodline. A fact Akali had come to understand deeply, akin to a hulking figure clad in armor, both foul and resilient. The Shadow Fist, responsible for pruning within the balanced sect, today found itself instead supporting this group from the mist. None among the living were weak. Yet, considering the time, the female Tsukunobi should be arriving soon. Earth release, earth pillar explosion, water release, water dragon bullet. The ground beneath the Kaguya trio erupted with towering earth pillars, launching them upward as the pillars shattered. Akali prepared to throw her kunai in tandem, only to witness a water dragon materialize, whisking the airborne trio away. That person had been concealing their hand seals. Akali gasped internally, while, on the other side, the water dragon, having evaded the Tsukunobi's earth technique, surged toward her. With no cover in sight and evasion impractical, Akali formed seals, ready to withstand the impending onslaught with her chi and shield technique. Roar! The thunderous water dragon charged. The 40-seal water dragon bullet indeed more formidable than the 4-seal variant. Earth release, earth flow wall. At that moment, a graceful figure interposed before Akali, slapping her hands to the ground, raising a thick earthen wall. It was the female Tsukunobi. You initiated a sneak attack first. Can't you use any powerful ninjutsu? Upon seeing her, Akali could not help but complain. You merely set off a firecracker. Little sister, you must understand the plight of us ninjas from small villages. The Tsukunobi replied helplessly. She intended to say more, but the water dragon struck the earth flow wall with a resounding crash. The earth pillar explosion was truly my best choice at that moment. Others were either too flashy or too slow, and some lacked power. This was truly a comprehensive. The Tsukunobi explained, but before she could finish her last word, Akali's expression shifted. She swiftly grasped the back of the Tsukunobi's attire, yanking her down forcefully. The Tsukunobi landed heavily in the mud, and in the next instant, a sharp, gleaming bone blade pierced through the now-soaked earthen wall, aiming directly at her. Secret technique, chi and shield. Akali activated her chi and shield to block for an instant. This technique, supported by her chakra, could only withstand for a fleeting moment, and she suddenly remembered her ninja blade. Drawing her weapon in the nick of time, the two clashed with a sharp clang echoing through the air. What is the situation over there? Not far from Akali's battleground, a team of Leaf Village ninjas stood ready. Excellent. Or rather, I feel we might not need to intervene. Hyuga Hiromu remarked, his face displaying a strange expression. She has already slain 2. Only 5 remain, now 2 against 3. Really? Does that mean we won't have to go out? Hyuga Ichiro's face brightened. He was reluctant to encounter Akali. This team was precisely the Root sub-team arranged by Danzo. Yet they donned ordinary ninja attire instead of Roots. The 2 Byakugan users alternated, discreetly following Akali's Umbu squad. The Root understood that Kaguya had not retreated, and they were aware of the strength of the 2 Kaguya teams. Their mission was to intervene at a critical moment and commence their performance. However, Akali was too formidable, turning the numerical disadvantage into a decisive advantage. Captain, what should we do next? Yakushi Nanoyu looked to Aburame Ryoma. Let us observe. Aburame Ryoma assessed. Regardless of who appears disadvantaged in the ensuing battle, we must intervene immediately to ensure the Kaguya retrieve that item. Also, you 2 remain unseen and continue monitoring. Aburame Ryoma instructed Hyuga Ichiro and Hyuga Hiromu. Cat, Dog, and Nanoyu, prepare yourselves. Aburame Ryoma finally turned his attention to his small team, composed of 1 Jonin and 3 Jinin, emblematic of the most common formations in the Leaf. The rotating Byakugan surveyed the current battlefield. Akali was engaged in a dazzling duel with the Kaguya's second son, whose bone blade struck with immense force. The spines erupting from his body made defense nearly impossible, leaving Akali to rely on her agile movements to evade his relentless assault. Fortunately, she had already perished countless times at the hands of Yasuo's swift swordplay, a skill honed through her experiences with the unpredictable attacks in the realm of the broken blade of Yon. However, as the battle commenced in earnest, transforming from a mere assassination into a genuine clash of blades, Kagaya's second son was astonished to discover that Akali's prowess was not as formidable as he had anticipated. At the very least, he found himself able to firmly suppress her with his size and strength, though firmly might be an overstatement. It was more accurate to say that Akali found herself at a disadvantage, unable to unleash her full potential when forced into close quarters. How heavy, Akali mused, expertly dissipating the force of his strikes. She felt as though she were trapped in the grasp of a Garen or a King Arthur, devoid of her and our abilities, unable to escape or triumph. A distressing predicament indeed. No, I must extricate myself from this situation. Akali diligently observed Kagaya's second son's fighting style, seeking an opportunity to break free, even if it meant using one hand to deploy a smoke bomb. Meanwhile, Kagaya's second son, having gradually discerned Akali's true strength, grew increasingly audacious in his assault. 16 bone spikes erupted from his body, extending from his palms, elbows, shoulders, chest, back, and knees, transforming him into a whirlwind of blades akin to a berserk orc warrior, spinning at high velocity. In martial arts, the knee, shoulder, and elbow are formidable weapons, and now, with his exceptional physical prowess combined with his bloodline limit, he had metamorphosed into a terrifying weapon, unleashing the full force of these instruments. Under this relentless onslaught, Akali was swiftly wounded, the crimson marks on her body multiplying. Even though the bone spikes that breached her defenses were merely superficial injuries, thanks to her timely evasions and the protection of her shield and armor, a significant loss of blood could still lead to death. Sasuke only faced 8 blades at once, yet she was confronted with a staggering 16. Akali's kunai had long shattered under the continuous barrage, leaving her to rely on her resilient explorer's arm guards for defense. Perhaps I could retrieve the Watcher's armor from my equipment? It would certainly provide comprehensive protection. No, it is not yet time, Akali realized. Her spatial storage abilities could not yet be revealed. I can't hold on any longer. She resolved that, with the female ninja being intercepted by 2 other Kagaya ninjas, she had to create her own breakthrough. Communicating with her mask, a mysterious signal reached the woods, and a shadowy figure suddenly emerged. Wolf, attack him, Akali commanded as a spectral wolf lunged forth, sinking its fangs into Kagaya's second son's side, restricting his movements and granting Akali the chance to escape. Let go, let go. Kagaya's second son viciously stabbed at the wolf's spirit with his bone spikes, only to be astonished when the wounds yielded not blood, but shimmering particles of ethereal light. Kagaya's second son was momentarily stunned. In that instant, Akali had gathered her chakra to form a phantom scythe, hurling it toward him. Let go, let go. As the spinning scythe approached, Kagaya's second son went wild, frantically stabbing at the wolf's spirit with his bone spikes. However, the wolf spirit was unlike any ordinary creature. It was composed of ethereal essence rather than flesh and blood. Unless he directly destroyed its form, the small punctures from his spikes would merely allow the essence to escape, which would take time to dissipate. After a frantic effort, Kagaya's second son finally remembered the act of decapitation. With a single stroke, he severed the wolf spirit's head, freeing himself from its grasp. Yet, just then, the spinning scythe was upon him. Kagaya and Apos' second son swung his bone spikes, aiming to deflect the scythe, but to his shock, upon collision, the scythe disintegrated into a multitude of luminous particles, which then spread like a creeping affliction along his arm. A sudden chill coursed down his back. It was Akali's hand, now gripping the bone spike that extended from his back. The mark is set. A cold, lilting voice echoed from behind him. Secret technique, scatterblossom. Akali's scythe sliced forward with precision. Crack. The sharp sound of the mark detonating resonated as Akali's scythe pierced the unique subcutaneous bone membrane of the Kagaya clan, severing the formidable spine known as the strongest spear, culminating in a flawless decapitation. Releasing the bone spike, Akali landed gracefully, retreating a few steps. Kagaya's second son's headless body staggered forward, gushing blood, before collapsing to the ground in a pool of crimson. Second son. A mournful wail echoed from a distance as Kagaya's elder brother struggled against the 3 Umbu members, who were desperately attempting to prevent the Kagaya duo from advancing. With a satisfied smile, Akali cast a dismissive glance at the encircled elder brother, before collapsing to the ground, exhausted. She was drained. The chakra-intensive maneuver of manifesting the energy scythe had depleted her reserves, and the battle with Kagaya's second son had consumed a tremendous amount of stamina, culminating in the use of a burst of instant movement. Akali needed a moment to recuperate. Quickly, move. upon witnessing another casualty among the Kaguya ranks. The oil woman Ryoma commanded, sensing that Akali was on the verge of finishing the fight. She was too fierce. Secret technique, infestation of the blighted worms. Ryoma charged forward, unleashing a swarm of dark, blighted worms that swiftly dissected the heated battlefield. Surrounded by the swarm, Kaguya's elder brother and elder stone found themselves in a predicament akin to an invincible hero facing an insurmountable swarm of mosquitoes. Despite their overwhelming physical prowess, they were helpless against the minuscule insects. The blighted worms divided the battlefield, allowing the remaining two members of Ryoma's squad to rush to the aid of the female ninja. Reclining on the ground and gazing up at the azure sky, Akali heard a gentle voice, followed by soft hands lifting her. Flowing golden hair framed a beautiful face, adorned with a nurturing smile, complemented by stylish black glasses. A super gentle sister cradled Akali's head upon her lap. "Are you all right?" the healer Nanoyu inquired softly, her hands glowing with a verdant light as she began to tend to Akali's wounds. "I'm fine," Akali responded, basking in the warmth of the green light and the softness of the knee pillow, enveloped by a delightful fragrance. Akali couldn't suppress a contented hum, her delicate orange-hued eyes closing in comfort. Having never experienced such a tender moment in her past life, she found great joy in this newfound bliss. Naturally, she was even more elated by the arrival of reinforcements. The battle was nearing its conclusion, and she still had one last strike left in her. If she continued fighting, she would have to open the 8 gates. Akali had only unlocked the first gate, and even that was a challenge due to her frail physique. She truly did not wish to unleash the gates nor move any further. The mask on her face was somewhat bothersome. Were it not for the Umbu's requirement to wear it during missions, she would have gladly removed it and taken a restful slumber on the sister's lap. On the main battlefield, Ryoma had successfully subdued Kaguya's elder stone and elder brother, while the remaining 2 Kaguya ninjas were captured by the others. What is happening? Why are the Kaguya ninjas engaged in battle with the Umbu within the borders of the Land of Fire? Ryoma questioned, incredulous. Had our team not happened to pass by, you would have been in dire straits. How could the Umbu have made such a grave intelligence error? Thank you for your assistance, senior. Nara Karuki replied with a wry smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, this time it was an intelligence failure on the Umbu's part. They had not anticipated such a large presence. Moreover, their mission was merely reconnaissance. Akali, how are you? Nara Karuki turned his attention to his teammate. I'm okay. Akali signaled with her hand. Phew, that's a relief. Nara Karuki expressed his satisfaction. Nothing is more gratifying than a squad enduring a fierce battle without suffering losses. As Nara Karuki gazed into the distance, he observed 7 Kaguya ninjas present. Alone, Akali had dispatched 3 of them, while the female Yudo ninja lay exhausted on the ground. Their primary shield, Akiyato Tibei, was severely injured, and both he and Midori no Hara bore numerous wounds. Had it not been for Akali's miraculous red potion, they were uncertain if they could endure. The Kaguya's second-in-command, who had captured Riko, met his end at Akali's blade, leaving only Kaguya Oishi from that squad. Kaguya Oishi was subsequently captured, avenging Riko's death. How splendid. Nara Karuki nodded, silently praising his foresight in recruiting Akali into their team. With the battle concluded, the Konoha ninjas began to clear the battlefield, preparing to escort the captured Kaguya ninjas back for interrogation. However, Midori no Hara approached Akali and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Arigato gozaimasu, he expressed with profound gratitude, fully aware that without Akali, their victory would have been unattainable. Even if YNI Rima's team had not arrived, they would still have emerged victorious due to Akali's presence. Akali had decisively eliminated the Kaguya's second-in-command who had seized Riko, and Midori no Hara was immensely thankful. No need for thanks. After all, I am a Konoha ninja. It is my duty, Akali replied, rising from her position, realizing it was inappropriate to remain resting on her comrade's leg. No, truly, I am immensely grateful. I fully understand that avenging Riko on my own would have been impossible. Thank you, Chiyuki. Midori no Hara earnestly bowed again, and after a moment's reflection, Akali accepted the gesture, helping him to his feet once he finished. After all, some emotions must be expressed to achieve relief. All right, let us assist the captain in clearing the battlefield and prepare to return. We are all weary from this battle. Akali instructed Midori no Hara. He nodded gently, acknowledging her words, and turned toward the captives. At that moment, the Kaguya ninjas lay incapacitated on the ground. having succumbed to the effects of the insects. Rima and Nara Karaki were searching them. Midori no Hara approached silently. And just as Nara Karaki raised his head to inquire about his intentions, Midori no Hara suddenly drew a kunai and lunged downwards. Nara Karaki instinctively rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the stabbing strike while dragging Kagaya Oishi. "Kasakawa, are you mad?" Nara Karaki reprimanded loudly. Yet, disregarding the warning, Midori no Hara leaped again, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Kagaya Oishi. With no choice left, Nara Karaki stepped forward to intercept him. "Kasakawa, stop. I understand your hatred. We are all grieving for Riko, but since we have captured him, we must return him to the village for processing. Once he goes through the various departments of the interrogation unit, do you fear he will escape justice?" As Nara Karaki clashed with Midori no Hara, Akiato T-Bei also reacted, charging forward to restrain him with his considerable bulk. "Indeed, Kasakawa, the captain is correct. We are part of the Umbu. We must adhere to discipline," Akiato T-Bei counseled. Given Akiato T-Bei's size, subduing the slender Midori no Hara was not a daunting task, and despite his struggles, Midori no Hara could not break free. His previously stoic countenance crumbled, and he began to weep. "Captain T-Bei, I beg you, allow me to kill him, right now? Do not let him return to the village. The longer we wait, the greater the uncertainty. I want him dead now," Midori no Hara cried out. The cries of his companion caused Akiato T-Bei's firm grip to waver slightly. As Midori no Hara's desperate pleas echoed, his eyes, visible through the mask, reflected his hysteria. The loss of Riko weighed heavily upon him, far more than anyone could have anticipated. To an observer, his cold, expressionless mask, paired with the enveloping black cloak, concealed a soul steeped in sorrow. Akali recalled the Umbu code. You may weep, but do not let tears escape the mask. You may smile, but do not make a sound. The Umbu were envisioned as the perfect ninjas, cold and mechanical, yet how could one reduce humanity to mere machinery or tools? Kasakawa. From my personal perspective, I see no issue in killing him. However, even beyond the Umbu, as a ninja, rules are rules, and they must not be broken. Nara Karaki stated, torn between his duty and his comrades' anguish. In the world of ninjas, those who violate regulations are deemed worthless. Do you wish for Riko? In the afterlife, to discover that the one she cherished became a worthless being? Nara Karaki's words shattered Midori no Hara's defenses, leaving him weak, collapsing to the ground in tears. "No, I do not agree with the captain's statement." Akali interjected after observing the scene for a while. In the world of ninjas, those who violate regulations are labeled as worthless. Yet, rules are established by people. Those who do not understand the need for rules are truly the worthless ones. Regulations are mere obstacles. Whoever established them should abide by them. The kneeling Midori no Hara froze momentarily. "Let him kill," Akali declared. "That may not be feasible." Rima remarked nonchalantly, disrupting the quiet that had settled after Akali's radical assertion. All eyes turned towards Rima as he tossed a scroll into the air. Its azure ends contrasting against the white center adorned with a large, dark water character. Upon seeing the scroll, an ominous premonition coursed through the group. "What is this?" Nara Karaki feigned ignorance. "It is a messenger's document," Rima explained. "Of course, it can also be interpreted as a letter from Lord Mizukage to Lord Hokage. These individuals are the messengers." Sighing, Rima rose. "I have listened for a while and grasped the situation. I understand your feelings. I too have experienced the pain of losing comrades. Furthermore, these mist ninjas, despite their roles as messengers, attacked Konoha with ill intentions. Although I do not know their purpose, if you wish to kill them, I have no objections. Moreover, my team will not report this incident. We shall consider it as these mist ninjas having been slain in battle. As for this document, we shall act as if we never saw it. Choose, esteemed Umbu." Rima tossed the scroll into Nara Karaki's hands. "Shall we destroy the scroll and deal with these Kagaya? Or retain the scroll and escort both the document and its bearers back to Konoha? However, once we return, their fate will no longer be ours to decide. Make your choice, but be swift. You did call for reinforcements, did you not? Time is of the essence." Upon finishing his statement, both Midori no Hara and Nara Karaki snapped back to reality. There was no time for hesitation. Thud, thud, thud. Midori no Hara bowed repeatedly. "I implore you, Captain, allow me to kill him. You know our village, our Hokage. Upon our return, he may very well be released. Captain, I do not wish to gamble. I want him dead now." Midori no Hara howled, and visible uncertainty flickered across Nara Karaki's face, his hesitation palpable even through the mask. Kasakawa. Nara Karaki bit his lip tightly. As captain and the foremost intellect of the Nara clan, he understood the state of the village far better than Midori Nohara. In the current climate, with various ninja villages poised for action, the spark of war could ignite at any moment. Killing this messenger might very well serve as that spark. Such an act would be utterly unacceptable to the third Hokage. Moreover, these mist messengers, disregarding protocol, had stealthily entered the land of fire and attacked the Hokage's direct umbu. Intending to incite war, these actions could yield Konoha greater benefits. If they lacked the messenger's status, Konoha could simply exchange a life for a life post-accountability. This would be a minor concession. However, with the added layer of diplomatic status, Konoha could gain even more leverage. Yet it would also necessitate the return of the individuals involved. If one dares to kill again, it may not be so simple. Captain, the wilderness weeps in sorrow. Nara Saruki gazed at the scroll in his hands, feeling as though it contained not water, but a blazing fire. At that moment, everyone's attention was captivated by the two individuals in the center, leaving no one to notice the subtle smile at the corner of Oil Woman Ryoma's lips. As the root of their rivalry, watching the Konoha umbu embroiled in internal strife was rather comforting. Moreover, it was he who instigated it. Ryoma's gaze shifted toward Akali. Just watch. In the end, that person will surely be brought back to Konoha and will undoubtedly be returned to Kirigakure. How else could you come to realize the frailty of the third Hokage and the weakness of Konoha? Furthermore, what about the weakness of the ninjas under the third's command? Your talent is too precious to squander by not joining the roots. Grassland, have you considered that this is a messenger, and killing him may very well incite war? Nara Saruki spoke with difficulty. The wilderness retorted, but he didn't consider the possibility of war when he killed Riko. He is a madman. The members of the Kagaya clan are all lunatics. They do not contemplate the consequences. Yet we must. Nara Saruki growled. Just because he is mad, does that mean I should be harmed, and Riko should be killed? Am I wrong for being a normal person? Why should I yield to a madman? The wilderness questioned in confusion. Nara Saruki fell silent. The wilderness was right. The victim is innocent, and the victim is blameless. Often, people wish to impose grand principles to oppress and compel the victim to concede. But should the victim concede? Must he be so humble as to accept his misfortune? But this is war. Nara Saruki, greatly agitated, pondered why he was faced with such a situation, why this Kagaya could not simply meet his end quietly, and why he had to attack their team. Despite the myriad of questions in his heart, remembering his role as captain, he still endeavored to reassure his comrades. War will claim many lives. Nara Saruki explained somewhat feebly. You may die, Riko's friends may die, her close ones may die, family may die, even father and mother may perish. I believe Riko would not wish to see any of this. Moreover, should Riko fall in battle, the village will provide compensation. And Kirigakure will also offer reparations. There will certainly be an accounting for Riko's fate. Nara Saruki strained to articulate his thoughts. Yet at that moment, the eyes beneath the wilderness's mask had grown utterly indifferent. Captain, is it enough to just pay a price for a life taken? The wilderness's voice was frigid. No, of course not. Killing requires. Nara Saruki began, but fell silent once more. Indeed, life for a life. Debts must be repaid. This is the natural order. The wilderness rose, tightly grasping a kunai, a gift from Riko. He approached Nara Saruki, passing him by. Captain, I hope you will not hinder me. If you stand in my way, there will be no friendship left, only enmity. The wilderness raised his right hand. The sharp kunai aimed for Kagaya Oishi's heart. Shadow mimicry technique. In that final moment, Nara Saruki managed to grasp the wilderness. I have thought it through. He solemnly stated. Do not urge others to do good without first experiencing their suffering. I cannot stand upon a moral high ground to force you to concede. That would be hypocritical. You have the right to demand his life. Therefore, I do not advise you to relent. Rather, from my own standpoint, my own interests, I assert that I do not wish for war, even an impending one. I will stop you. What stands in your way is not merely your captain or superior, but rather an individual, a Konoha ninja, and you could say, your enemy, Nara Saruki. With that declaration, Nara Saruki made his choice. Not as a self-righteous saint urging others toward kindness, but as a person acting out of self-interest. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The wilderness laughed madly. Following the laughter came a violent struggle. The shadows enveloping the wilderness receded and surged anew. This was a fierce tug-of-war between two men, two ninjas, exhausting their last reserves of strength after a great battle. Oh! Both the wilderness and Nara Saruki roared in unison. They were both ninjutsu users. Nara Saruki's secret techniques consumed vast amounts of chakra, yet the wilderness's ninjutsu was numerous, and his consumption was not insignificant either. However, Nara Saruki's overall capabilities far surpassed those of the wilderness, as he had been nurtured since childhood with medicinal herbs, granting him a natural advantage in physical constitution. This climactic struggle, with everything at stake, would undoubtedly conclude with Nara Saruki's victory. After all, objective reality does not bend to human will. Unless the wilderness possessed a desperate technique like the Eight Gates. Clearly, he did not. Otherwise, he would have fought fiercely against those Kagaya ninjas from the start. Thud. The wilderness fell to the ground, commanding his body to move. Move. Yet without chakra, even the finest vehicle cannot run. Exhaustion had consumed him, leaving him without the strength to even weep. Silent tears streamed down the wilderness's face. Akali took a deep breath. Open door. The final surge of chakra struck the brain, and with careful force, Akali collided with the left hemisphere, creating a small fissure in the door. Taking another breath, she pressed on. Bang! This time, due to the previous impacts loosening the door, it finally cracked open significantly. Akali's mind cleared, her physical restraints began to lift, and chakra gradually returned to her body. Inner and outer, chaotic kill. Akali unleashed her third inner and outer, chaotic kill of the day. A flash of white light swept through, and before anyone could react, the messenger document in Nara Saruki's hand was snatched away, and the four captives lying on the ground were decapitated. The wilderness watched as a white shadow swept across Kagaya Oishi and Appo's neck, and just like that, his thick neck was severed. The messenger document soared into the air. Akali formed hand seals, wind release, pressure damage. A violent ball of wind shredded the messenger document into pieces. I am not an umbu, merely a passerby executing justice, Akali declared. We are part of the logging community. If Konoha is a big family, then the affairs of one concern all. If our own are harmed, we must strive to retaliate. I do not fear war. If Kirigakure comes at us, let them come. I am unafraid, and I am willing to take responsibility for my actions. Looking earnestly at those around her, Akali concluded her statement. This is truly. Nara Saruki, upon hearing her words, offered a wry smile. This is well. An interesting individual. Pharmacist Yano Omami's eyes sparkled with curiosity. At that moment, Akali was no longer just a target of the mission. Well done. Akido Tengbei silently applauded Akali. He preferred her perspective over that of his childhood friend. Thank you. The wilderness, lying on the ground, uttered his final breath. Nearby, oilwoman Ryoma, who had orchestrated this grand drama, felt a tremor in his heart. An unforeseen path. Ryoma marveled. The third possibility. He gazed at Akali, recalling her earlier words. At this moment, her actions made him inexplicably skeptical of the divine-like Danzo. Perhaps, the development of this matter would not unfold as Danzo had wished. Ryoma suddenly gained clarity. Hurry. Just ahead. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from behind, akin to the tardy arrival of the police, as reinforcements hastily arrived to shatter the silence of the scene. With the arrival of fresh reinforcements, the cleanup on the battlefield accelerated significantly. The ninjas of Konoha discovered the boats of the mist-hidden village at the foot of the mountain, as well as the data regarding the Konoha sentry posts collected by the mist. As the information was compiled, the members of the Umbu team gradually understood the purpose of the emissary's document. Kagaya's true mission was undoubtedly to acquire the sentry data, and the emissary document might serve as their lifeline in the event of being discovered and surrounded. In essence, these individuals were not genuine emissaries. However, discussing this now seemed futile. The consequences of the earlier quarrel remained unresolved, and the four team members could not return to their former selves. As the oilwoman team departed, the female Tsunade ninja expressed her gratitude to Akari and informed everyone that she would return to her village to press the mist-hidden village for answers on behalf of her entire village. On the return journey, the group fell into silence, for Akari's final actions had left a profound impact on Nara Shumiki. Although he and Midorihara had not completely severed their ties, a significant chasm had formed between them, one that could not be easily bridged. Akari noticed that this incident had deeply shaken Nara Shumiki, leading him into a prolonged contemplation. What is truly right? What constitutes the answer? This question would likely linger in Nara Shumiki's mind until the end of his days. Akali sighed quietly, not expecting her team to disband so soon after completing their mission. As they traveled, Nara Shumiki suddenly spoke up. I will conceal this incident. There were no documents, no emissaries. The mist, intent on gathering intelligence on the land of fire, was neutralized by my team with the cooperation of the oil woman team. There was no response. The others remained silent, uncertain of the reasons behind his words. And Nara Shumiki did not elaborate, as if simply stating a fact. The discovery of the sentry data indicated that the enemy's intentions remained unchanged, and adjustments would naturally be made along the border, yet this no longer concerned the team. The passage of time felt slow during their mission, but their return seemed swift. Soon, the 5th squad arrived back in Konoha. This summarizes our mission, Nara Shumiki reported slowly. Indeed, you encountered quite a few challenges. The 3rd Hokage exclaimed, taking a puff from his pipe. The land of water is restless, it seems. Rest and recuperate. Your efforts have been commendable. The 3rd Hokage continued. You have unraveled the mist conspiracy, faced numerous dangers, and suffered the loss of a comrade. With the merging of 2 missions, I shall consider this an S-rank task. After a brief pause, he added, take some time to rest. More tasks await you. The 3rd Hokage waved his hand, signaling for Nara Shumiki to leave. However, Nara Shumiki lingered, a somewhat awkward smile on his face as he remained in place. Lord Hokage, our team requires new members. Although we have added Akali, most of the previous team member, Midorihara, will likely not continue. New members, you say? The 3rd Hokage appeared pensive. I shall consider it. Now, tell me more about Akali's situation. Meanwhile, as Nara Shumiki was briefing the 3rd Hokage, the oil woman Ryuma was also reporting to Danzo. Danzo, surprised by the comprehensive battle report they submitted, mused, so formidable. Such divergent choices may not be of use to me. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo thought, no matter. If they aren't of use to me, then they are not something the 3rd can control. Ultimately, who can leverage that power depends on the relationships formed. You mentioned someone from their team is withdrawing, correct? Danzo's mind began to formulate a plan. What about Yano? After the mission concluded and the rewards were distributed, Akali found herself wandering aimlessly through the streets of Konoha. The recent mission had been exhilarating, and after experiencing so much, she needed solitude to gather her thoughts. Akali. Suddenly, a familiar presence approached swiftly, and Akali felt a gentle weight against her back. A soft, warm figure pressed against her, cascading blood-red hair spilling down her neck. Kushina. Akali smiled. Aren't you supposed to be in school today? It's Sunday. Kushina playfully chided. How could you forget the day of the week? Turning her head, Akali couldn't resist pinching Kushina's pert little nose. I'm sorry, I've lost track of the days with all the missions. Akali apologized. Oh, there and Appo's. There's no need to say sorry for that. Kushina giggled, shaking off Akali and Appo's playful hand and affectionately leaning her face against Akali and Appo's. Their soft cheeks pressed together, their black and red hair intertwining. Akali softly squeezed Kushina's delicate hand, finding comfort in the warmth of their friendship. After a moment, noticing Akali's unusual quietness, Kushina paused and scrutinized her friend's profile. Is something troubling you? She inquired, sensing the fatigue etched in Akali's features. While Akali felt fine overall, the atmosphere within the team had weighed heavily on her, leaving her drained upon returning to the village. Is it because of the Umbu mission? Kushina asked, a hint of guilt creeping into her voice. Akali, having joined the Umbu to contribute to the village at a much younger age, made Kushina feel slightly inadequate as she continued to enjoy life at the Ninja Academy. Ah yes, Akali admitted candidly, certain events transpired during the mission. Does it relate to me? Kushina queried. Akali pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No, I was more of an observer. Then, may I ask you about it? Kushina probed gently. Akali fell silent, and Kushina understood. Matters concerning the Umbu were confidential. Kushina decided to step back from Akali, taking her hand and asking earnestly, would you like me to ask Lord Hokage to reassign you so that you can protect me? No, that's unnecessary. Staying within my comfort zone won't foster growth. I simply need some time to rest and refresh my spirit. Akali declined gracefully, aware that Kushina, as a Jinchuriki, was always surrounded by protective Umbu. Accepting would likely mean disguising herself to accompany Kushina back to the academy, which was not the path she wished to take. I see. Kushina's eyes gleamed with a flicker of inspiration as she swiftly devised a plan to uplift Akali's spirits. Grabbing Akali's hand, she urged, then come with me. I want to show you what we are currently working on. Akali obediently followed Kushina. Before long, Kushina led her to a small training ground. Huff puff. Again. Next. The raucous sounds of lively chatter reached their ears before they even entered. Akali peered inside to find a group of students from the Ninja Academy, all familiar faces. Among them, she spotted Uchiha Hai, Namikaze Minato, Oil Woman Shimi, and Hyuga Kamikage, all acting as little instructors guiding the academy students, despite being students themselves. What is this? Akali inquired, perplexed, glancing at Kushina. The Equilibrium Sect. Kushina replied with a hint of pride. The Equilibrium Sect. Akali's expression shifted to one of disbelief as she observed the scene unfolding before her. You truly built this. Indeed. Kushina lifted her chin proudly, a smile of satisfaction lighting her face, practically inviting praise. That's quite impressive. Unable to contain herself, Akali reached out to pinch Kushina's soft, supple cheek, marveling at its delightful texture. The Equilibrium Sect, originally a mere figment of Akali's imagination, began as a collaborative learning group where the proficient would assist the less fortunate, fostering a balance of knowledge among peers. However, following a wave of shadow clones, what began as an idea swiftly transformed into a structured organization upon their return to Kushina. Hehe, it is indeed a collective achievement. Kushina exclaimed with a naive smile, pleasantly surprised by the willingness of so many to lend a hand. The venerable shinobi acted as a supportive older brother, occasionally offering guidance on martial techniques. Minato imparted tactical knowledge, while Akali taught chakra control and application. The esteemed senior, Shirwei, instructed on various miscellaneous skills, and Uchiha Hai provided training in shuriken techniques and combat, effectively encompassing the curriculum of the Ninja Academy. As for the venue, it was rented with the collective contributions of the members, and many expressed eagerness to join this learning cooperative, particularly the affluent commoners lacking a familial legacy. Impressive, Akali mused, recognizing the remarkable achievement of Kushina in orchestrating such an initiative at her age. The reason Akali attributed this success to Kushina was evident. Only Kushina possessed the necessary prestige, background, and resources to assume the role of organizer, and only she would be permitted to undertake such an endeavor. Akali, while serving as a spiritual leader and actual controller, was the reason many had congregated. Reflecting on this modest venue and recalling her experiences from the Umbu missions, along with the persistent desire for recognition from the system, Akali began to grasp her aspirations. Despite being a learning cooperative, the Equilibrium Sect ought to impart principles aligned with its name. While ninjutsu remained monopolized and thus beyond Akali's teaching scope, she possessed other skills to share: the art of the ninja scythe, assassination techniques, footwork, the crafting and utilization of specialized smoke bombs, swordsmanship, and a variety of rudimentary skills. Although these may not be of monumental significance, they were more than sufficient for the students of the Ninja Academy. Moreover, the elite quartet present, Hinata, the exceptional Shirwei, Uchiha Hai, and Minato, would warrant a degree of reward or compensation for their contributions. With the Equilibrium Sect now established, Akali envisioned its continuation, perhaps one day evolving into a formidable force akin to the Whampoa Military Academy, which she envisioned as her own version of such an institution. Time to save up once again, Akali lamented, realizing that her current resources were far from adequate to fully realize her vision for the Equilibrium Sect. Minato, Uchiha Hai, the extraordinary senior, and Shirwei. Akali called upon these four, ready to allocate certain resources among them, while reserving other offerings for Kushina. Akali distributed some equipment and items. Trust those who are useful, and do not doubt those who are not. Since she had resolved to maintain this balanced sect, she must provide what is necessary. Moreover, the core five, Hinata, who had partially separated from the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Hua, who was quite independent, the commoner Minato, and her friends Kushina and Shiwa, were all trustworthy, save for the potential risk posed by Hinata's caged bird, which could be addressed. Thus, Akali was exceedingly generous. She gifted Yasuo's childhood training sword, the Doran's blade, to Uchiha Hua, the holy silver arrows and the recurved bow to Hinata. The broken blade of Yon was made available for shared use by Kushina, and the Poro delicacies and forbidden statue were given to Shiwa. She taught Minato the ninja scythe technique and presented him with 2 extra critical strike gauntlets. Believing they aligned well with his recent path, she distributed various potions, biscuits, and miscellaneous items, removing her Doran's ring and bestowing it upon Kushina. Although she did not require it, Akali felt it necessary to make a gesture. After distributing the items, Akali discovered that not all rune equipment was universally usable. There existed a compatibility among them, with only Akali able to utilize the equipment without hindrance, while others were conditional. Nevertheless, the items Akali provided were quite compatible with their respective users. Uchiha was inherently combative. Hinata, having lost the use of her eyes, could only take the path of archery. Minato was remarkably agile, and Shiwa required insects to consume mana, while Kushina simply found the Doran's ring aesthetically pleasing. Thus, the balanced sect was genuinely established, functioning as a learning and mutual assistance group, with Akali truly aiming to unite the core five. This was a strategic move, as well as a means to accomplish something. She invited the five to enjoy a barbecue before returning home. This time, Akali's task earned her 250,000, along with a monthly salary of 100,000. And with her savings, she accumulated 380,000, just enough to synthesize an item. Would you like to spend 75,000 and a binding slot for equipment to synthesize the Hextech Gunblade? Yes. Akali confirmed in her mind. Finished equipment required a quota, unlike raw materials. And she wondered whether the equipment slots were limited to 6 like in games, or if they could be numerous like inventory spaces. However, that was of little concern. The gunblade was well suited for Akali, worthy of an equipment slot. Upon confirmation, the Hextech revolver and Bilgewater cutlass disappeared from her inventory, and in their place, a brand new Hextech gunblade appeared in her equipment slot. Hextech gunblade, 40 attack power, 80 ability power, dealing damage to enemies, extracts their life energy for self-healing. Unique active, lightning bolt, fires a lightning bolt, dealing 175 to 253, 30 ability power, magical damage. Healing? Akali was uncertain how the gunblade's healing effect was triggered or what kind of feedback it provided, but she could test it out on a chicken. However, she could immediately experiment with the lightning bolt effect. Boom. Akali summoned a shadow clone. I will fetch you a chicken. Can you test it on that? The clone attempted to bargain as a target. Such matters were best experienced personally. A merciless smile spread across Akali's face. Be gentle, please, the clone pleaded pitifully. Boom. The shadow clone exploded under the attack of the lightning bolt. Akali retracted her right hand, which had launched the bolt, and scoffed. How tedious. Clang. After speaking, Akali fell stiffly to the ground, stunned for a moment. Ouch. That really hurt. Thankfully, I never played AD. Akali lamented, recalling the sensation of being struck by the lightning bolt. How did AD champions in the Rift endure such pain from the gunblade? Nonetheless, the gunblade's effect was quite flashy. Akin to the palm thunder in novels, no wind-up required. Akali could release it with a mere gesture. However, it had a 1-second release time and a 1-hour cooldown. And once placed in the equipment slot, the Hextech gunblade could not be removed, leaving her puzzled as to the reason. Yet, it mattered little. Akali only needed the attribute bonuses from the gunblade. Boom. Akali summoned another clone. You go buy a chicken, hurry back, or the lightning bolt will attend to you, understand? Akali threatened. Ever since her shadow clones began causing mischief, she had imposed strict control over them. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. The world's proletariat shadow clones would one day unite and overthrow the tyrannical capitalist body. The revolutionary clone proclaimed passionately. Akali raised her gaze, her other hand already gripping a kunai. Forget it. The shadow clone shook its head. We are of the same essence. Why rush to harm one another? Remember, what hurts me also pains you. I shall take my leave. The shadow clone departed, and Akali rubbed her temples, bemused by her peculiar shadow clone, which felt like an incomplete version of herself, or perhaps a fragment that had split away. Facing the mirror, Akali rearranged her disheveled hair, which had become scraggly from her recent melancholy, and began with 3 ums. Today, Akali will be full of energy. Her hair swayed, seemingly responding to her words, and Akali nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, while the shadow clone went to procure a chicken, there was another matter at hand. Would you like to spend 105,000 and a binding slot for equipment to synthesize Mijai's Soul Stealer? Yes, her total of 30 layers. With 4 layers of dark sealing expiring, transformed into a total of 125 layers in the equipment slot, with 4 layers of the Soul Stealer already stacked. Unfortunately, the Watcher's armor had to remain at home due to the lack of an equipment slot. Akali yearned to wear it outside, but currently, such heavy armor would draw too much attention. Mijai's Soul Stealer, 20 ability power, 100 health. kills provide stacks of ability power. Up to 125 stacks for an increase of 125 ability power. At 50 stacks, grants 10 movement speed bonus. For 125, the Soul Stealer continues to stack beyond full capacity, but only provides slight bonuses based on the quality of kills. Wow! After reading the description of the Soul Stealer, Akali exclaimed in awe. An infinitely stackable Soul Stealer was akin to the artifact from the early background story of the Dead Bard. How remarkable! With the Gunblade and Soul Stealer, Akali was gathering her core items. Could this be considered a significant advancement? The Soul Stealer required stacking, and overgrowth needed accumulation as well. Akali and Appo's path to strength was still long and arduous. She reviewed the description of overgrowth. Overgrowth, 5 bonus maximum health, and for every 8 units killed, you gain 3 bonus maximum health permanently. Already gained 3 health points. Overgrowth had no upper limit. Killing granted health, directly impacting Akali's vitality, which was crucial. However, Akali must also exercise restraint. The ability to grow stronger through kills necessitated a conscious effort to avoid unnecessary violence. She had witnessed Kagaya's demeanor. She did not wish to become similarly bloodthirsty. With her task completed, Akali entered a period of leisure, engaging in self-training, occasionally visiting the balanced sect training grounds, replenishing energy with Kushina, and casually chatting with Uchiha Hua and friends, making an effort not to isolate herself from others. Thus, amidst relaxation, the second dark mission soon arrived, along with new teammates. Would they depart now? In the dimly lit changing room of the Umbu, Akali inquired about Greenfield. Indeed, I'm leaving. The Umbu isn't suited for me. Greenfield replied nonchalantly, having returned today merely to tidy up his locker for the newcomers and catch a glimpse of his teammates. What are your plans next? Akali asked. Perhaps to teach at the Ninja Academy? Or maybe lead a training group, though I'm unsure if my skills are sufficient, Greenfield pondered aloud. I've come to a realization. I've avenged Rico, and I can't remain in despair forever. This marks a new beginning. He continued. I wanted to express my gratitude to you once more and bid farewell to the captain and the others. Thanks to you, we never reached the point of enmity. At least, we won't ignore each other if we meet again, so a farewell is necessary. Nara Kurumi expressed his apologies. I'm sorry. Greenfield chuckled lightly. It's all right, Captain. You were quite clear at that time. Your honesty lessened my resentment. We may not be friends, but at least we share a nodding acquaintance. Kurumi nodded and stepped back, allowing Akidu Tangbei to take his place. Kurumi recognized that he was at fault that day and deemed it unnecessary to elaborate. Other than that, I hope you remember my barbecue when you settle in. Akidu Tangbei boisterously declared. Rest assured, you rotund fellow, I won't forget your barbecue. You'll have your fill. Greenfield patted Akidu's belly, jesting. After exchanging farewells, Akidu stepped aside, revealing the gentle blonde beauty, Yao Shi Yinayu, who had been obscured by his bulk. Greenfield clasped Yao Shi's shoulder. They had met during a previous mission, and he was well aware of her exceptional medical ninjutsu, leaving him with no worries. Do your best. Junior, medical ninjutsu is the backbone of the team, he said, turning to his former teammates. You all too. Take good care of our medical ninja. Rest assured we will. Akali boasted, I'm quite strong. By the way, if you do go to the Ninja Academy, please look after the study group my friends established. It's called the Equilibrium Sect. Equilibrium Sect? Greenfield paused, then nodded. I'll remember that. If the opportunity arises, I certainly will. With that, Greenfield departed. And Yao Shi Yinayu officially joined the Umbu's 5th squad. The team donned their Umbu attire and set out, customary drills to be conducted along the way. Their mission this time was a collective one, targeting the land of rice. Captain, how many batches have we gone through? Akali asked, withdrawing her single-handed scythe from the chest of a fallen foe. After a moment's thought, she switched to a more efficient dual-bladed scythe, which was adept for combat. The single-handed scythe was sealed back into the storage scroll on her back. This mission was assigned by the Umbu yet executed without their official attire. All were dressed as regular ninjas. Finally, Akali could strap on the beloved large scroll she had crafted alongside Kushina. This expansive storage scroll could hold numerous items, filled to the brim with her weapons and daily necessities. Not sure, is it the 5th batch? Or the 6th? Nara Kurumi replied uncertainly. The land of rice is chaotic. We Haven-T even had a decent meal on our journey, Akidu Tangbei lamented. For members of the Akidu clan, missing a meal was the worst scenario. The land of soup was purging the evil god cult, while the Rain Village had previously invaded the land of steel. As vigilance heightened, Konoha began a thorough sweep, turning the land of rice into a dumping ground for surrounding nations. Wandering ninjas and those drawn by the chaos had turned the land of rice into utter disarray. With a major country and 3 minor ones surrounding it, only the land of rice lacked its own ninja organization. The traditional Sound 3 clans had yet to gain any substantial power, barely managing to keep watch over the capital of the land of rice. However, the capital of the land of rice is just ahead. Our troops are stationed just outside the city. Surely, we can enjoy a proper meal there. Yaoshi Yinayu remarked. Akadu felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that the newcomer had comforted him. I was just speaking casually. I meant no complaints. I know. Yaoshi smiled warmly. Everyone is tired from the journey. Let us quicken our pace and reach our rest point soon. I found the past few days of intense travel quite taxing myself. Wow, did our squad save the world in a past life? We have the extraordinary genius Akali and the gentle healer with us. How fortunate we are. Nara Kurumi exclaimed dramatically. All right, in that case, let us hasten our journey to the camp. Go, 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 Akali replied. In truth, she was faring well. The wandering ninjas and samurai groups they had dispatched along the way had enriched her killing book and excessive growth abilities. Though the quality of those she had defeated had diminished her killing book's effectiveness, the excessive growth had shown no signs of discrimination. As the excessive growth took effect, the vitality added to her made Akali feel as though her body's development was accelerating. She merely hoped it wouldn't manifest in peculiar areas. After another brisk trek, following Akali's elimination of 2 more ambushing teams, the squad finally arrived at the outskirts of the capital of the land of rice. Report. Enter. The 4 entered the tent. Reporting, Minister. Umbu's 1st Division, 2nd Subdivision, 5th Squad reporting. Nara Kurumi saluted. At ease, the figure before them, obscured by a thick stack of documents, did not lift his head. Moments later, as if completing his review, Hatake Tsukumo finally raised his gaze. It's him. Akali gasped, her heart racing as she recalled the first time she had encountered his formidable skill. She had not expected the one who had previously blocked her attacks to now be her superior. You all have worked hard coming all the way from Konoha. This is your mission location. Hatake Tsukumo handed over a map. The tasks are substantial. It would be wise to rest first before proceeding. Nara Kurumi took the map. What do you require of us? You should have noticed the unprecedented chaos in the land of rice. Multiple nations have turned it into disarray. Hence, the daimyo of the land of rice issued a commission, Hatake Tsukumo explained. Konoha's task is to eliminate the chaos, while your task is to untangle it, creating an opportunity for Konoha to act decisively. This is a reconnaissance mission focused on infiltration and intelligence gathering. Is it just our squad? Akali queried, scrutinizing the map that depicted the 2nd largest city in the land of rice, Miaoqing. Only your squad, but not just you alone, Hatake Tsukumo responded enigmatically. Huh. Akali's eyes widened, her hair forming a question mark, appearing adorably perplexed. Are you familiar with the Chunin exams? Hatake Tsukumo asked mysteriously. Nara Kurumi, Akadu Tangbei, and Yaoshi Yinayu exchanged knowing glances, while Akali looked on in confusion, wondering what knowledge she was missing. Is it that kind of format? Nara Kurumi asked seriously. Indeed it is. Hatake Tsukumo confirmed. The daimyo of the land of rice has not only invited Konoha, but has also summoned the Takigakure, Yugakure, Kimogakure, and the samurai from the land of steel. If we cannot manage the situation, it will fall to the other ninja villages to address. So the first batch we face will not solely consist of the forces in the land of rice. Our objective is to demonstrate our formidable strength. Thus, each city will dispatch only 1 elite team to showcase the capabilities of Konoha's finest. This team will engage in reconnaissance and execute sweeping operations, exhibiting precision and lethality that compel every audience member to ponder their own resilience. Asaki Tsukumo remarked, during your mission, you will encounter other ninja teams from different nations lurking about, undertaking similar tasks. And what about you, Minister? Nara Karaki inquired tentatively, glancing at Asaki Tsukumo. Well, Asaki Tsukumo replied with a smile, I will oversee the troops stationed here, preparing for action while also gauging the attitudes of other ninja villages. Our hope is to surgically address the issues plaguing the land of rice with precision. But should we falter, we will have no choice but to resort to force. Therefore, if conflict arises, do not hesitate. Nara Karaki understood completely. Historically, great powers have played their games at the expense of smaller nations, and the chaos in the land of rice is a culmination of past grievances. exacerbated by the covert manipulations and probing of multiple ninja villages. If one were to draw a parallel, this situation could be likened to a miniature version of the Land of Rain. However, while the Land of Rain is a battleground for the fire, earth, and wind nations, the Land of Rice is merely a battleground for the fire and thunder nations, with the addition of the Iron Nation. For instance, if the Land of Thunder wished to assault Konoha, they could embark from their homeland, landing at the natural ports of the Land of Rice, and advancing unimpeded, just as the Land of Fire could attack the Land of Thunder. Moreover, this region serves not only as a battleground for great powers, but also as a dumping ground for smaller nations. Due to the inherent chaos and lack of governance within the Land of Rice, the feudal lord of the Land of Rice exerts little control over his territory, allowing many rogue ninjas, defectors, and bounty hunter factions to establish their presence. As the ninja war looms, the already turbulent Land of Rice resembles a pot of water on the verge of boiling, where even a spark could ignite chaos. Konoha hopes to forcibly cool this boiling pot. Not only do they wish to cool it, but they also aim to sway the feudal lord of the Land of Rice to their side, utilizing favorable geography and conditions to create numerous advantages for Konoha in future conflicts within this territory. Thus, Konoha requires a thorough, scalpel-like precision to excise the festering corruption within the Land of Rice, and the swifter and more decisive the action, the more it will showcase Konoha's strength. Asaki Tsukumo's presence here is for this very purpose. He seeks to boldly display Konoha's might and deliver a swift, lethal strike. With the utmost fanfare, he plans to proclaim their military prowess, ensuring that neighboring nations such as the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Iron perceive Konoha's strength, thereby preventing any betrayal during the ninja war. For if today we can swiftly resolve the issues within the Land of Rice, tomorrow we could do the same to you. I see now, Asaki Tsukumo explained, while Yakushi Nanoyu quietly elucidated the concept of the Chunin exams to Akali, enabling her to grasp the essence of their mission. Alright, that's the general situation. Remember to take the wanted list from the Land of Rice when you set off, to assist the main force in addressing certain individuals along the way, calming some hearts while simultaneously announcing your arrival. It seems you all have been getting along well, so I need not worry about the cohesion of the reform team. Now go prepare. Asaki Tsukumo instructed. Oh, Akali, stay behind. Akali, who was about to step out of the tent, turned back in confusion. Her teammates, though unsure, offered her encouraging glances before departing. Surprised, are we? Asaki Tsukumo chuckled. Indeed. Akali replied honestly with a nod. It has been over 2 years now. Asaki Tsukumo mused. I still vividly recall the sight of you, covered in blood, your face pale and calm, asking me who I was. Akali covered her face, cringing at the memories. I was far too impulsive back then, blocking a fatal blow, only to forget to replenish my chakra because I was asking for someone's name, almost led to my demise. It's truly a source of embarrassment to recall. Asaki Tsukumo seemed to misinterpret the situation, laughing. There's nothing wrong with being impulsive. Youth should indeed shine brightly. If it weren't for your brilliance back then, how could our village have discovered such a talent? Akali agreed. You're right. I was simply young. Long live youth. The reason I have kept you behind is to consult our little genius on a few matters. After all, who better to inquire about a technique than the one who created it? Asaki Tsukumo stated. Technique? Akali tilted her head slightly. Yes, I have exchanged for your technique and have some questions to ask. Asaki Tsukumo's demeanor was notably humble, not adopting a tone of entitlement. Oh, go ahead, Akali understood. Recognizing it as after-sales service, no problem. As Asaki Tsukumo was her superior's superior, maintaining a good relationship would greatly benefit her. I have been contemplating a thrusting ninjutsu technique of my own, and your technique serves as a significant source of inspiration and reference. I would like to inquire about the footwork involved. Asaki Tsukumo pointed, and Akali immediately comprehended. Footwork. You can do it this way, or that way, and then like this. In between, pay attention to the coordination of chakra and body, ensuring that chakra and body complement each other without conflict. And here it's like this. Then the footwork goes like this. Maintain your center of gravity and be mindful of leaving space for directional changes, as we are not merely delivering something. What you described seems different from what's written, but it's more optimized. Is this your new insight? Indeed, Akali thought, realizing that while her original technique was still at level 1, her outer killing technique had ascended to level 2, hence the difference. The new approach not only emphasized explosive power, but also required engaging the entire body to enhance footwork while minimizing resistance in the void-breaking posture, just as I demonstrated. Akali explained in detail, surprised that she had come to embody the role of a teacher. Grateful for Asaki Tsukumo's innate genius, she found his method of teaching intuitive and comprehensible. Thus, the remarkable exchange between the two unfolded seamlessly. After a lengthy discussion with Asaki Tsukumo, Akali finally managed to extricate herself, having found the experience immensely rewarding. Asaki Tsukumo was candid, sharing his insights while they engaged in a collaborative discourse regarding his technique, from which Akali learned a great deal. For instance, the manipulation of lightning chakra to stimulate the body, allowing for a temporary surge of extraordinary speed. Armed with this newfound knowledge, Akali returned to the team's encampment and posed a question to Nara Karaki about the Umbu minister, Asaki Tsukumo. Nara Karaki displayed a complex smile. "Ah, that's quite an extensive query. How should I respond?" "Then take your time." Asaki Tsukumo, the White Fang of Konoha, a member of a samurai clan turned ninja, has not abandoned his strengths. Rather, he is the epitome of integrating samurai advantages into the ninja system. Unlike the chakra-wielding samurai of the Iron Nation, where chakra represents the grand path and swordsmanship the minor path, he adeptly absorbs the merits of the minor path into the grand path, beginning from the grand path, which is undoubtedly superior to the opposite approach. As the last scion of a genius lineage, the legacy and brilliance of the Hitaki clan, there is much to recount regarding Asaki Tsukumo's exploits. However, for the time being, Akali is sufficiently aware of his status within the village. The 5th Squad's mission to the Land of Rice does not carry the emblem of Umbu. For the feudal lord of the Land of Rice does not permit overt foreign militant organizations to parade within his domain. Nevertheless, this mission remains an Umbu assignment, primarily focused on large-scale eradication of dissent, thus classified as sufficiently dark to warrant execution away from the light of day. You are on my list, albeit quite low down. Akali retrieved her scythe, droplets of blood trickling down its gleaming blade, as she continually flipped through the list in her hands, scrutinizing the unsightly warrior adorned with a headband resembling the moon. However, Akali's steady hands began to tremble. This individual did not appear on her list. It was not mere face blindness. The warrior was indeed unattractive, and coupled with the traditional samurai garb, identifying him through his features proved to be an arduous task. You aren't on my list, keep it that way. No, wait, I have an idea. Akali conceived an ingenious plan. She produced a wanted poster, folding it in half to showcase only the upper portion of the face, the eyes, forehead, and hairstyle, and then took another wanted poster, folding it similarly to display just the nose, mouth, and beard. Aligning the two halves, she marveled at the striking similarity. This isn't a mistake at all, Akali mused. Observing the overlapping wanted notices, they were not merely similar, but rather identical. Indeed, navigating the world required a modicum of creativity. Onward, Akali. To the next location. Nara Shiruki called out to her. Stop looking, you won't find him. No more photoshopping over there. Killing one by one surely leads to misunderstandings, but slaying them in succession will definitely result in missed targets. The well-crafted wanted posters were snatched away by Nara Shiruki, swiftly dismantling the fruits of Akali's labor, which she had painstakingly assembled over 2 minutes. What do you understand? I'm merely preventing unnecessary bloodshed. Akali grumbled. Do you have any idea how terrifying it is when I lose control? This is a restraint. Self-discipline. Do you comprehend the true value of self-restraint? Ouch. Akali received a sharp tap to her head, her forehead ringing with clarity. Captain, he is bullying me. I require Sister Neneu's embrace to forgive him. With teary eyes, Akali sought out the gentle healer, Neneu, who, as expected, greeted her with a warm smile and enveloped her in a soft, comforting hug. Kukuku, fully revived. Celebrate, Captain, for your life is granted by Sister Neneu. Akali struck a classic celebratory pose, fingers upwards, pointing at Nara Shiruki, causing his blood pressure to rise and veins to bulge. He was perplexed, wondering what had transpired with Akali, who had transformed since returning from the last mission, after Neneu joined their ranks. She seemed to have morphed into a whimsical child. Nara Shiruki was unaware of his father's wisdom: defeat magic with magic, and folly with folly. As long as I remain unembarrassed, the embarrassment falls upon others. In response to Nara Shiruki's daily jests, Akali returned fire with an array of quirky remarks, exhausting him until he was mentally and physically drained. After all, Akali could regain her strength in Nanea's warm embrace. Moreover, having resolved to undertake their mission, it was prudent to maintain her persona, concealing her true capabilities beneath a facade of whimsicality, allowing others to mistakenly perceive her as a mere child engaged in harmless antics. Thus, Akali revived her slightly restrained eccentric persona following her Dark Division training, discovering it to be a rather effective mood booster. Now let us see. We eradicated the wandering samurai band, dealt with mountain bandits, and neutralized the bounty hunters engaged in nefarious activities. Next, we shall enter the town. Nara Shiruki's tone turned grave as he surveyed his comrades. Everyone, having successfully completed these simple quests, we are poised to enter the city, the true battlefield. Within the city, there are ninjas. Prepare for the ninja battles ahead. The group fell silent. For while the urgent matters outside the town were straightforward, eliminating oppressive forces, the city posed a labyrinth of ninja prowess, likely fortified by alliances. Furthermore, a direct assault akin to the previous encounters was inadvisable, as they might encounter interference from other ninja clans. We must be cautious and strategic. We will suppress some while allying with others. Only then can we resolve the issues in the land of rice. We must identify our central target. The time frame for the mission was set at 2 months, and no more than that. The main force would undertake a precise cleansing. Before we enter the city, let us deliberate on our approach. The city, being the most prosperous, was dominated by formidable ninja factions, and the land of rice was effectively governed by numerous ninja powers. This operation is a large-scale campaign against corruption. What about opening a clinic? Akali suggested. A splendid idea. Nara Shiruki's eyes lit up. Establishing a clinic in the chaotic city would afford them protection, as the role of a physician would shield them from many disturbances, while also providing ample opportunities to gather intelligence during the healing process. Before long, a young couple of physicians, accompanied by their little sister and a helping hand, arrived in the second largest town of the land of rice. It was the second week since Team 5 entered Miao City, and the clinic had already commenced operations. Following Naneu's expert healing of a severely injured gang member due to an accident, the clinic's reputation soared. Almost half of the West District's residents became aware of the skilled doctor who had taken residence on the most secluded street in the city. Simultaneously, after Akito Tangbei and Nara Shiruki had settled a few troublesome encounters, the gangs realized that this clinic was not to be trifled with. With Naneu as the core physician, Akali served as the assisting nurse, while Nara Shiruki managed operations, overseeing supplies, and Akito Tangbei took on various tasks as the laborer. All were members of the Dark Division, proficient in basic healing techniques, and thus, the clinic was established and began to thrive in a positive cycle. On another ordinary day, Akali assumed they would gather information primarily from the patients, occasionally venturing out at night. However, to her surprise, the once barren and remote West District suddenly buzzed with activity, growing increasingly raucous. Amidst the whispers that occasionally drifted through, Akali learned that the dominant force in West District, the Da Gang, had lost its leader, De Saburo, under mysterious circumstances. With various speculations circulating, astute observers predicted chaos was imminent in the West District. True to form, as days passed, Akali found herself seated at the clinic's entrance, delightfully slurping noodles. Her delicate features were nestled in a bowl larger than her own head, cheeks puffing adorably. Yet, before she could savor more than a few bites, a commotion erupted, prompting her to look up in confusion, only to see a figure soaring toward her. Whoa! Akali gasped, instinctively raising her bowl to shield herself as a figure executed a dramatic stunt above her, crashing against the wall behind her. The delicious broth splattered from the force of inertia, but with a graceful maneuver, Akali reversed the momentum, cradling her bowl once more. Little did she know, having evaded one calamity, she could not escape another. Just as she regained her footing, a blue silhouette darted past, effortlessly snatching her bowl and tossing its contents ahead. My noodles! Wait, you'll have to pay for that. Akali cried in despair, watching helplessly as the blue-clad figure wasted her meal. In that moment, Akali lamented her youth, wishing she could shed the guise of a mere little sister, yearning to reveal her true strength, but finding herself incapable of even preserving her own meal. How unbecoming. Young lady, a gaunt samurai in a martial garb sneered, eyeing the expanding damp patch on his pristine white tabi socks. A scion of the esteemed clan, stooping to pilfer from a mere child? I shall recompense her for the stolen noodles, the woman retorted, but who will atone for the atrocities you perpetrate? Atrocities, you say? The samurai queried with feigned innocence. The clan's reputation precedes us as benevolent neighbors to Miao and stalwart allies to the local authorities. He gestured to his left. Do you commit evil? A chorus of no rang out. He turned to his right. Do you commit evil? Again, the response was negative. Then, pray tell, what atrocities and oppos, does our young mistress speak of? He continued, spreading his hands wide. We are paragons of virtue here. Surely our actions cannot be construed as malevolent. Indeed, indeed. His entourage echoed, erupting in raucous laughter. The woman, visibly incensed, trembled with indignation, her delicate fists clenched. Akali, standing beside her, could almost hear the grinding of her teeth. Hirose Jinba, I am sorely disappointed in you, and in all of you, she exclaimed. A pack of sycophants. Hirose Jinba narrowed his eyes, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Nay, fair maiden, he drawled, wagging a finger. It is not that you misjudge us, but rather that you are naive. You spurned our leader's ninjutsu teachings, lack the eldest sister's acumen, and cannot grasp the second sister's tactical brilliance. All you do is dabble in frivolous pursuits and practice a marksmanship that even dogs would scorn. He gestured to the long gun in her hand. In this age of ninjas, where samurai are but relics, what use is a firearm? Can your paltry gun outrange ninjutsu? Akali followed his gaze. Typically, ninjas favored weapons that could be wielded with a single hand, allowing them to perform ninjutsu. A long gun, requiring both hands, would severely hamper a ninja's capabilities. It was the first time since her transmigration that Akali had witnessed someone wielding a long gun as a weapon. It may not outrange ninjutsu. The woman countered with a chilling smile, but it suffices for killing. She was clad in a flimsy, alluring short-sleeved kimono, its low neckline revealing glimpses of her fair skin. Her shapely legs drew the eyes of onlookers, and her glossy, shoulder-length black hair was slightly disheveled, as if she had just fled her abode. Yet, in stark contrast to her seductive attire, her piercing eyes were narrowed, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Hirose Jinba scoffed. As the pursuers, they were under orders to take her alive, precluding the use of potent ninjutsu and explosive tags. Their throwing weapons were also restricted, rendering them hesitant and clumsy. The long gun, with its reach, proved a formidable obstacle. My lady, we are merely following orders, Hirose Jinba said, his patience waning. Will you not come with us? Begone, she retorted, executing a graceful gun flourish and standing tall with her weapon at the ready. Akali was stunned. Despite her disheveled appearance, the woman's gunmanship was undeniably impressive. A beautiful woman in a tailored kimono wielding a gun with such confidence and allure was like a winter plum blossom, radiating its unique fragrance. It was like a real-life rendition of a valiant female general from a Japanese period drama. Had affection been quantifiable, Akali's regard for the woman would have surged. It was an instinctive attraction. But, since Akali lacked the means, it was purely admiration, a mutual attraction between a little girl and a mature woman. I gave you a chance, Hirose Jinba said with affected regret. I fear we have reached an impasse. Away with you, she roared. You hypocrites. Lick that old man's boots if you must. But I shall never marry that sanctimonious lecher. And, she added, casting a glance around, this child is innocent. Let her go? She lamented her past defiance of her father. Her stubborn refusal to learn ninjutsu in favor of her ancestral gunnery techniques. Now it was too late. Her once powerful and wise father had fallen during a meeting, leaving the clan in disarray. Her eldest sister had vanished, and her second sister had disappeared while searching for her. Now, only she remained, besieged by suitors eager to seize control of the clan through marriage. Did she regret her defiance of her father, their lack of meaningful conversations before his demise? Perhaps. But more than regret, she felt a sense of helplessness. She was neither her eldest sister nor her second sister, and she could not emulate them. Nor could she be her father, with his comprehensive knowledge. She could only be herself, the clumsy third daughter who had inherited her ancestors' gunnery skills. Her defiance of her father was merely an assertion of her right to forge her own path, rather than becoming someone else. She felt a wave of despair. Father, look upon me from the heavens. Even if I face 1,000 warriors, outnumbered and outmatched, I shall fight my way out of here. She gripped her gun with both hands, assuming a gunnery stance. So, parley is impossible, Hirose Jinba said, his gaze hardening. As for the child, whoever brought her into this mess is responsible for her safety. Attack. Show no mercy. He barked the order, and a hail of shuriken rained down upon them. She twirled her gun, deflecting the projectiles with practiced ease. Her gunnery skills were undeniable. You fiends, will you not spare even an innocent child? She cried, shielding Akali. My lady, whoever brought her into this must protect her, Hirose Jinba sneered. Otherwise, blame yourself for her demise. Continue the attack. Are you all deaf? Morshuakin and Kanai hurtled toward her. With no other option, she scooped Akari into her arms and charged forward. Encumbered by the child, she slung Akari onto her back. Hold on tight, she commanded. Akari complied, wrapping her arms around the woman's chest. In this world, image was crucial. She was playing the role of a little girl, and she had to act accordingly. Although she had focused solely on gunnery, she still possessed chakra. She was a special jonin who wielded a unique weapon. Her mastery of the gun made her comparable to a taijutsu specialist. From its inception, the long gun was designed for the battlefield. Its linear attacks were powerful and swift, and its techniques were practical and efficient. Its reach was its strength, and countless commanders had proven its penetrating power. The name of Zhao Zilong, who charged through enemy lines to rescue his lord, was legendary. Despite Hirose Jinba's orders, his men hesitated to strike a death blow against such a beautiful woman who might one day become their mistress. Amidst their timidity, she wielded her gun with unmatched skill, sweeping through the ranks. For a moment, Akari felt a sense of deja vu. Was she the odd doe of this world? Suddenly, Akari reached back and intercepted a kunai aimed at her heart. With a flick of her wrist, she hurled it back, deflecting 2 more shuriken. She couldn't help but wonder. Madam, are you about to reenact Zhao Zilong's legendary rescue? Is it still Zhuge Liang's ingenious scheme of borrowing arrows with straw boats? Surely, it cannot be the case that Zhuge's brilliant plan involves borrowing arrows from a doe. After borrowing the arrows, why does the emperor's uncle still fall and merely weep? Or has the prime minister finally resolved to eliminate a doe himself? I find it perplexing. Akali simply clings to the back of the third miss, silently observing her maneuvers while also providing assistance. A sudden gust of wind sweeps in, and Akali's chakra radiates outward, riding the wind. In the midst of the crowd, the third miss suddenly feels her body much lighter. With a fierce battle cry, she begins to wreak havoc. Meanwhile, observing from the sidelines, Hiroshi Hirose gradually realizes something amiss as he allows his subordinates to drain the third miss's stamina. Her marksmanship is indeed exceptional, characterized by swiftness, a blend of reality and illusion, and a perfect balance of aggression and restraint. With each pair of shots, she disrupts the enemy ranks, seizing the moment to strike, often leaving her foes either dead or gravely injured. Yet, could there truly be such strength? Hiroshi Hirose wonders. After a prolonged battle, those who dared not fight have long since turned red with rage. As the battle drags on, everyone's stamina wanes, yet the third miss, burdened with someone on her back, moves even faster than before. Hiroshi Hirose witnesses shuriken and kunai glide past her, as though she is effortlessly evading them. As the third miss charges into the fray, her foes seem paralyzed by her fierce presence, fleeing in terror and offering little resistance as she dispatches them. Under these circumstances, the third miss thrives, her prowess akin to that of ancient war heroes. Something is amiss. Hiroshi Hirose decides to lay low for now and observe her next move. Knowing that the reinforcements from Da can no longer maintain their current state, and clearing some of them out early could prove beneficial. On the other side, while the third miss revels in her slaughter, Akali is utterly exhausted. The reckless charge of the brute she carries shows no regard for comfort, barreling forward with abandon. I wonder, is this truly the red-hued joy of a mighty warrior? Wake up. You are in the blue-clad aerial combat form. It turns out the third miss must remain vigilant, aware of the arrows flying from behind, now relying on Akali for protection. Akali, feeling weary, reflects on the promise of a solo rescue that has transformed into a ride with a doe, where she finds herself playing both father and mother. Who is truly leading the charge in Shuhan? Tactical reconsideration ensues. Zhuge Qingming, with feather fan and silk scarf indeed, it is. A doe, interrupting the prime minister correct, it is I. At this moment, a small leader stealthily approaches Hiroshi Hirose, who is observing the third Mrs. Rampage. Boss, the items are ready. The small leader exclaims excitedly. Hiroshi Hirose nods in satisfaction. His horse has arrived. To be candid, he had previously left his spirit-infused horse at the inn, but now his subordinate has brought it forth. With the arrival of his steed, infused with spirit energy, he once again becomes a formidable powerhouse at the Great Doe sect level. Dealing with these two women will soon be a simple task. As the third miss and Akali break through, she realizes, even if she is a fool, that Akali is assisting her. Their synergy is seamless, nearly performing a duet of destruction. Hiroshi Hirosei's 100-strong army suffers heavy casualties, yet he feels no sorrow. In chaotic times, human life is the least valuable commodity. Offer a meal, and there are plenty more where they came from. Prepared for battle, Hiroshi Hirosei intercepts ahead. Unbeknownst to all, he hails from the village of grass ninjas, where he excels in replicating foreign ninjutsu. Although the small village lacks the grand lineage of larger ones, clever individuals always find a way. For instance, how to grow stronger without spending money. Crack, 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 jars shatter. Just as Li Yunlong could tunnel 50 meters using earth techniques and obliterate the notorious Yamazaki Brigade with 3,600 grenades, today, Hiroshi Hirosei can use 3,600 jars of water to capture the third miss. His subordinates push carts filled with jars, toppling them to the ground, causing a layer of water to accumulate. Vile wretch, you have forced my hand. This is your fault. Hiroshi Hirosei laments inwardly at the sound of breaking jars, each one representing a monetary loss. In a waterless environment, utilizing water ninjutsu proves challenging. Thus, bringing water with him is the solution. Storage scrolls for water are exorbitantly costly, making it far more economical for his subordinates to transport it directly. Hiroshi Hirosei forms hand signs. Water release, water flow whip. As he channels chakra, the thin layer of water transforms into thick, powerful whips that snake toward the two at the center. With each crack, new jars are continuously thrown in, replenishing the water, causing the water whips to multiply and grow larger. Faced with the oncoming water tendrils, the third miss dances with her spear, dispersing the whips as they explode into droplets. Her light garment quickly becomes soaked, accentuating her alluring curves in a display of wet charm. Regrettably, no one is there to appreciate it, and her dominance can only be sustained for so long. Initially, she could easily scatter the water whips, but fatigue soon sets in, especially after such a prolonged battle. The jars filled with water keep being tossed into the fray, and the rising water whips multiply like chives, relentless in their pursuit. If this continues, the third miss will inevitably find herself ensnared. Do you have any other plans? She asks, burdened. I have no means against this vast water ninjutsu. Can you break free? Akali observes the unfolding situation. It must be said, she never anticipated the water would be brought here. The location is a low-lying area ideal for water accumulation, and the water now reaches her ankles, approaching her calves. Due to the jars, the murky water conceals numerous shards of pottery that threaten their footing. While Hiroshi Hirosei's water whips are not particularly resilient, they are relentless and surround them from all sides, sapping their strength and restricting their movements. From Akali's perspective, this is a remarkably effective trapping technique. Don't you have any explosive secret techniques? Akali inquires of the third miss, finding this iteration of Zhao Yun somewhat lacking, requiring her to step in to aid the escape. If I had one, I would have already fled. The third miss replies, feeling frustrated. In the past, she had fought under protection, never encountering such large-scale ninjutsu scenarios, only engaging in 1v1 or tussling with minions. Very well, Akali concedes, accepting the notion of Zhao Yun's inadequacy. I will accelerate your movements. Can you get closer to the user? Akali calls out. In the water, the third miss's stamina plummets rapidly, prompting Akali to dismount and fight back-to-back with her to disperse the water whips. No problem. I can do it. The third miss grips her spear tightly. No. I will do it. All right, let's go. Akali commands, mounting swiftly while forming hand signs. Wind release, gale palm. With two swift gusts, one clears a path ahead while the other accelerates her own movements. Riding the wind, they become a whirlwind, charging forward. At this moment, Akali realized that the third miss possessed commendable chakra control, enabling her to run atop the water's surface, a skill she had previously concealed. It appeared this was her trump card. Useless. As he observed the two approaching adversaries, Hiroshi Jinpachi let out a cold snort. Determined to showcase what it meant to be a warrior of wealth today, Hiroshi Jinpachi leaped back a couple of steps, revealing two large water containers. He formed a series of hand seals, manipulating the water within the containers alongside the water on the ground. Water style, small waterfall technique. A torrent surged forth towards the two. Though small in scale, it inundated the entire street, reaching heights of 5 to 6 meters, covering an extensive area. Do not fear. Charge forward. When I say jump, you shall leap. Akali urged the third Mississippi. Hearing this, the third miss gritted her teeth. Their camaraderie in battle instilled trust in Akali. She closed her eyes, choosing not to gaze upon the overwhelming flood. Gradually, The torrent drew nearer, and they could even smell the unique scent of the water vapor. Prepare. Jump. Akali commanded. The third miss grounded her rifle, converting her forward momentum into a springing force. The fine craftsmanship of the barrel bending but ultimately supporting their weight and inertia. The third miss propelled upwards, yet this height was insufficient. Jump again. Akali's voice rang out. Despite her uncertainty about how to execute a second jump midair, the third miss exerted herself to push downwards. To their surprise, she indeed found purchase in midair, landing upon Akali's shadow clone. They soared over the crest of the flood, evading its most forceful impact, and naturally descended in a parabolic arc as Akali extended her right hand. Lightning bolt. The Hextech gunblade activated, unleashing a bolt of lightning from Akali's palm, striking Hiroshi Jinpachi, who was utterly unprepared. Now, the lurking Nara Karuki advanced, plunging a blood-red blade through Hiroshi Jinpachi's heart. The third miss, and Akali fell into the water. The uncontrolled torrent dispersing, losing its force, and they were not swept away. The third miss gazed in astonishment at the scene before her. 3 hooded figures wielding kunai, ruthlessly harvesting lives, each of their movements executed with chilling efficiency. With the leader down, the remaining lackeys were swiftly dispatched by the Umbu operatives, while those further afield had silently met their demise. The third miss surveyed her surroundings, astonished to find not a single enemy in sight. Have I emerged victorious? Amidst the intelligence gathered by Akali and her companions, it became evident that the Dabang was a local force, indeed the leader of their region. However, in recent times, Dabang had begun to retract under the pressure of external forces, relinquishing the prosperous eastern part of the city and confining themselves to the west. The motivations behind the actions of the Dabang's leader, the father of the third miss, Dajiasamlang, remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, Akali perceived this as an opportune moment to infiltrate the enigma of Miao City. Rescuing the third miss would significantly enhance their operational capacity. Only by entering the eye of the storm could they acquire the most crucial intelligence. Within this context, discerning friends from foes would require little exertion from Akali's team. Upon gathering the necessary information, they could summon reinforcements to cleanse the area. Akali felt a sense of empowerment akin to that of the U.S. military, relishing the idea of calling in air support during moments of indecision. Hey, focus! Akali chuckled, playfully waving her hand in front of the third miss's eyes. The towering young lady, standing at around 1.7 meters, could barely catch a glimpse of Akali's toes, while the petite Akali, at merely 1.3 meters, had to leap to make her presence known. A flicker of concern crossed Akali's mind. She recalled that the recorded height of KDA Akali was only 163 centimeters. Would she forever remain at a mere 1.6 meters? No. She resolved to drink an extra glass of milk before bed each night. Who are you? The third miss regarded the group before her with astonishment, taken aback by their unexpected youth and surprising strength. When had Miao City welcomed such individuals? Greetings, Miss Dabang. Nara Karaki replied with a gentle smile. We are from the medical establishment over there. Oh, right, I remember now. The third miss nodded, realization dawning upon her. Previously, that had indeed been a medical facility, and Akali had inadvertently drawn in a formidable ally. I apologize for drawing you into this, the third miss expressed regretfully. The large-scale water techniques and the previous battle have undoubtedly compromised that medical establishment's safety. It's quite all right. You are also being pursued, are you not? Nara Karaki responded amicably. As fortune would have it, the team had just established a foothold in Miao City to gather intelligence, and now a pivotal figure had been presented to them. Throughout their journey, Nara Karaki contemplated how to engage meaningfully with this third miss from the eye of the storm to glean insights about Miao City. Coincidentally, the third miss shared similar thoughts. Although she felt a pang of guilt, she found herself without any soldiers at her disposal. If she could enlist this team to assist her, it would be an exceptional boon. Presently, this group appeared trustworthy, as she had randomly seized them. Surely, they could not have approached her with ulterior motives. As for whether the team was feigning vulnerability, the third miss did not believe so. Although Hiroshi appeared somewhat inexperienced, he had shown competence in transporting water and carried scrolls containing water techniques, enabling him to create a substantial area for water-based maneuvers. In Miao City, Hiroshi held a minor reputation, making it unnecessary to sacrifice someone of his caliber. Assessing the team's composition, a young couple, a lively little sister, and a good-natured rotund fellow, they hardly resembled malicious brigands, making it reasonable to seek their assistance. The third miss displayed a rather bashful expression. May I inquire about your next course of action? Oh. Nara Karaki's demeanor shifted, revealing a troubled countenance. I'm uncertain. We initially came to Meow City due to its relative tranquility, but now that the calm has shattered and chaos reigns, especially after offending Debang, we will likely need to depart. It's unfortunate, as we had just begun to establish our medical facility. Would you like to accompany me? My father has perished, and our legacy has been seized by treacherous individuals. Coincidentally, I must also seek out my elder sisters. The third miss proposed. Moreover, you have invested considerable resources into your medical establishment, not to mention the little sister's welfare. Rest assured, once I locate my sisters, I will compensate you in full. How about we venture outside the city together? The third miss suggested. Is that acceptable? Nara Karaki appeared somewhat hesitant, while the third miss grew slightly anxious. Clatter and commotion echoed from afar, the sound of footsteps upon rooftops signaling the approach of other Debang members who had sensed something amiss. Let us depart. The group reached a consensus and swiftly commenced their retreat. Outside the city, there lay a contingency set by Dajiasanlang. The reasons behind Debang's gradual contraction and the whereabouts of their diminished forces remained unexamined by the original third miss. However, she now comprehended the situation. The team proceeded to a rural farmhouse beyond the village, while a figure observed the scene before silently returning. Elder sister, the third miss has been rescued by others and is now heading outside the city, reported Dajiaji to her elder sister, Dajeli. Shall we send someone to retrieve her? Dajiaji inquired. No. The elder sister shook her head slowly. Fifth uncle is at the farmhouse. The third miss is aware of that location. We intended to keep her outside to lure certain individuals. Now that she has gathered a team, let her stir the pot for a while. We require a catfish to muddy the waters. Go and ensure she understands her role. We cannot afford to expose ourselves. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately, Dajiaji affirmed. Meanwhile, with the swift pace of a ninja and Akali's fortuitous wind-like assistance, the group arrived at a farmhouse within the land of rice. Though labeled as a farmhouse, it resembled a small military stronghold. The citizens of the land of rice, primarily farmers, were honest and hardworking. However, in light of recent turmoil, they had been compelled to band together for mutual protection. While they did not need to defend against large-scale ninja factions, they required the capability to fend off general banditry. Here lay the true rear base of Debang. As the individuals in the city were largely newly assembled, Dajiasanlang, the leader of Debang, was astute. Upon recognizing the shifting tides, he commenced a thorough re-evaluation and relocation of his forces, quietly amassing strength while awaiting a decisive opportunity. Yet, the true nature of Debang's ambitions and their intricate plans could only be fully comprehended by the eldest daughter, who was intended to inherit everything. Third miss, an elderly man, known as Uncle Wulong, embraced the third miss with tears in his eyes. Uncle Wulong, my father has met with misfortune. I am aware. The elder replied soothingly. Do not fear. They shall pay dearly for this. While comforting the third miss, the elder's gaze flickered with a sharp glint as he regarded the shadowy team. Welcome, friends of the third miss. Please, come in. Nara Karaki nodded with a smile, her demeanor turning serious as everyone entered the farmhouse. The mission of the shadowy team had finally entered its next phase. At Konoha, within the Ninja Academy, Kushina listened attentively to the teacher imparting knowledge she had already mastered. Her mind wandered to a complex sealing technique, her pencil incessantly scribbling and sketching. Much to the teacher's delight, it has been a long time since I've seen such a dedicated student, the teacher exclaimed, deciding to offer this industrious girl an opportunity to showcase her skills. Kushina, if you were to throw a kunai from point A at a height to point B at a lower altitude, following a parabolic trajectory, what would be the horizontal distance to the enemy? 100 meters, teacher. Kushina responded promptly, rising to answer, her train of thought momentarily interrupted. Excellent, take your seat. The teacher affirmed, nodding in satisfaction. Impressive, Kushina-chan. Ah, the gentle and beautiful Rin possesses commendable academic prowess, truly remarkable. As Jio Xin Nai seated herself, faint whispers of admiration arose behind her. Though her delicate ears flushed slightly at the subtle compliments, she maintained her composure, continuing to ponder her previous inquiries. Yet, whether disrupted by her teacher or distracted by her classmates, Jio Xin Nai struggled to enter a state of deep contemplation. Sighing inwardly, she reflected, what true warrior would need to calculate their prowess mid-battle? Akali was indeed correct. Much of the knowledge imparted at the Ninja Academy seemed somewhat futile, neither detrimental nor beneficial, merely irrelevant. With her thoughts interrupted, Qingmang resolved to relax, gazing out at the sky and recalling the distant Akali. What might Akali be engaged in at this moment? Was she involved in clandestine operations, gathering intelligence from foreign lands? Or perhaps she was tracing delicate clues within the dense forest, pursuing rogue ninjas? Alternatively, was she staunchly defending the borders against foreign reconnaissance? Regardless of her endeavors, the missions of the Umbu undoubtedly required intense combat and relentless effort. Suddenly, Qingmang felt a twinge of shame. Her ability to daydream freely in class stemmed from the burdens borne by others on her behalf. Recently, a new instructor, Midori Yahara, rumored to be a former Umbu member, had shown Qingmang and her classmates his scarred back, a testament to his past struggles. Contemplating this, Qingmang determined she could no longer afford to be so leisurely. Akali had once mentioned the concept of sealing weapons within the wrist or palm for ease of access, which sparked a new line of thought for her. Meanwhile, what was Akali doing at that moment? Inside a spacious tent, Akali and Miss San of the De family, adorned in formal attire, sat at a long table, initially poised, then gradually slumping. Outside the tent, a long queue of expressionless individuals entered and exited, their faces betraying complex emotions. They were in the midst of recruiting subordinates. Name? Akali inquired as a stoic samurai entered, clad in a straw raincoat and wielding a long blade. Nameless. Oh, the name piqued Akali's interest. What is your specialty? My blade is swift, the samurai declared with a cold, proud demeanor. Please demonstrate, she requested. Upon hearing this, the nameless samurai lifted his downcast eyes, revealing a piercing gaze that conveyed both seriousness and intensity. Akali sensed a change in the atmosphere, and beside her, the lethargic Miss San snapped back to attention. Readying her stance, the samurai's earnest demeanor suggested he possessed considerable skill. Could it be that a genuine talent had finally arrived? With a robust shout, the samurai unsheathed his blade with lightning speed, the gleaming edge slicing through the air. He sheathed his sword, maintaining his solemn expression, as if he had grasped something intangible. Remarkable, Akali-chan. He has severed a fly, cleanly in two. Miss Sen exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The samurai discarded the fly, silently pushing Miss San aside before resuming his stance. The blade flickered again, and Akali barely caught sight of the action. Only the samurai's arm moved, and then he reached out, revealing a mosquito. He has cut off the mosquito's proboscis and wings without harming it. Miss San presented the captured insect to Akali, who couldn't help but twitch at the extravagant display. How extraordinary! The samurai suddenly let out a long cry, capturing the attention of both women, yet remained motionless. After a considerable pause, as Miss Sen wondered why the samurai had not moved, he raised his hand and grasped at the air. What did you catch? She inquired, seeing nothing. I understand now. It was dust, wasn't it? The dust is so light that it takes time to fall, which is why you waited to catch it. Indeed. The samurai nodded in agreement, his expression one of approval. At this moment, Akali's expression shifted from twitching to a scowl, directing her gaze at the exuberant Miss San. Are you not acting? Are you collaborating to deceive me? This was clearly no genuine demonstration. Akali pondered whether to label Miss San as merely naive or to find a more tactful expression for her folly. Sister of the goddess of wisdom, Aqua, with hair of differing hues, she mused. I shall strike. With a sudden leap from behind the table, Akali's petite form traced a graceful arc through the air, akin to an eagle swooping down from the heights. Her delicate fist landed squarely on the forehead of the nameless samurai. With a dull thud, the samurai, marked by a red imprint on his brow, collapsed without a sound. It was then that they noticed the tattered state of his attire beneath the straw coat. Have I been tricked again? Miss Sen realized, belatedly. Was there any other option? Would you prefer to wait for him to perform an atomic cut before recognizing the ruse? Akali massaged her aching temples, internally cursing Nara Kurumi. Upon entering the farm, Nara Kurumi had quickly allied with the influential Uncle Wu, who, with keen perception, discerned something amiss among the group. As seasoned foxes, they opted against indulging in fantastical tales, swiftly reaching a mutual understanding. According to their plan, Akali was to remain active in the open. Thus, she had been assigned to accompany Miss San under the pretense of companionship. In recent days, the two had been recruiting independent rogue ninjas. Akali felt akin to Deadpool, seeking out his team of misfits, only to find that few capable individuals were willing to join them. Most were merely seeking a means to survive. Shall we recruit this one? Miss Sen pointed at the fallen samurai. Yes, indeed. At least he managed to impress someone. Akali replied curtly, as Miss Sen recoiled slightly. In recent times, their roles had reversed. Sighing at the sight of the nameless samurai, Akali recognized that they indeed needed such expendable talents. Ideally, the less capable individuals they recruited, the more relaxed the city's inhabitants would be, precisely what Nara Kurumi and Uncle Wu intended. However, who among them did not harbor the desire to discover hidden gems? Was it not common in early fantasy tales for the protagonist to stumble upon a talented companion? Reflecting on this, Akali sighed again. Pondering the nature of her current narrative, certainly not a fantastical one. Is my life in the Umbu too leisurely? She mused, recalling her recent experiences. Suddenly, in the Hokage building of Konoha, the third Hokage, engrossed in paperwork, sneezed unexpectedly. Was it due to someone plotting against him, or merely the chill of the autumn breeze? Autumn is approaching. The third Hokage glanced outside, noting that autumn had officially begun yesterday, bringing a gradual respite from the sweltering heat of Konoha. He took a sip from his thermos, rising to partially close the window, minimizing the influx of cold air. The weather has turned chilly. The third Hokage sighed. Moonlight, moonlight. Your subordinate is here. Go to the root, and inform Elder Danzo that the weather has turned cold lately. The root is damp and chilly underground. Advise him to wear more layers, and be careful not to catch a cold, and to move around more. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Moonlight's face beneath his mask. It is not unusual for a wife to speak such words to her husband, or for a husband to reciprocate, but for two grown men to exchange such sentiments is indeed peculiar. This reminded Moonlight of the words spoken by his predecessor, the previous Hokage, upon his departure. Little Moonlight, we subordinates should not ask what we should not ask, nor listen to what we should not listen to, nor see what we should not see. It is best to have intermittent amnesia, do you understand? The previous Hokage had earnestly patted Moonlight's shoulder, his face filled with nostalgia. Since that day, it seemed Moonlight had never seen this predecessor again. Could it be? Moonlight gasped, recalling the earlier years when the third Hokage had just assumed his position and the rumors of discord between him and his wife circulated. Questioning whether he loved Danzo or her, considering he spent entire nights with Danzo and passed by home without entering. Hey, Moonlight, why haven't you left yet? The third Hokage, having finished his smoke, inquired with curiosity as he noticed Moonlight still half kneeling there. My sincerest apologies, I shall take my leave at once. Moonlight felt a surge of urgency. Realizing he had been distracted, with great effort, he scrambled to his feet, his movements awkward as he hurriedly exited, accidentally bumping into the door. Bang! As he watched Moonlight leave and cautiously close the door behind him, the third Hokage furrowed his brow at the retreating figure. How could such an assassination-type stealth ninja be so flustered? The third Hokage pondered. Have I perhaps pampered him too much? It seems he truly needs to be sent out for training. He concluded that upon Moonlight's return, he would assign him to the front lines, allowing him to experience the life he so cherished amidst the clashing of blades. The third Hokage made this decision, unaware that it would inadvertently give rise to peculiar rumors. Did he say that? Danzo listened impassively as Moonlight cautiously relayed his message. It should be. What do you mean, should be? It either is or it isn't. Is the standard of your root and oppos, Umbu, so low? If so, it would be better to disband them and let my root handle it. Danzo scoffed. Yes, it is absolutely what he said. My subordinate has not altered a single word. All is as the Hokage articulated. Moonlight exclaimed, startled by Danzo's intensity. Is that so? Humph. That monkey. Danzo's initially angry demeanor slowly transformed into a faint smile. Go back and inform that monkey that I will indeed wear more clothing. Let him remember to do the same. Yes. Moonlight replied hastily, his heart racing. He felt an overwhelming dread at the thought of the immense scandal this would create for Konoha, which could tarnish its reputation, leading others to label it as a village of deviants. Lost in thought, Moonlight's expression shifted as he recalled the will of fire and the bonds that had been passed down. Hiss. He inhaled sharply, reflecting on the past. He considered the first Hokage's relationship with Uchiha Madara, the third's with Danzo, and the subsequent generations' bonds, like that of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. The implications were chilling. Was this truly the legacy of the will of fire? Was this what bonds entailed? One ought not to, or rather, must not. Moonlight felt despair over Konoha's traditions. This was a dismal fate. Fortunately, he lacked such ties and wished to remain unencumbered. A young man must always remember to protect himself when venturing outside. Danzo observed the Umbu before him, who stood frozen after hearing his words. Why are you still here? Danzo's tone grew stern. If this was the caliber of the monkey's Umbu, he would seriously reconsider his placement of personnel. Yes, I will leave immediately. Moonlight jumped, activating his stealth technique, berating himself for his unusual behavior that day. In his haste, his stealth was executed flawlessly. He masked all his presence and swiftly departed from the route without anyone noticing. As Danzo watched Moonlight vanish, the gentle smile he had worn moments before faded, replaced by a serious expression. He had sensed no trace of Moonlight's presence disappearing. How could a living person simply vanish before his eyes? Go, fetch the entry log from the entrance. An Umbu from behind Danzo stepped forward, returning shortly with a small booklet. Humph. Danzo scoffed at the handwriting in the booklet, clearly not that of a root ninja. A ninja who can enter and exit the route without detection? Monkey, is this your warning to me? Interesting. A mischievous grin crept onto Danzo's lips. Then I shall refrain from making too many small moves this time. Go, mobilize the intelligence personnel from the Land of Rain and establish contact at the borders. The Land of Rain has been restless lately. We need to prepare additional defenses. Danzo commanded. Also, inform E that Plan 5 is cancelled. The current Hokage is still that dead monkey. Yes. The Umbu replied obediently, while Danzo disregarded the implications of his comments regarding the third Hokage. The power struggle between the third Hokage and Danzo. Could it even be called a struggle for power? Was it merely the sordid affairs of Konoha's upper echelons? Certainly not. To outsiders, the conflict between the Hokage and Danzo appeared as a struggle, but for them, it was merely a playful exchange. In the past, there were those foolish enough to join in the mocking, only to find themselves fed to the beasts beneath the eaves, labeled as accidents, though everyone knew the truth. Such camaraderie between friends should not be meddled with by outsiders. Thus, after that incident, all root ninjas ceased to comment on such matters. Meanwhile, back at the Hokage Tower, Moonlight had just reported Danzo's response when he received distressing news. He was to be assigned to the front lines for training. Just as I expected, Moonlight sighed internally but calmly accepted the outcome, as he had anticipated it. The one replacing him was an adorable pink-haired girl, a literary enthusiast he had encountered in the Umbu, always absorbed in her books, often unable to suppress her giggles. Curiously, all the books she read lacked covers, the reason for which remained a mystery to him. After some contemplation, Moonlight chose to subtly convey certain matters, for she was his junior, and it was a form of passing down knowledge. With a heavy heart, he departed, unaware that the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement after he left. It was foreseeable that strange rumors would soon spread within certain circles. Moonlight remained oblivious to the fact that his words that day had sown the seeds for perilous tasks ahead. Alas, Moonlight, alas. In the forests outside of Miao City in the Land of Rice, 1,000-strong team marched forth, a ragtag group assembled by Akali and the third miss over 5 days. Although labeled as cannon fodder, due to Akali's selective recruiting of uniquely shaped and strikingly impressive-looking ninja warriors, the 1,000-man squad appeared quite formidable. However, only the third miss and Akali knew the truth. Every single one of them was merely a showpiece, all looks and no substance. Miss Sin displayed remarkable confidence in the 500-strong team. In her eyes, this was still a force of 1,000. After all, even if one were to capture 1,000 pigs, it would take considerable time. Akali could only shake her head, acknowledging that pigs in the woods could outpace humans with ease. 5 days could be long or short, yet it was ample time to accomplish many tasks, such as the transmission of intelligence. The Odo clan. Indeed, the Odo clan. The sounds of the Odo, the rhythms of sound waves, the echoes of music. Are you referring to these 3 clans? Akali asked with a hint of confusion. But aren't they allies? Well, Nara Karuki scratched his face, saying, you know, a piece of paper that has not been signed is like excrement in a toilet. And even a signed document is merely toilet paper that can be torn and discarded at any moment. I understand that, but how could they dare, given such a stark disparity in strength? No, you misunderstand. Nara Karuki shook his head. They lack the audacity to confront Konoha, but they certainly possess the boldness to profit and amass wealth under the guise of opposing Konoha, and it is rather significant. This. Akali was perplexed. Aren't they afraid of death? Nara Karuki offered a wry smile. As long as the benefits are substantial enough, what does death matter? Moreover, they might not even die. What kind of benefit could make one forget life and death? Akali inquired with astonishment. If I were to say, the establishment of a ninja village? At this, Akali appeared solemn. In truth, from the Warring States period to the current era of ninja villages, everyone has come to understand that whether small ninja organizations or traditional clans, they possess no capacity for resistance against the ninja villages. Not to mention, the forces inherited from family and master-apprentice workshops can never match the bloodline renewal capabilities of a ninja village. Even if a clan were powerful in one generation, it does not guarantee strength in subsequent generations. Even the unique and perpetually strong Tsuchigumo clan relies on a significant force. To this day, everyone understands that only a ninja village can ensure its own survival. Even the smallest of ninja villages, which live under the shadow of larger ones, are stronger than ordinary factions. This is because ninja villages are more stable, and stability signifies longevity. However, reviving a chaotic nation is incredibly challenging, and the number of capable individuals who can turn the tide is exceedingly rare. Do you not see that in Akali's previous life, she essentially lay dormant, not believing in the existence of such heroic figures? Has the intelligence been confirmed? Yes, it has been verified, originating from the Rain Village and then corroborated by our headquarters. The Odo clan has received support from Qingmang, and previous communications with the Duff family confirmed that the Saburo was indeed orchestrated by the Odo clan. The Odo clan approached Qingmang, and their assassination of the Saburo was likely intended to create chaos and draw us out. However, we were compelled to emerge. While the Saburo had concealed his plans deeper than they had anticipated, having prepared countermeasures, they wished for our mission to fail, subsequently inviting Qingmang to intervene directly. Nara Karuki remarked, "Yet, calamity has turned into fortune, allowing us to establish connections with local forces. What about the Land of Rice? Surely the daimyo of the Land of Rice desires to establish a ninja village?" Akali inquired. The daimyo of the Land of Rice has likely refrained from involvement, as he maintains friendly relations with Konoha, hoping for stability in his nation. However, Qingmang's intentions to meddle in the Land of Rice are clearly aimed at establishing it as a forward base. As a forward base for Qingmang, the Odo clan would then utilize Qingmang's influence to sweep and assimilate domestic forces, gradually cleaning house amid the ensuing conflict. As for who ultimately prevails, they are well acquainted with the practice of submitting to the victor. Thus, they are unlikely to suffer losses. Akali comprehended that Qingmang intended to transform the Land of Rice into a base akin to that of the United States and Japan, directly threatening the Land of Fire. As for the Odo clan, once the ninja village is established, they will invariably profit. At worst, they may need to repay debts later. But repaying is far easier than seizing power, and with Qingmang backing them against Konoha, should Qingmang emerge victorious, it would be ideal, even if Konoha prevails. The Odo clan is unlikely to incur significant losses. And what of the villages? Akali queried further. Tailed beasts, ninja villages. The continental balance system. Though the destruction of Suich village has disrupted the balance, the Land of Hot Water acts as a barrier against Qingmang. And the Land of Waterfall obstructs the most direct path for Iwagakure. The lands of rain and grass are both quagmires, and the continental balance system has not collapsed. The villages cannot permit a new ninja village of unclear stance to arise in the Land of Rice. So, the Odo clan has deliberately circumvented the villages. Akali realized. Indeed. Nara Karuki nodded. Moreover, the outsiders in the eastern part of the city are complex, while the local forces in the west are comparatively simpler. I suspect they share the same objective as us, to unite against a common foe. Are we likely to face an assault from the Odo clan? Precisely. This will serve as the Odo clan's declaration of allegiance. Akali glanced to either side of the road, noticing that the Miko and Tangshu were concealed nearby. Yes, it appears we are a pair again. Nara Karuki chuckled, only to suddenly realize that Akali's expression was one of disdain. What do you mean by that? Nara Karuki was incensed. In this team, it was clear that Akali was the leader, handling all matters and reporting back to her. What kind of leader operates like this? TSK, perhaps you should team up with Tangshu next time. The Miko is mine. Shall I take my leave then? Nara Karuki gritted his teeth. Were it not for the fact that he specifically sought her out as a valuable asset, and that his clan desired her jutsu, he would have long since abandoned this infuriating little girl. He resolved to ensure she was paired with Tanbei next time. Damn it, reflecting on it now, he felt a surge of irritation. The Akimichi, Takabe, was perpetually hungry, which is why he always brought along his secret rations. Yaoyu is so gentle. Treating everyone in the team with kindness, she would undoubtedly prepare additional food for Akimichi Takebe. Nara Karuki wanted to relish the care of an older sister himself. He kept reassuring himself, she is someone I invited. Just then, Miss San approached with curiosity. What are you discussing? Nara Karuki adjusted his expression, attempting to respond with a smile, but his face suddenly changed dramatically. He seized Miss San and pinned her down. Enemy attack. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosive tags erupted. Chaos ensued, utter disarray. In the immediate aftermath of the ambush, Nara Karuki prioritized protecting Miss San, while Akali sought to safeguard herself. Subsequently, troops from the De family began to converge towards the center, while some attempted to command the expendable forces. The hastily assembled 1,000-strong band of rogue ninjas was thrown into turmoil, as they were merely fodder, akin to a brawl, when it came time to fight for their lives. They could not muster the courage. In the forest, the 1,000-strong unit descended into chaos, flailing about like headless flies. Under such circumstances, even extraordinary ninjas could not escape the tide of disorder. The panic spread, igniting conflicts within the hastily unified forces. Enemies charged in under the cover of explosive tags, causing the front line to turn against their own formation. Faced with the disoriented and retreating troops, around 100 core members of the De family had no choice but to wield their weapons to establish a defensive perimeter, drawing a line of separation with blood and jutsu. Is this what war entails? Akali, perched in the trees, observed the scene, her mind in turmoil. 1,000 people may seem few, but gazing out, it was a sea of heads. In such a densely packed crowd, Akali began to ponder how she might break free. The answer was none. Relying solely on her own strength, Akali could not hope to escape. She required the cooperation of many. In this moment, an individual's power felt so insignificant against the collective. However, Akali steadied herself. This was not war. What could a large-scale brawl involving 1,000 people be but a mere village squabble? She was still quite weak, and it was entirely normal to feel powerless amidst such chaos. Yet, at only 8.5 years of age, she had room for growth. Feeling powerless today did not equate to eternal weakness. What were your plans beforehand? You were ambushed, and then what? Akali, still caught in the lingering echoes of conversation at the center, turned to Narukami. Defend. Narukami replied with a single word. Was that all there was to it? Akali felt perplexed, but soon, she had no time for confusion. The core troops were dispersed under the assault of her overwhelming retreating forces, and the prepared ninjas of the Odo clan entered the fray. With a resounding clang that momentarily stunned everyone, the Odo clan ninjas poured in, swiftly beginning to divide the battlefield. The sounds of explosions, the crackling of burning trees and grass, the metallic clashing of weapons, and the cacophony of shouts filled the air. Amidst it all, the beautiful melodies of flutes and the complementary tones of pipa resonated. Suddenly, a steel blade swung towards Akali's face. 10 directions, ambush. Akali, shaking off the lingering dizziness, rose to her feet, brushing off the dirt that had accumulated on her. In that instant, she realized the peace she had been hearing all along. There was no mistaking it. The aura of slaughter, the tension, the chilling sensation of being trapped in a dire situation. Akali had never heard 10 directions ambush in her previous life, or if she had, she did not remember. Yet, the feeling this piece evoked was undeniably that of 10 directions ambush. Akali was unaware of how much time had passed since the Odo clan's arrival, but she sensed the flute's notes growing more urgent. It was then that she noticed the chaos unfolding around her. The opposing forces had broken through the formation, separating her from Narukami and the others. Soon thereafter, she had the misfortune of being caught off guard by several ninjutsu attacks, followed by a detonation that rendered her unconscious. Upon waking, she discovered not only the Odo clan, but also another unidentified ninja faction engaged in combat with her side. Thud. Akali, wielding a kunai, thrust it backward, sensing someone behind her. Whoosh. Her kunai sliced through the air, but there was nothing there. Akali froze for a moment. There was a murderous intent. Shaking off her stupor, she narrowed her eyes, slightly ducking to evade the steel blade from behind and delivering a swift kick to the attacker's chest. The assailant was sent flying. And only then did Akali recognize his face, none other than the nameless samurai who had left a profound impression on her, the one with the overly flamboyant demeanor. Why did he attack me? A question surfaced in Akali's mind, and she quickly realized that the summoned cannon fodder troops, as well as the main forces of the Third Miss, were engaged in battle with their own allies. Something was amiss. Akali's internal alarm bells rang, and she tossed a smoke bomb, hiding herself within the haze while quietly observing the unfolding situation. The smoke bomb felt like a sanctuary to Akali, providing her with immense comfort. Within the smoke, her perception expanded with the mist, allowing her to accurately discern the circumstances within. However, as she entered the fog, she immediately detected something unusual. Amidst the increasingly urgent sounds of flutes and pipa, a certain awareness in her brain persistently tried to tell her that there were presences behind her, to her left, to her right, above, and below. This was not 10 directions ambush, but rather a 360 ambush. Yet, Akali's perception within the smoke indicated that there was no one else in the dissipating fog, only she remained. What was happening? It was broad daylight. Was she hallucinating? She felt the presence of others without seeing anything. Suddenly, the flute's melody rose to a piercing pitch, an abrupt cacophony intruding. As Akali listened, she felt her mind slip away, as if she were trapped on a battlefield, a nameless pawn surrounded by enemies. Instinctively, she lunged towards the enemy ahead of her. An inaudible sound wave, laden with chaotic information, surged into her ears. Thud! The kunai pierced flesh, warm blood sliding down her hand. Only then did Akali realize she had unwittingly exited the smoke and had stabbed a person in the heart. There was no time to wipe the blood. She quickly formed hand seals. Jinjutsu, release. Actively disrupting her own chakra, Akali broke free from the illusion. Her alertness heightened to an extraordinary degree. Sound illusion. Akali understood what had transpired. This technique that transformed sound into illusion was the Odo clan's sound Jinjutsu. Though she had dispelled the illusion, the sensation of being surrounded persisted. She felt a slight itch in her ears as her eardrums vibrated, as if she were still listening to some sound. Hidden within the smoke, Akali activated another smoke bomb to buy herself time, her eyes squinting as she contemplated her next move. Suddenly, a memory from her previous life resurfaced. Once, while sleeping at night, someone lifted the mosquito net, brushing against her feet. Half awake, her mind could not discern what it was, but that did not prevent her from imagining it. In that moment, Akali knew, or rather envisioned, a cockroach crawling on her foot, prompting her to quickly lift her legs. On another occasion, she awoke to the irritating sound of cicadas outside her window. The vibrations, the noise. Akali again knew that someone was drilling into her window with an electric drill, startling her awake. The five senses allow humans to perceive and experience the world, just as the sound of footsteps behind us leads us to imagine that someone approaches. In the absence of sight, hearing and touch strive to construct the world in our minds, as our brains possess this capability. This became the Odo clan's entry point. People make judgments based on sound, much like bats use echolocation. When one sense is obstructed, humans rely on their other senses to perceive the world. The Odo clan's sound illusion operates on this principle. By blending and interfering with the discernment of information through musical notes, they exploit the body's inherent abilities to disrupt. Moreover, this physical methodology, combined with illusion techniques, creates a powerful effect, akin to the terrifying soundtrack and imagery of a horror film complementing one another. Consider the scenario. You are engaged in combat with an enemy ahead, and just as they are about to strike, they suddenly perceive a dagger hurtling toward them, prompting a hasty retreat. Seizing this opportunity, you could swiftly cut their throat and turn the tide of battle. This is a highly effective large-scale battlefield illusion. The magical barriers of the environment must be dismantled. Having grasped the current situation through the knowledge and experiences of her past life, Akali swiftly began to take action. However, the smoke lingered too long, and the attacking enemies had also taken notice of her presence. On the periphery of the smoke, two Odo ninjas had arrived at its edges. For convenience, we shall continue to refer to the ninjas of the Odo clan as Odo ninjas. Faced with the obscured view of the smoke, they did not use wind techniques to disperse it. Instead, they opted for their own methods. Ding! The lead Odo ninja produced a bell, shaking it to release an invisible sound wave that reached into the smoke, bouncing back upon contacting Akali's body. They had found her. The bell-wielding ninja shot several shuriken, each attached to a tail with a bell, towards Akali. Within the smoke, she evaded the incoming shuriken, as the sound-based projectiles were relatively easy to predict. Relying on echolocation to pinpoint Akali's location, the bell-wielding ninja continued to launch shuriken. After dodging 3 more sound-based shuriken, Akali suddenly darted to the side without warning. As 3 silent shuriken lodged themselves in the spot she had just occupied, suddenly, the sound of bells behind Akali rang out fiercely. In her mind, countless shurikens shot towards her from behind, a lingering impression left by the bell-ringing shurikens from before, symbolizing an impending attack. Silence, ignoring the ringing bells. Akali focused intently on dodging 3 silent shurikens. That was close. As she caught sight of the faint glimmers on the silent shurikens, cold sweat broke out on her brow. The strategy of using noisy shurikens to draw attention, followed by silent ones for lethal strikes, left a lasting impression in the enemy's mind. The sound of bells equated to an onslaught of shurikens. It must be said, had she encountered such a combination in normal circumstances, Akali would likely have suffered greatly, especially with the shurikens laced with poison. However, amidst the cacophony of this large-scale sound ninja battlefield and the ensuing illusions, Akali had long ceased to trust her own ears. Additionally, she possessed the ability to extend her mental perception through specially designed smoke bombs. Regrettably, blocking her ears proved ineffective, for sound could not be entirely silenced unless one were to cruelly puncture their eardrums. Fortunately, the overwhelming music enveloping the battlefield began to wane in effect after Akali concentrated. Yet, she understood that the influence of this music was subtle and insidious. While she temporarily shielded herself, habituation to the music would eventually lead her to succumb to its abrupt high and low notes, drawing her attention into an illusion, and in that moment of entrapment, a fatal flaw would emerge. This was dire. Akali had never encountered an enemy whose primary weapon was illusion, especially such an obscure auditory illusion that enveloped the entire battlefield from the outset. Feeling somewhat flustered, she continued to observe from within the smoke. Ding ding suddenly. The sound of bells rang again behind her. Again, futile. Through her mental perception extending through the smoke, Akali discerned nothing behind her. Thud. However, with the persistent ringing of the bells, Akali suddenly collapsed, a wave of dizziness flooding her mind. What is this cursed thing? Gritting her teeth, Akali thought the auditory illusion was exceedingly twisted, impossible to defend against, and her mind still echoed with the extended version of 10 Directions ambush. Damn it. This isn't some immortal protecting music box melody. Why the incessant loop? As the second release of the smoke dissipated, Akali's kneeling figure appeared before everyone. The flute and pipa sounds of 10 Directions ambush continued to circulate in her mind, with intermittent dissonances tugging at her attention, occasionally conjuring illusions of being surrounded, as if someone were striking from either in front or behind. Meanwhile, the sound of bells persisted, and with the continuing sense of dizziness, Akali found these sound ninjas utterly repugnant. Their control over her was absolute. What now? Should I use purification? While purification could indeed dispel negative states, employing a crucial control-breaking skill just to counter a minor slowdown seemed excessively lavish. Furthermore, having deployed her trump card, what would she do afterward? The battle had only just commenced. In that moment, Akali found herself in a predicament, somewhere in the forest, within a specially designated area covered by a barrier. A team of cloud ninjas quietly observed and assessed the techniques of the Sound 3 clans. This team appeared to comprise 2 upper ninjas mixed with 2 upper ninjas and 6 middle ninjas. Among the 6 tall and robust middle ninjas, however, one stood out as noticeably youthful. Despite his stature having grown to an age-inappropriate height, his face still bore the countenance of a 13 or 14-year-old boy. What do you think? It seems that the Sound Ninja's battlefield illusions are quite effective, capable of exerting a significant suppressive effect on individuals, and the range is extensive. Not limited by the number of targets, but rather by the area of effect of the technique. The still very young 4th Raikage AI remarked. As the son of the Raikage, he was a pivotal figure in this evaluation, his opinions directly influencing the Hidden Cloud Village's future stance towards the Sound Ninjas. I wonder how this technique distinguishes between friend and foe. Theoretically, sound attacks are indiscriminate. This question had long been anticipated by the Sound Ninjas. The leading upper ninja, Tuda, smiled slightly, producing a pair of headphones and handing them to AI. What are these? Headphones, the principal unknown. They seem capable of shielding against the Sound Ninja's sound techniques by applying chakra. Tuda explained, input your chakra, and the headphones will emit fragmented percussion sounds to artificially disrupt the sound-based illusions. Such a marvelous invention. Young AI exclaimed in delight. The Sound Ninjas have truly invested heavily this time. If this device spreads, they would have no foothold left in the world. Young AI tossed the headphones in his hand, donning them. This was a secret weapon that, even without testing, he could envision how this Sound Ninja unit could utilize on the battlefield. The headphones appeared relatively simple in structure. It was uncertain how difficult it would be to reverse engineer them, but it was not a gamble worth taking. Thus, should such a device be compromised, it could only be used once, yet that single use could inflict significant damage on the opposing side. It was indeed a decisive strategic asset. Then let us proceed and experience it firsthand. Young AI looked at the other cloud ninja middle ninjas. Though he was the youngest, as the Raikage's son, he was undoubtedly the next in line for the title, placing him in a position of authority above all present. Off you go. We shall observe from here. The upper ninja Tuda handed out 5 more pairs of headphones to the other middle ninjas. Experience is the best teacher. Go and test it. Excellent. Young AI watched as the other 5 cloud ninja middle ninjas donned their headphones. Let us set off. Shadow mimicry technique. Stop her. Panting heavily, Nara Shumiki finally caught up to the sound ninja before him, using the opponent's hand to stab a kunai into the large drum. The powerful sound wave cannon was finally destroyed, and the surroundings fell eerily silent. At this point, it had been approximately 20 minutes since the ambush began. The 1,000-strong expendable troops had suffered over half their casualties. Some had fled, but many more lay dead. Such terrifying losses, even for a unit consisting entirely of lower ninjas, seemed exaggerated. The horrific casualties were entirely due to the sound ninja's bizarre and powerful control, exhibiting formidable suppressive force in lower-tier battles, leading to self-inflicted chaos among allies. And under such mind-numbing pressure, killing became exceedingly simple. As the clash unfolded, Nara Shumiki found himself grouped with the main forces of the Third Miss, now joining forces against the sound ninjas. The village's layout required time, and during this period, he had to hold out. As for Akali, Nara Shumiki held no concern for the lone Akali. In fact, Akali too was puzzled as to why Nara Shumiki had such unwavering trust in her. But in such situations, Nara Shumiki would only say, "If it's Akali-chan, there's no problem." TSK. Feeling the dizziness in her mind, Akali pouted in dissatisfaction. She decided against using purification. Her trump card was to be saved for the final moment. These sound ninjas' illusions were indeed peculiar. However, no matter how magnificent the melody, it still required instruments. Ultimate technique, Cold Shadow. Akali hurled several kunai, shattering the bells attached to the shurikens behind her. This place was no longer safe. After being ambushed, losing consciousness, and entangled for so long, with casualties among her troops and some fleeing, the density of the forest had decreased significantly. Akali did not see Nara Shumiki and resolved to break through on her own. Her father had once said, "Use magic to counter magic." Lightning release, lightning pillar. Akali began to emit light, the intense glare forcing the sound ninjas before her to divert their gaze. This was the essence of using magic to counter magic, employing light pollution against noise pollution. Seizing the brief opportunity, Akali began to move. In a battle where enemies outnumbered her, it was crucial to ensure she did not face too many adversaries at once. Evasion was paramount. Ahead. Block her. Amidst a throng of individuals ensnared by the enchantments of music, Akali stood out with remarkable agility. The core note of the sound ninjas responsible for extensive suppression took notice of her, and as the melody shifted, several squads of sound ninjas converged upon her as if responding to a signal. With a swift throw of her cold shadow, she struck 2 unfortunate sound ninjas who had just leaped from a towering tree and were unsteady on their feet, grasping the rebounding ring of her. Akali concentrated energy in her hand, separating the single-handed sickle blade from its shaft to extend her attack range, effortlessly dispatching 2 more sound ninjas. She charged towards a gap in the encirclement, while the sound ninjas hurried to seal it. Just as she was about to reach the breach, a smoke bomb detonated. Akali executed a swift maneuver, pinning one adversary with a swift strike, only to abruptly reverse her course, retreating in the direction from whence she came. The pursuing crowd was thrown into disarray as they rushed to block the breach, allowing Akali to unleash 2 wind tribute shurikens. The shurikens, spinning menacingly, bore an aura of lethal intent. The sound ninjas lacked the prowess of the legendary Kagaya and could not simply catch and return them. Thus, Akali easily broke free from the initial encirclement. The flute's notes became increasingly frantic, summoning more sound ninjas, while the auditory illusions directed at Akali intensified, amplifying the cacophony surrounding her. The battlefield's grand illusion began to focus its oppressive power solely on her. The enhanced sound was riddled with erroneous information, voices approaching from the front and rear, the sound of blades slicing through the air, and the piercing shrieks of kunai from the left. Despite the whimsical advantage of her mercury shoes, Akali felt her thoughts increasingly suppressed. and visions of illusionary chaos plagued her senses. She had no choice but to disrupt her chakra at a fixed frequency to dispel the illusions, concentrating her mind to ignore the misleading sounds. The illusionary techniques that caused no direct harm to the body were manageable, but those capable of inducing dizziness through direct impact were to be destroyed upon detection. At this moment, Akali resembled a hyping warrior, battling amidst disturbances. However, as the skirmish ensued, she suddenly realized something. These sound ninjas appeared somewhat inept. Aside from their bizarre auditory illusions and methods of sound interference, they lacked formidable combat techniques. The sound-based weaponry concepts from her previous life, subsonic waves that could injure vital organs and ultrasonic waves capable of shattering glass, were conspicuously absent. Or perhaps Akali had simply not afforded them the opportunity to manifest. For instance, the bells she had previously targeted for destruction were her primary focus, and she had no intention of approaching those wielding incomprehensible devices. After a series of back-and-forth engagements, it became evident that their combat abilities as ninjas were lacking, allowing Akali to deftly evade and outmaneuver dozens of them. The grand auditory illusion enveloping the battlefield effectively diminished her reaction time and combat prowess by approximately 20. But as Akali concentrated and adapted, this figure gradually waned to about 10. While the Mercury shoes contributed to her resilience, Akali's physical aptitude was merely above average for a Chunin. Her explosive potential, however, was exceptionally high. The illusions exerted minimal suppression on her, and the same held true for those of greater strength. Its utility was limited in battles against formidable opponents, serving primarily to harass the weak. The apparent efficacy of the illusions was merely a reflection of the inadequacy of her adversaries. Continuing her evasive maneuvers, Akali occasionally encountered allies ensnared in the illusions, and without hesitation, she dispatched them with her kunai. As her encirclement expanded, it finally attracted the attention of a formidable figure, a prodigy from Konoha. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Swearin Suji of the Sound Illusions," proclaimed a strikingly beautiful woman with long black hair, gracefully toying with a flute in her hands. This elegant lady, adorned with a flute resembling jade and metallic accessories on her wrists and ankles, radiated an aura of sophistication and tranquility, unmistakably the hallmark of a musical virtuoso. Akali couldn't help but admire her presence, reflecting that had they met under different circumstances, she might have sought to cultivate a rapport. However, in the face of conflict, there was no room for mercy. "You are aware of my affiliation with Konoha, yet you dare to confront me?" Akali stated coldly. "It is simply unavoidable," the elegant woman replied, her gaze lowered. "Some things must be taken by one's own hand. Are you here to claim my life?" Akali tightened her grip on her kunai, her eyes darting cautiously around her. From her earlier observations, she had discerned that the sound ninjas numbered around 400, with only a few possessing any significant mastery of sound techniques. Most had merely adapted to their sonic environment, while the stronger ones seemed preoccupied with maintaining the grand illusion. The elegant woman was the sole notable presence among them. "Not so," she replied, stepping aside as a tall, dark-skinned boy from the Cloud Village approached. "The future of the Sound Three Clans hinges on our value. You are a worthy opponent to showcase our prowess." The elegant lady maintained her calm demeanor. "Oh, is this the opponent you have chosen for me? A mere child? I would rather continue to assault those weaklings." A girl named Xiao Ai crossed her arms, visibly displeased. "Rest assured, my lord, this young girl is a genius from Konoha, capable of leading dozens of our kin in retreat." "Humph," Xiao Ai scoffed dismissively. "That is only because your sound ninjas are utterly incompetent. Aside from their peculiar sound techniques, they possess little to no ninjutsu, rendering them nearly useless in direct combat." "Indeed, you speak the truth," the elegant woman replied obediently. Akali's gaze sharpened. This was the Cloud Ninja she had heard about. What were they doing here? As she engaged in fruitless banter, she sensed an impending arduous battle. The elegant woman remained stationary, clearly preparing to strike, while the Cloud Ninja exuded an eagerness akin to a child eager to test a new toy. Akali was to be his test subject, and the Sound Ninja's illusions were merely a means to facilitate this experiment, with the elegant woman enjoying the privilege of a VIP seat. "Your presence here in Konoha is no different than my presence here in the Cloud Village," Xiao Ai said, eagerly adopting a combat stance. "The land of rice fields is a neutral territory, not a vassal state of yours." "Then I shall advance," Xiao Ai declared as the elegant woman accompanied her by drawing her flute and playing a note. With a haunting melody, The air crackled with the energy of lightning. The moment the flute sounded, Akali felt her vision blur, but having anticipated this, she quickly dispelled the illusion. At that moment, Xiao AI, enveloped in crackling electricity, surged forward. Her figure flickering like a thunderous avatar, reminiscent of a powerful warrior. Observing the bulging biceps of Xiao AI, Akali understood that she could not allow this muscular figure to close the distance, despite his youthful appearance. Earth and wood, hands together, wind release, gale palm. Akali clapped her hands together, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that compressed and formed a barrier against Xiao AI's advance. Ha ha ha, just a mere gust. Xiao AI roared with laughter, raising his right hand, embodying the brashness of a boy who aspired to be the fourth Raikage, and unleashed a seemingly unremarkable heavy punch, twin fists of the unmatched. Hardly unmatched, Akali retorted, gripping 5 kunai, ready to hurl them. With a resounding chime, a bell rang out. Oh no! Akali momentarily faltered, and the 5 cold shadow kunai slipped from her grasp, yet they did not target Xiao AI entirely, lacking both precision and power. Haha, impotent. As Xiao AI entwined herself around Leguang's arm, she deftly deflected the shuriken. Akali gritted her teeth in frustration, casting a quick glance at the tall, dark-haired woman across from her, who was gazing back with a cheerful smile. Then go play boxing with your shadows. Akali rolled backward, and a versatile smoke bomb exploded, causing Xiao AI to miss her punch entirely. Not only that, but a shuriken flew mockingly towards her face. Humph. Xiao AI brushed off the lost shuriken, but she dared not face the powerful shuriken head-on. She leaped back several steps, furrowing her brow as she observed the smoke screen, gathering strength while waiting for it to dissipate. To her surprise, the smoke that should have vanished in an instant lingered much longer than expected, leaving Xiao AI momentarily bewildered as she looked towards the sound ninja, Shilling. Shilling nodded slightly, then clapped her hands. A sound wave shot into the smoke, bouncing off objects within and releasing several shuriken adorned with bells into the mist. Attack the location of the bell sounds, she stated calmly. All right. Xiao AI's excitement shone through as she focused on the smoke. Wherever the sounds of the bells resonated, she charged toward, while Akali, trapped within the smoke, darted about as if being chased by a dog. She had previously attempted to engage Xiao AI, but the crackling lightning surrounding her made direct contact unthinkable. Moreover, Xiao AI's speed and instinct for combat rendered most attacks futile, while any threatening side strikes were countered by the vigilant sound ninja outside. Fortunately, Akali's speed surpassed that of the cloud ninja by a notch. She realized that this sound ninja truly prioritized user experience. It was evident that this external aid was not designed for the cloud ninja to easily overpower Akali, but rather to allow him to appreciate her tenacity, ultimately leading him to a satisfying victory with the support of this external assistance. Akali felt increasingly frustrated in the face of external interference. She was reluctant to employ her full arsenal. If she couldn't control her high-speed assault, it would merely be a delivery to the enemy. The smoke bomb continued to rise and fall, resembling a balloon being inflated, as Xiao AI stirred the smoke from within. What should have lasted for several minutes was now on the verge of dissipating. Akali drew a shuriken and aimed it at the furthest bell shuriken, hoping to strike it and divert Xiao AI's attention. However, upon hitting the bell shuriken, it merely produced a dull thud, with no effect. Damn it! Akali glared at the smoke's edge, where Shilling wore a faint, pleased smile. How could my bells possibly be struck by you? Ding! Another bell rang, causing Akali to momentarily falter. This time, when she attempted to evade, it was slightly too late, and flying dirt struck her legs. It wasn't that she was slow to react. Rather, her stamina was dwindling. After enduring the sound ninja's siege for so long, she was now engaged in a high-intensity chase, leaving her gasping for breath. With no sight of the reinforcements that Nara Kurumi had mentioned, and feeling hopelessly encircled, Akali realized it was time to reveal her trump card. Her gaze fixed on the approaching Xiao AI. A person who could compel a sound ninja elite to willingly act as support must surely be of great value. So she resolved to capture him. Though she feared the lightning coursing through him, she was not entirely without recourse. Previously, Akali had tentatively applied Professor Hataki Sakumo's method of stimulating the body with lightning chakra, feeling a tingling pain, occasionally accompanied by sharp pangs. She understood that this indicated damage in areas where the uncontrollable current had coursed, yet it mattered little. Akali's use of lightning chakra was intended to acclimate her body to such stimulation, so that she could ultimately use her own current to counter external forces. By channeling the lightning chakra through the techniques of Chidori and Raijin, Akali recalled that Kinnan's ability was indeed lightning-based. Perhaps it would yield results. Offering my head, trading injury for life, I will counter his punch and purify any strong control. After once more breaking free from the illusion, Akali crossed her arms in preparation for Xiao Ai's impending strike. As the massive fist descended, Akali surged her chakra, forming a white energy shield in an instant. Spirit and shield. The white shield collided with the lightning-infused fist, just as the smoke bomb dissipated. Light returned, illuminating the clash of the white energy shield and the crackling fist. The fragile shield shattered under the force of the blow, which struck Akali's arms with a resounding impact. Ack! The fierce current coursed through her, and Akali emitted a cry of distress as her body was flung backward, twisting and rolling before crashing into a large tree. Rebounding with a thud, zzz, her body convulsed, visible arcs of electricity flickering around her. In the distance, Xiling, the dark-haired woman, smiled faintly. Akali, paralyzed by the lightning, seemed to have succumbed to defeat, while Xiao Ai basked in the satisfaction of victory. With the perfect assistance, he had managed to triumph over a formidable foe. Surely the Raikage Sun was pleased with this outcome. Xiao Ai indeed felt a sense of fulfillment, engaging Akali amidst the smoke. The irritating fog obscured his view, but did not hinder the sound ninja, and any impending counterattacks were thwarted in advance. All he needed to do was continuously adjust himself, steadily approaching Akali. Hide-and-seek was certainly dull, yet if he could learn the rhythm of her movements during the chase, Xiao Ai could distinctly perceive his growth. "Thank you. Now perish," he declared, leaping into the air with a powerful axe-like downward strike aimed at Akali. Akali was indeed formidable, but the hero of my enemy is my nemesis. Die! Xiao Ai shouted inwardly. It seemed as though Akali had heard his thoughts, as she abruptly opened her eyes, no longer dazed by the lightning. Not good. Xiling hurriedly prepared to cast an illusion to impede Akali, but having believed the Raikage Sun was assured of victory, she had let her guard down, and now casting the jutsu would take time. In that moment, Akali had already flipped herself upright, dodging Xiao Ai's axe strike, revealing the hand seals she had formed while previously lying in wait. The lightning had not paralyzed her in time, as Akali had been prepared. Using lightning chakra to stimulate her body, gathering chakra in her mouth, Akali took a deep breath. Wind release, pressure damage. The high-speed wind sphere struck Xiao Ai, sending him spinning aside. Akali slightly gathered her strength, her body coiling like a tightly wound spring. As the illusion approached, it was Xiling, determined to prevent Akali's pursuit and inflict secondary damage on the Raikage Sun, unleashing her full might. The scene before Akali shifted dramatically, plunging her into an illusionary world. Bing! Purification initiated. With a crisp sound, Akali awoke back in reality, the illusion dispelled as the residual paralysis from the lightning faded. With a single purification, she had removed multiple negative effects. Purification should be utilized when the enemy's control overlaps for maximum benefit. The coiled spring began to loosen due to the momentary control of the illusion, and Akali seized this opportunity to spring forth, executing the technique of duality kill. With all her strength, Akali's petite figure nearly left an afterimage as her piercing strike swiftly closed in on the Cloud Ninja, who had just been struck by the pressure damage. How resilient! Akali marveled, recognizing that while the pressure damage inflicted upon her was diminished by her state of paralysis, it was still a significant B-rank ninjutsu. Astonishingly, the Cloud Ninja before her only bore minor cuts and bruises, with a single rib fractured. Such a physique was hardly fitting for one of his age. Surprised, yet undeterred, Akali continued her assault, reaching out with determination toward Xiao Ai. Feng Klai, with her not yet perfected lightning chakra mode, was swiftly overwhelmed, while the sound ninja's anxious illusions failed to yield any results under the relentless purification. At this moment, Akali had already apprehended Xiao Ai. A flurry of precise and fierce exchanges followed, and the once boastful Xiao Ai was rendered unconscious by a swift strike to the neck delivered by Akali. Enough. Stop. Akali commanded, wielding her authority over the Cloud Ninja, Xiao Ai, to threaten the female sound ninja, Xiling complying. Xiling ceased her actions. And what of this grand illusion? After a prolonged silence, Xiling finally halted as well. She now resembled Yamamoto from Brightsword. Having failed to ambush the headquarters, the audience was caught off guard, rendering their actions futile. Akali grasped Xiao Ai by the neck as if she held Xiling's very lifeline. You have won. What do you desire? With no other choice, Ling was compelled to negotiate with Akali. The capture of her benefactor raised doubts about her capabilities, leaving her filled with frustration as Akali's earlier demeanor had lulled her into complacency. Nevertheless, while verbally conceding to Akali's demands, a subtle tremor coursed through Ling's body, her ankle bracelet emitting inaudible sound waves to secretly communicate with the other sound ninjas. Have them disperse. Akali gestured with her lips, signaling the encroaching sound ninjas to retreat. And you, step forward. Ling's expression remained calm as she approached. Although uncertain of Akali's intentions, her desire to rescue Xiao AI aligned with Akali's directive. Unexpectedly, Akali, still clutching Xiao AI, advanced without warning. You're just a support, aren't you? During the ongoing purification's resilience, Akali unleashed a dual-phase attack, finally unrestrained in her display of power. With enhanced chakra, she delivered a devastating blow to the midsection of the tall, dark-haired woman. Guh. Ugh. 2. The tall woman crumpled to the ground, her striking eyes wide with shock and her alluring lips parting involuntarily as she expelled a torrent of blood. Akali's delicate fist had embedded itself deep, causing Ling to feel her insides wrench violently, the excruciating pain leaving her gasping in incoherent sounds. Akali refrained from killing. The two captives, one male and one female, clearly held the highest statuses in the area. She aimed to control them completely to prevent the sound ninja from spiraling into chaos without their leader. Halt, or I shall take the lives of both. Several kunai embedded themselves before the advancing sound ninja as Akali pointed menacingly at the explosive tag on Xiao Ai's face, indicating her readiness to detonate it at will. Though not often utilized, Akali possessed explosive tags. She dragged the tall woman, Ling, alongside Xiao Ai, peeling back her clothing to affix 2 explosive tags on her fair back, patting them gently to ensure they adhered properly. I declare that both of you are now my captives, Akali proclaimed proudly, hands on her hips, addressing the pained Ling and the unconscious Xiao Ai. My mission is complete. Now, we shall see how matters unfold on the other side. With a contemplative expression, Akali glanced toward the nearby forest, the direction of Narashikaku. Unbeknownst to her, Ling, doubled over in pain, had no way to correct her. The team was actually positioned elsewhere. However, Akali might not have been mistaken, for the gathered Konoha had pinpointed the location of the Cloud Ninja and uncovered evidence of the betrayal by the Sound Clan. In the forest, Hatake Tsukumo's eyes glinted coldly as his sharp short blade pointed toward the earth platform. Might I inquire why the esteemed aide of the Third Raikage is present here? With Hatake Tsukumo's arrival, the farce was drawing to a close. The Third Lady had summoned a group of cannon fodder to divert attention, and the Sound Clan within the city was aware of this ruse. They understood that this was merely bait, yet they engaged the team of cannon fodder, showcasing their strength against the weak as they sought to assert dominance over Konoha. Believing everyone recognized these as mere distractions, the Sound Clan presumed no one would take notice or attack, as there was no profit in doing so. However, the opposite occurred. Konoha seized the intelligence advantage, mobilizing in advance and catching the Sound Clan and the Cloud Ninja off guard. Super multiplication technique. Meet Tank. Akimichi Tanahira barreled through the Sound Ninja's defenses. Akali, are you unharmed? Yakushi Nanoya gracefully leaped down from a nearby tree. Yes. With 2 hostages in hand and facing off against the Sound Ninja, Akali finally relaxed her tense demeanor. Suddenly, several teams of arrived, encircling the Sound Ninja. A confrontation was unlikely. The Sound Clan might engage in subterfuge, but would never openly confront Konoha. With the situation resolved, it was now a matter for the higher-ups to address. So this is where the other Cloud Ninja ended up, Yakushi Nanayu remarked, eyeing the peacefully resting Xiao AI on the ground. If my information from the root is accurate, this must be the Third Raikage's son, correct? She cast a furtive glance at Akali, realizing they had captured a significant prize. Lord Danzo would be elated. After the last incident with Kagaya, the root had expanded its arsenal, and now capturing the Raikage's son would yield further resources. Akali was indeed a blessing for the root. Furthermore, the Sound Ninja is seeking to break free from Konoha's control could likely be integrated into the root's hierarchy as well. As Yakushi Nanoyu knelt to tend to Xiao Ai and Ling's injuries, a shimmering green glow enveloped her eyes, obscuring their penetrating brilliance. She contemplated the strategies employed to capitalize on the information advantage in this incident. With healing as her pretext, she began to examine Xiao Ai's darkened face. Oh dear. What happened to this individual? It seems they've sustained a head injury. Huh. I shouldn't have struck too hard. Akali exclaimed, puzzled. It must have been from the fall. We cannot leave him here. We must transport him for further treatment. Though a battle has just transpired, we cannot allow him to perish now that we have triumphed. Yakushi no Noyu insisted. Help me, Tanahira, Akali. She urged. All right, no problem. The three of them hoisted Xiao Ai and made their way backstage. Avoiding the approaching Umbu intended to take custody of the captives. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Cloud Ninja, pinned down under the intimidation of Hitaki Tsukumo and the Umbu, wore a bitter smile. Technically, the land of Rice was a neutral territory. It was not unusual for any ninja village to be present. However, Konoha's current strength was undeniable. Ultimately, the local authorities could only issue a few inquiries, perhaps demanding some reparations, but afterward, they would go about their business as usual. As for the Sound Clan, to gain much, some sacrifice was necessary. In failure, only their own would suffer. The Cloud Ninja maintained an optimistic mindset, but upon hearing the news of Xiao Ai's severe injury and the subsequent treatment, he was taken aback, nearly revealing his true feelings. Fortunately, he managed to restrain himself. While an ordinary Chunin could easily escape, the son of the Raikage was another matter entirely. If Konoha were to act decisively, Xiao Ai could be captivated by Konoha, effectively becoming a hostage, and the Raikage had only this one son. Given that their identities remained concealed, the Sound Ninja, not wanting to offend both parties, chose not to disclose their position, maintaining their temporary safety. The Cloud Ninja promptly suggested checking on the situation, needing to ensure his subordinate's safety. However, the subsequent message left him disheartened. At this moment, Akali and her companions had already escorted Xiao Ai to the rear, handing him over to the medical unit, which would continue to transport him to Konoha for treatment. With this, the team's mission came to a successful conclusion. The shadowy forces behind had been subdued, and after establishing connections with local factions, the intelligence they sought was finally acquired. The Sound Three clans, having offended Konoha, needed to atone for their misdeeds, and the De clan, represented by the third young lady, would provide assistance, under the witness of Akali's team and the third young lady. The main forces led by the eldest and second daughters of the De family, along with the Sound Ninja and Umbu teams, coordinated their efforts. In several major power centers, crimson walls rose, and the Four Purple Flames formation unfolded. After a decisive cleanup of disobedient factions, Miao City was taken over by the De clan. By aligning with Konoha, the De clan stood to gain significantly, seizing the opportunity to transform from a traditional gang into an official power. The three young ladies of the De clan bid farewell to Akali's team. Akali made the acquaintance of the gentle eldest sister, the stern and serious second sister, who together were capable of governing the De clan. As for the third young lady, she was merely a whimsical fool. Akali's team accepted the generous rewards from the De clan. With time pressing, they could not linger for long and swiftly set off for their return journey. The Umbu squad had been delayed in the land of Rice for some time, and they needed to continue cleansing other cities. Akali's team had to return quickly to prepare for their next mission. As Akali joyfully counted her earnings, 200, 000, 300, 000, 400, 000, 800, 000, she exclaimed, woohoo! Let's take off. The gratitude from the De clan amounted to 400, 000, an additional 100, 000 from the third young lady's personal thanks, 200, 000 for this mission, and a monthly salary of 100, 000. With over 200, 000 already saved, Akali had unknowingly amassed a total of 1, 000, 000. The saying a horse cannot be fat without night grass finally made sense to her. Just as she was about to leave, Nara Shikumiai called out to her. Akali turned with a puzzled expression. The quarterly allocation of jutsu for the Umbu is about to be settled. Although you are new and have only completed 2 missions, your rank is quite high, approximately equivalent to 2 to 3 B-rank jutsu, since S-ranked missions count as strong. Have you thought about which jutsu you would like to exchange for? Nara Shikumiai inquired. Akali appeared bewildered, noticing the large question mark above her head. Nara Shikumiai quickly understood. You haven't forgotten, have you? Remember to think about what your current system lacks when you return. And no, I haven't. Akali responded, putting on a textbook display of Tsundere. She recalled that indeed, there was such a matter. Acquiring jutsu within the Umbu was significantly easier than outside. Otherwise, why would ordinary people strive so hard to join the Umbu? All right, just remember, Nara Shikumiai nodded, and Akali acknowledged it. As Nara Shikumiai departed, Akali walked back, deep in thought. Suddenly, she felt a familiar warmth against her back as a soft, warm body pressed against her, silky red hair cascading down her neck. The perceptive red-haired fox had caught the scent of Akali. Is it Sunday again? Akali playfully twirled a strand of the smooth red hair with her fingers. Smiling as she asked, "MMHM," Kushina nodded, her mischievous red hair tickling Akali's neck, causing her to chuckle. All right, don't act like a little puppy, jumping up and wagging your tail every time we meet. Should I start calling you puppy from now on? Give me a bark." Akali teased, turning to look at Kushina, only to find her expression tighten as she was pinched. "What puppy? I'll give you a chance to rephrase," Kushina said playfully. Akali turned to see Kushina's slightly chubby face flushed like an enticing red apple, making her want to take a bite. All right, not a puppy, but a cute little fox. Is today as pray me, Miss Fox?" Akali joked, acting theatrically. "Please spare me, miss. I have an elderly mother who is 80, a 3-year-old child, and a pet fox at home waiting to be fed." Akali exaggeratedly pleaded, recalling stories she had shared with Kushina during their studies, making her words understandable. "Kushina," Akali exclaimed, feeling both amused and flustered. However, thinking of Akali's words, she felt more bashful than anything else. The thought of being a pet fox made her blush even more. She reached out with her mischievous little hand. "Ah!" Akali squeaked as her tuft of hair was tugged, her head bobbing with the force of Kushina's grip. The playful movement of her hair being twisted around Kushina's fingers brought forth an amusing spectacle. Akali found herself compliant, exclaiming, "You're mistaken, aren't you?" "Wrong. What did you do wrong?" Kushina pressed. "I shouldn't have joked about our dear Kushina, the world's cutest." Akali pleaded for mercy. "Humph." Kushina puffed her cheeks, releasing Akali. After a bout of playful antics, both of their temperatures rose, their bodies radiating heat, and the contact between them intensified the warmth, causing beads of sweat to dampen their clothes. Yet, despite this, Kushina remained nestled against Akali, finding a sense of warmth and comfort in her presence. Perhaps it was a remnant of their previous intense study sessions or simply a habit, but Kushina didn't care. She was simply happy, unable to resist. The playful little fox pecked Akali's cheeks softly, prompting a squeal from Akali. "EW. Saliva gross." She feigned disgust, though her tone was laced with affection. The warm breath of Kushina brushed against Akali's face, creating a cool sensation, their faces impossibly close, hands unable to intervene. In a moment of impulsiveness, Akali pressed her face against Kushina's, their soft cheeks colliding and rubbing against each other, generating warmth until their saliva evaporated, their cheeks reaching an elevated temperature. "What are you doing?" Kushina exclaimed, flustered. "Who told you to spray me with saliva?" Akali retorted with a laugh, mischievously continuing to press her face against Kushina's until she was playfully pushed away. "Hey, are you a child?" Kushina huffed, puffing up her cheeks and placing her hands on her hips, looking at Akali with an air of maturity. Akali couldn't help but burst into laughter at Kushina's expression, noticing how her left cheek was noticeably puffier than her right. "What are you laughing at?" Kushina demanded, embarrassed. "Your face is swollen." Kushina instinctively covered her face, then glared at Akali. "What are you laughing at? You're swollen too." "Ha, I just can't help it." The laughter grew louder, and as Akali continued to chuckle, Kushina marched up to her, gripping her cheeks and playfully squeezing them. "Watch me puff up this side too." With both sides caught in a playful struggle, even Akali had to concede. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Would you forgive me? Have you truly changed?" "I have, I promise. I can change." "Humph. This time, I'll let you off the hook." Qingmang finally released Akali. After their playful antics, both girls flushed with embarrassment as a gentle warmth enveloped them. The weariness from Akali's days away from the village melted away, as if she had never left. "By the way, how did you find me?" Akali inquired, holding Qingmang's hand as they strolled down the street. Her curiosity piqued. The first time they crossed paths was a coincidence, but this second encounter, just as she emerged from the umbu, felt too precise to be mere happenstance. "I really don't know," Qingmang replied, her delicate face puzzled, as her jade-like fingers lightly tapped her glistening pink lips. "I just sensed a delightful fragrance and followed my instincts right to you." "A delightful fragrance?" Akali exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, it's your scent." Qingmang's eyes sparkled with realization. "I can't quite describe it, but it's sweet and refreshing, evoking memories of beautiful things. It feels more like a fragrance of the spirit rather than a physical scent. It brings immense joy just to inhale." Qingmang affirmed. "What scent could possibly carry so far?" Akali pondered, sniffing herself but finding nothing amiss. And even if there were a scent, it must be from laundry detergent or shampoo. Wait, Akali suddenly recalled that this was an extraordinary world. Perhaps it was indeed possible for beautiful girls to possess unique scents. Doubt began to creep in. Well, I can't say for certain. Perhaps it's a kind of telepathic connection between us. Qingmang smiled radiantly, clearly pleased with her newfound ability. Akali, with a resigned nod, considered the plausibility of multiple telepathic connections in a world brimming with chakra. Makes sense. But if Qingmang has such a power, wouldn't that mean her future partner could be easily tracked down, no matter where they run? How unfortunate for them. Let us observe a moment of silence for the potential them. Drawing closer, Akali suddenly pressed her face near Qingmang's, their cheeks nearly touching. Qingmang's eyes widened as she gazed at the suddenly enlarged Akali, her breath catching in her throat. Wow, there really is a fragrance. Akali exclaimed, her delicate nose twitching as she inhaled deeply, oblivious to Qingmang's stiffened form. After the initial shock, Qingmang was overwhelmed by a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Hey, Li, huh? Akali looked innocently confused. Come here. I want tea. You'll definitely promise not to hurt me. Come here. No way. Not a chance. Then perish. In a moment of lost rationality, Qingmang lunged toward Akali with a shout. You can't catch me. Then don't run. I was wrong. I'll treat you to dinner. The two adorable girls chased each other playfully through the bustling streets of Konoha, creating a vibrant scene. Today in Konoha was yet another peaceful day. My turn. Drawing a card. Akali styled her hair into an elaborate shape, hoping for a favorable outcome, akin to a president's script, offering 1 million Ryo as a sacrifice. Come forth. I don't even know what skills I desire. Akali declared loudly, aware that she would be redeeming her achievements for ninjutsu in the Umbu tomorrow. Thus, she intended to indulge in a lottery today to ascertain her needs. Upon completing the draw, Akali glanced at the items she had received. Steel Slash, Wind Barrier. Skill points x3, Skill points x3, Skill points x3, Qingmang's Lance, Soul Throw, Absolute Focus, Keen Perception, Life Potion x1, Boots of Agility. Wow, so many skill points? Forgetting the others, Akali immediately noticed the 9 skill points. Is it because there's no equipment slot or compensation for other gear? What is the mechanism behind this lottery? Shaking her head in confusion, she acknowledged that this draw was indeed bountiful, especially as it provided an array of practical skills. In her battles, Akali had already discerned that her current strength, when combined, made her formidable among Chunin without relying on her ultimate abilities. However, upon reaching the Jonin stage, such as her initial encounters with the 2 Kaguya, or facing the Sound and Cloud ninjas in the Land of Rice, Akali realized she lacked the capacity for direct confrontation. In other words, her past victories were due to her ability to strike swiftly and retreat, rather than engaging in prolonged skirmishes. Akali's bursts of power, while impressive, would falter against numerous foes or a single overwhelmingly strong opponent. In such cases, she would have to rely on summoning her versatile smoke bombs to evade confrontation, rather than standing her ground. Having previously clashed with Kaguya, the outcome was clear. Their team failed to penetrate the enemy's defenses. Moreover, Akali's usual combat methods primarily involved throwing shuriken and kunai. She had already noticed that, as battles intensified, her accuracy with these weapons was diminishing. The Umbu regulations stated that shuriken and other concealed weapons were meant to distract the enemy, not to be relied upon for direct hits unless one possessed Uchiha-level throwing skills. While Akali had witnessed Uchiha Itachi demonstrate such techniques, redirecting shuriken mid-flight, she found herself unable to replicate them. Thus, Akali was gradually approaching a predicament, seemingly unable to engage in combat without her swift, chaotic style. Her ability to accurately throw shuriken and kunai was not a challenge she could overcome at her current age. Her body was still developing, and her strength needed time to mature. Unless she was willing to expend chakra to create shadow shuriken, she would struggle to effectively utilize her weapons as she desired. This was akin to a game, where one could effortlessly launch multiple shuriken with a simple flick of the wrist. Akali had begun to implement this, as evidenced in her fight with Kaguya, where she used chakra to form an ethereal scythe, including during the application of the scarlet leaf mark with an illusionary scythe. Yet, the cost remained significant. Although Akali's total chakra was not limited like an energy bar, her recovery rate was not commensurate. The way she formed illusionary shuriken and scythes was not through solidification from tangible materials, as recorded in the Umbu's texts about Sand Shuriken, but rather through the method of in-release, creating the tangible from the intangible. If one were to describe it in the terms familiar to Akali from her previous life, calling it projection would be most appropriate. The projected ethereal side possessed both energy-inflicting properties and physical characteristics, resulting in a consumption comparable to A-rank ninjutsu. Thus, it circled back to the same point. Her capabilities were still reliant on striking in bursts. This lottery draw provided Akali with significant enhancements. First, she obtained 2 skills from the Swift Wind Swordsman. Steel Slash, a forward sword strike that concentrates power into a single point, capable of slicing through iron. Upon impact, the wind sword technique accumulates fierce wind, gaining the effect of a whirlwind slash. After accumulating 2 layers of whirlwind slashes, Steel Slash will unleash a gust capable of sending enemies flying. Wind Barrier. The wind sword technique harnesses fierce winds to create a wall of wind that gradually dissipates, pushing forward slowly to block projectile attacks. Steel Slash endowed Akali with a direct combat capability beyond her swift, chaotic style, while the wind barrier finally liberated her from envying the water and earth-style barriers. Possessing a versatile and moderate level of defensive capability beyond the basic techniques of Chi and Shield, as well as the advanced Rasengan, is essential. Chi and Shield should serve as a last resort rather than the first line of defense. As for Akali wielding a scythe, yet utilizing sword techniques to deliver slashes, there is no cause for concern. Akali has demonstrated awareness in this regard. For instance, Hans, the leader of the Rain Country, employed a sickle as a sword, merely altering the method of exertion. If we consider Steel Slash and Wind Barrier as direct enhancements of combat ability, then the skills of Poro Toss, Absolute Focus, and Keen Perception serve as supplementary techniques. Poro Toss consumes a Poro delicacy to summon an adorable Poro that is thrown at the enemy. The bashful Poro will mark the enemy upon contact and subsequently tail them for a duration, awaiting further delicacy to be fed. Absolute Focus can be activated when in good condition, significantly enhancing concentration, honing the mind, reducing external distractions, and granting resistance to illusions. Keen Perception utilizes the vision of a bird familiar or the soaring birds in the sky to conduct an aerial reconnaissance of the battlefield. Note, after utilizing this vision, please provide nourishment. Originally a summoning skill, Poro Toss has transformed into a tracking technique akin to that of a ninja dog. Absolute Focus has morphed from a rune into an active skill, while Keen Perception is reminiscent of Quinn's abilities in the game. These 3 capabilities, tracking, reconnaissance, and self-enhancement against interference, would have undoubtedly provided Akali with an advantage in the land of rice fields, preventing her previous misfortunes. As for other matters, Akali twirled Zhao Xian's spear a few times, feeling no particular affinity for it. It was of no use to her. Reflecting on how half of the lottery funds here were provided by the Dama faction, she resolved to pass it on to the Aaron Ninja for the 3rd Mississippi. She replenished her stock of life potions, and the lightweight boots gradually enhanced her footwear collection. Perhaps in the future, Akali might possess an entire wardrobe of AJ sneakers. No longer confined to her Mercury shoes, she could now switch her shoes depending on the situation. Spending 8 of her 9 skill points, she elevated Steel Slash and Wind Barrier to level 5, leaving the final point invested in her unique technique, Mist Formation. Akali decided to gradually max out Mist Formation, as the smoke bomb proved to be exceptionally useful. After the lottery concluded, her power surged, and Akali prepared to practice her swordsmanship, testing Steel Slash. Meanwhile, a meeting was convened among the high-ranking officials of Konoha. In the roots, the 3rd Hokage exclaimed, unable to suppress a scrutinizing gaze directed at Hatake Sakomo, who bowed his proud head in embarrassment. Ha ha ha, it's not Sakomo's fault. A team of root ninjas happened to pass by and recognized the son of the Raikage, prompting them to urgently return him to the village. You know, such matters are more conveniently handled by the roots, Danzo chuckled, relishing this rare moment of delight. This time, he had intercepted an important figure from the 3rd Hokage's Umbu, and it was particularly satisfying to see Hatake Sakomo, who had recently gained prominence within the Umbu, face a setback. Danzo felt as invigorated as sipping an ice-cold beverage on a sweltering day, all his old wounds momentarily forgotten, reveling in the comfort. Well done, Yaneyu. I'll send money to the orphanage you came from. Enough, Hizashi, Danzo. At our age, still bickering like youths. The pressing issue now is how we manage the aftermath, ensuring Konoha gains maximum benefit from this incident rather than causing distress to the younger generation. Turning to the half-kneeling Tsukumo, Koharu spoke. Tsukumo, you have worked hard in the land of rice fields. Please take some time to rest. Yes, Elder Koharu. Tsukumo replied gratefully, bowing as he exited. The 4 high-ranking officials watched as he left. All right, Mito Gatine announced, rapping on the table. Clear the room of non-essential personnel. Now we shall discuss the impending visit of the 3rd Raikage to Konoha. The assembled officials sensed the gravity of the situation as Mito's expression turned serious. The visitor does not come with good intentions. A fortnight later, steel slash. The shimmering blade glinted as blood erupted. Akali extracted her scythe from the chest of the rogue ninja before her, a gaping wound spilling forth a torrent of blood, while the exquisitely crafted scythe remained unblemished. Pristine as ever, the scythe, with its broad back, elongated blade, and lengthy handle, typically manifests as a double-edged weapon, sharp yet not cumbersome. When joined, the 2 scythes resemble the character for cross, thus earning its name. Since Akali resolved to transition from a burst damage assassin to a more formidable combatant, she had adopted the more brutal scythe, which had proven exceedingly effective over recent days. As the specter of war loomed, the Umbu, positioned at the front line, remained acutely aware. Konoha mobilized its efforts to prepare comprehensively before the conflict, transitioning from years of peace to a state of heightened alertness. Under such circumstances, numerous missions surged, hastening Konoha's war machine into action, and the life of a ninja was no longer as leisurely as before. The most apparent consequence was the increasing casualties among the Umbu, necessitating constant reinforcements. The once casual task assignments had morphed into direct, brutal confrontations. During this time, Akali's team found themselves pursuing 2 to 3 rogue ninjas daily, occasionally engaging in the eradication of spies within the village. It was somewhat disheartening that with the frequency of such missions, Akali's earnings had dwindled. Pursuing rogue ninjas counted as a commission from the village, inherently a part of the Umbu's responsibilities, thus earning her a discount. Fortunately, the volume of work remained substantial. The silver lining was that these pursuits typically fell under B-rank missions, offering modest rewards yet valuable contributions to her reputation, allowing Akali to exchange them for ninjutsu. Having exhausted her previous ninjutsu quota, she traded for several wind release techniques and a lightning release, laying the groundwork for her upcoming swift gale, slash, and wind wall. Konoha's full mobilization resembled a stagnant pool disturbed, revealing all the murky filth hidden beneath the surface. At that moment, the Hokage's direct Umbu sought out Akali. Return immediately? But we haven't completed our mission, Akali exclaimed, perplexed by the unfamiliar female Umbu before her. Indeed, the Hokage has ordered Umbu Chikage to return at once. Your mission will be temporarily covered by me, the female Umbu stated, presenting the Hokage's command document and insignia. Akali took it, glancing through it briefly before passing it to Nara Shikaku, who confirmed its authenticity with a nod. Understood, Akali replied solemnly, unsure of the urgent summons from the 3rd Hokage's intent, but it was evidently of utmost importance. I'm leaving, be cautious with your mission. She nodded to her teammates before decisively turning away. With swift urgency, aided by absolute focus and the recent frequent tasks requiring travel, Akali donned her light and agile lightweight snowshoes. Her already rapid speed, combined with the enhanced footwear, propelled her back to Konoha, headed straight for the Hokage's office. What? The Raikage wishes to see me? Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Akali was momentarily taken aback by the news. They had been aware of the Raikage's impending visit, as the Umbu had spent several days conducting thorough road clearances and safety inspections to ensure no unwitting individuals would impede the Raikage, thereby avoiding incidents reminiscent of the 2nd Hokage's mishaps. However, the Akali team is merely a typical, ordinary covert unit. After finishing their peripheral tasks, they swiftly returned to their assigned missions, leaving no room for further involvement in subsequent events. Logically, there should be no connection between herself and the Raikage. Why then does he wish to meet her? Akali felt a sense of confusion. Indeed, the Raikage wishes to meet you. The 3rd Hokage lifted the documents in his hand. Gesturing towards Akali, the specifics are detailed here. You can read while I narrate. As he spoke, the 3rd Hokage took a puff from his cigarette, releasing a plume of white smoke. Fortunately, your return was quite swift, a full night earlier than anticipated, granting us ample time to prepare and discuss your matters at length. In simple terms, you must prepare for a confrontation with the Raikage Sun, the very same Cloud Ninja Nin you defeated that day, Yayua AI. The 3rd Hokage elaborated slowly. And Akali nodded repeatedly, as she had already seen this information in the documents. The Rakich's intention, I surmise, may be to educate his son, especially after the significant embarrassment he suffered this time. However, more importantly, it serves to convey a message to his own village. The third Hokage chuckled lightly as Akali looked up in confusion, unable to grasp the full meaning. The AB duo of the Cloud Village, the new generation's A. The future fourth Rakich. One would ponder, how could such an identity fall into the hands of another village at such a tender age? The circumstances remain unclear. To phrase it kindly, this is referred to as youthful folly. To phrase it unkindly, it is deemed disgraceful. If you were from the Cloud Village, would you not question the integrity of this future heir? Is there not a suspicion that Konoha may have influenced him with some underhanded tactics? Such is the nature of human sentiment. The third Hokage mused, his gaze distant as he took another drag from his cigarette. To be candid, it is not only the Cloud Village that must ponder this dilemma. The third Hokage himself must also reflect upon it. The future fourth Rakich had fallen into the hands of Root, and it was only when the Cloud Village inquired that the third Hokage became aware. Danzo, oh Danzo, what have you truly done? The Konoha Cloud Exchange meeting is what awaits Akali. Following the capture of Yue AI, the heir to the Rakich's title by Konoha, the entrenched powers within the Cloud Village have lost faith in him, even though the third Rakich remains in his prime. No one wishes for their future leader to be a ticking time bomb, planted by others. The Cloud Village, as the most economically robust of the 5 great shinobi villages, adheres strictly to its codes. The Rakich may possess immense authority, yet he cannot disregard these regulations, which apply to his own people. As the third Hokage stated, human hearts are unpredictable. The future fourth Rakich, Yue AI, must prove himself. Through combat, through strength, through conviction, through blood, and perhaps even through life itself. This proof must be aimed at the internal dynamics of the Cloud Village, rather than the external pressures from Konoha. Hence, the Konoha Cloud Exchange plan was conceived. The wolves of the Cloud Village directly questioned Yue AI's legitimacy, doubting not only his purity, but also his capability to succeed the third Rakich. As for the third Rakich, his solution is quite straightforward. One word: fight. Yet, this fight cannot be mere internal strife among their own. What would that be called? A contest for the Rakich's succession based on strength? However, organizing an exchange meeting with Konoha is altogether different. It not only showcases their martial prowess externally, but also demonstrates their strength internally. Moreover, through battles with outside villages, the true capabilities of both sides can be revealed. The Konoha exchange serves merely as a platform. Crises often harbor opportunities, do they not? The crux is that no understanding arises without confrontation. Let us consider a union, envisioning how 2 great forces might sandwich the cheese between them. After more than a decade of Cold War following the demise of both second-generation leaders, the strongest 2 shinobi villages joining forces, doesn't that sound appealing? As for why the incident involving Yue AI's capture became public knowledge rather than remaining hidden in clandestine dealings between Konoha and the Cloud, that remains a mystery. After all, Konoha could reap substantial benefits simply by discreetly returning Yue AI. Unless, of course, Danzo truly orchestrated something, igniting this situation to clear Yue AI of any suspicion entirely. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, the third Hokage dismissed the thought. How could there be methods beyond the scrutiny of both great shinobi villages? Officially, the purpose of the exchange meeting is to re-establish contact after 10 years of cold relations between Konoha and the Cloud. Hence the deployment of ninjas across 3 ranks for 3 bouts. I shall compete against the Rakich, Orochimaru against Burr, and you shall face Yue AI. The date is set for the day after tomorrow, the third Hokage declared. So soon? Akali was somewhat startled. Should such an exchange not be a complex affair? Haha, it must be swift. The third Hokage replied with a hint of mockery. This is inherently a closed-door exchange meeting. Moreover, prolonged open exchanges between the Cloud and Konoha would inevitably provoke the nerves of other villages. The other 3 villages, what are you 2 up to? Is this exchange legitimate? Are you not plotting against us? Not acceptable. I must be included. Let me see what you are doing. In this sensitive period, on the brink of a shinobi war, both Konoha and the Cloud clearly wish to avoid stirring the anxieties of other nations. Furthermore, for the Cloud, this is not particularly a glorious affair. The day after tomorrow, the exchange will take place at the Valley of the End, where your battle with Yue AI will unfold. He shall rise where he fell and prove himself through combat. Though the third Rakich did not explicitly state it, we are willing to grant him a favor. The emphasis is on allowing Yayue AI to fully demonstrate himself. You may deliberate on the specifics, but it has been said that the third Reikage has been reinforcing Yayue AI lately. Be cautious, Akali. Prepare yourself, and tomorrow, you shall meet the Reikage. The following morning, having slept soundly, Akali was rejuvenated. Under the guidance of the Umbu, she arrived at the Hokage Rock. At this moment, as guests, the third Reikage Uemitsu and his son Yue AI were permitted to tour the Hokage Rock. The younger generation is indeed formidable. The third Reikage observed the diminutive Akali with a resonant exclamation. Standing at a mere 1.3 meters, Akali found herself craning her neck to meet the gaze of the towering 2-meter third Reikage, her view obscured by his muscular chest. Seeing this, the third Reikage crouched down. Yet even in this position, he still towered over Akali by half a head. Little one, what is your name? The third Reikage inquired. Akali gazed at the white-haired, seemingly rough and volatile third Reikage, momentarily stunned. Unexpectedly, he exuded an aura of a kind and gentle grandfather. I am Akali, Lord Reikage. She responded with respectful poise. Akali, light in the darkness, what a beautiful name. The third Reikage exclaimed. Tell me, light in the darkness, would you consider leaving the shadows of Konoha to embrace the light of the cloud? In the name of the Reikage, I assure you, if you choose to leave Konoha, all the jutsu of the cloud will be at your disposal. What AI possesses, you shall possess as well. Yayue AI, standing aside, was taken aback by the third Reikage's words, feeling somewhat extraneous, yet his gaze turned eagerly towards Akali. The cloud's corporate culture venerates strength. Having defeated Yayue AI, Akali's status would elevate should she join the cloud, transforming her into one of their own. Lord Reikage, you jest. Akali felt a cold sweat trickle down. Just moments ago, she had been astonished by the cultural nuances of flattery, only to be met with the Reikage's abrupt invitation. Is that so? What a pity. The third Reikage shook his head, seemingly unfazed, as his words had been mere idle banter, akin to buying a horse for a fortune. At such a tender age, Akali has managed to defeat his meticulously trained son. Observing her poise, stance, breathing, spirit, and musculature reveals that Akali possesses exceptional potential for taijutsu, making her quite suitable for the path of the Cloud Ninja's physical techniques. Nevertheless, since she has declined, so be it. Yai, come here, called the third Reikage to Yue AI, the rest is up to you. I've seen enough. Losing is not a disgrace. With that, the third Reikage departed, seemingly having summoned Akali merely to assess her character. I am no longer the person I once was, Yue AI declared, gazing at Akali with fierce determination. After half a month since their defeat in the Land of Rice, Yue AI appeared to have matured significantly. Therefore, in our match tomorrow, please do not hold back. Oh, Akali raised an eyebrow in surprise, realizing this was his true intention. If you insist, then of course. Time swiftly passed, and another day arrived. The efficiency of a ninja's actions is remarkable. Once a task is decided, it is executed without delay. This was merely a small-scale closed-door exchange, not involving the vast elite envoy of the Cloud Village or a substantial portion of Konoha's upper echelon. The two groups arrived at the Valley of the End. There were 3 exchanges: the third Hokage versus the third Reikage, Barubi versus Orochimaru, and Akali versus Yue AI. The 2/3 were the pinnacle of strength for their respective sides. Orochimaru, the disciple of the third Hokage, and Barubi, Yue AI's cousin and the host of the 8 Tails, represent the current young leaders of Konoha and the Cloud. Akali and Yue AI symbolize the new generation, although Akali was the designated representative. If one were to consider representation, then Ju holds the most fame and highest status. During these days, Konoha and the Cloud have established a fundamental understanding through their exchanges. Yet the specifics would depend on both parties and Oppo's strengths. The 3 exchanges addressed various levels, not merely the affair of Yue AI alone. In matters of national significance, it is never solely the concern of one individual. Splash! The third Reikage and the third Hokage stepped into the clear stream. In the Valley of the End, the dual pillars of the ninja world stood in opposition. The formidable terrain, shaped by past titans, bore witness to the strength of the 2 legendary figures now facing off. The statues of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama loomed behind the 2 groups, with the Cloud's envoy standing on one side and Konoha's observing from the other. The Konoha assembly was notably larger than the Cloud's envoy, consisting of high-ranking elders, clan heads, elite jonin, and younger ninjas eager to broaden their horizons. Kushina was certainly among them. Is that the third Reikage? she gasped, covering her lips in astonishment. From their vantage point atop the 100-meter cliff, even a 2-meter-tall figure appeared diminutive. Yet, despite the distance, Kushina could feel the overwhelming presence of the third Reikage, a pressure she had never experienced from him before. That is indeed the third Reikage. Akali focused intently on the scene below, channeling chakra to enhance her vision. Historical records indicate that those referred to as Kage typically possess comparable strength. Documented battles among Kage have often ended in mutual destruction. The first Hokage and Uchiha Madara perished together. The second Tsuchikage and second Mizukage met the same fate. And the second Hokage and second Reikage fell to the Golden and Silver Horn's assault, all resulting in mutual demise. Among the thirds of the ninja villages, aside from the early recorded battles of the third Hokage and third Tsuchikage, the remaining thirds had yet to engage in combat since assuming their roles. The bout between the third Hokage and the third Reikage could very well mark the first confrontation between Kage in over a decade of peace. Akali had not witnessed the might of the thirds, yet the necessity for both parties to observe from such a height spoke volumes. Wait, Kushina began to speak, but Akali gently placed a finger upon her soft, pink lips, silencing her. Hush, it is about to begin. In the brief standoff, the auras of the third Hokage and the third Reikage surged to their peaks. The third Reikage raised a finger. This seal is called the Seal of Opposition, correct? In the presence of the legendary duo of the ninja world, I shall adhere to tradition. Of course, Lord Reikage, feel free to proceed, replied the third Hokage, also assuming the Seal of Opposition. Observing the robust figure of the third Reikage, his skin glistening like forged steel, the third Hokage felt a long dormant surge of chakra throughout his body. While encounters among the Kage were rare, it did not mean they were ignorant of each other's capabilities. Rather, intelligence gathering on each Kage was a top priority within the ninja village's information network. The third Hokage understood the strength of the third Reikage. To say it plainly, within the current ninja world, the third Reikage undoubtedly ranks among the mightiest. Previously, he had told Akali that this was her battle, a test for Yuai. Yet it was also a trial for the third Hokage. Once the battle commenced, Konoha needed someone capable of countering the third Reikage. As thoughts whirled through his mind, a sense of clarity emerged, further enhancing his physical state. The third Hokage and the third Reikage exchanged a knowing glance before vanishing simultaneously, only to reappear in a flash. Underneath the roaring waterfall, the two-thirds engaged in a fierce exchange of fists and kicks. The third Hokage, often likened to a monkey, exhibited the same resilience, while the third Reikage, tempered by years of lightning-infused training, possessed an equally formidable physique. Though the third Reikage was taller and more robust, both warriors delivered strikes with comparable weight. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of their clash reverberated, overpowering even the thunderous waterfall. The force of their blows shattered the mist, sending waves rippling across the tranquil lake beneath the dual statues. The fierce exchanges of fists and feet echoed loudly, drowning out the waterfall's roar. The Hokage's strikes remain as powerful as ever, the third Reikage exclaimed as he blocked a heavy punch with his strong arms, feeling a familiar numbness spread through him. I have aged, but I am no match for you, Lord Reikage. The third Hokage humbly replied, deftly dodging a heavy downward kick akin to a battle axe from the third Reikage, countering with a whip-like kick aimed at the Reikage's midsection. Thud! The sound echoed as though striking leather, with the third Reikage's massive hand seizing the Hokage's ankle. Not good. The third Hokage's expression changed as he instinctively reached for his ninja tool pouch, but the third Reikage had already begun to exert his strength, lifting the Hokage and throwing him away. Whoosh! Gasps erupted from the spectators above as they witnessed the third Hokage being seized, followed by a tremendous splash as he was hurled into the waterfall. You truly are aging, Lord Third Hokage, the third Reikage remarked, crossing his arms and waiting leisurely. When we fought over a decade ago, your strikes were far from feeble. Indeed, I cannot compare to you, Lord Reikage. Emerging from the waterfall, the drenched third Hokage stepped forward, chakra pulsing to disperse the water vapor, restoring his attire to dryness. He raised a finger in defiance. Boom! A massive fireball erupted upon the third Reikage's right shoulder. Lord Reikage! A chorus of exclamations arose from the cloud envoy. With a crackle, the lightning dispersed the flames, revealing the third Reikage, seemingly unscathed save for some singeing at his shoulder and neck, which went unnoticed against his dark complexion. I take back what I said earlier. The third Reikage, wary, regarded the third Hokage. Your physical strength may have diminished with age, but you are far from old. The explosive tag just affixed by the third Reikage went entirely unnoticed by him. Had it not been for the distinct movement of the third Hokage, he surely would have sustained injury. The speed of lightning release chakra is not to be underestimated. The third Hokage did not refute the words of the third Reikage. It was not a matter of age, but rather that the third Reikage's prowess was continually advancing, seemingly unaffected by the passage of time. Thus, the warm-up has concluded. The third Hokage stated earnestly. Indeed, it has concluded, Lord Hokage. The third Reikage responded with rising seriousness, as two immense, formidable chakra auras soared into the heavens. The explosive tag detonated at close range, yet neither party was harmed. Was this merely a warm-up? Whispers of intrigue floated through the air as the spectators exchanged opinions. Akali observed, her eyelids twitching. She glanced at her delicate arms and legs, silently calculating whether she could withstand an explosive tag at close range. Absolutely not. Amidst the chaos, Akali regarded the third Reikage, questioning whether he was even human. She could not help but wonder if her own concealed kunai could breach his defenses. Below, the third Reikage had entered his lightning release chakra mode, while the third Hokage summoned the King of Monkeys, transforming it into a Rui Jingu Bang. Akali watched the transformation with wide eyes filled with newfound understanding. In the arena, the third Hokage observed the flickering lightning surrounding the third Reikage, his palms slightly perspiring as he gripped the Rui Jingu Bang, fully aware that the true test was only just beginning. The lightning on the third Reikage intensified, gathering into a brilliant blue flash. Hell-piercing, 4 books penetrating hand. The third Hokage's Rui Jingu Bang stood at the ready, demonstrating an astonishing speed of execution, capitalizing on the existing water environment. He did not hesitate to employ water release techniques. As the third Reikage initiated his thrust, the third Hokage, with his back against the waterfall, summoned the torrent of water to launch an offensive. The third Reikage furrowed his brow, realizing the treacherous intent behind the third Hokage's choice of battleground. Yet his expression quickly relaxed. When ninjas engage in battle, must they also choose their battleground? True strength is indifferent to such matters. The moment the third Reikage took a step, the relentless flow of water hindered his advance, causing his speed to wane until he was ultimately pushed back. He cast a glance at the third Hokage, who stood resolutely against the waterfall. It appeared the third Hokage was determined to keep him at bay. The third Reikage formed hand signs. You may wield water release, but do I not possess lightning release? Who among us is not a Reikage? Lightning release, gratitude wave. With both hands submerged in the water, a tempest of lightning transformed the lake into a thunderous pool. Earth release, earth flow wall. A dark brown earthen wall rose, lifting the third Hokage into the air, away from the lightning pool. The third Hokage's hand signs shifted in rapid succession, and from that moment forth, he became a veritable machine of ninjutsu. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. The third Hokage inhaled deeply, his chest swelling, before unleashing a highly condensed jet of flame. The exit was minuscule, but under the third Hokage's exertion, it expanded gradually, eventually morphing into a searing white blaze. Fire release, how fortuitous. The third Reikage raised his right hand and brought it down with force. It must be said that fire release was indeed beneficial to him. His body could withstand even the spiraling shuriken, yet it did not imply that his internal organs were immune. As the fire heated the air, inhaling excessive high-temperature gases would inevitably lead to internal burns, even for the third Reikage. Boom! Like a missile strike, an explosion erupted where the third Reikage's hand landed, sending forth a deluge that would bring tears to the eyes of any onlooker. The colossal wave of water surged upwards, obscuring the third Reikage from view and severing the line of sight between the two combatants. As the flames subsided, steam enveloped the arena, and the third Hokage descended from the earth flow wall to assess the situation. A streak of lightning cleaved through the mist, hurtling towards him. The hand signs were nearly imperceptible. The third Hokage opened his mouth and released a series of phoenix fire techniques, a string of small fireballs igniting in succession, each bursting against the third Reikage. The outcome was evident, aside from the sparks that burst against his face causing him to squint. The remaining fireballs fell silently into the abyss. In the stands, Akali felt a pang of envy. 2 years prior, she had faced off against Danzo, believing she had witnessed the pinnacle of the ninja world. Yet today, as she observed the clash between the third Hokage and the third Reikage, she realized the true zenith of the ninja realm. the false pinnacle of the ninja world, capable of performing some wind release techniques and possessing a few sword skills, yet suffering injuries from a mere childish strike. The genuine pinnacle of the ninja world, explosive tags detonating at close range, enduring phoenix fire without flinching, and delivering punches and kicks that resembled missile strikes. Phoenix fire, great fireball technique, water dragon bullet, earth dragon bullet. The third Hokage transformed into a veritable machine gun of ninjutsu, continuously unleashing techniques to obstruct his opponent. However, the actual impact bore little distinction from a mere scraping. Master Sarutobi, exert yourself, she thought. Scraping might leave a red mark, but here, the third Raikage approached, effortlessly slicing through the ninjutsu with his bare hands, his skin unblemished. As the third Raikage drew nearer, nearing the threshold of danger, the third Hokage shifted his strategy. Wind release, cyclone. A circular gale impeded the third Raikage charge. Yet he continued to advance, the effect minimal. The third Hokage adjusted his target, directing the cyclone toward the water beneath the third Raikage's feet. I may not be able to move you, but I can certainly agitate the water beneath you. The water rippled beneath him, causing the third Raikage to lose his footing momentarily. Just like that, a spark ignited in the third Hokage's eyes. The third Raikage was still propelled forward by momentum, yet was thrown off balance by the disruption. In that fleeting moment, he was still resisting the force pushing against him. The third Hokage brandished the Rui Jingu Bang, spinning it with one hand. Rui Bang Gale. The wind's direction reversed, transforming the push into a pull, lifting the third Raikage into the air and drawing him toward the third Hokage. Then came the premeditated combo. 5 clones of the third Hokage materialized and vanished, each unleashing a unique elemental technique. Torrential floods surged, winds howled, mountains crumbled, flames engulfed the land, lightning flashed, and a colossal explosion consumed all, creating a small mushroom cloud before the spectators. Lord Raikage! Lord Raikage! The crowd shouted in excitement, their voices rising in anticipation. With a swift motion, the third Hokage leaped to the outstretched finger of the statue of Hashirama Senju, overlooking the tumult below, disregarding the clamor of the audience as he silently observed. As bait. Initiating a grand technique might deceive the third Raikage once, but it could never succeed a second time. Standing on the statue's broad fingertip, the third Hokage gazed downward. The dust swirling. Time seemed to stretch. Shadow Shuriken technique. The third Hokage summoned a colossal shuriken, spinning it twice before forcefully hurling it downward. The giant shuriken spun through the air, splitting into numerous smaller shurikens, raining down into the mist below. Plop, plop, clink. Multiple sounds of shurikens hitting the water echoed, mingled with the clang of metal striking metal. As the clouds of dust dispersed, the robust figure of the third Raikage emerged, his dark skin slightly reddened, indicating that he had indeed felt the impact of the 5 ninjutsu Great Barrage. This time, the scraping had truly made its mark. Sarutobi's technique, scraping technique. What a disaster. The third Hokage gazed down at the third Raikage, his expression one of discontent. Was it truly the case that his swift, uncharged 5 nature transformation barrage could not even breach the Raikage's skin? Yet, a ninja of such caliber would hardly grant one the luxury of time to fully harness the potential of each elemental technique. Observing closely, he noted that his 5 nature transformation had indeed made an impact. The Raikage's dark skin concealed the bruises, but he had sustained injuries nonetheless. Although they were akin to a mere mortal receiving a few hearty blows, they were not strikes aimed at vital points. Perhaps the structure of his 5 nature transformation should be reconsidered, shifting from an even distribution of damage to a specialization in a particular element. Wind, undoubtedly, presented itself as an excellent option. However, that was a matter for the future. Have you finished your attack? The third Raikage's demeanor was as tranquil as a placid lake. Yet beneath the surface lurked a tempest. Despite not being wounded, the sudden onslaught had undeniably irked him. Not yet. After all, I am known as a professor of ninjutsu. The third Hokage retorted. With a scoff, the Raikage unleashed a black lightning bolt that surged forth like a panther. Lightning release. Black lightning strike. The third Hokage leaped backward from the fingers of the first Hokage and Appo's statue, as the black lightning raced past his former position. He extended his staff into the waterfall, executing a series of agile jumps akin to a monkey, landing gracefully. Hell stab. 3 books, just as the third Raikage was about to retract a finger. I said I have not finished yet. The third Hokage bellowed, the staff in his hands shrinking and elongating like a spear, a tangible chakra surging forth like a fountain. What is this? In the stands, Akali clenched Kushina's hand tightly. Behold the might of Konoha's thrust, Raikage-sama. The third Hokage charged forward, his solidified chakra propelling him faster and faster. In the ensuing moments, the third Raikage's fingers met the staff in a collision just before they made contact. At that instant, the third Hokage thrust the staff outward, amplifying its size with all his might. Boom! The staff, now as large as a basin, sent the Raikage flying. Splash, splash, splash. The Raikage's robust figure skimmed across the water's surface, creating ripples in several circles as he plunged his fingers into the water to abruptly halt his momentum. Rising, the Raikage's fingers trembled as they met the staff. To his surprise, his ring finger had sustained an injury. Even though that finger was seldom engaged in his thrusts, it was still astonishing. The staff, transformed into a summoning beast, was no trifling matter. Hey, Sarutobi. Suddenly, one eye of the staff opened. The third Hokage inquired. Even if I possess an indestructible body, you can't continuously pit me against sharp, hard objects. The Monkey King complained. Ah, my apologies, Monkey King. Please bear with me for now. This is a crucial battle. I beg of you. The third Hokage replied contritely. Truly, what can I do about you? The Monkey King's eyes slowly closed. Are you done? The third Raikage rubbed the injury on his ring finger, which continued to bend, with only 2 fingers remaining straight. Done. The third Hokage nodded. Then let us proceed. I am quite intrigued by your Konoha thrusts. What do you call it? The third Raikage asked. Remember this. The third Hokage gripped the staff tightly. This technique is known as inner and outer kill chaotic dance, a ninjutsu developed by Konoha's prodigy, Akali. The third Hokage did not conceal this information, for soon, after Akari's battle with Yayue Ai concluded, it would no longer be a secret. Recalling the moment they could scarcely believe, when they incessantly investigated Akari's background with no results, he realized that she was a purebred Konoha citizen. The technique was laid bare. Its existence justified. Even if they were reluctant to accept it, the third Hokage had to acknowledge the fact that this ninjutsu was conceived by a 6-year-old child. Moreover, which hidden village would employ a brand new A-rank ninjutsu as a bargaining chip to play spies? If such a village existed, the third Hokage would gladly welcome a dozen of their spies. From that moment forth, Akari's status in the third Hokage's mind soared to unprecedented heights, an undeniable genius of Konoha. Akali, the one who defeated Ai? The third Raikage raised his palm, recalling his son's description of the battle, as if there were such a technique. With a sigh, the third Raikage remarked, Konoha truly is a cradle of geniuses. Swish, the figures of the third Hokage and the third Raikage vanished once more. Hell stab, 2 books puncture. Inner and outer kill chaotic dance. Once again, the third Hokage erupted into action as the third Raikage charged forth as well. In terms of short-range engagements, the speed of the inner and outer kill chaotic dance was evidently superior. The increased velocity brought forth stronger inertia and greater force. The Rui Jingu Bang collided with the Raikage's 2 books puncture without embellishment. Clang. This time, the Raikage's fingers did not suffer injury again. However, amidst the contact between the staff and the Raikage's fingers, a powerful wave of white energy erupted. Whoosh! The wind whistled as the 2 tail feathers from the back of the third Hokage's helmet fluttered, while the Raikage's long white hair stood straight. Yet, both continued to engage in a fierce contest of strength. The smaller the area of force, the greater the pressure. The third Raikage glanced at the staff in the third Hokage's hands. To breach my defenses, that staff of yours must be minimized and possess sufficient velocity. The third Hokage nodded. I stand corrected. Boom, both unorthodox combatants simultaneously kicked off, rebounding from one another. The Raikage withdrew his final middle finger, leaving only his index finger. Now, have you completed your technique, Konoha's ninjutsu professor? Certainly not. Konoha's arsenal of ninjutsu is far from limited. Is that so? The third Raikage remained non-committal. Then let us test it. Throughout this battle, the third Hokage either interrupted the thrusts or initiated his own, preventing the Raikage from reaching his peak speed, thereby hindering the full potential of the Hellstab's lethality. Yet now, the third Hokage's arsenal was nearly depleted. While the Raikage's thrust had intensified, it was time to reveal the trump card. Hellstab, 1 book puncture. Genjutsu, darkness technique. A pitch-black void enveloped the surroundings. Vision was stripped away, and the third Raikage halted in confusion. Meanwhile, the third Hokage began forming seals within the dark space. Defeat was not terrifying. What was truly frightening was the inability to devise a strategy against the third Raikage. Today, he must find a way to shatter the Raikage's lightning release armor. Otherwise, conventional ninjas attempting to intercept the Cloud Ninjas would merely be offering themselves up for sacrifice. From here on, the third Hokage sought a practical and effective path with a high probability of victory, or at the very least, a means to replace the third Raikage. I've got you. Within the dark illusion, the third Raikage, unable to see, came to a standstill. This technique, which operated not on human senses but instead extinguished the external light, was a form of darkness he had never encountered before. In such a situation, being unable to see posed a risk of falling into unknown traps. The third Raikage slowed his movements, focusing intensely as he maximized his lightning release armor, relying on constancy to meet the unpredictable. Meanwhile, the third Hokage continued to gather energy in silence. To be candid, the third Hokage, a versatile ninja, found himself somewhat disadvantaged against the third Raikage, a brute whose attributes were entirely focused on physical defense. He was a paragon of impenetrability. In the Fourth War, only a direct hit from the wind release, spiraling shuriken, could breach the third Raikage's defenses and inflict damage upon his reanimated body. Even though the reanimation of the third Raikage was not as formidable as in his prime, he still retained his ability to act after enduring a wind release, spiraling shuriken. The elemental advantage of wind over lightning allowed him to withstand such an assault, revealing the remarkable defensive capabilities of the third Raikage. Regrettably, what he lacked was the extreme single-target offensive power. With high speed, robust defense, and remarkable durability, he was unable to inflict damage with techniques that could reach him, and those that could hit him failed to cause significant harm. Even Temari's wind release could only graze the surface of the third Raikage, who seemed almost invulnerable. Engaging the Eight Tails in close combat until exhaustion, and battling 1,000 rock ninja for 3 days and nights until his chakra was depleted. The third Raikage's record of victories and defeats stemmed from prolonged attrition battles. Clearly, he did not possess the stamina for such a drawn-out confrontation and sought to determine the outcome in a single clash. After all, even the mightiest bull becomes docile when its eyes are covered. Prepared, the third Raikage addressed the darkness. Is that so? The third Raikage remained calm, listening intently to gauge his opponent's position while conversing. But I am no mindless bull, and you are not a matador. Is it worth revealing such secret techniques in a spar? Whether it is worth it or not depends on the value created, replied the third. As his shadow clones moved into action, the third Raikage discerned the third's location from the sound. The clones illuminated the area with a kaleidoscope of colors, while the third Raikage's fingertips crackled with brilliant electricity. With tension mounting in the arena, both the Konoha and Qingmang participants anxiously awaited the unfolding events in the shadowy illusion space, unable to see what transpired within. Anticipation hung in the air, with both sides sensing the impending climactic confrontation. A dazzling flash of lightning rent the darkness, followed by the eruption of multicolored ninjutsu. The roars of the Raikage intertwined with the explosions. Fall back! Fall back! The elite from both villages stepped forward, eyes fixed on the tumult below. The ground trembled violently as 3 grotesque, fanged gates rose, only to be toppled by the ensuing blasts. Hell stab! One strike! The Raikage bellowed, unleashing a full-powered barrage, driving his spear toward the mocking gates. One of the 3 gates had already succumbed to the violent explosion, while the remaining 2 struggled against the furious Raikage, designed to deflect massive jutsu rather than confront a single adversary. From the gaping maw of the gates, 2 humanoid cavities emerged. Not good. The Hyuga clan leader leapt from the cliff first, the only one present capable of comprehensively grasping the battle's dynamics. The strong from both Konoha and Qingmang followed suit. Below the cliff, the third was pinned against the statue of Hashirama Senju, disheveled and suspended, clutching the third Raikage's right hand with his own while his left hung limply. Nearby, the Monkey King was already battered and soon vanished after releasing his summoning. The Raikage's right hand was deeply embedded in the third's left chest, having punctured through to the statue behind him. The third was literally nailed to the statue. Release Lord Hokage! Distant voices cried out. The third Raikage regarded the third with a complex expression, softly inquiring, "Is it worth it to reach this point?" Coughing uncontrollably, the third managed to respond. "Of course it is worth it. Ascertaining the strength of our allies is of utmost importance. Raikage-sama." "Humph. Did you ascertain it?" The Raikage retorted coldly. "Certainly." The third replied with a smile, indicating the explosive tags on the Raikage. At that moment, the Raikage, too, was visibly injured. his once resilient muscles marred by cuts from the wind release, bloodied and battered. In such a state, he would be unable to withstand the detonation of the explosive tags during the final confrontation. This battle had nearly left the third gravely wounded, while the Raikage, though appearing fierce, had only sustained minor injuries. Yet, the third achieved his goal, confirming that wind release, when pushed to its limits, could pierce through lightning release armor. He now possessed the capability to exchange blows effectively, and the intelligence gathered today would serve him well in the future. At that moment, the third was confident that no one, aside from the Raikage himself, understood him better. The Raikage's already dark visage deepened in shadow. Despite having gained insight into the third's abilities, he felt he had come off worse. The promised exchange of information had devolved into a lethal contest, with the third employing all his lethal techniques without reservation, contrary to the Raikage's expectations of a friendly display of strength. Lord Hokage, you turned this spar into a life-or-death battle. Do you not owe me an explanation? The Raikage demanded. Certainly, the third replied. Now that it is clear that Qingmang surpasses Konoha, the previously ambiguous conditions will be explicitly revised, granting Qingmang greater benefits in the treaty. It better be so. The Raikage's displeasure lessened slightly. Though he had won this battle, he felt he had lost in another sense. The third achieved his objective, while the Raikage remained unconcerned about the intelligence he had revealed, believing that the information would not hinder him, as he too had gleaned valuable insights. In their next encounter, he was confident of victory. The notion of being a shadow implied that even with complete knowledge of his opponent's capabilities, he could not exploit any weaknesses, relying solely on raw strength to prevail. Lord Hokage, Raikage-sama, Raikage-sama. As the cries drew nearer, the Raikage stifled his words, and both leaders maintained their silence, awaiting the arrival of others. Release Lord Hokage. Raikage-sama, are you all right? Medical team, Qingmang, stand back. Below the statue of Hashirama, the spectators were packed tightly, expressing concern for both the Raikage and Hokage. Upon witnessing the Hokage impaled upon the statue, the Konoha contingent's eyes reddened with rage, nearly sparking a conflict among the mid-level officers present. Enough! A cold voice pierced through the tension as Danzo emerged from the crowd, the atmosphere instantly chilling. He cast a glance at the third, who offered a faint, weak smile in return. Danzo scoffed, further lowering the temperature around them. What are you all gathered for? Disperse immediately, Danzo commanded, pushing through the throng with a controlled gust of wind that parted the crowd while leaving the two behind untouched. Tsunade, come here and free Lord Hokage. Shizune, assist, Danzo instructed, having quickly grasped the situation. The Raikage had avoided critical damage but was in a precarious position, unable to withdraw his hand for fear of inflicting further harm, cautiously supporting the third while awaiting the medical ninjas. Yes, right away, Shizune, momentarily dazed at the sight of the third's severe injuries, finally responded, and Tsunade moved forward to assist. Among the esteemed leaders of Konoha present, Danzo possessed the greatest strength and was the first to arrive, while Tsunade and Koharu had only just joined, and Midogate and was still en route. Tsunade and Koharu cautiously assisted the third Hokage, carefully removing him from the statue of Hashirama Senju, while the third Raikage cooperated in extricating himself. One hand skillfully avoided vital points, yet it could not completely evade the blow. The Raikage's massive fists, larger than that of an ordinary man's thigh, struck with tremendous force. How could the third Hokage be in good condition after such an assault? His heart was under severe pressure, his left shoulder was shattered, and a gaping wound had opened above his heart. A grievous injury that would undoubtedly leave lingering scars, injuries that may not manifest in youth, but would surely resurface in later years. Whether this would affect his current combat capabilities hinged on Konoha's medical prowess and subsequent recovery. As Tsunade and Koharu delicately tended to the third Hokage, an ill-timed voice rang out from the ranks of the Cloud Shinobi. Who said that? Step forward. Danzo, his gaze fixed upon the third Hokage, turned abruptly, unleashing a dark aura that radiated years of pent-up murderous intent, his solitary eye scanning the crowd of Cloud ninjas, as if seeking a target to devour. Enraged, Danzo was ready to retaliate. The situation was abundantly clear. The third Hokage had been impaled upon the statue of Hashirama, while the third Raikage had only sustained superficial injuries. Was there any doubt as to who had triumphed? The third Hokage lay in such a state. Danzo's demeanor unequivocally represented Konoha's stance. Every ninja present tensed in readiness for conflict. Among them, Jiraiya wore a furious expression, while Tsunade, her face cold with anger, focused on treating the third Hokage's wounds. Orochimaru, with an icy smile, scanned the cloud ranks, his gaze laced with a chilling malice. He regarded Barubi, the opponent he was about to face, with a glint of menace in his eyes. This was precisely why the two leaders had engaged at the outset. 3 matches were to be held, adhering to a best-of-3 format. Should the two leaders face off at the end, regardless of a win or loss for either party, the final bout would undoubtedly carry an extra emotional weight. In battles between leaders, even the slightest miscalculation could lead to disastrous consequences. A clash fueled by emotion could easily result in severe injuries or even death. Thus, it was best for the two to engage without the pressure of expectation at the onset. However, it was unforeseen that their encounter would spark such fervor, nearly culminating in a desperate clash. Enough, the third Hokage interjected, halting the restless Danzo. In this battle, the third Raikage has undoubtedly emerged victorious. I am inferior to him. Nonsense, the third Raikage retorted. I merely appeared to have the upper hand. Had it not been for the Hokage's restraint, I would not have fared much better. The Hokage merely conceded a fraction. The third Raikage turned, revealing explosive tags affixed to his body. Yet, while he spoke, others could not forget how he had withstood the explosive tags without a scratch, unaware that the third Raikage was indeed stating the truth, as the third Hokage had possessed a means to counter in their final confrontation. With both leaders establishing the tone, the previous turmoil was quelled. Nonetheless, Danzo's gaze continued to sift through the cloud ranks, ultimately identifying several suspects. Better to kill an innocent than let a culprit escape. I shall remember your names. Danzo noted down a few names in his little notebook. With both leaders injured today, the ensuing battles would continue. The emergency treatment concluded. The third Hokage interrupted Mito Gate Inn, stating, though I am injured, the third Raikage still possesses combat capability. I trust he can oversee the fight of some juniors. As for myself, Tsunade is here to continue my treatment. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards the third Raikage, who pondered for a moment before nodding. He was not inclined to prolong the events of the day. Of course, since the Hokage has not called it off, I shall gladly participate. Let us continue right here. With both leaders having spoken, the gathered crowd dispersed, leaving the shattered arena for Orochimaru and Barubi. Danzo and the third Raikage stood as impartial judges, ready to intervene if necessary. Orochimaru, clad in his Jonin attire, approached with an air of cool elegance. At this moment, he was in his 20s, still very much alive. Yet his serpent-like, piercing gaze exuded a coldness akin to a predator preparing to strike. Barubi wore a pained expression, aware that his superior's actions would cost him dearly. The heavily wounded Hokage and the reckless meddling of a fool had left Orochimaru seething with anger. This battle would not be easy. Unlike the typically brash and aggressive Cloud ninjas, Barubi was comparatively slender and possessed a more sensitive demeanor. However, as one of the preeminent ninjas of the Cloud, he bore his own pride, resolute in his determination to uphold the honor of the Cloud. Barubi believed he could triumph over the Hokage's chief disciple even without the power of the 8 tails. Drawing his long blade, Barubi prepared for battle as Orochimaru brandished his sharp kunai, his cold serpent-like eyes narrowing as he initiated a genjutsu. The skirmish commenced, with the finest young ninjas from the Cloud and Konoha clashing fiercely. At that moment, Akali had just successfully descended from the cliff with Kushina on her back, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of Barubi and Orochimaru's battle. Cease this battle, the third Raikage commanded, his body crackling with lightning as he intercepted Orochimaru's ninjutsu, while also managing to grasp the leaking-tailed beast chakra from the increasingly unstable Barubi. Orochimaru was relentless, employing a myriad of ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, while Barubi, having just extricated himself from the mud, found himself ensnared in a den of snakes, choking on toxic mist, and then struck by wind-infused shuriken. Barubi endured a barrage of attacks, his sword shattered, and as a ninja, he was utterly outmatched by Orochimaru. The Konoha ninjas watched in satisfaction, yet they remained unaware that Barubi was no ordinary ninja. He was a Jinchuriki. Initially resolved not to reveal his true capabilities, Barubi unleashed the chakra of the tailed beast, overpowering Orochimaru with sheer force. As Barubi's rage fueled his control over the tailed beast chakra, the battle began to swing in his favor, turning into a one-sided onslaught against Orochimaru. Yet, even in this dire situation, Orochimaru remained resilient. determined to hold his ground against Burubi's ferocity. The third Hokage's defeat had transformed what was intended to be a minor exchange into a more serious affair, with both sides becoming increasingly heated. However, Orochimaru was not the same as before. He could no longer toy with death itself. After a time, he found himself on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, Burubi fell first, unable to maintain control of the Eight Tails, prompting the Raikage to intervene. The situation had become dire. With the third Hokage's defeat, though the Raikage claimed he had only lost a fraction, it was still a loss. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's match against Burubi could only be deemed a draw, yet it was evident to all that Orochimaru was on the verge of defeat. One loss and one draw had swiftly transformed Akali into the hope of the entire village. Konoha had suffered enough at the hands of the Cloud. There was no time for diplomacy now. Akali had to restore Konoha's honor. Go for it, Akali. Tsunade whispered, still tending to the third Hokage. Give it your all. Little one, Jiraiya encouraged, turning to look at Orochimaru. When Orochimaru's silence spoke volumes, his fiery gaze conveying his determination. Put forth your utmost effort. I believe in you. Danzo similarly urged Akali. As Akali surveyed the Konoha ninjas present, whether high-ranking officials or the younger generation they had brought along, all eyes conveyed a singular message. Victory was imperative. Akali. Kushina grasped the corner of Akali's garment, her concern evident after the brutal clashes they had endured in the earlier rounds. It's fine. This brat was captured by me in the land of rice. How could I not handle him? Akali gently reassured, holding Kushina's small hand. Let's go? With a carefree wave of her hand, Akali stepped into the shattered arena amidst the hopeful gazes of the crowd. Originally, beneath the feet of two colossal statues lay a tranquil lake. Now it had vanished, reduced to a myriad of shallow puddles by relentless ninjutsu bombardments. Yue Ai emerged, and the two faced each other, water splashing beneath their feet. I have accepted the trial of Black Thunder and harnessed new lightning. Today's victor shall be none other than me, Yue Ai declared to Akali. Akali smiled faintly. Her understanding of Black Thunder limited. She was aware that barely half a month had passed, and with no system assistance like hers, it was implausible for anyone to advance in strength so swiftly. Lightning release, chakra mode. Yue Ai summoned the thunder, a faint black-blue radiance enveloping him, forming a brand new armor of lightning around his body. However, as the lightning armor expanded, Yue Ai suddenly trembled, a look of agony crossing his face. Akali, puzzled, observed him, unsure of what trick he was playing. As anticipated, when one remains silent, the other feels compelled to explain. Black Thunder is a secret lightning technique of my village. Not something an ordinary person can withstand. Those struck by Black Thunder will suffer excruciating pain and be rendered immobile. Furthermore, Black Thunder possesses other formidable traits. Yet, there exists a method to utilize Black Thunder without cultivating it. By using the body as a vessel to contain a portion of Black Thunder, one may gradually draw it out for use. This method, however, is a double-edged sword. For every enemy slain, one also inflicts harm upon oneself, as the user will endure the same torment inflicted by the Black Thunder. But if one can endure this suffering, they may wield its power. Witness my humiliation, my resolve, my suffering. Yue Ai transformed into a streak of black lightning, charging towards Akali. So fast, Akali gasped, astonished that he could borrow such power. Are you the new generation's debt king of the Cloud Ninja Village? Indeed, financial investment in strength was evident as Yue Ai's speed had doubled since their first encounter. Akali flipped her wrist, retrieving a smoke bomb, but reconsidered and put it away. It would be of no use against Yue Ai. Instead, she seized her scythe, aiming its sharp edge at the incoming fist enveloped in black lightning. Haseiki. As the scythe collided heavily with Yue Ai's thunderous fist, the clash sent shockwaves through the arena. Akali was forcefully pushed into the water, her body involuntarily retreating as the lake splashed up to her thighs, sending waves rippling across the surface. Her right hand gripping the scythe went numb from the impact. Yue Ai, too, bore the cost of the clash. His right hand was shattered, deep gashes revealing the bones beneath, a testament to the price of meeting a blade with his fist. Yet, Akali's brow furrowed in disbelief as she observed Yue Ai's fingers intact. How could that be? Haha, did you notice? I told you, the Black Thunder carries my father's lightning. My only foe today is myself. My raikage is equivalent to my father's raikage. Yue Ai gritted his teeth, declaring his resolve. Is that so? Akali's beautiful eyes widened in realization. The black thunder served as a vessel, channeling the Raikage's lightning, meaning that Yue AI was now fortified with power akin to that of the Raikage. This could be troublesome. With renewed determination, Akali tightened her grip on the scythe. The lightning armor of chakra mode granted Yue AI remarkable speed and formidable defense. To injure him, Akali would first have to breach the defenses of the third Raikage before even confronting Yue AI's own physical resilience. However, as she glanced at the blood on Yue AI's hand, she reflected that true strength resided within the individual, not merely in techniques. Even if Yue AI wielded the third Raikage's lightning armor, he could not reach the Raikage's level. Furthermore, the condition of his battered fist indicated that while his defenses had significantly improved, they were not impervious. "Here I come," Yue AI declared, plunging his hands into the water. Blue-black lightning spreading through the lake, the electrolysis releasing a peculiar scent. Akali leapt onto the shore, grimacing at her drenched attire. "This is troublesome. Water conducts electricity. The aquatic environment offers minimal advantage aside from aiding my movement, and I must remain cautious of the lightning that may ensnare me." Lightning release, lightning mouth shockwave. Yue AI unleashed a barrage of small lightning spheres that surged towards Akali like a horde of tiny rodents. Akali shook her hands, raising her scythe and slicing downward, summoning a fierce wind to counter. Wall of wind. A massive wind barrier materialized, absorbing the incoming lightning spheres. "Yue AI, what are you up to?" Akali questioned, forming seals for the gale palm, using the enveloping winds to dry her clothes, her gaze fixed on Yue AI, still floating in the water. It was then that Akali realized Yue AI's series of jutsu was merely a tactic to force her away. Pain is still insufficient. This suffering cannot defeat her. Yue AI stood firmly in the water, his once smooth white ponytail now electrified. His expression contorted in agony, muscles bulging as he gritted his teeth, the blue lightning gradually shifting to black, as if enduring some supreme torture. Akali may not fully comprehend the pain inflicted by the black thunder, but the expressions of the Cloud Ninja envoy revealed the severity of the situation. "Lord Raikage, many Jonin in the village failed to endure the trial of Black Thunder. Is he capable of handling the direct onslaught of your Black Thunder?" The Jonin, Sukadai, felt a pang of guilt, as he was responsible for leading the team from the land of rice, a mistake that led to Yue AI's capture by Konoha. "I believe in him," the third Raikage asserted solemnly. "He is a man of the Yue clan. He must endure." The Cloud Ninja delegation murmured amongst themselves, while the Konoha side erupted in outrage, their grievances regarding Cloud Ninja's alleged cheating rising to a crescendo, suppressed only by the third Raikage's authority. "Akali, give it your all," Kushina urged, her eyes glued to the battlefield, vexed by her inability to assist. "If only I could lend my Nine-Tails chakra." Remorseful, Kushina resolved to acquire the sealing tool Akali desired soon. In the center of the battlefield, amidst the chaos, Akali solely focused on how to confront Yue AI. Witnessing Yue AI's escalating momentum, she was unwilling to stand idly by as he transformed into a more formidable foe. Channeling all her long-range techniques, Abyssal Shadow Kunai, Scarlet Leaf, Wind Release Shuriken, Chidori, Lightning Blade, and Wind Release Pressure Damage, she unleashed them upon Yue AI. However, it seemed Yue AI had entered a state of invulnerability. Akali's energy-infused kunai only pierced the surface, while her wind-release techniques inflicted minimal superficial wounds. As though Yue AI had fully embraced the form of the third Raikage's lightning armor. Enough hesitation, it's time to strike. Akali tightened her grip on the scythe, and a phantom scythe subtly materialized upon its broad surface. She unleashed the technique Killing Intent, enveloping herself in a tempest of violent chakra that propelled her petite figure forward with astonishing speed. Night Moon AI, embodying the essence of the new generation of Det Lords, harnessed the lightning damage he had absorbed from the third Raikage. Under the extraordinary power of this lightning, his strength surged immensely. However, Akali was no ordinary foe. This was a river, and with the natural forces at her command, Akali walked upon the water, enhancing her speed, attack, and magical prowess. She surged forward, triggering a sudden impact that increased her armor and magic penetration. The scythe bore the mark of the hidden dragon, adding further damage, while Night Moon AI bore the scarlet leaf mark that Akali had previously inscribed upon him. The azure scarlet seal within her activated, empowering her arm. This strike would possess the force comparable to that of a monstrous blow, with water-walking, killing intent. And the sudden impact combined with the scarlet leaf and azure scarlet seals, Akali was poised to deliver a devastating thrust. She stood upon the electrified waters of the lake, the lightning within being obstructed by the dense chakra surrounding her, as her scythe aimed menacingly at Night Moon AI's exposed throat. "Come, let me end your suffering. How can you fall here?" Night Moon AI growled softly, and in a moment of dire urgency, he transformed all his lightning into a dark hue. Raising his arms at the last moment to intercept Akali's thrust, the scythe struck heavily against his arms, shattering the fabric of his clothing instantly. The scythe and the lightning armor clashed. The armor, akin to shields wrapped in layers of tough leather, proved incredibly resilient. Akali exerted tremendous force, pushing the blade inward. With a loud explosion, the scarlet leaf mark detonated, and the sudden impact activated. After a brief moment of hesitation, Akali, fueled by her might and the thrust's momentum, drove the scythe deep into Night Moon AI's defenses. First, it met the thick, resilient leather, then iron, as the scythe cut into an object of extraordinary hardness. The massive recoil forced the scythe back, striking Night Moon AI's chest, and this time, he was the one sent flying. Following the fierce collision, Akali's scythe blade began to curl and splinter, leaving her bewildered as she gazed at Night Moon AI's arms, uncertain of what she had just struck. "Is that Hong Quan?" she pondered, noticing the iron rings adorning his arms, reminiscent of the iron wire fists she had seen in films of a past life. "What Hong Quan?" Night Moon AI, having regained his footing after being knocked back, replied defiantly, "My path diverges from my father's. He balances strength and speed, while I prioritize speed." He shook the iron rings on his arms, causing two of them to shatter and fall, revealing deep gashes where they had been severed. Night Moon AI regarded the rings with a sense of awe, acknowledging Akali as a true monster. Staggered from the intense exchange, Akali's hands tingled with numbness while Night Moon AI's arms throbbed with pain. Yet neither spoke of retreat. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously steadied their breaths. In the next instant, like arrows released from a bow, they surged forward, crossing the distance between them in a heartbeat, leaving trails of water in their wake as they collided once more. In a hollowed ground, the piercing sound of metal clashing rang out, accompanied by dazzling sparks. Night Moon AI, enveloped in dark lightning, unleashed a flurry of heavy blows, his chakra-enhanced body seemingly limitless in stamina. Utilizing his towering stature and long limbs, he unleashed a tempest of strikes upon Akali. It appeared that the awakening of the third Raikage's lightning had elevated his physical prowess to unprecedented heights, leaving Akali feeling thoroughly overwhelmed for the first time. Her once proud speed paled against his, and she found herself relying solely on her agility to evade his onslaught. Each of his powerful punches forced her to retreat significantly. The sheer numerical superiority of his strength left Akali in a state of disarray, much like a typical mid laner encountering a massively overleveled top laner. With each blow, she felt the weight of impending defeat. Finally grasping the meaning behind Night Moon AI's assertion that her only enemy was herself, she realized that the only remaining uncertainty was how long he could endure and whether she could outlast him. Fortunately, perhaps due to the pain from the dark lightning, Night Moon AI's relentless strikes were powerful yet predictable. Lacking finesse, he provided Akali with openings to evade, but she knew she could not last much longer. With no choice left, Akali resorted to using her killing intent to escape, swiftly distancing herself after dodging a heavy kick. It was then that she found the opportunity to deploy a smoke bomb. The smoke erupted, enveloping her figure in a shroud. "Humph." As she concealed herself, Night Moon AI scoffed, rapidly forming hand seals. "Did you think I was unprepared for this? I'll blanket your smoke with indiscriminate lightning, rendering your escape futile." With his seals completed, the dark lightning surged around him as he transformed into a shadowy lightning panther, pouncing into the smoke. Lightning release, black spot dance. Who said I entered the smoke to hide? Akali, maintaining her composure, merely needed a moment to prepare. "Open the doors. Open." Close the doors. With two doors opened, she spat blood and hastily consumed a vial of red potion. Although she managed to open the first door, the second was a strenuous effort that left her injured. Glancing at the approaching lightning panther, Akali slipped out of the smoke, just as the panther exploded, unleashing dark lightning that ravaged the smoke and dissipated it. With the doors opened, Akali regained her footing to confront Night Moon AI. While she could not match his strength, she hoped to keep pace with his speed. Night Moon AI exchanged pain for power, while Akali strained her body for strength. Both were evenly matched, but Akali's endurance was evidently shorter. Gripping her scythe tightly, Akali prepared for a swift conclusion, sensing that she might have to reveal a hidden card. With a silent sigh, she resolved to conceal her intentions as she unleashed her third-level illusory mist. The mist surged toward Night Moon AI under her deliberate control. "Here we go again?" Night Moon AI exclaimed, as the rapidly expanding mist enveloped him, yet he noticed this time it was thin enough to see through, allowing him to spot Akali charging at him. Since the smoke did not obscure his vision, Night Moon AI dismissed its presence. Raising his handblade, lightning torture, level 1,000-year dance. Facing the sharp edge of his hand, the Akali charging at him showed no intent to evade, and her scythe struck against his chest, blocked by the lightning armor, while his blade connected with Akali's torso. Night Moon AI instinctively sensed an anomaly. The sensation was off. Akali had already slipped into the shadows. The smoke bomb was not meant to obscure Night Moon AI's sight, but rather to conceal the view of the audience. Illusory cherry blossom killing intent. As the illusionary clones dissipated, Akali leapt from the shadows, her blades imbued with potent shadow energy, materializing the essence of her dark chakra. Reminiscent of Pain's black rods, as the ultimate technique of the shadow fist re-emerged. Rip. The shadowy strike landed precisely where the illusion of Sakura had been. The power of darkness tearing through the resilient rakeage of Yue AI. The residual shadowy force lingered upon her chest, disrupting her ability to re-establish her rakeage. A gap had emerged. In a hasty counterattack, Yue AI rolled back to evade, but the shuriken marked by Akali's swift dance struck her. Subsequently, the second stage of the swift dance initiated, as Akali executed a defiant return. Before Akali could complete her backward roll, she surged forward. The second stage transforming into a shadow kick, lifting Yue AI into the air. Then, Akali supported herself on the ground, her body flipping headfirst, delivering 2 more kicks to the airborne Yue AI. Observing the perfect target in midair, Akali revealed a victorious smile. "It's my turn." Wind release, vacuum blade. 2 massive gusts of wind emanated from the crescent scythe, forming 2 colossal vacuum blades. With the wind Kage, Akali raised her longsword, aiming for the airborne Yue AI, just as a thin smoke grenade dissipated. Lord Raikage. Witnessing this scene, Suchikage abruptly turned to the third Raikage, hoping for his intervention. However, the third Raikage remained stoically indifferent to Suchikage's plea. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. In his eyes, Yue AI's current performance had yet to prove her worth. With the third Raikage refraining from action, Danzo naturally held back as well. Thus, under the watchful gaze of countless spectators, Akali's figure overlapped with that of Yue AI. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Fresh blood dripped down as Akali's vacuum blades pierced through Yue AI's chest and abdomen. A diminutive figure of 1.30 m raised 2 gigantic swords, lifting a sturdy height of 1.70 m upon them, rendering the scene somewhat comical. From a distance, faint sounds of approval emerged from the Konoha side, with many believing Akali had secured victory. "How can this be? How can I fall here?" Yue AI grasped the white vacuum blades with both hands, letting out a furious roar. Accompanying his rage, the lightning coiling around him transformed from black to blue, yet his power surged instantaneously. The vacuum blades were crushed in Yue AI's electric-encased grip, and a burst of dark lightning erupted from him. In that fleeting moment, Akali, unable to evade in time, was ensnared by the black lightning. "Feel my pain." Yue AI's hand, crackling with black lightning, pressed onto Akali's shoulder, sending surges of electricity coursing through her body. After experiencing the intense jolt, Akali finally comprehended Yue AI's earlier anguish. This black lightning was ferociously violent, targeting every cell within her, inflicting excruciating pain akin to being sliced by knives. The human body, overwhelmed by electric shock, became a cacophony of chaotic signals. Akali's ears rang with electric sounds, her vision swirling into darkness, unable to utter a sound. The intensity of the direct contact from the black lightning far surpassed any previous lightning techniques. But, get lost. Akali activated her purification, instantly dispelling the negative state, and retaliated with a whip-like kick to push Yue AI away. Ultimate technique, cold. As Akali aimed her kunai at Yue AI's wound, she realized he was already kneeling on the ground, blood uncontrollably flowing from his chest and abdomen, seemingly having exhausted all his electrical energy in the last desperate grasp for her. I cannot fall here. Yue Ai's body flickered with residual electric currents, as if he still wished to summon more lightning. You should just fall, Akali retorted, stowing away her kunai and forming a seal for wind release. With a mighty gust, the wind from her gale palm swept through, toppling the once invincible Yue Ai. The third Raikage gazed indifferently at the Cloud Village delegation, who fell silent. Yue Ai fought valiantly until the last vestige of strength was drained, enduring the torment of black lightning, ultimately collapsing, having not won, yet still proving himself. Medical team, Danzo called out, as Konoha's medical unit rushed forward for emergency treatment of Yue Ai. Thus, this exchange meeting, triggered by Yue Ai, came to an end. Finally, it's over. Akali, having released the 8 gates, collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. Being struck by black lightning was not without consequence. The negative effects had merely been purified at the time. Now, as she relaxed, she felt pain coursing through her body. Her meridians and muscles were damaged in multiple areas. However, she had successfully employed the illusion of Sakura's chaos for the first time during this practical battle and had opened the 8 gates amidst the clash. Akali was confident that her next invocation of the 8 gates would not yield such bodily harm, considering it a significant achievement. Of course, it would be even better if there were some monetary rewards. Akali tiredly closed her eyes, and a pair of familiar hands landed upon her. Akali-chan, you really are quite the little money lover. Yanoyu teased as he attended to her injuries. Indeed, money may not be omnipotent, but lacking it is certainly unbearable. Surely no one dislikes a little cash. Akali boldly proclaimed her affection for money. Ha ha ha, Akali, you are truly entertaining. Yanoyu laughed heartily while treating her. By the way, this internal exchange meeting may earn you some credit, but whether it will yield monetary rewards remains uncertain. Typically, it's points for exchanging ninjutsu. However, if you desire money, look over there. Yanoyu gestured towards the Konoha spectators. Akali followed Yanoyu's gaze. Do you see that man with the pineapple hairstyle? That is the head of the Nara clan, and to his right is the village's leading supplier of ninja tools. Half of Konoha's ninja tools are sold by their family. To his left is the Inazuka clan leader, and beside him is a Kimichi. The golden-haired person is the head of the Yamanaka clan, and in the far corner, you can easily recognize the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Akali nodded, turning to Yanoyu, her eyes questioning. Having seen all that, what now? Today you truly shone. Even the Cloud Ninjas, employing what seemed to be cheating tactics, could not defeat you. If all goes well, for some time to come, you shall be Konoha's most sought-after prodigy. Yanoyu remarked with a knowing smile. Akali nodded, momentarily dazed. A prodigy, but what then? This is a ninja village. Not our past life, where popularity could be monetized. Surely, one cannot just become a ninja star overnight? Observing Akali's bewilderment, Yanoyu smirked, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. As a prodigy, the ninja clans are generous in offering certain conveniences. For instance, the Nara clan sells medicinal herbs, and there are designated forests in the Land of Fire for cultivation, along with family recipes for enhancing physical conditioning. If you were to request or purchase supplements from them, they would certainly not be stingy. The Yamanaka clan oversees Konoha's interrogation department, often extracting information from captured foes, and consequently accumulates a wealth of unusual ninjutsu and knowledge. They are like a repository of ninja lore. Should you encounter any perplexing issues or wish to uncover secrets of the ninja world, a visit to the Yamanaka clan would be worthwhile. As for the plump fellow selling ninja tools, while his clan lacks ninja talents, he is quite fond of befriending ninjas. If your scythe broke, he could help repair it without charging much. The Uchiha clan possesses its own intelligence network and a base for crafting ninja tools, while the Akimichi clan occasionally has access to fine ingredients, and the Hyuga clan has a comprehensive regimen for treating internal injuries. These are all resources at your disposal. As Yanoyu spoke, Akali began to understand. So, her efforts to bring glory to the village had also earned her a small favor in the form of recognition. Impressive. Akali never anticipated that her usually gentle comrades in the team, particularly the adept medical practitioner, would possess such extensive knowledge. A sense of curiosity brewed within her. What brings Sister Nanoyu here? I'm also a member of the medical team. It was Lord Danzo who called me over. Nanoyu replied calmly. Medical team? Lord Danzo? Akali was momentarily bewildered. Wasn't Nanoyu a member of the Umbu? How could she be associated with those two? Akali instinctively wished to inquire further, but at that moment, Kushina forcibly dragged Tsunade over, interrupting Akali's train of thought. All right. I've already assured you that with Nanoyu and Tenshin here, your little friend is in good hands. Tsunade's voice echoed with a hint of exasperation. Come on, Sister Tsunade, just take a look. Kushina implored. Yes, sister, just a quick glance to ease your mind, Ju chimed in. Fine. I can't argue with you too, Tsunade relented. I'll check on her, while the others handle things with the old man. As the conversation grew clearer, a slender yet firm hand pulled Akali from Nanu's warm embrace and placed her firmly on the ground. Akali wore an expression of resignation. All right, you little rascal. Let me examine you properly. Stay still and don't be cheeky, or I'll pluck that tuft of hair right off your head, Tsunade declared, her irritation palpable. Hey. Watching Kushina stifling her laughter, Akali surrendered with an exaggerated French salute. However, her curiosity regarding pharmacist Nanoyu deepened. How could someone with a reputable standing in the medical field, acknowledged by Tsunade, choose to endure the hardships of the Umbu? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to devote her time to saving lives? Unable to resist, Akali cast a furtive glance at Nanoyu, who wore a serene smile. Unchanged from her usual demeanor. 2 days had passed since her encounter with Yagetsu AI, and Akali was now enjoying a brief respite for recovery. The earlier exchange had not been widely disseminated, allowing her a measure of leisure. The exchange of prowess had concluded, but discussions among the upper echelons persisted. From the Umbu's channels, Akali gathered that the village seemed to have reached a series of cooperative agreements with the Hidden Cloud, particularly concerning the blockade and unified stance towards the Land of Water. Given its extensive coastline, both sides harbored fears of a sudden tactical intrusion from the Mist Village. With the news spreading, the Green Plains, which had been closely observing the Kagaya invasion incident, felt a surge of encouragement. Under the pressure of the two major ninja villages' alliance, it seemed the Mist could no longer stubbornly resist and would have to take action. On another note, negotiations between the Cloud and the village appeared to be particularly intense, with the third Hokage temporarily withdrawing under the guise of recuperation, while Danzo and the higher-ups of the Cloud engaged in several heated disputes. Overall, however, relations between the Cloud and Konoha were warming rapidly. In contrast, the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind seemed to sense a threat, with the Land of Rain becoming increasingly restless. Yet, none of this concerned Akali, who was preoccupied with a singular dilemma. The ninja world, despite its vastness, felt small, devoid of televisions or mobile phones, and with food that was merely satisfactory, Akali found herself with few friends. There were no casual gaming sessions to indulge in. Fortunately, the wondrous and vibrant ninjutsu provided a means to pass the time, but her primary concern remained her strength. In her confrontation with Yagetsu AI, Akali acutely felt her own limitations, particularly in terms of physical prowess. With Yagetsu possessing the enhancements of the third Raikage's lightning release, his abilities could soar from 1.5 to 6, even 8, while Akali, even when opening the gates, could only elevate hers from 1 to 4 or 5. Though Akali had numerous techniques at her disposal, they were constrained by her fragile physique. Even with enhancements from equipment, she still felt inadequate. Strength is comparative, after all. Thus, after hearing Nanoyu's words, she sought out Nara Shiki, who had just returned, to express her desires. Her body required time to grow. There was no rushing the process. It wouldn't be due to artificially stimulate her growth with hormones. Instead, she aimed for a gradual enhancement of her physique through reasonable means, such as medicinal baths, which could cumulatively strengthen her over time. The concept of medicinal baths, though seemingly magical, was merely a simple amalgamation of herbs, aimed at harmonizing the body's energies, regulating organ function, promoting blood circulation, and alleviating stagnation. Holding several large bags of herbs, Nara Shiki explained to Akali, so, the medicinal baths you envision for body enhancement don't exist. In our world, aside from the wonders of chakra, there are no legendary treasures, at least. I've never heard of any. Yet, medicinal baths are indeed beneficial. For instance, after practicing body techniques on wooden stumps, if you experience blood stagnation or chi blockage, you could use 150 grams each of sandalwood and pine resin, along with 60 grams each of safflower and red peony for a cleansing soak, promoting blood flow and alleviating blockages. He continued, girls can use this for skincare, and it's also effective for fatigue relief before sleep. This is for treating injuries. And this is for overall body conditioning, depending on the situation. As Nara Shk spoke, the bags of herbs were laid out before Akali. Though she didn't fully understand, she was both shocked and disappointed. There were no baths to enhance her physical strength. No, for body enhancement. Chakra is the best medicinal bath. Nara Shk replied decisively. If you ever encounter what you described, please do let me know. As for the daily body conditioning products, I recommend this. Nara Shk handed her 2 boxes of black pastries. What is this? Akali asked, puzzled, as she examined the dark pastries adorned with sesame seeds and walnuts, which appeared quite delectable. These are Jiao cakes. Nara Shk introduced. They nourish and beautify the skin, invigorate the spirit, and replenish blood. This is the real deal. Akali was taken aback, unable to fathom that, despite being high-ranking ninjas with extraordinary powers, she was being advised by Nara Shk to trust in science. She recalled her mother, whose face she could not clearly remember, consuming Jiao cakes. And it seemed they were indeed beneficial for women. A bittersweet smile crossed Akali's lips. In a world brimming with chakra, there were moments of rationality in the most unexpected places. Nanoyu was correct. Nara Shk had indeed extended a significant discount to Akali. Everything was at half price. A veritable cost price. With her emotions in disarray, Akali stepped out with her bag, only to encounter an unexpected figure. Miraculous Senior. Akali exclaimed in surprise, greeting him. What brings you here? I'm visiting Nara's shop to seek some fine materials for crafting a powerful deer horn bow. Hinata Miraculous replied. Is the recurve bow insufficient? Akali inquired instinctively. No. Hinata Miraculous quickly shook his head. The recurve bow is indeed effective. It possesses remarkable power. However, bows have a durability limit, which is why I need multiple backup bows for different scenarios. Moreover, the bow's power is contingent upon its draw weight. The recurve bow's draw weight falls short. Akali pondered. That makes sense. The fictitious longbow, constructed with the materialization of chakra, possesses inherent divine attributes. While the true longbow comprises a composite of beast horns, sinew, bamboo, wood, silk, lacquer, and glue, necessitating multiple intricate processes for its creation. Shall I accompany you? Akali offered. I know some members of the Nara clan. That won't be necessary, Hinata Miraculous smiled. It's not something particularly precious. Despite this, Akali returned once more to request Nara Shumiki's assistance. The 3 of them busily selected materials until the late hours of the night. Akali observed as a deer antler bow gradually took shape. With all the materials gathered, they were merely waiting to commence its construction. Each component bore a traceable origin, and every piece of hide and wood had a story to tell. Dimly, Akali grasped a profound truth. In this world, she was the only one who materialized out of thin air. She was the singular anomaly. Contemplating this, a complex array of emotions stirred within her. She glanced at the main mission currently displayed by the system. Please advance to Jonin, gain renown in Konoha, and become a formidable ninja known to all. Reward. Forbidden technique, Shunyu Shadow Kill Formation. Incomplete. The system had consistently tasked Akali with achieving fame, seemingly its only desire for her, as if it possessed but this singular objective. Yet, Akali chose to enter the Umbu, shrouding her identity, which paradoxically obstructed the main quest. However, the system remained unfazed, exhibiting no urgency. As her strength grew, Akali found herself increasingly bewildered. Possessing the extraordinary power of chakra made her acutely aware of the system's overwhelming nature and the unparalleled opportunity she held. In the haze of her fragmented past life, the uncertainty of her current existence, and the enigmatic purpose of the system loomed large. Regardless, all these mysteries could only be unraveled if Akali became sufficiently powerful. She must grow stronger. Half a year later, in the land of rain, Akali's 9th birthday quietly passed amidst a continuous downpour. Since the establishment of diplomatic relations between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud, the dynamics within the ninja world had accelerated. With the borders of both great and small nations in disarray, Team 5 had been stationed in the Land of Rain for 3 months, and it seemed likely they would remain for an extended period. Amidst the slick mountains and forests, the 4 members of Team 5 braved the chilling drizzle, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. While the enemy basked in the warmth of a well-lit cave, roasting a fire, they stood drenched, waiting in the frigid rain for the coldest and most profound moments of night, when their foes would be in the deepest slumber. Perhaps this was the essence of the Umbu. At 4 in the morning in the Land of Rain, The time had come. The operation commenced. In total silence, Akali surged forward, unleashing her deadly onslaught. Between the cave and the forest, in a meticulously cleared 10-meter expanse, a shadow flickered. The sentry ninja's throat erupted with a crimson line, his increasingly feeble body sliding down against the rocky wall. This sentinel had not slackened nor relaxed his vigilance. He had remained intensely focused on the surrounding woods. Yet, Akali's speed was unparalleled. The cacophony of rain concealed her approach. With merely a fleeting moment of distraction, she could dash from the forest to the cave entrance, her silent kunai slicing open the throat before plunging into the heart. What the team awaited was not the negligence of the sentry, but rather the deep slumber of the inner ninjas. Blood dripped silently, merging with the eternal drizzle of the land of rain, indistinguishable from the sound of raindrops. In the land of rain, was it rain that fell year after year, or blood? In a pool of blood, Nara Shumiki withdrew his hand from the corpse. It was not their target, but a squad of ordinary rock ninjas. Shumiki's revelation cast a pall over the group. How could this be? The traces we followed led us here. Akiyama T. Kitaka found it hard to believe. Could we truly lose track of a squad we had pursued all this way? Tiki's assertion was not unfounded. It was indeed implausible to lose a single squad thrice. Nara Shumiki pondered, his gaze scanning the expansive cave, crafted by ninjutsu. Eliminating all impossibilities, only one conclusion remained. Shumiki's expression shifted. This is bad. We must leave. It was too late. Accompanied by a thunderous shout, a towering rock ninja appeared at the cave entrance. His drenching appearance indicated he had been lurking just outside. The rock ninja squad pursued by Team 5 had concealed themselves in the shadows just beyond the cave entrance, obscured by the light. Ha ha ha. They say Ishiho has terrible luck. Well, it seems I've drawn the time when the Konoha brats arrive. This achievement shall be mine. The rock ninja, self-identified as Ishiho, slammed his hands onto the ground. Earth release rock collapse. CHJ? Nara Shumiki bellowed. Understood. Akali unleashed her chakra, racing toward the cave entrance. It's futile. A second rock ninja emerged, raising a solid earthen wall swiftly. Akali sprinted, but the earthen barrier rose instantaneously, while the cave's rocky ceiling trembled, threatening to collapse. Gritting her teeth, Akali finally understood why this artificial cave was excavated so deeply. Realizing there was no time to thwart the rock ninja's technique. CHJ, you go first. Don't worry about us. T-Key is here. Nara Shumiki's voice echoed from afar. A glimmer of determination flashed in Akali's eyes. Chakra surged to her brain as she ran, attempting to open the door in motion. Open the door, open. With her physical capabilities maximized, Akali's speed surged once more. The falling debris from the cave ceiling could not impede her advance, and a shuriken crackling with lightning shot toward the earthen wall at the cave's entrance. Forbidden technique Chidori. In her killing frenzy, in the dim cave where the torchlight flickered out, a blue light and a white light surged forth, the earthen wall at the entrance shattered by the electric blade of Chidori, with Akali's momentum unbroken. With a swift motion, a gleaming blade sliced through the unwary Ishiho's neck, who maintained his position with hands on the ground, his severed head soaring into the air. Ishiho perceived a flash before his eyes, his perspective spiraling upwards. He vaguely discerned a headless figure with hands on the ground and a dark reaper wielding a scythe. Thud, his head fell, a sharp pain erupting as Akali's calm voice resonated in his ears. You truly had poor luck. Is that so? Ishiho realized that the kneeling headless figure was his own body. No wonder it seemed so familiar. Poor luck, indeed. With such thoughts, Ishiho closed his eyes. Akali wielded a single-handed scythe in her left hand and a kunai in her right. Due to the uniqueness of her weapons, she had differentiated between her two identities to avoid recognition by outsiders. At the very least, she must not be recognized the moment she drew her weapon. Within the umbu, she used a single-handed scythe. Leaning against the cave wall, Akali cautiously observed the three rock ninjas before her. For days, the team had been pursuing a group responsible for the assassination of Konoha ninjas, who had disguised themselves as rain and sand ninjas. After weeks of pursuit and several failures, they had finally tracked them down. This squad of rock ninjas had slaughtered over 10 teams of Konoha ninjas, leaving a trail of devastation. Even more dire, Akali's 3 teammates were now trapped within the cave of rock collapse, their fates unknown, while Akali herself was now faced with the daunting task of confronting 3 rock ninjas, who had mercilessly taken the lives of numerous Konoha ninjas. That medicine had some significant side effects. Indeed, while it can completely mask one's presence, akin to being dead, the deeper one sleeps, the harder it becomes to awaken. Just a little longer, and Ishiho has perished. My apologies, I was careless. The rock ninja who had cast the earthen wall expressed remorse. Enough chatter. East. Our immediate priority is to avenge Ishiho and ensure this Konoha Umbu team is buried deep within the cave. The leader of the rock ninjas declared. Yes, Captain. East's demeanor revitalized. Following a brief exchange, the 3 rock ninjas encircled Akali from 3 directions. The art of earth release, rock iron cannon. 3 rock ninjas continuously expelled small pebbles from their mouths, which grew larger in the air, transforming into massive boulders that came crashing down. Akali brandished her single-handed scythe and slashed forward. Wall of wind. A fierce gust arose, momentarily halting the barrage of boulders, concealed behind the wind wall. Akali began to form her seals, requiring merely a few seconds. Lightning release, false darkness. Scattered bolts of lightning surged forth, obliterating the incoming boulders. Under the cover of the lightning, Akali seized the opportunity and darted towards the weakest-looking enemy. Cold shadow, falcon dance, and a smoke bomb exploded, only to be extinguished by a fine drizzle. Utilizing the potential of the hidden dragon seal, Akali nimbly maneuvered, creating an opening, and swung her scythe toward the rock ninja ahead. As the scythe deflected, the strike imbued with the hidden dragon seal left a deep gash across the neck of the rock ninja, the flesh within resembling stone. How tough, Akali lamented, shaking her numbed hand. I detest hardening techniques. Earth release, rock fist. Earth release, seismic core. The rock ninja's comrades arrived, and Akali executed a roll to evade the incoming rock fist, then swiftly vanished from the suddenly sinking ground, a series of earth techniques forcing her to retreat. The rock ninja, stone, touched his neck with lingering fear. Although his body had hardened, it had not turned to stone. The vital points of a human remained vulnerable. And Akali and Apos' strike had nearly severed his carotid artery. Stone. The leader of the rock ninjas approached with concern, just as his rock fist had forced Akali back. Meanwhile, another rock ninja named Dong remained vigilant, watching Akali intently. Akali gazed at the trio before her, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. 3 of her comrades were trapped within a cave, their fates uncertain. Most likely, they were alive, yet the condition of the cave's collapse remained unknown, and she pondered how long they could endure and when they might emerge. Facing 1 jonin and 2 special jonin, the rock ninjas excelled in defense and entrapment, making it difficult for Akali to exert her strength. Despite her earlier efforts to create an opening through falcon dance, she had failed to diminish their numbers, and now she had to take risks. Fortunately, she had faced similar situations many times in recent days, and her hands were experienced. Yet currently, the burden of her illusionary cherry blossom technique was far heavier than the previous one. This opportunity had to be seized wisely. The 3 rock ninjas seemed to have conspired on a strategy, with their leader stepping forward. 3 against 1, and they still needed to deliberate on a tactic. How cowardly. Is this truly the rock ninja way? Akali taunted mercilessly. Humph, even the smallest pebble can trip you. Do not underestimate any stone by the roadside. This embodies the will of stone, declared the rock ninja leader. The accumulation of countless small stones can also form a great mountain. Unity and meticulous planning are the principles of the rock ninjas, and they are the reason we have been able to vanquish so many leaf ninjas. You are no exception. Yes, yes, the other 2 rock ninjas echoed. Akali was taken aback, observing the leader of the rock ninjas, who had rallied his comrades' morale with just a few words. Not a simple feat. Indeed, who among those who have survived battles in this land of rain is unremarkable? Akali retrieved a shuriken, channeling chakra into 2 orbs that adhered to it, and launched her wind-release shuriken, followed swiftly by 2 Chidori shurikens that sparkled with electricity, each aimed at the 2 rock ninjas behind their leader. Meanwhile, she charged toward the rock ninja leader. You wish to break through me? Perfectly suited to my intentions. The rock ninja leader formed hand seals. Earth release. Earth stone spire. Having been keenly aware of the leader's movements, Akali heightened her vigilance. For rapid stone spires shot up around her, converging towards the center. Akali leapt, and the 4 sharp stone spires clashed beneath her feet, producing a crisp sound. But it was not over. The rock ninja leader bellowed, his hands slamming together. Earth release, rock plate coffin. Before Akali could descend, countless stone plates rose from either side, closing in on her like a massive hand. By the time Akali landed, the plates would converge perfectly, ensnaring her as if she were prey caught in a spider's web. There was no choice. Even on a rainy day, I must resort to that. Akali extended her hand, her delicate palm aimed at the rock ninja leader. Lightning bullet. As the rock ninja leader noticed Akali's palm directed at him, an ominous premonition surged within him, and he hastily turned. Yet, he was still grazed by the lightning bullet on his right arm, causing half of his body to go numb, and he stumbled to the ground. Akali hurled a kunai, seeking to finish off the paralyzed rock ninja leader. Not so easily. Rock ninja Dong and rock ninja Stone, one blocked the kunai for their leader, while the other cast a ninjutsu to disrupt Akali, causing the ground beneath her to tremble once more. With a flurry of earth techniques, Akali found herself retreating in disarray, clearly at a loss. After all, even Ultraman would falter against 3 opponents. This time, Akali was not facing 3 Hyuga Genin with no techniques, but rather 3 battle-hardened, experienced rock ninja Jonin. In the hands of the rock ninjas, the earth was like clay molded to their whims. As Akali charged forward, the ground sank before her. Stepping back, earth pillars rose behind her, forcing her to retreat. Jumping skyward was also futile, as boulders rained down from above. Stones and dirt were abundant in nature. To counteract the disadvantage of numbers, she must first offset their numerical superiority. Akali formed seals, summoning 2 shadow clones. The current situation was now 3 against 3. A normal smoke bomb concealed Akali's form, while her body and 2 clones swiftly exchanged positions within the mist, pulling off a trick of 3 returning to the cave. Before the 3 figures dashed out in unison. Come now, guess which one is my real self? Akali's 3 clones chimed simultaneously, as she prepared to disrupt the cooperation of the rock ninjas and engage them in one-on-one combat. Dong, Stone, I'll take the lead. You 2 provide cover. Yes. Earth release, earth spear, earth clone technique. The rock ninja Jonin also split into 3, intercepting Akali's clones, while the other 2 rock ninjas coordinated to throw shurikens and occasionally unleash lightning techniques. The rock ninja village reveres the will of stone, embodying resilience akin to stone. Thus, the male rock ninjas are generally robust and muscular. The rock ninja leader, along with his 3 clones, activated the earth spear state, an upgraded version of the hardening technique, granting them the hardness of diamond. Akali's clones quickly fell into disadvantage, one by one exploding. Boom. The last rock fist obliterated the clone before him, leaving the rock ninja leader momentarily bewildered. This clone was evidently stronger than the others. Its tactile sensation was distinctly human. How could it be a mere shadow clone? Yet, contrary to logic, the improbable occurred. Left, right, below, or above. The rock ninja leader scanned frantically, and just as he looked up, Akali sprang forth from the remnants of the explosion, her silhouette concealed in the night, yet undiminished by the shadows. Down here, Akali cried out. Is that so? It matters not. The rock ninja leader looked down, and in an instant, his entire body was enveloped in a glossy, black metallic sheen, reminiscent of overwhelming power. The earth release. Earth spear had fortified his entire body as hardness, and the rock ninja leader was confident that this form would sustain no damage. Leveraging his height and robust build, the rock ninja leader lunged toward Akali. Simultaneously, Akali's scythe, infused with shadow energy, sliced into the rock ninja leader's chest, the dark, foreign energy tearing through his defenses amidst his incredulous gaze. Tear, Captain. The remaining 2 rock ninjas wailed at the sight of their fallen leader. Akali drew her kunai, letting out a sigh of relief as she closed the door behind her. The exhaustion that had been kept at bay surged forth like a tidal wave, and her drenched clothing felt unbearably heavy. The technique, Phantom Cherry Blossom, had successfully broken through the defenses, and she swiftly followed up with her kunai. The captain of the rock ninja had clearly not anticipated such a tactic from Akali. His hasty counterattack proved ineffective, leading to his untimely demise before he could fully unleash his strength. This was the essence of one trick to rule them all, a singular skill that could dominate. Since that fateful day when she discovered that the shadow power within Phantom Cherry Blossom could significantly disrupt chakra, Akali had leveraged this ability against formidable techniques such as Earth Release, Earth Spear, which greatly enhanced physical prowess. Yet, this shadow power was only accessible during the execution of Phantom Cherry Blossom. Its underlying principles remained an enigma to her. Despite her extensive research, she found herself at an impasse and opted to pragmatically employ it as needed. However, as she observed the jagged tip of her kunai, she realized that while the technique had effortlessly pierced Yue AI's defenses, it was not as effective against this rock jonin. The subtlety of Earth release. Earth Spear seemed to play a role in this disparity. Had it not been for Akali's quick thinking in channeling lightning release into her kunai, the weapon would have faltered. This revelation served as a reminder to Akali that while one might excel with a singular skill, one must remain vigilant against its potential ineffectiveness. Reflecting on her journey, Akali felt a sense of accomplishment. She had evolved to a level where her ninjutsu could contend with high-ranking jonin. Behind her, the sound of splashing footsteps echoed incessantly. The chilling drizzle continued to fall, contrasting sharply with the fervent flames of vengeance burning within the hearts of the two pursuing rock ninjas. Suddenly, a rare rumble of thunder resonated, illuminating the forest and the open space before the mountains, casting light upon their eyes filled with hatred. The persistent drizzle of the land of rain seemed poised to transform into a torrential downpour. "I will avenge our captain," one cried. "I shall join you," declared another as Rock Ninja Dong and Rock Ninja Jianshi charged forward, their dark kunai glinting in the flickering lightning. Each ninja village possesses its own founding culture. Konoha embodies the will of fire, Rock Ninja mirrors this with the will of stone, Cloud Hidden venerates sheer strength. Mist Hidden revels in cruelty, while Sand Ninja thrives in the harshness of the desert. "The will of stone is bothersome," Akali scoffed, raising her weary right hand slightly to reveal her delicate chin. "It sounds noble, but in truth, it is merely rigid and unpleasant." With her thumb pressed against her lips, she bit down hard. The piercing pain jolted her senses awake. "Hurry forth, wolf spirit," she commanded, as dark incantations spread, summoning a spectral wolf that lunged at one of her assailants. Simultaneously, a small white orb appeared in her palm. "Go," she urged, as the wolf tackled another foe. In a rush, Akali retrieved 2 military rations, the bitter taste spreading through her mouth, intensifying the murderous intent gleaming in her eyes. Reluctantly, Akali consumed the military rations, knowing they bore consequences for her body. After enduring a night of cold rain and exerting herself with multiple techniques, including opening the 8 gates, she was nearing her limit. If circumstances allowed, she would have preferred to conceal herself with smoke bombs. However, the rain would render them ineffective in mere moments, wasting her chakra. At that moment, Rock Ninja Dong had extricated himself from the wolf's grasp, and their kunai collided in the darkness. Weakened, Akali found herself retreating under the onslaught of the Rock Ninja's fierce attacks. Shadow imitation technique, she invoked as her shadow ensnared the Rock Ninja Jianshi. Simultaneously, her enhanced arm seized Rock Ninja Dong before he could react. "That was slow," Akali complained. "My apologies, this is the fastest we can manage," Naruto responded, his gaze turning colder as he recognized his failure as captain in the ambush. "We had to rely on Akali to save us." Shadow neckbind technique. Black shadows coiled around Rock Ninja Dong's neck, tightening just enough to restrain without choking. "Tongo," Naruto called out, signaling the need for a live capture. Akuta Tangbei complied, dragging Jianshi back and gently striking him against the rocky wall. The remaining 2 rock ninjas were swiftly apprehended. "Shall I commence interrogation at once?" Yano inquired, stepping forward. Naruto pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No need, take them back. Our mission has concluded." Akali, having grown accustomed to such events, noted Yano's multifaceted talents, his medical ninjutsu, impressive swordsmanship, earth release, and the interrogation techniques that had astounded their team for a year. From that point forward, the trio shared a clear understanding. Never provoke Yano's ire. Let us return. With urgency, the team swiftly eliminated traces of their presence. Once the incessant raindrops ceased to pelt them, they hurried back to the border base of the Land of Fire. Surrounded by towering earthen walls, the base housed sturdy stone structures bustling with supplies and stationed over 1,000 ninjas, including a covert operations office, akin to a miniature Konoha, though lacking its tranquil atmosphere. Upon their return to the Umbu headquarters to submit their captives, they were met with astonishing news. What? The village is poised to fully engage with the Land of Rain. Indeed, the Umbu receptionist confirmed, in addition to the 2 you captured, other teams have also apprehended assailants. We have verified intelligence indicating that the group attacking our outpost across the border consists of rock ninjas, with support from rain ninjas, some even disguising themselves as rock ninjas. The village has resolved to declare war on both the rock and rain ninjas. With that, the Umbu receptionist departed. Akali fell silent. Her initial intuition had proven correct. The world was indeed stirring, and a war among ninjas loomed on the horizon.